Lianshan City, 3rd High School, Class 2 of Grade 3. I can do it. Lin Feng clenched his fists, determination surging in his heart. This was a world rampant with exotic beasts. Everyone had the potential to awaken their own unique abilities. Abilities were categorized into 7 levels, from S to F, with S being the highest and F the lowest. Only those who reached E-level abilities were considered combat-ready and qualified to take the college entrance exam. I must awaken something above F level. Standing in the queue, Lin Feng kept encouraging himself. Even if he couldn't get into university, as long as his ability surpassed F level, he could find a job. At the very least, he could support himself and his family in the future. Due to the existence of underground caverns, this world was far from peaceful. Exotic beasts often emerged from the caverns, wreaking havoc on cities. Although humans had begun to absorb spiritual energy and awaken abilities, they had barely managed to hold their ground against these terrifying creatures for hundreds of years. Lin Feng's family had been well off originally, but his parents had both perished in the caverns. Their compensation payments would cease when Lin Feng turned 18. If he could only awaken to F level, his life would essentially enter hard mode. Lin Feng knew that today would decide his fate. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. Lin Feng, you'll be fine, said Lu Yi, his desk mate and friend, with a smile. You're the most hard-working student in our class. Over these 3 years of high school, your physical fitness is also the strongest. If you can't awaken a powerful ability, that would truly be unfair. Before awakening abilities, a physical fitness test was mandatory. Strength, speed, jumping ability, reaction time, all these determine the quality of the awakened ability. Lin Feng was the relentless hard worker of 3rd High School. Despite his difficult family situation, he worked hard and claimed the senior group S Physical Fitness Championship. It was nothing short of a miracle. Thanks, silly E, Lin Feng said gratefully. Even if you can't awaken, I'll ask my dad to get you a bottle of genetic serum. With technology, we can still make it, Lu Yi said, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Genetic serums had an extremely low probability of activating abilities, but the highest possible awakening was only D level, and one bottle cost tens of millions. For someone like Lu Yi, a second-generation wealthy kid, spending that much money was nothing. But for Lin Feng, it was an astronomical figure. Forget it. Lin Feng smiled. Even if Lu Yi really bought it, he wouldn't want to spend that money. But his heart felt warm. Having a friend like this was worth it. Students, our class is up next, the homeroom teacher, Tang Yu, called out. Everyone, relax and aim to awaken a good ability. Teacher, I'm so nervous. What do I do? Don't be nervous. I, Lu Mao, will definitely awaken an S-level ability. The 4 great martial schools will be fighting over me. You? S-level? Lianshan City hasn't had an S-level in years. I just hope I can awaken above F-level. Right, at least E-level, so we can get the subsidy. As the time approached, the atmosphere in Class 2 grew tense. Even Lu Yi stopped joking. Led by Tang Yu, Class 2 arrived at the school S Awakening Hall. At the front of the hall stood a 2-meter-tall silver machine. Beside it stood a tall, imposing middle-aged man. He was Lu Tong, the Dean of Discipline at 3rd High School, responsible for overseeing the awakening process. Dean Lu, all the students from Class 2 of Grade 3 are present, Tang Yu said respectfully. At 3rd High School, Lu Tong's rank was second only to the principal. His strength had reached the peak of the warrior realm, just one step away from the battle spirit realm. His ability was C-level. Such a powerful individual was highly respected by both students and teachers. Lu Tong nodded, scanning the group. Class 1 just finished their awakening. The results are 25 F level, 10 E level, 6 D level, 3 C level, and 2 B level abilities. I hope you can do even better. What? There were 2 B levels. Oh my god, such incredible luck. B-level abilities can get you into the 4 great martial schools. That's a height others can only dream of. One leap to the top, a true leap to the top. Everyone was filled with envy. Although they were classmates now, once abilities were awakened, the gap would widen immediately. B-level abilities were heights everyone else could only look up to. Stay calm during the awakening, Lu Tong reminded. We'll proceed in order of student numbers. The awakening process wasn't too complicated. The machine stimulated the body's genetic potential, triggering the ability. Number 1. Chen Shan. Tang Yu called out. A tall boy stepped forward. Moments later, Chen Shan, F-level ability, Lu Tong announced. Chen Shan's face turned pale. Sigh. Lin Feng and the others sighed inwardly. This was probably the outcome for most people. As time passed, more and more students completed their awakening. Soon, it was Lin Feng's turn. Number 16, Lin Feng. So far, there had been 10 F levels, 3 levels, and 1 D level ability. No C level had appeared yet. Ding! Detecting that the host is about to awaken an ability. War God System initializing. War God System initialization complete. Newcomer gift pack being distributed. S-level elemental ability, Destruction Thunder, and S-level special ability, Regeneration, have been granted. Awaiting awakening. Just as Lin Feng approached the awakening machine, a voice echoed in his mind. The system. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with sharpness. In truth, Lin Feng wasn't he originally from this world. 18 years ago, he had transmigrated into the body of a baby in this world. He had thought a system would help him dominate this realm. But after waiting for 18 years, it never appeared. Just as he was about to give up, the system finally arrived. As expected, the system might be late, but it would never be absent. Even more surprising was that the system arrived with a massive gift pack. 2 S-level abilities. Lin Feng was nearly moved to tears. In recent years, Lianshan City hadn't seen even one S-level ability. Across the entire nation, S-level abilities were among the rarest and most elite. And Lin Feng, upon awakening, would receive 2 of them. With such an incredible gift pack system, what exactly is your function? Lin Feng asked. As long as the host slays exotic beasts, a certain amount of cultivation time bonus will be awarded, which can be used to enhance realms. Additionally, slaying exotic beasts may yield special rewards, the system replied. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was fantastic. It would save him a tremendous amount of cultivation time. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to awaken, he suddenly froze. If it were just 1 S level, although powerful, it would still be manageable. After all, a few high school students nationwide awakened S-level abilities each year. But with 2 S-level abilities, the situation was entirely different. This meant he might attract a fatal disaster. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng was acutely aware of this. Thinking about it, he was just about to place his hand on the awakening device, but then pulled it back. Lu Tong and Tang Yu were already accustomed to such behavior. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just nervous. System, can you help me hide one ability first? Lin Feng asked in his heart. Yes, the system replied, and Lin Feng was overjoyed. Then hide my self-healing ability. The reason he chose to hide self-healing was because elemental abilities had strong offensive power and were suitable for combat. If he hid the Destruction Thunder, he would lose a powerful weapon against exotic beasts. In contrast, self-healing was more suitable to conceal. Lin Feng, can we start now? Lu Tong couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded and then placed his right hand on the awakening device. He didn't even need to look to know the result. As the awakening device began to operate, a warm energy flowed through his body. Before long, Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Boom! Thunder rumbled outside the window. At first, the sound was faint, but it quickly grew louder. Soon, a golden glow enveloped a 10-meter radius around Lin Feng. This is... Lu Tong's pupils contracted, and he immediately shouted, "Step back." Just as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Buzz. A pale blue shield surrounded all the students of Class 2 and Tang Yu. This was Lu Tong's ability, C-level special type ability, Psionic Shield. It could create a defensive barrier within a certain range. As soon as the Psionic Shield activated, golden lightning erupted from Lin Feng's body. These destructive bolts of lightning charged at the shield like ferocious beasts. Boom! Golden light scattered, its power earth-shaking. Buzz! To Lu Tong's shock, the shield actually started trembling. This thunder is terrifying. Lu Tong's expression became serious. At least an A-level elemental ability. At this moment, Lin Feng felt his body filled with violent, destructive energy. He opened his eyes, golden lightning flashing through them. The next second, crackle! Golden arcs of electricity danced and swirled around Lin Feng. The scene fell silent. Even Lu Tong was left with his mouth agape, watching Lin Feng in awe, like a god of war. Beep. Lin Feng's awakening complete. Ability: S-level Elemental Destruction Thunder. The voice of the awakening device broke the silence, and everyone finally reacted. The next moment, complicated gazes were cast toward Lin Feng. My god, our school, even the entire Linshan city, actually has an S-level awakened. And it's the most powerful offensive ability of all an elemental type. Lin Feng has skyrocketed to fame. Lin Feng is handsome and talented. He is the perfect dream man. Oh my, Lin Feng, I want to have your babies. Don't joke around. Lin Feng isn't someone in F level like you can approach now. At least I'm in E level. Sigh, from today onward, he is in a completely different league from us. It's so enviable. Everyone chattered endlessly. Some were envious, while others were bitter. There was no helping it abilities determine status and rank. And Lin Feng was destined to stand above them. Even the principal of the school would have to treat him with respect. You Lin Feng, you're incredible. Lu Tong stammered. Our school is going to be famous now. Lu Tong was both excited and envious. Lin Feng awakening an S-level ability was a massive achievement for the school. It was foreseeable that these teachers would receive significant bonuses. Next year, the education department's funding for their school would likely increase significantly. Most importantly, Lin Feng's reputation would dramatically boost the quality of the school's students. Simply put, Lin Feng alone would drive the school's development. Lin Feng, congratulations, congratulations. Class teacher Tang Yu was so excited his face turned red. His ability was only the lowest F level, but his student was S level. This was an unparalleled honor. He could boast about this for a lifetime. Hadn't teacher Yang from the next class always secretly competed with him? Humph, let us see what you have to say now. Holy crap, holy crap. Louis stared at Lin Feng, his mind blank. He had a lot of confidence in his good brother. But who would V thought he'd be S level? In Louis' opinion, even awakening a C-level ability would VE been impressive. After all, Lin Feng's family background was good, and he didn't need to rely on potions to enhance his physique. As Lin Feng stepped down, he was met with countless eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and reverence. His expression remained calm. With the system's help, he had already awakened a second S-level ability. If they knew he had dual S-level abilities, they'd probably be scared out of their minds. Silly E, it's your turn now. Lin Feng said. I don't mind. As long as you've got my back, Lu Yi replied with a grin. He was genuinely happy for Lin Feng. System, display my panel. A panel had already appeared during the ceremony, but Lin Feng hadn't had a chance to look at it. As he spoke, a virtual panel appeared in his mind. Host, Lin Feng. Realm, 1-star awakened. Abilities, Destruction Thunder S level, Self-Healing S level. Battle techniques, none. As long as one awakened an ability, they became a 1-star awakened. The rest was a matter of gradual cultivation. Looking at the abilities section, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. These 18 years hadn't been wasted. As time passed, Class 2's awakening ceremony came to an end. Out of 50 students, apart from Lin Feng's S-level awakening, no one else reached S level. However, there was an unexpected B-level awakening. And it wasn't anyone else, it was Louis. His ability was a B-level beast-type ability, Dragon Horse Wings. Beast-type abilities allowed parts of the body to transform into those of exotic beasts, enhancing capabilities. The higher the level, the greater the degree of transformation. The Dragon Horse Wings were the wings of a mythical sky dragon horse. Its snow-white wings could carry it several kilometers in an instant. This ability matched Lu Yi perfectly, making him even more awe-inspiring. Having an S level in the class made Tang Yu ecstatic. He even began fantasizing that the school might reward him with a house. It wasn't impossible. 3 years ago, there had been a precedent at another school. Apart from Lin Feng and Lu Yi, no one else in the class awakened abilities above D level. 27 students even awakened F level abilities. But for Tang Yu, this outcome was already very satisfying. Even the way he walked back to the teacher's building was different. Just as they were nearing the building, Lin Feng happened to see Yang Ping leading the students of Class 3 to the Awakening Hall. Old Tang, why are you in such a good mood? Yang Ping asked, Is everyone in your class an F level? Yang Ping and Tang Yu often clashed, and arguing whenever they met was a common occurrence. If this had been in the past, Tang Yu would have argued back for hours upon hearing such a comment. But today, his mood was entirely different. Haha, Lin Feng from our class awakened an S-level ability, Tang Yu said with a laugh, patting Yang Ping on the shoulder. Old Yang, don't be jealous. This is just fate. After speaking, he burst into laughter and led Lin Feng and the others back to their classroom. S level. This. Yang Ping's pupils contracted, and his lips began to tremble. The students in Class 3 were filled with envy. As soon as Lin Feng returned to the classroom, he was taken away. Principal's office. A burly middle-aged man stood there, his face flushed. You're here. Lin Feng, please have a seat. This was Zhang Shan, the principal of 3rd High School, a strong practitioner at the early stage of the Battle Soul realm. It was Lin Feng's first time meeting the principal. Zhang Shan was usually stern and mysterious, rarely seen even by the teachers. But now, standing before Lin Feng, anyone who didn't know better might have mistaken him for a subordinate. Lin Feng, I never imagined you would awaken an S-level ability. Zhang Shan couldn't help but laugh aloud. This achievement gave him a potential opportunity to advance within the education department. No wonder Zhang Shan was so thrilled. You've brought great honor to the school, he said. Just now, we had a discussion and decided to reward you. Zhang Shan's words made Lin Feng pause for a moment. The school has decided to give you 200,000 yuan, Zhang Shan said, adding, as for honorary recognition, I'll need to consult with the higher-ups. What do you think? Since Lin Feng had awakened an S-level ability, his status and significance had fundamentally changed. Lin Feng nodded slightly, not saying much. 200,000 yuan was no small amount, either for the school or for himself. As for the honorary titles, Lin Feng didn't care much. They were, after all, just empty accolades. Zhang Shan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Could you show me your ability? To be honest, I've never seen an S-level ability in person, Zhang Shan added. Lin Feng smiled faintly and then extended his hand. Zzz. A few golden arcs of electricity flickered in his palm. As he channeled his energy, the arcs multiplied, eventually covering his entire body. At the same time, Lin Feng's eyes turned golden. A powerful and majestic aura radiated from him. Boom! The faint rumble of thunder was still audible. Even though Lin Feng was controlling it, the destruction divine thunder continued to unleash its boundless power. This is S-class, Zhang Shan muttered as he stared at the scene. Truly incredible. And your destruction divine thunder has pushed the destructive power of lightning to its limit. Absolutely a strong offensive type ability. Finally, Zhang Shan sighed in admiration. Boundless potential, truly boundless potential. Zhang Shan, far more experienced and knowledgeable than Lin Feng, could discern a lot with just a glance. Lin Feng withdrew the destruction divine thunder. He had only just awakened and already felt greatly drained from using his powers consecutively. Principal Zhang, I assume you didn't call me here just for this? Lin Feng asked. Zhang Shan was momentarily stunned before continuing. You're right. I do have something important to discuss with you. According to tradition, anyone who awakens an A-class ability gets a guaranteed admission to one of the 4 great martial universities. Zhang Shan elaborated. And since you possess an S-class ability, it's likely representatives from the 4 great martial universities will come to compete for you in the coming days. Do you have a school in mind? The 4 great martial universities were Imperial Capital University, Magic City University, Jiangnan University, and Central South University. These schools were steeped in history and possessed profound heritage, making them dream destinations for countless students. Every year, countless individuals worked tirelessly just to gain admission into one of these prestigious institutions. Students admitted to the 4 great martial universities would graduate with strength equivalent to the late stage of a warrior. Those with exceptional talent could even ascend to the spirit warrior realm. To many, the 4 great martial universities symbolized status, prestige, and power. More importantly, the resources and networks cultivated there far surpassed those of other schools. Lin Feng hesitated. Each of the 4 great martial universities had its own unique strengths, making it genuinely difficult to choose. Moreover, he hadn't held high hopes before and hadn't thoroughly researched them. I suggest you choose Magic City University, Zhongshan said. Magic City University has the strongest program in elemental systems. Your ability happens to belong to the elemental category. I see, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. It did indeed sound like a good fit. And that's just one reason, Zhongshan continued. In addition, the dean of their elemental faculty possesses an A-class ability, Crimson Lotus True Thunder, which is also lightning-based. With her guidance, you'll master your ability much faster. Of course, this is just my recommendation, Zhongshan said with a smile. Ultimately, the decision is yours. These suggestions are very helpful, Lin Feng replied. Zhongshan opened a cabinet and took out a prepared box. These items aren't worth much, but take them as a personal gift from me. Lin Feng glanced at Zhongshan but did not refuse. Zhongshan was clearly extending an olive branch. Having one more connection was not a bad thing for Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng accept the gift, Zhongshan heaved a sigh of relief. S-class abilities were incredibly rare. As long as Lin Feng graduated from one of the 4 great martial universities, his strength would likely reach the spirit warrior realm. If things went smoothly, he could even become a grandmaster or even a king-level powerhouse in the future. With such a strong individual, what was the harm in spending a little now? If he didn't work to build a relationship now, waiting until Lin Feng became a king-level powerhouse would be too late. Before Lin Feng left, Zhongshan gave him his contact information, telling him that as long as he was in Lingshan City, he could reach out anytime if he needed help. This made Lin Feng sigh deeply about how much his abilities had elevated his status. But no one knew that Lin Feng actually possessed another S-class ability. After returning home, Lin Feng looked around his empty 2-bedroom apartment and shook his head. Since his parents had died in battle, he had grown accustomed to living alone. However, every time he returned home, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of loneliness. He quickly opened the box Zhongshan had given him. Inside, neatly arranged, were 10 bottles of stamina-enhancing potions and a book. Intermediate Combat Technique, Sky Cleaving 5 Slashes. Seeing this combat technique for blades, Lin Feng was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Zhongshan had investigated him so thoroughly, knowing he was skilled with blades. While abilities were powerful, they consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Thus, low-level awakened individuals often used alloy weapons in combat, reserving their abilities for critical moments. This approach conserved energy and allowed for more strategic use of abilities. For the past 3 years, Lin Feng had been training his physical strength with a wooden sword. He was delighted by Zhongshan's generosity in gifting him such valuable items. Combat techniques were divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Ordinary students couldn't afford them at all, and intermediate combat techniques started at a price of at least 200,000. Coupled with the 10 bottles of potions, each worth 50,000, Zhongshan had personally spent 250,000 to sponsor him. There was no denying Zhongshan's generosity. This principle, Lin Feng chuckled wryly. Well, once his strength grew, helping Zhongshan out wouldn't be a problem. After setting the items aside, Lin Feng began testing his second ability. Self-healing was a unique recovery-type ability. During the awakening ceremony, Lin Feng's classmate Yao Humin had awakened an E-class ability for rapid scabbing. This ability bore some resemblance to self-healing, but was far inferior in both effect and potential. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just tested it 4 times. The first time, he pierced his finger with a small blade, and the wound healed instantly. Each subsequent test grew more severe. By the 4th test, he had made a palm-length cut on his arm. Although it hurt, his self-healing ability completely restored the wound within seconds. This was despite Lin Feng not yet fully mastering the ability. Once perfected, such injuries could likely be healed instantly. What an incredible life-saving skill! Lin Feng marveled. One self-healing ability, one devastating attack ability in the form of the destruction Divine Thunder. On top of that, the system had mentioned that killing beasts would yield rewards. The system clearly wanted him to fight relentlessly. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his blood stir. Beyond the caves, there were also low-level beasts outside the city. However, to leave the city, he would first need to obtain an awakened individual S license. Otherwise, he wouldn't be permitted to go. The next day, at third high school, on his way to class, many students greeted Lin Feng warmly, their words full of envy. Lin Feng, representatives from the four great martial universities have arrived. His homeroom teacher, Tang Yu, said with a smile as she approached him before he had even taken his seat. So soon, Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He had awakened only yesterday, and they were already here today? In reality, Lin Feng had underestimated the four great martial universities' eagerness for talented individuals. Even in the four great martial universities, S-class awakeners were exceedingly rare. The total number of students across the four great martial universities exceeded 10,000. These students were among the best in the country and even the world. Yet, the number of S-class students across all four institutions combined was only in the dozens. Principal S office. Lin Feng immediately recognized the recruitment teachers from the four major martial arts universities. Their strength far surpassed Zhang Shan's, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. After introductions, Lin Feng learned their identities. The tall woman, Ling Wei, was from Moda University. The clean-cut man with a crew cut, Chu Qin, was from Imperial Capital University. The burly, robust middle-aged man, Jiang Min, represented Jiangnan University. The eldest among them, the senior man Zhou Hai, came from Zhongnan University. All four recruitment teachers were of the warrior general rank. Such strength was enough to surpass all awakened individuals in Lingshan City. After all, even the city lord of Lingshan City was merely at the warrior general level. Lin Feng, we are here with a purpose this time, Ling Wei said with a smile. Listen to our offers first. Lin Feng, no need to hesitate, Jiang Min said kindly. As long as you choose Jiangnan University, we will offer you a scholarship of 1.5 million and a mid-tier ability combat technique. Hearing this, Tang Yu, standing beside them, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. These four universities were indeed generous. Ability combat techniques were far more valuable than ordinary techniques, at least twice as costly. Lin Feng remained quiet. Chu Qin followed up. Imperial Capital University's offer is similar to Jiangnan's, but we will also include an additional high-grade ordinary combat technique. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, but he still did not respond. The four teachers were visibly surprised. Other talented individuals would have been overjoyed by now. This ordinary boy from a modest background was remarkably composed, a rare mindset indeed. Lin Feng, Zhongnan University's offer isn't as good as theirs, Zhou Hai said with a smile. But we can provide a bonus of 1.2 million and a mid-tier ability combat technique. And we'll waive your tuition fees for 4 years. You all, Ling Wei shook her head, then turned her beautiful gaze to Lin Feng. They lack sincerity. Lin Feng, I don't like to beat around the bush. If you join Moda University, we will provide all the potions and elixirs you need to break through during your 4 years with us for free. The other three teachers looked at Ling Wei in shock upon hearing this. Lin Feng didn't quite understand the significance, but the others were well aware. When awakened individuals hit bottlenecks, breaking through required special potions or elixirs. These were not cheap. Zhou Hai quickly calculated in his mind Moda University would have to spend at least 5 million on such a promise. This offer was incredibly extravagant. While the other three universities could afford similar conditions, it would be unfair to other S-level students. If every S-level student received such treatment, even the four major martial arts universities would struggle to sustain it. Chu Qin was tempted by this point. He glanced at Ling Wei discreetly. Jiang Min also threw a glance her way and was about to speak when Chu Qin suddenly said, Lin Feng, Imperial Capital University can match Moda University's offer. Zhou Hai was even more astonished. What was going on with these people? While S-level talents were rare, this level of competition seemed excessive. Ling Wei raised an eyebrow. As expected, old Chu was not easy to deal with. Teachers, no need to argue anymore. I've already made my decision, Lin Feng said, looking at the four of them. Oh, Jiang Min quickly said. Young man, go ahead. After a pause, he added, no matter who you choose, we will support you. I choose Moda University. Lin Feng's words were followed by a glance toward the other three teachers. My apologies to the three of you. Although he favored Moda University, Lin Feng maintained respect for the other three, as they were all powerful figures. He knew arrogance would only lead to ruin. Upon hearing his decision, the others cast admiring glances his way. Calm, composed, polite, and respectful, Jiang Min sighed. Mature beyond his years. He has got a promising future. Chu Qin let out a soft sigh. What a pity, but congratulations nonetheless. Moda University is an excellent choice, Zhou Hai said with a smile. Ling Wei, congratulations to you as well on recruiting such a fine talent. Oomph, none of you can compare to me, Ling Wei said with a faint smile. Haha, see you at the freshman tournament, Chu Qin remarked before leaving. That old Chu must have found a treasure, huh? Jiang Min's eyes gleamed. I need to hurry and recruit more students too. And so, the recruitment competition came to an end. Except for Ling Wei, the other three left, as they still had S-level students to recruit in other cities. In the principal's office, Zhang Shan and Tang Yu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with emotion. Although their future paths would diverge greatly from Lin Feng's, they were genuinely happy to see such potential in their student. Later, Ling Wei pulled out a stack of documents from her briefcase. Lin Feng, this is your special admission contract. Take a look. Lin Feng took the contract and carefully read through it. Ling Wei couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This kid was so meticulous, someone unaware might think they were trying to trick him. After a moment, Lin Feng picked up a pen and signed the contract. The contract imposed no restrictions on Lin Feng, but offered numerous benefits and important notes. For instance, special recruits were given monthly free usage quotas for various training facilities such as gravity chambers and energy rooms. This delighted and satisfied Lin Feng. Such facilities could only be found in top-tier schools. Even provincial key martial arts schools didn't offer free usage quotas. Indeed, the foundations of the 4 major martial arts universities were on a completely different level. And this was only a fraction of the perks. The full details were too extensive to list. Lin Feng, this is a genetic sequencer. Please input your genetic information, Ling Wei said, handing him a device the size of a cigarette box. Only by recording his genetic sequence would the contract officially take effect. All done. The process is complete, Ling Wei said, putting away a copy of the contract. Lin Feng, welcome to Moda University's class of 2021. She smiled and asked, by the way, could you tell me why you chose Moda University? Ling Wei was genuinely curious. In her view, Lin Feng didn't seem like someone easily swayed by material conditions. But aside from that, she couldn't think of another reason. Because Moda University has more missions, Lin Feng replied honestly. Last night, he had specifically researched this. Moda University offered far more missions than the other 3 schools, many of which involved exotic beasts. For Lin Feng, who possessed the war god system, this was a golden opportunity. After all, only by hunting more exotic beasts could he earn cultivation rewards. Additionally, Moda University's strength in elemental studies made it an obvious choice for him. Ling Wei gave Lin Feng a deep look. You're quite the battle maniac. It seems you're on par with that lunatic. Lunatic? Lin Feng asked with curiosity. Nothing. You'll find out once you're at school, Ling Wei said, stretching lazily. Her graceful figure swayed like the undulating waves of the sea. Lin Feng, before you officially report, I am technically your teacher. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions. She made a gesture of calling and said, I need to head to another city. See you in Shanghai. See you in Shanghai. Lin Feng responded. To Lin Feng, the college entrance exam no longer held any significance. He already had a preliminary plan in mind for what came next. Lin Feng, your awakening certificate is ready, Principal Zhang Shan said as he handed over a card about the size of an ID. The card contained Lin Feng's genetic sequence number, his cultivation level, and other basic information. In this world, the awakening certificate was as important as an ID card. With it, Lin Feng could legally leave the city and openly use alloy weapons. Thank you, Principal, Lin Feng said. Zhang Shan had worked efficiently, saving him a lot of time. Also, your honorary title has been approved. Zhang Shan smiled and said, you are now officially recognized as the honorary principal of No. 3 High School. What? Lin Feng was stunned. Although it was just a ceremonial title, it was a significant honor. It's not a bad thing, Lin Feng. You deserve this title, Zhang Shan said sincerely. I believe you will become the pride of number 3 high school, and even of the entire Lingshan city. Hearing this, Lin Feng no longer declined. Refusing it would only seem pretentious. In that case, thank you, Principal, Lin Feng said. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, Principal, do you have any field guidebooks on mutated beasts? Since he was planning to leave the city, he needed to be fully prepared. The internet in this world was even more advanced than in his previous life, but much of the information was inaccessible to ordinary people. Lin Feng had searched for hours the previous night, but found nothing relevant. What do you need that for? Zhang Shan raised an eyebrow. You're not seriously planning to leave the city, are you? Just doing some research to be prepared for the future, Lin Feng lied. Zhang Shan seemed to understand. Fair enough, he said, reaching into a drawer and pulling out a booklet. Lin Feng, don't show this to other students, Zhang Shan cautioned. And under no circumstances should you leave the city alone. The wilderness is very dangerous. If you get injured, it'll be a big problem. Even if you can't find anyone to go with, let me know. I'll take you out myself. Lin Feng nodded, but didn't he take the warning too seriously? His main purpose for leaving the city was to test the effects of his 2 abilities. If he brought others along, it would not only compromise the testing, but could also expose his secrets. Back home, Lin Feng took out his phone and entered his awakening certificate number. Beep. Welcome, Awakener Lin Feng. He logged into the Awakener's Realm forum, accessible only to those who had awakened to at least an F-level ability. After entering the forum, he opened the weapon marketplace. A D-level alloy combat blade, 160,000 yuan. That is so expensive. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in disbelief. Fortunately, the school's 200,000 yuan reward had been deposited into his account. Otherwise, he could only look but not afford. As for the reward from Shanghai University, he would have to wait until he officially enrolled to claim it. I'll buy it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. For an awakener, a combat blade was extremely important. If he had money, he wouldn't settle for the lowest E-level blade, he would go straight for the D-level one. After placing the order, he also purchased a set of wilderness gear, a quick dry jacket, shoes, and a large capacity backpack, spending another 15,000 yuan. Broke again, Lin Feng muttered after making the payment. He tossed his phone aside and took out the mid-grade combat technique manual, Sky Splitter 5 Strikes. As the name suggested, the technique involved striking 5 times in rapid succession. It was said that at its highest mastery level, it could even split space. Lin Feng didn't believe it could actually tear through space, but its power was undeniable. Mind aligns with intent aligns with spirit, and spirit aligns with the blade. Only when all 3 are unified can this technique be mastered, the manual stated. Lin Feng contemplated the description carefully. According to Zhang Shan, Sky Splitter 5 Strikes was a classic combat technique created by a senior master 100 years ago and had undergone numerous refinements. It was still somewhat challenging for Lin Feng. He spent the entire night studying the technique. The next morning, Lin Feng put down the manual, his eyes resolute. Perhaps because he had awakened dual S-level abilities, his talent and comprehension had significantly improved. In just one night, he had figured out the basic moves. Lin Feng estimated that it would take another 2 or 3 days to fully grasp the technique. Moreover, he had yet to actually use an alloy combat blade, and his control over his abilities was still very rudimentary. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. So fast. Sure enough, a delivery man in a uniform from the weapons company greeted him enthusiastically. Mr. Lin, your package has arrived. After closing the door, Lin Feng eagerly unboxed the delivery. Immediately, a pitch-black alloy combat blade resembling the Tang swords from his previous life came into view. The blade gleamed with a cold light, exuding an intimidating aura. Its hilt was wrapped in the leather of an unknown mutated beast, providing an exceptionally comfortable grip. Great blade. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Aside from his abilities, he could now inflict damage on mutated beasts using alloy weapons. This D-level combat blade contained a high concentration of spirit energy alloy and would serve him well for a long time. In addition to the blade, all the other equipment was ready. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to gear up completely. An hour later, Lin Feng stepped out of a taxi. Before him stood rows of military barracks. Over the years, most of the mutated beasts in the wild had been cleared out. The remaining low-level beasts were intentionally preserved by the authorities as training targets for low-level awakeners. Thus, all the beasts in the wild were confined to a designated reserve, guarded by the military. "Hello. Please show your awakening certificate." A soldier holding a thermal weapon saluted and said. Lin Feng presented his certificate. "All right, you may enter," the soldier said. But couldn't he help scrutinizing Lin Feng? After all, Lin Feng looked far too young. Most people who came for wilderness training were in their 20s or 30s, and there were even middle-aged individuals in their 40s or 50s. Someone as young as Lin Feng was extremely rare. Finally, the wilderness. Exiting the reserve, Lin Feng took a deep breath. It was his first time stepping into the wild in his 18 years of life. Contrary to what he had imagined, the wilderness wasn't too barren. Being late May, it was lush and full of vitality. However, the faint roars of beasts in the distance reminded him that this place was far from peaceful. This area spanned roughly 50 kilometers. The beasts here were primarily at the awakening stage. The closer one got to the center, the stronger the beasts became. It didn't take long for Lin Feng's first battle to begin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A bloodthirsty rat, the size of a calf, let out an ear-piercing screech. The sound made Lin Feng's mind restless. He hadn't expected to engage in combat so quickly. Ignoring the noise, he drew his alloy combat blade. Lin Feng took a deep breath to steady himself. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he had swung his blade countless times, each effort known only to himself. His hands were covered with calluses, long since accustomed. For Lin Feng, though this was his first actual combat, it was merely a continuation of countless training sessions. Stay calm. At this moment, the bloodthirsty rat began to move. Despite being only at the 1-star awakening stage, it was not slow. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on Lin Feng. Humph! Lin Feng snorted coldly, swinging his blade with force. Swish! Unfortunately, his miscalculation, or perhaps the cunning of the bloodthirsty rat, caused his strike to miss heavily. Still too green, Lin Feng admitted to himself, realizing his lack of real combat experience. It seemed he'd have to rely on his abilities. In the next instant, golden arcs of electricity erupted from Lin Feng's body. The current gathered rapidly like a coursing dragon, concentrating in the palm of his left hand. Zzz, a powerful bolt of lightning shot toward the bloodthirsty rat. The rodent, which had thought it could easily sink its teeth into Lin Feng, was caught entirely off guard by the appearance of the terrifying golden lightning. Squeak! Its piercing screech was exceptionally sharp. The bloodthirsty rat's fur stood on end as its charging momentum was forcibly halted. An great ability was nothing short of a nightmare for a 1-star awakened creature. The bloodthirsty rat desperately twisted its body, trying to escape, but the divine thunder of destruction descended. Among all elemental forces, lightning was the fastest. Once unleashed, it struck its target with astonishing speed, leaving almost no chance of evasion. This was the power of the lightning element. The divine thunder of destruction instantly struck the bloodthirsty rat. What unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes was an astonishing sight. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as golden light scattered in all directions. The bloodthirsty rat, roughly the size of a calf, vanished before Lin Feng's eyes in an instant. Rustle! Moments later, only a pile of ash fell to the ground. This Lin Feng's scalp tingled. He anticipated the destructive power of the divine thunder to be so immense. It had obliterated the bloodthirsty rat in a single blow, reducing it to ashes. So powerful. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He could sense that the bloodthirsty rat had not gone down without resistance, but against such divine might, its desperate struggle was futile. He even estimated that not even a 3-star awakened beast would likely withstand this strike. The energy consumption is quite significant, Lin Feng noted as he assessed himself. This release had consumed approximately 1/10 of his spiritual energy. In other words, he could use it at most 10 times. But this was only theoretical. If he truly unleashed it 10 times, Lin Feng might collapse from exhaustion. Ding! Successfully killed the bloodthirsty rat. Gained 10 days of cultivation. The system S prompt sounded. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gaining 10 days of cultivation in one go, what a reward. The 10 days worth of cultivation energy gradually merged into Lin Feng's body. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. A quick inner scan revealed a noticeable increase in his spiritual energy. Already at 2 stars, Lin Feng murmured, licking his lips, eager for more. Truly, having the system was a delight. Half an hour later, Lin Feng encountered another beast. A 2-star awakened violent wolf, Lin Feng muttered, his gaze sharpening. This was going to be a tough one. Violent wolves were bloodthirsty and ferocious once they saw their prey. They wouldn't stop until one side was dead. A woo. The violent wolf let out a deafening roar, charging at Lin Feng like a speeding car. Lin Feng's pupils contracted as he sidestepped to dodge. Rip. His tactical suit was torn open, and blood seeped from his abdomen. So fast. Although Lin Feng had known the violent wolf was both strong and swift, facing it head-on, he had still underestimated its speed. Heal. Lin Feng commanded inwardly. The wound on his abdomen healed almost instantly, taking less than a second. Come on, then. Without his self-healing ability, Lin Feng's combat effectiveness would have plummeted. In the wild, injuries were the most dangerous threat, as beasts were particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. Even a small amount could attract more predators. A woo. The violent wolf turned back and, baring its fangs, charged at Lin Feng once more. Clang. Lin Feng gripped his blade with both hands, blocking the attack. Sparks flew as its fangs clashed against the D-grade alloy combat knife. Though the wolf's fangs were sharp, they were nothing compared to the D-grade alloy blade. The clash left one of the wolf's teeth broken. Whimper. The violent wolf let out a pained cry, but became even more frenzied. At this moment, Lin Feng remained exceptionally calm. Everything he had learned over the past 3 years surfaced in his mind, including the key techniques of the sky, cleaving 5 slashes. Mind aligns with intent aligns with spirit aligns with the blade. These 3 internal harmonies are the foundation of mastering this skill. The mantra of the sky, cleaving 5 slashes echoed in his head. In the next instant, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He bent his knees and suddenly switched to holding the blade with one hand. The combat knife seemed to become an extension of his body, sweeping toward the violent wolf's abdomen at an unimaginable angle. The wolf hadn't expected Lin Feng to change tactics. Just as it thought it had dodged, the blade shot out like a cannonball, piercing its abdomen. PSSH. The strike landed solidly, and the knife's hilt almost disappeared into the wolf's body. Got it. Lin Feng released the blade and rolled away, avoiding the wolf's desperate counterattack. A woo. The violent wolf howled in agony. To Lin Feng's surprise, it continued to struggle. Truly tenacious, Lin Feng muttered. As the wolf charged at him again, he channeled golden arcs of electricity into his hands. Die. In the next moment, the divine thunder of destruction erupted once more. Boom. The violent wolf didn't even have time to let out a final cry before it was blown to pieces. Clang. Lin Feng noticed, to his astonishment, that his D-grade alloy combat knife had been charred black by the explosion. Ding. Successfully killed the violent wolf. Gained 15 days of cultivation. Lin Feng wiped the soot off his blade, relieved he had invested in a D-grade alloy weapon. If it had been E-grade, it would be shattered by now. Close to 3 stars? Feeling his strength increase, Lin Feng was overjoyed. In less than half an hour, his power was about to reach the level of a 3-star awakener. Continue. Time flew by. As dusk settled, Lin Feng wiped the blood off his face, his demeanor sharper and steadier than before. His every move exuded an aura of killing intent. Throughout the day, he had slain 8 exotic beasts. His combat experience had drastically improved, and his cultivation level had reached the 4-star awakener stage. The further he progressed, the harder it became to advance. But to reach 4 stars in just one day was already astonishing. It's still not enough, Lin Feng murmured, gripping his battle blade, shaking his head in frustration. His void-splitting 5 slashes technique was on the verge of reaching the entry level, but he couldn't quite break through. It was as if an invisible barrier blocked him, preventing his advancement. If others knew he was close to mastering the technique in just a day, they would undoubtedly be envious and jealous. After all, even prodigies typically needed a month to reach entry-level proficiency. What frustrated Lin Feng even more was that his destruction divine thunder was overwhelmingly powerful, yet he had no control over its might. Every beast he fought was blown to pieces, leaving nothing behind. Normally, hunting exotic beasts and selling their bones could bring in a significant income. But for Lin Feng, there was no value left after his battles. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed an S-grade self-healing ability, sparing him the need to use recovery potions. Otherwise, his losses would have been immense. Most hunters prepared various recovery and survival potions in advance, relying on the sale of beast bones to make money. Da-da-da. Just as Lin Feng was debating whether to head back, the sound of gunfire echoed from afar. He quickly hid in a bush and saw a young boy being relentlessly chased by a rock boar. Though the boy wielded a firearm, his panic rendered his aim ineffective, and the bullets failed to hit the rock boar. That idiot! Lin Feng initially had no intention of intervening, but upon seeing the boy's tattered white wings, his eyes narrowed sharply. He was his best friend. Lin Feng couldn't stand idly by. It really is that idiot! Lin Feng cursed under his breath, drawing his blade and charging forward. Lin Feng, hovering mid-air, Yi also spotted Lin Feng. Anxiously, he shouted, "Go back! Don't come closer!" Yi never expected to run into Lin Feng. In his mind, Lin Feng had only recently reached the 1-star Awakener stage. Yet the rock boar before them was a 5-star beast in insurmountable gap. Even if Lin Feng was an S-grade ability user, the odds of victory were slim. Ignoring his own escape, Yi turned back to continue firing, hoping to buy Lin Feng enough time to flee. However, as Yi glanced over from the corner of his eye, his heart nearly stopped in terror. Lin Feng, gripping his blade single-handedly while lightning crackled in his left palm, charged directly at the boar with a deadly gaze. The next moment, his battle blade swung down mercilessly. "No!" Yi shut his eyes, letting out a horrified squeal akin to a pig's cry. "It's over. My brother is done for." "Oh, whoa." Just then, the beast let out a blood-curdling scream. Yi's eyes snapped open. He saw Lin Feng perched atop the rock boar's back, his entire body radiating with golden light. The battle blade had been driven deep into the boar's back. To his utter astonishment, the boar's head had been severed cleanly. Its neck was charred, emitting a scorched odor. Phew! Lin Feng withdrew his blade and leapt off the boar. The intense battle had taken a toll on him. It was his first time using both his blade and his abilities simultaneously. His body felt strained, but there had been no other choice. The 5-star rock boar had incredibly tough defenses and charged with terrifying speed. Lin Feng feared that if he couldn't kill it in one strike, both he and Yi would have suffered the consequences. "You? Holy crap, you actually killed it." Yi stared at the rock boar in stunned disbelief. He could never have imagined such an outcome. A beast as formidable as this rock boar had been slain with a single strike, and in such a brutal manner, with its head completely severed? When had Lin Feng become this powerful? He had only been gone for a day or two. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, his pupils suddenly contracted. Host, Lin Feng. Realm, 6-star Awakener. Abilities, Destruction Divine Thunder S, Self-Healing S. Combat Skill, Void Splitting 5 slashes entry level. I've broken through. Lin Feng was ecstatic. What had previously been a source of frustration for him had now become an unexpected breakthrough. Looking at Yi, his expression softened considerably. At the same time, the system's pleasant notification sounded once again. Ding! Successfully killed the rock boar. You have been rewarded with 1 bottle of Strengthening Spirit Elixir. This time, it's a special reward. The Strengthening Spirit Elixir was far superior to ordinary stamina potions, both in effect and quality. It was the first reward Lin Feng had received outside of his cultivation. Moreover, its value was equivalent to 20 days' worth of cultivation progress. Ding! As the host has triggered a special reward, the system space has been unlocked. The Strengthening Spirit Elixir has been stored. Lin Feng nodded to himself. The system was proving to be quite reliable. Idiot! What are you doing out here? Lin Feng asked with a grin. With just your B-grade ability, You thought you could survive in the wilderness? Lu Yi waved the pale blue, glowing handgun in his hand and replied with a chuckle. Heh, I bought a spirit energy gun and wanted to try it out. The spirit energy gun, made of alloy, could channel a user's energy into its ammunition for powerful attacks. However, it was also incredibly resource-intensive, affordable only to wealthy individuals like Lu Yi. Lu Yi had thought that his flying ability combined with the spirit energy gun would be enough to handle most one-star beasts. But he had been unlucky to encounter such a tough opponent so soon after setting out. Idioty, still planning to go deeper? Lin Feng asked, glancing toward the depths of the forest. No way, no way. Lu Yi shook his head vehemently. He was already traumatized. If not for Lin Feng saving him, he would have been dead. There was no way he'd take any more risks. On the way back, Lu Yi noticed Lin Feng was covered in blood and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lin Feng, have you been out here all day? And how strong are you now? I can't seem to figure it out. If you can't figure it out, that's a good thing, Lin Feng replied vaguely. Before long, they reached the military outpost. Anyone venturing from the wilderness into the city had to pass through here and take a vehicle. The young soldier who had previously checked Lin Feng's identification was visibly startled upon seeing him. He had assumed Lin Feng would merely roam the outskirts. Yet now, Lin Feng was drenched in blood, looking anything but ordinary. After all, for someone Lin Feng's age, it was rare to have actual combat experience against exotic beasts. An hour later, Lin Feng and Lu Yi returned to the city. Although only a single day had passed, Lin Feng felt as though he had ventured into another world. The wilderness was fraught with danger, while the city remained peaceful and brightly lit. The stark contrast felt surreal. The next day, Lin Feng had a restful sleep, his exhaustion completely gone. He decided not to attend school for the next few days. With only a few days left until the college entrance exams, going to school seemed pointless. It would be better to seize the time to strengthen one's weaknesses and report early to Magic City University. After casually eating some takeaway food, Lin Feng took out the physical enhancement potion that Zhang Shan had given him before. With his cultivation level advancing too quickly, his physical attributes must keep up. Otherwise, if his abilities and physical body didn't cooperate well, it would be difficult to progress further in the future. The physical enhancement potion was primarily used for soaking. One bottle was just enough for a single use. Previously, Lin Feng didn't dare to use it all at once. He would divide it into several portions, using it only once or twice a year at most. But now, things were different. He would have a continuous supply of this potion moving forward. While soaking in the potion, Lin Feng felt a slight tingling sensation all over his body. That was the potion taking effect, helping to strengthen his physique. A stronger body would also mean a greater capacity for spiritual energy within. Thus, 3 days quietly passed. Over these 3 days, apart from soaking in the potion, Lin Feng focused on practicing the 5 slashes of the void. He didn't spend much time on his abilities for the moment. One reason was that cultivating abilities was difficult without professional guidance. Self-training could easily lead to mistakes. Not only would bad habits be hard to correct, but they might also hinder his potential for the future. Another reason was that the destructive power of the divine thunder of destruction was too immense. If he wasn't careful, it could destroy his home. This house held great significance for Lin Feng, and he didn't want to ruin anything in it. The 3 days of soaking and training stabilized Lin Feng's previously fluctuating cultivation level. However, he had also used up 10 bottles of the physical enhancement potion. Let us see how the strong body potion performs, Lin Feng murmured. The strong body potion was 10 times more potent than the physical enhancement potion and cost 300,000 per bottle. It could also aid in combat technique training. The difference was that the strong body potion didn't require soaking. It was applied directly to the body. Though the bottle was small, it was sufficient to cover Lin Feng's entire body. Phew! Under the stimulation of the potion, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented state of mental clarity. In this state, the efficiency of practicing combat techniques was particularly high. Totally worth it, Lin Feng exclaimed as he drew his blade and began training. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After fully absorbing the strong body potion, Lin Feng still felt like he hadn't had enough. In those 3 hours, He had gained more insights than he usually would in 2 or 3 days. Huh. As he sheathed his blade, Lin Feng noticed with surprise that the calluses on his palms had reduced by more than half. His skin had also become smoother. As expected of the strong body potion, Lin Feng marveled, not expecting it to have this effect as well. He also discovered that the potion had helped with the absorption of spiritual energy. Upon introspection, he found that his spiritual energy reserves had significantly increased. Lin Feng sighed, realizing how much of a difference ample resources made. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, his phone rang. "Hello, Teacher Ling," Lin Feng answered. On the other end of the line, Ling Wei asked, "Lin Feng, have you looked at the materials I sent you? You haven't leaked them, have you?" "Materials?" Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. "It's about controlling abilities. Take a look, and feel free to ask me if you don't understand anything," Ling Wei said. "Didn't T receive it?" Lin Feng had been busy training these past few days and hadn't checked his phone much. Speaking as he opened his email, he finally saw the materials. "You need to balance training with rest," Ling Wei advised. "Don't be impatient, take your time." "Got it. Thank you, Teacher Ling," Lin Feng replied, feeling that Ling Wei was truly a great teacher, responsible and attentive. "Teacher Ling, I'm planning to head to Magic City in a few days," Lin Feng said. Ling Wei was delighted to hear this. "That's good news. Linshan City is too underdeveloped, you can't improve properly there. Once you get to Magic City, report directly and stay in the dormitory. I'll contact you when I return." After chatting for a bit more, the call ended. Lin Feng downloaded the Introduction to Abilities sent by Ling Wei and eagerly began reading. This type of book couldn't be found online, and it was exactly what he needed. The Introduction to Abilities outlined 4 stages of ability usage: entry, proficiency, mastery, and free manipulation. Taking elemental abilities as an example, the entry stage involved the precise control of direction so as not to miss the target. It also required learning to compress abilities. At first, Lin Feng didn't understand what compression meant. It wasn't until he finished the book that he realized. So, aimless large-scale releases consume a huge amount of spiritual energy, Lin Feng murmured. By compressing it, not only can the range be controlled to enhance power, but spiritual energy can also be conserved. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. This piece of knowledge was crucial. Previously, when using his abilities in the wilderness, Lin Feng had no method or structure. He relied solely on the overwhelming power of his S-rank divine thunder of destruction to obliterate everything. While that approach was exhilarating, what if he had to fight continuously? What if he were surrounded by beasts? In the abyss, danger was constant. Using abilities wisely and controlling energy consumption became extremely important. The second layer, proficiency, involved compressing abilities into a single point. Reaching this stage would unleash the full potential of an ability's power. It would also allow abilities to take on various forms, like transforming the divine thunder of destruction into a dragon or any other shape. The Introduction to Abilities also mentioned that condensing elemental energy into a battle blade and attaching it to a weapon yielded better results. However, reaching this stage would take at least 3 months and require extensive practice and real combat. The mastery stage was even more formidable. It involved compressing abilities into an even smaller size and forming a shield to protect the entire body. At that level, one would already be incredibly powerful. But all of this was still too far ahead for Lin Feng. His current goal was to quickly reach the proficiency stage. The compression method. After reading, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Training elemental abilities wasn't difficult, it simply required breaking down and minimizing the elements as much as possible. So, he began to attempt it. Boom! The divine thunder of destruction appeared, its golden light illuminating the entire room. Faint thunder could be heard. With his current level of control, Lin Feng could condense the divine thunder of destruction to the size of a basketball. But after further attempts, he found it impossible to go smaller. It must be compressed to the size of a ping-pong ball to qualify as entry-level control, Lin Feng realized and decisively stopped. This marked the second step in ability training. The first step was aiming, gradually improving precision and increasing compatibility with abilities. Only then could one compress abilities to the size of a ping-pong ball. It seems I'll have to go to Magic City after all, Lin Feng concluded. Although the third high school had a training ground, it was primarily for students. Lin Feng couldn't occupy it every day. Moreover, training alongside other students, given his current level of control, he might accidentally hurt someone. The next day, when Lin Feng arrived at the third high school, he found the classroom completely empty. That is strange. Where is everyone? He wondered. By now, the classroom should have been full, especially with classes about to begin. Even Lu Yi was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was about to make a phone call, a classmate rushed over. Brother Feng? Upon seeing Lin Feng, the classmate was overjoyed. You're here too? What is going on with Zhao Yu? Lin Feng asked. Brother Feng, did you forget? Today is the friendship match between number 3 high school and number 1 high school. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth and said, number 1 high is going too far. Lu Yi can't hold on any longer. Brother Feng, you should go take a look and teach them a lesson. Number 1 high school was the best high school in Linshan City, producing the most high-level awakened abilities each year. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure about this year's specifics. The pre-college entrance exam friendship matches were routine events between high schools. Let us go take a look. Although Lin Feng was about to leave, he wouldn't let his classmates be bullied. Meanwhile, on the playground of number 3 high school, damn it, Lu Yi, being played around by his opponent, couldn't help but grow anxious. His opponent was a genius from number 1 high. Although both he and Lu Yi were B-level ability users, the opponent had far more combat experience, leaving Lu Yi completely outmatched. Normally, losing wouldn't have been a big deal, but this year, number 1 high's attitude had been especially arrogant due to Lin Feng's presence. Their mockery was relentless. Haha. Other than that, Lin Feng, number 3 high is the same as always, Qian Wenyao from number 1 high sneered. Lu Yi, aren't you supposed to be the second best in number 3 high? Why are you so weak? As he spoke, he slapped his bronze-colored arms with a loud thud. Qian Wenyao's ability was B-level arm enhancement. When activated, his arms turned into metallic limbs, dramatically increasing his defense and strength. On the other hand, Lu Yi, also a B-level ability user, had an ability called Dragon Horse Wings, which was primarily suited for flying and evasion. In other words, Lu Yi excelled in agility and maneuverability, but was at a complete disadvantage against an opponent like Qian Wenyao, who thrived in direct confrontation. These friendship matches prohibited the use of alloy weapons, aiming to train students' proficiency with their abilities. This restriction only made things harder for Lu Yi. On the sidelines of the playground, the teachers from number 1 high watched with smiles. This year, number 3 high had produced an S-level ability user, which was indeed enviable. However, while number 1 high lacked an S-level student, they had 2 A-level ones. Additionally, they had more B-level and C-level students than number 3 high. So, while their top-tier talent couldn't compete, number 1 high still held the overall advantage. This friendship match had proven that fact. Without Lin Feng, number 3 high was still entirely overwhelmed by number 1 high. This realization brought a sense of satisfaction to the teachers from number 1 high. On the other hand, the expressions of number 3 high's teachers, such as Tang Yu, were far gloomier. 5 rounds of the match had already been completed, and number 3 high had lost all 5. The 6th round featured Lu Yi, and though one more match remained, number 1 high's A-level ability user hadn't even entered the arena yet. In other words, number 3 high was likely to lose all 7 matches this year. In previous years, while number 3 high's performance wasn't stellar, they could at least win 2 or 3 matches. Sometimes, they even managed to tie. Qian Wenyao, stop dragging this out. Don't hold back against weaker opponents. Wei Peng from number 1 high said coldly. Wei Peng was the A-level ability user scheduled to appear as the finale. He got it. Qian Wenyao immediately unleashed his full strength upon hearing this. Lu Yi instantly felt immense pressure. Damn it, he thought bitterly. His ability was more suited for outdoor environments or situations where he could use alloy weapons. In this current setup, he felt utterly powerless. Even though Lu Yi flapped his wings desperately to dodge, this only drained his energy faster. I can't keep this up, he thought as he prepared to land. Suddenly, a commotion broke out among the students nearby. Brother Feng is here. The students from number 3 high were all taken aback. Though it had only been a few days, Lin Feng had become an undisputed figure in everyone's minds. It's Lin Feng. Even the teachers like Tang Yu from number 3 high showed expressions of relief. Strictly speaking, Lin Feng should have participated in this friendship match. However, given that he was about to leave for Shanghai and had been busy training these past few days, Tang Yu Henti informed him. Now, seeing him here brought a mix of emotions. Lin Feng looked calmly toward the direction of number 1 high. What is your name? Lin Feng's question caught Wei Peng off guard. It took him a moment to realize that Lin Feng was speaking to him. Though Wei Peng looked down on Lu Yi and the others, he couldn't help but feel a bit wary of Lin Feng, the S-level ability user. Wei Peng, he replied instinctively. The moment he said it, he regretted it. Damn it. Why should I answer just because he asked? You're right. There's no need to hold back against weaker opponents, Lin Feng said indifferently, then turned to Tang Yu. Mr. Tang, I'll take the next match. Great. Tang Yu responded eagerly. Yes, Lin Feng. He has such a strong presence. Yeah, it feels like we're facing a teacher or something. What is the big deal? No matter how strong he has only just awakened. It's only been a few days, and he is still just at a 1-star level. Among the students from number 1 high, many were secretly startled, though some remained unimpressed. Whether they truly didn't care or were simply pretending was anyone's guess. That guy number 1 high's lead teacher, Chen Wangting, narrowed his eyes slightly. Even though this was his first time meeting Lin Feng, he could sense something extraordinary about him. This genius from number 3 high seemed to have experienced real combat before. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, Lu Yi immediately admitted defeat. Lin Feng, you came just in time. Teach them a lesson. Lu Yi shouted. Yeah, brother Feng, show them the strength of number 3 high. Take them down. Lin Feng's arrival completely transformed the atmosphere at number 3 high. Everyone's faces brimmed with confidence. Many girls were already swooning over him, and even some from number 1 high couldn't help but secretly admire him. In this world, strength was particularly revered, and Lin Feng was the embodiment of strength in their eyes. Are you all coming at once or one by one? Lin Feng asked calmly. The entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Wei Peng and the others were initially stunned, then erupted in anger. What an arrogant guy. He is too full of himself, looking down on number 1 high like that. That's right. Brother Peng, teach him a lesson. Humph, so what if he SS level? I don't believe he has improved that much in such a short time. Exactly. Brother Peng is already a 3-star awakened. The students who had already finished their matches were filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could jump into the arena themselves. Lin Feng didn't say much. He simply waited quietly. This wasn't arrogance or boasting. It was just that these people weren't even worth his attention. Of course, Lin Feng also wanted to boost the morale of number 3 high. After all, it was his alma mater. He couldn't help but feel some attachment to it. Lin Feng, confidence is a good thing, but being overly arrogant will only make you a laughingstock. Wei Peng twisted his neck, a faint smile on his lips. Let us see if you can get past me first. After speaking, Wei Peng let out a soft shout. Whoosh. Suddenly, a green whirlwind shot out from Wei Peng's palm. The whirlwind grew larger and larger, quickly reaching a height of 1 meter. Lin Feng, his ability is an A-rank whirlwind blade. Be careful, Lu Yi quickly reminded. Another elemental ability, huh? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Elemental abilities were reputed to have the strongest offensive power. The Wei Peng before him certainly looked formidable. The whirlwind blade was clearly a weapon designed for strong attacks, making it rather interesting to watch. Lin Feng, unleash your destruction divine thunder, or you won't stand a chance. Wei Peng, empowered by his ability, brimmed with confidence. Even many of the teachers from number 1 high school exuded similar confidence. Wei Peng's high-tier cultivation level, coupled with the speed advantage of his whirlwind blade, gave him a real shot at victory. If you insist, I'll grant your wish, Lin Feng replied, snapping his fingers. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, like spring thunder cleaving the sky. In the next instant, golden destruction divine thunder surged out of Lin Feng's body. Electric arcs danced wildly like agile dragons. With the divine thunder coursing through him, Lin Feng's eyes turned golden instantly. His entire presence transformed into that of a war god, majestic and divine. Wow! The moment Lin Feng activated his ability, the crowd erupted in excitement. For many, it was their first time witnessing him use his powers. Especially on the side of number 1 high school. Even Qin Wangting had never seen an S-rank ability in action. This close encounter finally allowed them to grasp the sheer terror of an S-rank ability. The aura of destruction is overwhelming. Qin Wangting's pupils contracted slightly. This was only the beginning. Who could imagine how powerful Lin Feng would become once he mastered it fully? With further cultivation, this destruction divine thunder could annihilate everything. This is bad. The moment the divine thunder appeared, Wei Peng suddenly felt his control over the whirlwind blade weaken drastically. At the same time, the whirlwind blade began to shrink on its own. Wei Peng knew this was the suppressive effect of a superior ability of the same elemental type. I have to act fast. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would become. The power gap was insurmountable. With this in mind, Wei Peng waved his hand. Like Lin Feng, his control over his ability wasn't advanced. A vast whirlwind instantly shrank into a palm-sized blade. The imposing aura was there, but, boom, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to hold back. With a casual wave of his hand, another deafening thunderclap resounded. The golden thunder roared like a primordial beast opening its bloody maw. The endless force of destruction crashed into the whirlwind blade like a flood of raging beasts. A scene of utter shock unfolded. Wei Peng's whirlwind blade offered almost no resistance. The moment it touched the thunder, it disintegrated completely. Meanwhile, the golden destruction divine thunder continued its relentless onslaught. No, Wei Peng's expression changed drastically. He never expected such an outcome. The usually awe-inspiring whirlwind blade was utterly powerless, obliterated without a trace. At that moment, the electric arcs struck Wei Peng's body. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly withdrew most of the destruction divine thunder, leaving only a small portion to strike Wei Peng. Despite his efforts to control the power of the divine thunder, it still exuded an aura of calamity. Golden light enveloped Wei Peng's body. Arc, Wei Peng let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the upper half of his clothing had been completely burned away. His exposed skin was charred black, and faint tremors could be seen in the burnt flesh. Moreover, the ground beneath him looked as though it had been corroded by strong acid, riddled with potholes. The largest one had a diameter of a full meter. Although Lin Feng's control over his ability was still lacking, his attacks, unleashed almost instinctively like a thunderstorm, still caused terrifying devastation. What? At that moment, everyone was dumbstruck. This was too powerful. It was clear to anyone with eyes that Lin Feng had held back at the critical moment. Even so, he had completely crushed his opponent. Seeing the craters on the ground and Wei Peng's miserable state, the students of number 1 high school couldn't help but shudder. Too brutal. If that attack had landed on them, they might have been reduced to ashes. Their gazes toward Lin Feng immediately filled with reverence. Only now did they truly understand the vast disparity between Wei Peng and Lin Feng. Hiss! Qin Wangting and the other teachers from number 1 high school broke out in a cold sweat. This was beyond the realm of human capability. This S-rank ability was simply monstrous. Even Tang Yu and the others were left speechless in shock. Brother Feng is so cool, Lu Yi suddenly shouted. It was immensely satisfying. Crushing number 1 high school's strongest fighter in a single move, nothing could be more exhilarating. Anyone else want to continue? Lin Feng asked casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene went silent. The other 6 competitors from number 1 high school exchanged glances, but no one dared to make a sound. Even Wei Peng, struggling to stand, turned red not from the divine thunder's burns, but from embarrassment. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he trembled all over, the pain in his burns seeming to intensify. Forget it, Qin Wangting said with a bitter smile. We concede. That's it. Qin Wangting understood that even if all 7 of them attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance against Lin Feng. Forget Lin Feng's formidable 4-star cultivation, his destruction divine thunder alone was already beyond their ability to withstand. Not to mention, Lin Feng had deliberately held back. If they all went at him, the outcome might be even worse. This destruction divine thunder probably requires at least a 6-star cultivation level to withstand, Qin Wangting mused inwardly. The other teachers from number 1 high school nodded in agreement, their faces full of awe. It was terrifying. A friendly match had almost turned into a life and death duel. In the end, it was Lin Feng who stood tall, while Wei Peng fell. Wei Peng, far from feeling regret, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was incredible, just incredible, he muttered to himself. At this moment, Tang Yu clapped his hands with a smile. Both sides performed excellently. Congratulations, Teacher Chen. Looks like you've won again this year. Although they had lost, Tang Yu's face showed no hint of disappointment. Chen Wangting put away his complicated emotions and said, "Congratulations to you too, Teacher Tang." He paused before continuing. "I heard Lin Feng has been specially recruited by Moda University. What a coincidence, Wei Peng is also heading to Modu this year." At these words, Wei Peng's body stiffened. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng in terror. It was over he'd end up in the same school as this guy. If he'd known earlier, he would have kept a lower profile instead of acting so arrogantly. With this thought, Wei Peng looked as though his soul had left his body. And so, this year's friendly match came to an end. Word soon spread that Lin Feng would be heading to Modu soon. Lu Yi and the others felt reluctant to see him go. But everyone understood that each person had their own path to follow. For Lin Feng, as an S-rank ability user, his path was destined to be different from everyone else's. At noon, Lin Feng gave up his training time to have lunch with Lu Yi, Tang Yu, and the others. This meal was particularly joyful. After spending over 1,000 days together during 3 years of high school, their bond was naturally deep. After the meal, "Mr. Tang, don't worry. I'll come back to visit often," Lin Feng said. Tang Yu, the middle-aged man, couldn't help but feel his eyes grow moist. "Lin Feng, as your teacher, I don't have much ability and can't help you much," Tang Yu said solemnly. "In any case, be careful out there." His words carried a subtle warning for Lin Feng not to push himself too hard. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. "You are my most outstanding student. No matter where you are, you'll always be a source of pride for all of us," Tang Yu said sincerely. It was indeed true. Whether before or after his awakening, Lin Feng had always been his pride. "Lin Feng, scout out the situation in Modu for me first, and I'll join you later," Louis said. With Louis' strength and talent, he might also be able to get into Modu University. Even if he couldn't, attending another martial arts school in Modu wouldn't be an issue. All right, Lin Feng agreed. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the Modu high-speed rail station was bustling with people. A tall and sturdy young man looked around before heading toward the exit. The youth carried a backpack and had an alloy combat blade strapped to his shoulder, its sheath made of beast hide. His chiseled, handsome face drew the attention of many female travelers. "So this is Modu?" Lin Feng looked at his phone's GPS and murmured softly. It was his first time in Modu. Indeed, it was one of the top cities in the country, its prosperity astonishing. Many advanced facilities were things Lin Feng had never seen before. What surprised him even more was how common awakened individuals were here. Moreover, most of them were quite powerful. There were many people like Lin Feng, carrying weapons. "Hello, sir. May I see your awakening certificate?" A beautiful female attendant at the exit asked warmly. Lin Feng handed over his documents. In a metropolis like Modu, entry and exit required strict registration. After completing the registration, Lin Feng input his genetic sequence number. Only then was the entire process completed. Awakened individuals received discounts on transportation. The higher their level, the greater the discount. For those at the battle spirit level, transportation was completely free. The journey from Modu high-speed rail station to Modu University took about 40 minutes by subway. The subway system in this world was different from before. It incorporated spirit energy-infused alloys and had a certain degree of defensive capability. This was to guard against attacks from wandering exotic beasts. Just as Lin Feng was about to enter the subway station, a fragrant breeze swept by as a young girl bumped into him. Lin Feng was fine, but the girl clutched her nose, tears nearly falling from the pain. Sorry. The girl kept bowing in apology. "It's okay," Lin Feng said, preparing to leave. Excuse me, are you also from Moda University?" the girl asked timidly. Lin Feng looked at her and found her very beautiful. Her skin was as fair as snow, her jet black hair flowed down her shoulders, and her demeanor was extraordinary. What stood out most was her white dress and her long, flawless legs. Lin Feng had seen many beautiful women, but this time, he couldn't help but be startled. This girl was truly stunning. How did you know I'm from Moda University? Lin Feng asked. He wasn't carrying anything that identified his school, as he hadn't officially enrolled yet. Because you look about my age, and most people your age are preparing for college entrance exams. Since you're carrying luggage, you must be a new student, the girl explained, sticking out her tongue. And anyone coming to Modu at this time must have been specially admitted. Right now, only Moda University is actively recruiting new students, so? Lin Feng smiled and said, looks like you're a special admit too. Yes, I am. My name is Chu Xianlan, she said, extending her fair hand. What is your name? Lin Feng. He lightly touched her fingers before letting go. The subway is here. Let us go. Okay. Chu Xianlan quickly followed. Meeting a future classmate in an empty subway station put Chu Xianlan in a particularly good mood. Since the morning rush hour had passed, the subway wasn't too crowded. Chu Xianlan sat next to Lin Feng, her faint fragrance wafting through the air. Lin Feng, where are you from? Chu Xianlan tilted her head and asked. Linshan City. What about you? Wow, what a coincidence. I'm from Jiangfeng City. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. It did feel like fate. Jiangfeng City was the capital of Dongsu Province, and Linshan City was only a few dozen kilometers away. The two places shared similar languages, cultures, and customs. As they chatted, the 40 minutes passed quickly. We're here, Lin Feng said as the automated voice prompted their stop. Moda University had a long history. Even before the resurgence of spirit energy, it was already famous. Over the centuries, the school had cultivated countless powerful individuals. Every graduate was highly sought after. Lin Feng and Chu Xianlan exited the subway station and were greeted by a grand and imposing school gate. The gate was carved from a type of jade-like stone whose name Lin Feng didn't know. It shimmered under the sunlight. Magnificent, Lin Feng murmured, standing under the gate and feeling particularly small. As he instinctively looked up at the four characters spelling Moda University, Chu Xianlan suddenly grabbed his arm. Lin Feng, don't look. Why not? Lin Feng asked, curious. Those four characters were condensed with the aura of a king-level powerhouse. If you stare at them, you could be injured by the aura, Chu Xianlan explained, clearly having learned this the hard way. King level. Lin Feng's heart ignited with determination. One day, I will reach that level too. And that day won't be far away. To Lin Feng's surprise, Chu Xianlan seemed very familiar with Moda University. Without him needing to search, she led him directly to the registration office. You seem to know your way around here, Lin Feng said, curious. Chu Xianlan stuck out her tongue. Yep, I've been here before. Lin Feng didn't think much of it. At that moment, the teacher at the registration desk greeted them kindly. You must be the specially admitted freshman. May I see your sequence numbers? Lin Feng and Chu Xianlan handed over their genetic sequence numbers and awakening certificates. Before long, all done, the teacher returned their documents. The school has already assigned your departments. Lin, you're in the elemental department. Chu, you're in the special department. Here are your student IDs. Your student ID is the only credential for accessing dormitories and the campus. It also contains your points and personal information, so be sure to keep it safe. Lin Feng curiously accepted the student ID. Then, he downloaded the app as instructed by the teacher. Instantly, all the information was displayed. Points system. This is interesting, Lin Feng said. At Moda University, points were the most important resource. Completing tasks, participating in competitions, and challenging the tower would all earn points. Points could be exchanged for almost anything. For instance, access to the gravity chamber and the psionics room required points. Points could also be exchanged for money, though few people chose to do so. On campus, points were far more practical than money. Mr. Sun, ISNT class placement supposed to wait until the official start of the semester? Lin Feng asked. Mr. Sun nodded. Yes, it will be decided on August 30th. You have more than 2 months until then. During this period, you are free to act as you wish, but you must abide by school regulations. Understood, Lin Feng replied. Mr. Sun quickly typed on his computer and said, Your dormitories have already been arranged. Special admissions dormitories are double rooms, equipped with bedding and daily necessities. How thoughtful. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This saved him a lot of trouble. He had initially planned to bring his own things, but since everything was easily available in Modu, he decided not to. To his surprise, even the hassle of buying things was spared. Mr. Sun smiled and said, "The time of awakened individuals is extremely valuable. It should not be wasted on trivial matters. In the next 4 years of university, your sole mission is to become stronger. Becoming stronger is not just for the school or the country, but also for yourself. Everything else is secondary." "So that's how it is," Lin Feng nodded. "Lin Feng, I'll take you to the dormitory. I know the way," Chu Xianlan said excitedly, like a living map. To Chu Xianlan, everything about university life was fresh and exciting. Most importantly, she had finally escaped her parents' control, so she naturally felt much more at ease. "This girl seems familiar," Mr. Sun muttered to himself. However, as a teacher in the admissions office who dealt with numerous students, he couldn't quite recall who she was. On the way to the dormitory, Lin Feng noticed scattered students here and there. Many of them exuded a strong presence, clearly displaying their extraordinary strength. At the same time, several people cast discreet glances at Lin Feng and Chu Xianlan. The pair, both tall and attractive, naturally drew attention from the senior students. "Lin Feng, we're here," Chu Xianlan's crisp voice rang out after a while. Looking ahead, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Moda University was indeed impressive. In front of them were rows of small villas. Each one was luxurious and grand, worth at least 4 or 5 million in Linshan City. Here, this area alone housed hundreds of such villas, and this was just part of the campus. As expected of one of the 4 great martial arts universities, Lin Feng marveled. "Lin Feng, which dorm are you in?" Chu Xianlan asked. "I'm in dorm 9. "What a coincidence. I'm in dorm 8. At Moda University, dormitories weren't segregated by gender. Males and females lived in mixed housing. So close, that's great." Although they hadn't known each other long, Chu Xianlan already considered Lin Feng a good friend. The two got along well, with similar interests and hobbies. "Hee, Lin Feng, once I've settled in, I'll drop by your dorm to hang out," Chu Xianlan said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded, just as he was about to leave. "Hey, Lin Feng." Chu Xianlan's face had a faint blush, and her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, wondering what she was about to say. You haven't given me your WeChat yet." Chu Xianlan nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, shyly mumbling. Her bashful demeanor was undeniably charming, and Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. A few minutes later, Chu Xianlan had his WeChat and was blushing furiously, as though she wanted to crawl into a hole. She forgot to even say goodbye and quickly walked toward her dorm with her head down. "Interesting," Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Beep. After scanning his student card, the door to his villa slowly opened. What greeted him was a dormitory that was simple yet refined. The villa had 2 stories. Each floor contained a room, along with a lounge, an entertainment room, and a training room. Not bad," Lin Feng said, walking around the house. He was extremely satisfied. Although it was technically a double room, it felt no different from a single room. And the dormitory facilities were very comprehensive. The walls of the training room were made entirely of high-grade alloy, boasting strong defensive capabilities. Since Lin Feng was the first to move in, he had his pick between the first and second floors. He ultimately chose the second floor. It offered more privacy and a better view. After casually arranging his luggage, Lin Feng lay down on the massage chair to rest. Once rested, he began training. The training room required his genetic sequence number to activate, preventing others from intruding. Inside the training room, Lin Feng reviewed the fundamentals of the introduction to abilities. Spreading his hands, golden arcs of electricity began to surge. He looked at the target on the wall, specifically designed for students to practice their powers. Boom! The destructive divine thunder struck the target, but it missed the bullseye. Lin Feng frowned slightly. There's still a long way to go. He knew this wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Besides, with nothing to do in the next 2 months, he had plenty of time to practice. Just as Lin Feng was fully immersed in his training, The doorbell downstairs rang several times. Standing at the door, Chu Xianlan looked around curiously before taking out her phone. Beep beep. Since Lin Feng wasn't in seclusion, and his phone wasn't on silent, he noticed it immediately. Putting away his powers, he ended his training session. Although he had only been training for half an hour, he was already sweating profusely. It was the first time he had used his abilities for such an extended period, and it had drained both his stamina and spiritual energy. However, Lin Feng was satisfied. Half an hour of training had already yielded significant progress, though he was still far from mastering the basics. With such excellent training facilities, he was confident he would get there eventually. Opening the door, Lin Feng saw Chu Xianlan and apologized. "Sorry, I was training just now." Chu Xianlan smiled and said, "You really are a training maniac." In comparison, Chu Xianlan felt a bit useless. Lin Feng had started training immediately after entering his dorm, while she, well, better not mention it. "Lin Feng, let us head to the cafeteria for some food," Chu Xianlan said, rubbing her slightly flat stomach. Only then did Lin Feng realize he was hungry too. After all, training consumed a lot of energy. But smelling his own sweat, Lin Feng frowned and said, "You wait here for a bit. I'll go take a shower." With that, he quickly headed upstairs. Chu Xianlan followed, curiously observing her surroundings. However, the layout of male and female dormitories was identical. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng felt refreshed. Just as he was about to grab his clothes, he suddenly froze. Oh no, the suitcase is still outside. He felt extremely embarrassed. During training, he had been too focused on practicing and hadn't even unpacked the clothes in his suitcase. Before taking a shower, he assumed there would be clothes in the bathroom. What now? He was at a loss. Anxious for a solution moments later, Lin Feng, with a flushed face, said, "Chu Xianlan, could you help me open the suitcase and get some clothes? I forgot to bring any." Hearing this, anyone would misunderstand and think he was flirting with the girl. Chu Xianlan froze for a moment. In fact, she had noticed earlier when coming upstairs that Lin Feng hadn't moved anything apart from bringing the suitcase up. The door to the room was wide open, and everything was arranged as it had been before, with no clothes in sight. The next moment, Chu Xianlan blushed. Her mind wandered, and she couldn't help but feel shy, her body heating up slightly. Lin Feng stood at the bathroom door. After a while, Chu Xianlan's hand reached out. She said softly, "I just grabbed a few things randomly." Her voice was adorably quiet. Not only did she grab a shirt and pants, but she also included underwear. No wonder she was so nervous. Lin Feng took the clothes, and Chu Xianlan's face turned as red as an apple. Ugh. She sat on the sofa, covering her face with both hands, her heart racing. This was the first time in her life she had gotten clothes for a guy, and such private clothes at that. Afterward, she didn't even know how to face Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped out of the bathroom. He was already tall and handsome, exuding a masculine charm. The lazy air of someone fresh from a shower left Chu Xianlan momentarily stunned. She quickly lowered her head, blushing even more. Whether it was from shyness or nervousness, she felt a bit hot and instinctively used her hand to fan herself. Lin Feng chuckled. "Are you hot? I'll turn on the air conditioning." Chu Xianlan hurriedly shook her head. No need." Lin Feng shook the water droplets off his hair. "All right, let us go eat then." Just as they reached downstairs, the door suddenly opened. A dark-skinned boy walked in, pushing a suitcase. The moment he saw Lin Feng with wet hair and Chu Xianlan blushing behind him, the boy froze. This was bad. Chu Xianlan, already shy, now just wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. She quickly shrank behind Lin Feng, thinking to herself, oh no, please don't let him see me." The dark-skinned boy came to his senses, looking at Lin Feng with surprise and envy. "Now this is what I call living," he said with a grin. "Hi there. Are you also a special recruit?" Lin Feng replied calmly, "My name is Lin Feng." Oh, I'm Chen Muyang." Chen Muyang cleared his throat. "I didn't see anything. You guys carry on." With that, he grabbed his suitcase and quickly disappeared into a room on the first floor. Lin Feng and Chu Xianlan exchanged glances. Chu Xianlan pouted, covering her face with her hands. This incident somehow brought them closer. The campus of Magic Capital University was vast, spanning 4 million square meters. The cafeteria offered a wide variety of meals. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to learn that special recruits like him could eat for free. Even better, the cafeteria served many rare exotic beast ingredients. Outside, a single meal with these ingredients would cost at least several thousand yuan. But here, special recruits could enjoy them for free. After finishing their meal, both Lin Feng and Chu Xianlan were thoroughly satisfied. Chu Xianlan patted her slightly rounded belly, content. The earlier embarrassment had completely vanished. Lin Feng, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Chu Xianlan asked, sipping on her milk tea, her bright eyes fixed on him. Well, I plan to check out the gravity training room, Lin Feng replied. What about you? The gravity training room was open 24/7. As of this month, Lin Feng had access to free usage hours, so it would be a waste not to go. Me? Chu Xianlan hesitated, initially wanting to say she'd join him, but remembering that her sister was coming home in the afternoon, she relented. My sister probably won't let me go anywhere. Oh, you have a sister? Lin Feng asked. Chu Xianlan frowned. Yeah, it's annoying. She always nags me about practicing. All right then, I'll head over first. The gravity training room wasn't too far from the dormitory area. Lin Feng arrived shortly after. The facility was located in a 3-story building. Walking into the lobby, he saw a supervising teacher stationed there. The lobby featured a long corridor with silver alloy doors on either side. Those were the gravity rooms. Hello, teacher. I'd like to use the gravity room, Lin Feng said, handing over his student ID. Oh, a new special recruit, huh? Just arrived today? Quite diligent, the supervising teacher said with a smile. Lin Feng glanced at the teacher's name badge. Mr. Zhu, are there any precautions I should be aware of for the gravity room? Good question, Zhu Qi replied. Unlike some clueless kids who recklessly charge in and end up regretting it later. Zhu Qi then explained some key points to Lin Feng. Finally, he added, I recommend starting with 2x gravity to acclimate yourself. Getting used to it at the beginning is very important. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Zhu, Lin Feng said, putting away his student ID before heading to the gravity room. He had 48 hours of free usage per month, which was plenty of time. Zhu Qi explained that the first floor had 26 rooms, all starting at 2x gravity and adjustable up to 6x. The second and third floors were for 8x and 16x gravity, reserved for senior students and teachers. Gravity rooms could significantly improve physical fitness and were incredibly beneficial for body training. They also enhanced the effects of practicing combat techniques or special abilities. Beep. The door sensor activated, and the door swung open automatically. The gravity rooms came in various sizes, with some accommodating up to 10 people, while others were single occupancy. Lin Feng was lucky enough to find an available single room upon arrival. The room was simply furnished, with only a floor mat and some alloy weapons. There was nothing else. As soon as Lin Feng activated 2x gravity, his knees bent slightly before quickly returning to normal. Drawing an alloy combat blade, he swung it a few times and then used his abilities twice, immediately noticing the difference. Under 2x gravity, his movements were noticeably slower, and the flow of his abilities had also slowed significantly. However, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with clarity. The slower ability flow allows me to better perceive the trajectory of my abilities. This is incredibly helpful for training control over them. He focused intensely on honing his abilities. Boom. Each time his abilities struck the target, they deviated slightly from the bullseye. But as time passed, Lin Feng's accuracy steadily improved. Before he knew it, 2 hours had flown by. Lin Feng alternated between practicing and resting. By the end of the session, his body felt almost foreign to him. Whoosh! Exiting the gravity room and stepping into the rest area, he felt much lighter. For low-level ability users, staying in a gravity room for extended periods was challenging, highlighting the value of the rest area. After resting for half an hour, Lin Feng finally regained his strength. Then he returned to training. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Lin Feng had spent a total of 4 hours in the gravity chamber. Boom! The golden destruction thunderbolt hit the bullseye, and Lin Feng clenched his fists in excitement. According to the introduction to supernatural abilities, hitting the target 30 times in a row meant completing the first step. Up next was compression practice. A day of high-intensity training brought significant progress. Lin Feng's control over his supernatural ability reached an unprecedented level. Thinking back to his reckless behavior in the wilderness near Lingshan City, he found it laughable. Luckily, his S-class ability, with the powerful might of the Destruction Thunderbolt, had backed him up. If he had encountered a stronger beast, blindly unleashing energy would have been useless. Even against a not-so-strong opponent, a slightly faster speed would render his ability ineffective. But things were different now. Lin Feng had achieved nearly 100% precision. If Ling Wei were here, she would surely be astonished, because Lin Feng's progress was simply too fast. Other geniuses, even S-class prodigies, could not possibly complete the first step in just one day. It would take at least a week, or even longer. Work and rest in balance. Lin Feng glanced at the time and decided to rest for the night. Training was important, but rest was equally essential, especially at his current stage. With the system, Lin Feng knew he would eventually reach a very high level. Rushing things now would only bring regret later. When Lin Feng returned to his dormitory, he saw Chun Muyang drenched in sweat, working out with weights. It was only then that he noticed Chun Muyang's frail physique. To be a special recruit, one must possess an S-class ability. Logically, his physical fitness should not be an issue. However, Chun Muyang looked nothing like an S-class ability. His appearance suggested long-term malnutrition. Lin Feng, you're back? Chun Muyang put down the dumbbell, wiped his sweat, and asked. Nothing much, Lin Feng replied. Then, curiously, he asked, why didn't you go to the gravity training room? I did, but I couldn't keep up. It was a waste of time, so I gave up, Chun Muyang said with a bitter smile. Lin Feng nodded. Poor physical condition indeed made it difficult to endure high-intensity training. Fortunately, Lin Feng had consistently worked on his fitness throughout high school. Otherwise, he would have had to watch opportunities slip away. By the way, Lin Feng, your girlfriend came looking for you around 5 this afternoon, Chun Muyang added. She seemed pretty angry. Huh. Lin Feng immediately realized Chun Muyang must be referring to Chu Xianlan. But Chu Xianlan was usually gentle and pure. How could she be angry? Lin Feng was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. After a full day of training, he was both physically and mentally exhausted. Chun Muyang, I'm heading upstairs, he said. The next morning, Lin Feng opened the curtains and sunlight poured onto him. So comfortable, he said, stretching lazily. Suddenly, he froze. Chu Xianlan. Through the window, Lin Feng saw Chu Xianlan. She also spotted him, and her expression immediately became serious. The next moment, she opened the window. Buzz! A violet light burst from her body, and Chu Xianlan flew swiftly toward Lin Feng like she was soaring through the air. Is that flight ability? Lin Feng thought in surprise. Chu Xianlan, last night you, before he could finish, Chu Xianlan snorted coldly and suddenly attacked. Boom! A basketball-sized violet ball of light floated from her hand. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Was this woman crazy? Bang! The violet light hit the wall. Fortunately, the wall was made of alloy. Otherwise, the house might have collapsed from the impact. Are you insane? Lin Feng said angrily. Chu Xianlan remained stone-faced and silent as she prepared to attack again. The first time, Lin Feng held back, but there wouldn't be a second time. If you want to fight, then let us go, he said, waving his hand. Boom! Golden arcs of electricity surged instantly, forming a volleyball-sized sphere that shot out. The moment the Destruction Thunderbolt appeared, surprise flashed in Chu Xianlan's eyes. She clearly hadn't expected Lin Feng's ability to be the universally acknowledged strongest elemental attack. Nor did she anticipate that Lin Feng's control over his ability far surpassed hers. The light ball Chu Xianlan had conjured was as big as a basketball, while Lin Feng's electric ball was noticeably smaller. The difference was immediately apparent. Chu Xianlan was obviously unwilling to concede. Zzz. The violet light sphere collided with the golden electric sphere. The violet light melted away instantly, like ice meeting boiling water. The golden sphere, however, remained more than half intact. Shocked, Chu Xianlan twisted her body to dodge. The golden sphere hit the wall behind her. Then, something unexpected happened. Test complete. You are indeed qualified to be my sister's boyfriend, Chu Xianlan said. Lin Feng was stunned. However, the condition is that you must not disturb my sister's training, Chu Xianlan said coldly. Otherwise, I will not show mercy. Are you crazy? Lin Feng replied. Chu Xianlan was slightly stunned, then said, Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Chu Xianlan's older sister, Chu Xiener. Chu Xiener's words made Lin Feng's pupils shrink. Twins? What a coincidence. No wonder Qin Muyang said she was fierce. It turns out the one who came last night was her. Really, a woman with a chest, but no brain. Lin Feng glanced at her and muttered to himself. He hadn't noticed earlier, but now that he looked, she was indeed the older sister, very fierce. As for explaining to Chu Xiener that she misunderstood and they weren't a couple, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered. A clear conscience fears no shadow. You. Chu Xiener was instantly so angry her face turned red and her neck swelled. But thinking that she might not be able to beat him with just her abilities, she had to endure it. I was just giving you a reminder. After speaking, a flash of purple light appeared, and she left. This woman, Lin Feng frowned. She ran off pretty quickly, quite clever, knowing she couldn't win and leaving immediately. If she had been slower or dared to provoke him a few more times, Lin Feng really wanted to teach her a lesson. 2S levels. It seems Chu Xianlan must have a powerful backer. Everyone knows that the stronger the talent, the higher the likelihood of inheritance. For both daughters to be S level, their parents must also be incredibly strong. However, none of this mattered to Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng headed toward the gravity training room. Inside Villa Number 9. Sis, what did you just do? Chu Xianlan, wearing an incredibly cute princess dress, asked. She both loved and feared her twin sister. The reason was simple. Her sister was too strict. Lan, I tested your boyfriend. He's not bad, Chu Xiena said coldly. Despite her words, Chu Xianlan was shocked. She had always thought she was the top freshman this year. Even in terms of ability control, she was confident she could dominate the entire school. Unexpectedly, she encountered a tough opponent. Although Lin Feng's level wasn't high, his ability control far surpassed hers. This made the always proud Chu Xiener feel defeated. Of course, she would never share these true thoughts with anyone, let alone her sister. Yes, this secret must be kept. I already said, we're just friends. Chu Xianlan blushed. Then she plopped down on Chu Xiener's bed. Sis, you didn't really go after him, did you? She pouted and said angrily. If he won, it would be understandable. If he lost, with your temper, he'd definitely be in trouble. I don't care, I'm going to ask him right now. Chu Xiener didn't take the first two sentences seriously, but hearing the last two, she almost spat blood in anger. Little sister, I'm the older one here, okay? Come back. Chu Xiener commanded in a low voice. Chu Xianlan, inherently afraid of her sister, immediately backed down upon hearing this. A draw. After saying this, Chu Xiener blushed slightly but quickly recovered. Phew, that's good. Chu Xianlan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lan, I don't oppose you dating, but you must not neglect your training. Chu Xiener said earnestly. You need to understand, our identities are different, and many people are watching us. I know, same old lecture. Chu Xianlan covered her ears in protest. So annoying, always preaching. I'm leaving now. She stormed off angrily after speaking. In the room, Chu Xiener gritted her teeth and thought to herself, no, I have to settle this score. Lin Feng, right? Just wait and see. Meanwhile, in the gravity training room. Achoo. Lin Feng sneezed and frowned. Strange, could it be that intense training has weakened my immunity? After saying this, he resumed training. Time flew by like running water, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lin Feng almost exclusively focused on training, leading a monotonous yet fulfilling life. In this time, Lin Feng had managed to compress his ability to the size of a mango. This rate of progress was astonishing. However, Lin Feng was not satisfied. At this stage, he found that he could no longer compress it further. Just as he was preparing to figure out a way to enter the underground cave for practice, Ling Wei's call came through. Lin Feng, are you at school? Yes, Teacher Ling. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart finally. Someone could guide him. All right, I'll come over right away. Ling Wei hung up after speaking. It didn't take long. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Teacher Ling, please come in. Lin Feng opened the door. Today, Ling Wei was dressed much more casually. A white shirt paired with jeans made her look significantly younger. Are you alone? Ling Wei glanced around Lin Feng's dormitory. I have a roommate, Chen Muyang, but he's out. Oh, him. Ling Wei nodded. As a specially recruited teacher at Modi University, she was familiar with these special recruits. Although some were not chosen by her, she had reviewed their profiles. Let's go to your room to talk. The two went upstairs. Lin Feng, you've made great progress recently. Ling Wei looked him up and down and smiled. Let me see your results. All right. Lin Feng didn't say much and summoned the destruction thunder. Under Ling Wei's gaze, the destruction thunder quickly shrank to the size of a basketball. Then it continued to compress. Soon, it shrank to the size of a volleyball. Ling Wei's eyes lit up. As the destruction thunder continued to shrink, Ling Wei's mouth slightly opened. Teacher Ling, this is the smallest I can compress it to. Lin Feng pointed to the mango-sized destruction thunder. Only this. Ling Wei rolled her eyes. Was this guy deliberately showing off? However, on the surface, Ling Wei remained calm. Not bad. After a pause, Ling Wei said, Lin Feng, do you know what your problem is? Teacher Ling, please tell me. When you release your ability, you're too focused on compressing it, Ling Wei explained. Abilities are not weapons, they are part of our body. Don't treat them as external objects. Use them as naturally as you would your hands and feet. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Under Ling Wei's guidance, Lin Feng finally realized he had fallen into a misconception. By exerting too much effort, he had overlooked the essence. Seeing Lin Feng deep in thought, Ling Wei did not interrupt him. Instead, she observed him with great interest. As a teacher at Modi University, Ling Wei had seen a lot. She had encountered many S-level super geniuses, but she found that Lin Feng had a unique quality, a spirit of persistence and dedication. In Ling Wei's view, Lin Feng's talent was indeed extraordinary. In less than a week, his ability control had reached this level, which was truly remarkable. This made Ling Wei secretly marvel she had truly discovered a gem. As she was thinking, Lin Feng closed his eyes. The destruction thunder reappeared, then disappeared, then reappeared again. At first, Ling Wei didn't think much of it. But as time went on, her eyes gradually widened. Even her mouth unconsciously opened. Fortunately, Lin Feng had his eyes closed and couldn't see. Otherwise, Ling Wei feared she might lose her composure. Because in her perception, the destructive divine thunder that was supposed to be violent was becoming increasingly calm, as if a ferocious ancient beast had been soothed, slowly turning into a gentle little kitten. He actually comprehended it so quickly. Ling Wei was both excited and shocked, her body swaying slightly. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Teacher Ling, I think I understand now. As his words fell, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Golden arcs of electricity instantly gathered, and in the next moment, they formed a ping-pong ball-sized sphere. Boom! Ling Wei stood up abruptly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Phew! Lin Feng was also somewhat excited. However, in his excitement, the light sphere lost control and dispersed. Are you sure you hadn't reached this step before? Ling Wei stared at Lin Feng and asked. She was starting to suspect that Lin Feng might have already mastered it and was just teasing her. No, wasn't he at your guidance just now, Teacher Ling? Lin Feng replied, I only now understand where I went wrong before. To control it as naturally as using your hand isn't a technique, but an instinct. Only by treating the ability as part of your body can you truly master it. Ling Wei was momentarily speechless. This was definitely a genius. A super genius. If Lin Feng weren't right in front of her, Ling Wei might have jumped up in excitement, because she had found a true treasure for Modi University. It's good that you figured it out. Ling Wei calmed her emotions and said, This way, the teacher's guidance has meaning. But I think it might take 1 or 2 days of practice to consistently compress the light sphere to the size of a ping-pong ball. Lin Feng said. Ling Wei looked up at the ceiling, feeling bitter inside. Look at that, does he mean what he says? He only needs 1 or 2 days to achieve 100% success, while it took her 3 months back then, and she even felt good about herself. Instantly, Ling Wei felt her pride was shattered. She was supposed to be teaching him, but instead, she ended up feeling defeated. Teacher Ling? Lin Feng asked. Ling Wei gave him a deep look, thinking, I'm a teacher at Modi University, how can I let you defeat me like this? She then said, 2 days is about right, barely acceptable. Her words were not spoken with ease. But there was no choice. Geniuses can't be too arrogant. They need to be appropriately humbled. Lin Feng, do you have any other questions? Ling Wei asked. Teacher Ling, aren't you going to ask me how my combat skills training is going? Combat skills are just supplementary at your stage. The most important thing is your ability, Ling Wei said. Only when your ability is trained to a certain level will you have basic survival skills. After that, it won't be too late to train combat skills. After speaking, Ling Wei curiously asked, how is your combat skills training going? I estimated it'll take another 2 or 3 days to reach minor success, Lin Feng replied. It's fine. Being able to train your ability to this level is already impressive. Ling Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's normal not to have started with combat skills yet. After all, human energy is limited. What? You've already started? Ling Wei's eyes widened. What the heck? Is this guy even human? He hasn't reached minor success yet, but his combat skills are already underway? This guy is progressing so fast in both ability and combat skills. I started a while ago, Lin Feng said earnestly. If I could have some practical combat during this time, I might have already achieved minor success. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Ling Wei panicked. His words not only struck a nerve, but were downright infuriating. Oh, it's okay. Don't rush. Take your time. Ling Wei's eyes were filled with confusion, not knowing what to say. Such a super genius. Even she couldn't find a way to defeat him. She couldn't possibly compete with him in terms of realm, right? Thinking of this, Ling Wei's eyes lit up, and she said seriously, Lin Feng, your realm can't fall behind either. You know, some children from noble families have been cultivating since childhood, and when they awaken, they're already at the high stage of the awakening realm. Some even awaken directly at the peak stage. Realm improvement is also very important. There's such a thing. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Think about it yourself. Ling Wei rolled her eyes at him, secretly pleased to see him not understanding something for once. Ordinary physical enhancement liquids indeed can improve realms, but strong body-spirit liquids and energy potions can help. It's just that since your abilities haven't awakened, the effects of the medicine haven't been triggered yet. Once you awaken, your realm will improve rapidly. Ling Wei added, of course, this requires a lot of resources and your own hard work. Lin Feng muttered under his breath. Looks like I need to speed up. 4-star awakening realm is far from enough. As he spoke, he recalled his duel with Chu Xiener a few days ago. That time, they only used their abilities and didn't pay much attention to each other's realm. Thinking about it now, Chu Xiener was at least at the high stage of the awakening realm. What? You're already at 4 stars. Ling Wei was so shocked her eyes almost popped out. This guy was only at 1 star a few days ago in Linshan City. This speed was insane. Triple cultivation? Ling Wei felt dizzy and thought she couldn't stay in this place any longer. I have something to do. I'll leave first. She stood up. Teacher Ling, I want to enter the underground cave. Lin Feng quickly said. He had inquired about it. The underground cave was open to freshmen but required a mentor's signature for approval. Lin Feng hadn't officially enrolled yet and didn't have a mentor. All right, I'll handle it for you later, Ling Wei said and quickly left the villa. Teacher Ling. Lin Feng hadn't finished speaking when she was already gone. Outside the villa. Phew. Ling Wei felt a sense of pride. But when she thought of Lin Feng, she felt like a failure. This kid, truly abnormal. She muttered to herself. Just as she was about to leave, the door of the villa opposite opened. She saw the Chu sisters, dressed in long dresses, walking out. It's them. Ling Wei's pupils contracted. These two had come to Magic City too? Could it be? Thinking of this, Ling Wei frowned deeply. How did that old man agree to let his daughters come to Magic City? Ling Wei murmured to herself. This year's Magic City was going to be lively. The next day, Ling Wei was highly efficient and called Lin Feng over early in the morning. The dormitory area for university mentors was more luxurious than other places. After walking for 10 minutes, Lin Feng arrived at Ling Wei's residence. Sit anywhere, I'll be ready soon. Ling Wei was busy at her computer. Mentors had single rooms, but the area was much larger. After a while, Ling Wei turned off the computer. The registration is complete. However, Lin Feng, I can only approve your activities within a 20-kilometer radius of the base. Ling Wei explained that within the underground cave, Magic City University had established a base. The purpose of the base was to resist exotic beasts. The 20-kilometer radius was relatively safe, with fewer exotic beasts, most of which were low-level and lacked intelligence. As for high-level exotic beasts, they generally didn't dare approach the base. Thank you, teacher. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He finally had the chance to enter the underground cave. Magic City was a super large city, and there were no exotic beasts outside the city. To go to places with many exotic beasts, he could only go to the underground cave. Even so, it's dangerous because a beast tide could erupt in the underground cave at any time, Ling Wei said with a serious expression. If you stay near the base, it's fine, but if you go too far, it's hard to say. Teacher, I understand, Lin Feng nodded. He wasn't foolish, he wouldn't rush and recklessly without enough strength. I'll prepare some things for you first. Ling Wei took out 2 glass bottles from a drawer, each about the size of a regular mineral water bottle. She also took out a metal box. These 2 bottles are painkillers, and the metal box contains level 1 healing pills. Use them if you get injured. Lin Feng felt a bit touched. Teacher, these are too expensive. He knew these items were worth about 50,000. For his mentor to casually give him 50,000 worth of medicine was no small gesture. Take them, don't be polite, Ling Wei said firmly. Don't stand on ceremony with your teacher. But this is just a one-time thing. I don't have that much money, she added. Lin Feng smiled. In truth, he didn't need those items at all because he had a self-healing ability, which was more effective than any healing method. Self-healing was a type of recovery ability, and it only worked on oneself. It was like a passive skill that required no control. Of course, Lin Feng had no intention of revealing this secret to anyone just yet. He still accepted the pass. When do you plan to go? Ling Wei asked. I suggest you visit the base first and find a few reliable companions. If you can find a senior to guide you, even better, she said. All right, Lin Feng nodded. Of course, he wouldn't go with anyone else. On one hand, he didn't trust anyone. On the other hand, if his secret were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. The passage to the underground cave in Magic City was located directly north of the school. When Lin Feng arrived, he suddenly felt a tense atmosphere. In front of him stood a majestic tower. The area around the tower was filled with a powerful aura, surging upward like a torrent. It was the power of the strong in Magic City. There was also a military presence stationed at the base of the tower. These troops were sent by the City Lord's mansion to support Magic City University. Although the university had many strong individuals, its mid-level and lower-level forces were limited. They couldn't send students to guard the area. As Lin Feng approached the base of the tower, a teacher immediately came over and asked, "Student, may I see your pass?" This teacher appeared to be in his 40s, his face covered in scars. The most striking was a deep scar running from his forehead to his chin. Although his expression seemed kind, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be frightened at the sight of him. Hello. Lin Feng handed over his pass and greeted respectfully. Ling Wei had mentioned before that some teachers at Magic City University were stationed here almost year-round. If the underground cave base faced danger, they would be the first to rush in. In Magic City, these teachers might not be the strongest, but they were the most respected. Even Ling Wei showed great respect whenever she encountered them. You're a newcomer, huh? The teacher said after sizing up Lin Feng for a moment. Kid, you've got guts. But be careful. Thank you, teacher. I'll be cautious, Lin Feng replied. Entering the tower, Lin Feng immediately saw a black hole radiating a dark glow. The black hole was about 2 meters in diameter, and just looking at it made his heart race. Through the black hole, he could smell a strong scent of blood. This was the passage to the underground cave. No one knew how this passage had appeared, nor did anyone know if it would appear again, at least Lin Feng couldn't find any relevant information online. Buzz, as Lin Feng stepped into the passage, the surroundings instantly plunged into darkness. This darkness was deeper than night, filled with deathly silence and the stench of blood. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng understood that the situation humanity faced was more severe than he had imagined. The passage wasn't long. Before long, he emerged from the black hole. Lin Feng looked around, his pupils slightly contracting. He was standing in a massive square. On the square, soldiers and faculty and students from Moda University were training intensely. Surrounding them were rows of alloy buildings, almost all of which were scarred. Some were even half destroyed, with workers urgently repairing them. Clearly, this place had just experienced a beast-tide attack. Further away stood alloy walls towering 100 meters high. The entire base was enclosed within these walls. The walls were covered with claw marks and bite marks, evidence of fierce battles. So many psionic weapons, Lin Feng murmured. The walls were densely packed with gun ports, housing powerful psionic weapons. In the underground world, ordinary thermal weapons were completely ineffective. Only new alloy weapons imbued with psionic energy were useful. Strange, there's no sun? Lin Feng looked up. The sky was gray and oppressive, giving off a strong sense of suffocation. Although there was no sun, the environment wasn't particularly dark. Just as he was about to look around, a familiar voice came from behind him. Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around, startled. Are you Chu Xianlan, or? Hee, of course, it's me. Chu Xianlan hadn't expected to meet Lin Feng in the underground world, and her mood instantly brightened. We really have fate, running into each other again. Originally feeling that the underground world was even gloomier after being escorted there by Chu Xianer, Chu Xianlan's mood changed completely with Lin Feng's appearance. She hadn't even realized it herself. Lin Feng nodded. He really couldn't tell the two apart. Even their voices were identical. He glanced around. Your devilish sister didn't come along? She did. She's in the Beast City picking out weapons for me. Chu Xianlan stuck out her pink tongue. I thought it was boring, so I ran out. Lin Feng said helplessly. If you don't care about your own matters, you can't blame others. Did you just arrive, or are you preparing to leave? Chu Xianlan asked. We just got here not long ago, Lin Feng replied. Chu Xianlan hopped around like a cheerful little bird, adding a bit of vitality to the dark and desolate underground world. Even Lin Feng's heavy mood lightened a bit. As they were chatting, Chu Xianer walked over. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Xianer was carrying 2 alloy battle axes on her back, holding an alloy longsword in her hand, and had 2 psionic guns strapped to her waist. Fully armed, she looked like a beast on the battlefield. Sis. Chu Xianlan, who had been happily chatting with Lin Feng, immediately lowered her head when she saw Chu Xianer approaching. Her demeanor was utterly adorable. Chu Xianer glanced at Lin Feng and snorted coldly, clearly still holding a grudge from their previous encounter. This is yours. She handed the alloy longsword and a small psionic gun to Chu Xianlan. Stick close to me once we leave the base. Understood. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This woman, she's really something. Who would have thought that such a cold and stunningly beautiful girl would wield battle axes and dual axes at that? Chu Xianlan, however, was already used to it. Taking the equipment, he said, Sis, let's team up with Lin Feng. 3 people together can look out for each other better. All right. Chu Xianer nodded. Just don't hold me back. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Sorry, I'm not used to fighting alongside ruthless, brainless women. Then go on your own. You. Chu Xianer was about to lose her temper when Chu Xianlan quickly stepped in between them, her eyes cautiously watching Chu Xianer. Sis, what are you doing? Lin Feng is my friend. You can't talk about him like that. After speaking, she pouted and looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. Lin Feng. Clearly, Chu Xianlan had already made her choice. But Lin Feng still said, It's fine. You 2 sisters can look out for each other. I'm used to being on my own. With that, he turned and left. Chu Xianlan felt very disappointed, and her gaze towards Chu Xianer became less friendly. Chu Xianer rolled her eyes at Chu Xianlan. Let's go. 3 beasts a day, Lan Lan. Don't slack off. This was the task she assigned to Chu Xianlan. In truth, Chu Xianlan's talent was no less than Chu Xianer's, but she had no interest in cultivation. This was also related to her family environment. At the base wall, several guard soldiers simultaneously looked at Lin Feng. These soldiers were different from ordinary ones. They exuded a fierce aura, and their eyes carried a murderous intent. Lin Feng knew that they were elite soldiers who had survived countless beast-tide battles. Hello, I need to go outside. Please let me through, Lin Feng said. Young man, be careful out there. The duty captain, Zhu Wei, said kindly. The city gate opened, and a gust of wind rushed in instantly. The intense smell of blood surged into the walls like a ferocious beast. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he strode outside. The beasts outside the base were far more numerous than expected, though all were below the awakening realm. As for those above the awakening realm, they had been eliminated by the patrolling soldiers of the base. Even so, for someone of Lin Feng's level, the danger was still immense. The surrounding area spanned 20 kilometers, a vast region. Even with patrol teams, it was impossible to encounter them every time. So, everything depended on oneself. Swish. In the forest 1 kilometer outside the base, Lin Feng slashed through a 2-star Awakening Realm Black Armored Snake with a single strike. Ding! Successfully killed Black Armored Snake. Gained 10 days of cultivation. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Finally, he could freely grind cultivation points. During this time training outside, although there had been gains, it was still far less satisfying than here. Finally broke through to 5-star Awakening Realm, Lin Feng sighed. Previously, in the wilderness near Lingshan City, he was already close to 5-star. Over this period of continuous cultivation at Magic City University, his strength had steadily improved. Now, he could finally advance. After killing the black armored snake, Lin Feng carefully extracted its beast core. These items were quite valuable. They could be sold to the beast city within the base or exchanged for points at Magic City University after leaving the cavern. Of course, many students and teachers chose to donate them to weaponry groups to forge more suitable alloy weapons. The cavern was dimly lit, roughly equivalent to the light at 4 or 5 o'clock on a winter afternoon. The wilderness where Lin Feng was located was even darker. In such an environment, no one could afford to be careless. After walking a few steps, a rustling sound suddenly came from afar. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he gripped his alloy combat knife and quietly hid behind a large tree. Before long, a red lizard with 3 legs appeared in his line of sight. Blood Dragon Lizard. Lin Feng's interest was greatly piqued. The Blood Dragon Lizard's strength was at the 6-star Awakening Realm. This level was just right for practicing his blade. Whoosh! When the Blood Dragon Lizard was only 10 meters away from Lin Feng, his speed suddenly surged. He had already mastered the basics of the sky, splitting 5 slashes. With this combat skill, combined with the D-grade alloy battle blade, Lin Feng was confident that even without using his abilities, he could take it on in a fight. Clang! The Blood Dragon Lizard's back was protected by a thick, hard shell. Lin Feng exerted all his strength, slashing down fiercely with the blade, sparks flying everywhere. A scratch appeared on the Blood Dragon Lizard's back, but the injury was not severe. Hiss hiss hiss. The Blood Dragon Lizard was enraged, its scarlet tongue shooting toward Lin Feng like an arrow. Lin Feng bent his legs, and the tongue grazed past the top of his head. In the next moment, he rolled to the Blood Dragon Lizard's rear right side. At this distance, the Blood Dragon Lizard's tongue couldn't reach him. The tongue was highly venomous, and Lin Feng didn't want to use his abilities lightly unless he absolutely couldn't avoid it. Sky-splitting 5 slashes. Seizing the moment when the Blood Dragon Lizard retracted its tongue, Lin Feng leaped into the air. The energy within his body flowed rapidly. Swish! 2 sounds of wind breaking echoed as the alloy battle blade turned into a streak of white light. You must understand, compressing the destruction thunder to the size of a ping-pong ball does not mean its power diminishes. On the contrary, its mass remains unchanged, and its power has increased several times. Previously, when facing a shield wolf at the 8-star Awakening Realm, the sky-splitting 5 slashes struggled to inflict effective damage. Even the ordinary large-scale destruction thunder couldn't instantly kill the shield wolf. But after being condensed to the size of a ping-pong ball, the destruction thunder directly killed the shield wolf in an instant, while preserving most of its body. For Lin Feng, the destruction thunder has already achieved precision strikes. Feeling immense satisfaction, Lin Feng was also deeply grateful. Without his self-healing ability, he might have already returned to the base for treatment. It was thanks to his powerful endurance that Lin Feng could fight continuously, significantly improving his efficiency. Just as he was eating, his expression suddenly changed. Prolonged combat had given him a sense of danger prediction. Boom! Almost the moment Lin Feng dodged, a Thorn King rat covered in spikes emerged from underground. If Lin Feng had been a bit slower, he might have become its prey. Daring to interrupt my meal, you're courting death, Lin Feng said as he raised his blade to strike. The Thorn King rat excelled at ambushes in direct combat, It was 1 star stronger than Lin Feng, but it might not necessarily defeat him. Squeak, squeak. Just as Lin Feng was about to approach, the Thorn King rat suddenly burrowed underground. Faced with this kind of hiding tactic, Lin Feng was truly at a loss. He couldn't possibly dig tunnels to chase it, as that would not only be inefficient but also more dangerous. As Lin Feng focused on finding clues, rustle, the soil loosened about 10 meters away, and the Thorn King rat emerged again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, the Thorn King rat had gotten smarter, launching the spikes on its back like sharp arrows toward Lin Feng. These spikes were as sharp as alloy, possibly even more formidable than E-grade alloy. Yeah, you think I can't attack from a distance? Boom! Lin Feng summoned the Destruction Thunder. In an instant, the Destruction Thunder shrank to the size of a ping-pong ball and flew toward the Thorn King rat. As a lightning-based ability, the Destruction Thunder was incredibly fast. Although Lin Feng acted second, the Destruction Thunder hit the Thorn King rat first, while the spikes hadn't yet reached him. Squeak! The moment the Destruction Thunder appeared, the Thorn King rat let out a terrified scream and desperately tried to burrow underground. But its speed was far inferior to the Destruction Thunder. Boom! In the next second, the ping-pong ball-sized Destruction Thunder pierced through the Thorn King rat's heart like a cannonball. The Thorn King rat had no strength to resist its tough, for couldn't block the Destruction Thunder at all. Its heart was instantly destroyed. The Thorn King rat froze in place, motionless. In reality, it was already completely dead. Truly domineering, Lin Feng said with a satisfied smile. The Destruction Thunder was quick to release and even faster in flight. He estimated that once he reached the minor mastery stage, even powerful warriors would struggle to resist. As long as the Destruction Thunder hit its target, it would undoubtedly take effect. This alone was enough to demonstrate the terrifying nature of the Destruction Thunder. If his strength improved further, the destructive power of the Destruction Thunder would be fully unleashed. By then, it would truly be formidable. 7 stars. At this moment, Lin Feng realized his strength had increased again. Just a few days ago, he had broken through to the peak of 6 stars, and now he had naturally entered the 7-star stage. With my current strength, I should be considered top tier among this year's special recruits, right? Lin Feng muttered to himself. After speaking, he continued on his path of slaughter. Meanwhile, in a valley several kilometers away, boom! Chu Xiener, her expression cold, swung her twin axes. Each attack killed several mutant beasts. Chu Xianlan stood behind her, responsible for defense. Whenever an enemy broke through Chu Xiener's attacks, Chu Xianlan would swing her alloy longsword to kill them. The two worked together seamlessly, with high efficiency. Yet, the sisters were feeling a bit desperate at the moment. Surrounding them were thousands of gold-eating ants. Gold-eating ants are creatures that fight in swarms. Each one is only the size of a palm, but their sheer numbers make them incredibly difficult to deal with. Although their strength is only at the 2-star or 3-star awakening realm, their sharp teeth can bite through metal. Even a peak awakening realm expert would face life-threatening danger. Not to mention their extreme unity. Once targeted, one would face endless attacks until either escaping or being devoured completely. The Chu sisters had been fighting for over half an hour. At first, they relied on their abilities to kill, but as time passed, their internal energy dwindled. Coupled with the frequent attacks of the gold-eating ants, they had no time to replenish their energy and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Lan Lan, you retreat first. Chu Xiener suddenly said. No, I want to leave with you. Although Chu Xianlan was usually gentle and well protected by her family, she showed stubbornness and courage at critical moments. Damn it, Chu Xiener cursed under her breath, watching as the gold-eating ants continued to charge madly. Her ability was an S-class special type replication. She could replicate the abilities of her opponents and retain them for 2 days without limit. This ability was incredibly powerful. With it, Chu Xiener could almost possess and use any ability. But this ability had a weakness: it required a medium. The gold-eating ants' defining feature was their sharp teeth, which were useless even if replicated. Moreover, Chu Xianlan's ability was even more peculiar and could not be replicated. In other words, although Chu Xiener had an ability, she couldn't make use of it. Additionally, replication had a 12-hour cooldown period. They had assumed there wouldn't be any overly powerful mutant beasts within a 20-kilometer radius, but unexpectedly, they encountered the most troublesome gold-eating ants. After continuous energy consumption, the cooldown period for her replication ability had just begun. What Tur just arrived here, he saw a large swarm of gold-devouring ants. Then, he noticed the Chu Xianlan sisters. Although Lin Feng didn't have much affection for Chu Xianer, she was still a friend. These gold-devouring ants, which seemed like a nightmare to Chu Xianer, were easily dealt with by Lin Feng. His Destruction Thunder belonged to the strong attack type. Combined with wide-range release, facing these low-level gold-devouring ants was a breeze. The powerful force within the Destruction Thunder instantly instilled fear in the ants. In just a moment, Lin Feng wiped out hundreds of them. The remaining ants scattered in fear. Though not intelligent, they still had instinctive fear. The system's notification sound kept ringing. Although the rewards for these ants were individually low, even calculated by the hour, the sheer quantity made it quite substantial. Almost 8 stars. Lin Feng sensed with joy. Just as he was about to speak to Chu Xianer, he froze. Chu Xianer's chest area had been torn by the ants, completely exposed. Ah, Chu Xianer realized, her face turning red as if it would drip blood, hurriedly covering herself with her hands. But her small hands couldn't conceal the spectacular sight. So fair and tender. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. Seeing Chu Xianer embarrassed, he felt a bit pleased inside. Lin Feng, Chu Xianlan walked over happily. Thank goodness you came, or my sister and I would have been done for. She stuck out her tongue, still feeling lingering fear. Lin Feng nodded, scanning the surrounding ant swarm. To his surprise, the ants turned and fled upon seeing him, as if he were a demon. Trying to run, Lin Feng wouldn't let them escape. Destruction Thunder was unleashed again. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng successfully leveled up. The fleeing ants ran faster and faster, losing their previous ferocity. Fortunately, Lin Feng had consumed a lot of spiritual energy otherwise. None would have escaped. Chu Xianer changed into a new short-sleeved shirt, her face still flushed. Despite her embarrassment, she was deeply shocked. She hadn't paid much attention when sparring with Lin Feng before, but now she realized he was truly strong. Suddenly, you're already 8 stars? Chu Xianer looked at him as if she'd seen a ghost, incredulous. Weren't you just? I saved you, and your first words are this. Lin Feng said, displeased. Chu Xianer bit her lip, stubbornly staring at him, refusing to say thank you. Sis. Chu Xianlan glared at Chu Xianer, then sincerely said, Lin Feng, thank you for saving us both. Ah, born from the same womb. How can the difference be so big? Lin Feng glanced at Chu Xianer, then turned to Chu Xianlan and said, It's nothing, we're friends. Hee. Chu Xianlan beamed with joy. On the other hand, Chu Xianer wanted to get angry but held back. Lin Feng, have you been staying here these past few days? Chu Xianlan noticed Lin Feng was covered in blood and asked with concern, You didn't encounter any danger, did you? She took out a bottle of healing medicine from her pocket as she spoke. I'm not injured, it's all from the beasts. Lin Feng shook his head. But I'm planning to leave. After several days of intense battles, Lin Feng was exhausted. If this continued, it would be hard to focus, and problems could easily arise. Although he had self-healing abilities, they couldn't fully restore him. On another note, his sky-splitting 5 slashes had reached the minor achievement stage, and the major achievement wasn't far off. Lin Feng had made new breakthroughs in his ability control and felt it was time to retreat and improve for a while. Chu Xianlan noticed his tired appearance and thoughtfully took out a light blue pill from her waist pouch. Lin Feng, this is a concentration pill. It can help you recover your energy and stamina. Good stuff. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he quickly took it and swallowed it. Chu Xianer, standing nearby, felt a bit uncomfortable seeing the two so close, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Not leaving yet. Waiting for a beast to come cause trouble? Chu Xianer said. Lin Feng originally planned to head back, but the concentration pill changed his mind. I plan to stay a bit longer. You two go back first. Chu Xianer was slightly stunned, not expecting him to be so determined. Chu Xianlan felt a bit conflicted and suddenly said, Sis, I think I still need 2 more beasts. Should I stay with Lin Feng? Chu Xianer stuck out her tongue. Chu Xianer was so annoyed her chest heaved as she looked up at the sky. Lon Lon, just say you want to stay with Lin Feng. Why beat around the bush? Do you think I'm stupid? But she herself didn't want to leave either. All right, let's stay together, Chu Xianer said flatly. Yay! Chu Xianlon jumped up in excitement. Lin Feng, where are we going? Chu Xianlon asked excitedly. My sister and I will follow your lead, hee hee. Chu Xianer immediately rolled her eyes. When did I say I'd follow him? This girl is getting more and more infatuated. Let's scout around the valley first. Half an hour later. Boom! The valley suddenly shook violently. The sky darkened, and a massive black bird appeared. Its entire body was covered in silver lightning, and its silver eyes scanned the surroundings, immediately locking onto the three of them. This is bad. The three of them noticed the bird at the same time. It's a thunder beast, Chu Xianer exclaimed, a warrior level 1. Unlike awakening level beasts, warrior level beasts possess special abilities, also known as powers. Warrior level beasts are much harder to deal with. Although Chu Xianer had already reached the peak of the awakening level, she had no chance against a thunder beast. Just a one-star warrior, Lin Feng said, drawing his battle blade. He asked in a deep voice, Lon Lon, what's your power? Endless Aura. The S-Class Special Endless Aura? The one that can seal an enemy's powers. Lin Feng turned to ask. Chu Xianlon nodded. Then it's much simpler, Lin Feng said. Endless Aura was an extremely powerful special ability that could instantly seal an opponent's powers, rendering them unusable. During the sealing period, Chu Xianlon could also absorb the opponent's spiritual energy. This made her increasingly stronger, to the point where almost no one could stop her. However, Chu Xianlon wasn't diligent enough otherwise. This ability would have already caused countless awakeners headaches. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Chu Xianlon's eyes lit up. Lin Feng, when should I release it? She was very particular about timing but lacked experience. Wait for my signal. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder beast descended from the sky. Chirp! A sharp cry echoed through the valley. The appearance of the thunder beast scared the other awakening level beasts into hiding in their territories, not daring to move. Clang! The thunder beast's sharp claws could easily snap E-grade alloy. Its strikes were fierce, sparks flying everywhere. Lin Feng prepared to make his move, and Chu Xianer followed suit. Since Lin Feng wasn't afraid, she wouldn't back down either. Chu Xianlon, at this moment, could only act cute and seek protection. The thunder beast didn't take Lin Feng and Chu Xianer seriously at all, given the vast difference in their levels that it flapped its wings and instantly flew behind the two. Humph! Lin Feng, also a thunder ability user, knew the opponent was extremely fast. He and the thunder beast turned around almost simultaneously. The two collided, sky-splitting 5 slashes. Lin Feng held nothing back, and 2 blade lights instantly shot toward the thunder beast's abdomen. Slash! The blade light tore through the thunder beast's belly, blood splattering everywhere. Screech! The thunder beast hadn't expected Lin Feng to also possess thunder abilities, and his combat experience was far from that of a novice. In immense pain, the thunder beast's wings suddenly lit up with dazzling brilliance. Lon Lon! Lin Feng shouted urgently. Yes. Chu Xianlon had already prepared herself. Her fair hands crossed and clenched tightly, then pushed forward forcefully. Buzz! A circle of milky white light rose from her body, quickly enveloping the thunder beast. Just as the thunder beast was about to activate its ability, it suddenly realized its connection to its ability had been severed. It's my turn now. Lin Feng seized the moment when the thunder beast was distracted, moving swiftly. Boom! Thunder roared, followed by a marble-sized destruction divine thunder shooting out like a bullet. During this time, Lin Feng had already learned to compress the destruction divine thunder to the size of a marble, significantly enhancing its power. What? Chu Xianer widened her eyes, involuntarily gasping. He had already mastered the preliminary destruction divine thunder? How was this possible? Chu Xianer was completely stunned. Reality felt like a merciless mockery to her. At that moment, woo! The massive thunder beast fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, there was a marble-sized hole in the thunder beast's heart. Hiss! Chu Xianer stared in shock, her eyes wide open. How did you do that? Ding! Successfully killed the thunder beast. Obtained 1 true universe crystal capable of evolving abilities. As the thunder beast fell, the system notification sounded. What? Lin Feng's body trembled. System, can S-level abilities also evolve? If not for the system's notification, Lin Feng would never have thought that S-level abilities weren't the endpoint. This completely overturned his understanding. All along, including Lin Feng, everyone believed S-level was the highest rank. Throughout China, Lin Feng had never heard of anyone possessing abilities stronger than S-level. But now, the system claimed they could still evolve? Lin Feng's heartbeat immediately accelerated. If his two S-level abilities could evolve to higher levels, his talent and strength would leap forward once again. This was incredibly good news. At the moment the system reward was issued, a crystal shining with multicolored light quietly lay in the system space. The crystal wasn't large, about the length of a thumb. Its multicolored glow made it look like a miniature starry sky, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Chu Xianlan waved her delicate hand in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, suppressing his excitement. Nothing, Lin Feng said. Lan, your ability is quite impressive. In Lin Feng's view, Chu Xianlan's ability paired perfectly with his destruction divine thunder. As long as the Thunder Beast could be successfully sealed, with the power of the destruction divine thunder, the opponent would be like a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. Although the seamless aura didn't directly enhance Chu Xianlan, in team battles, she was a nightmare for opponents. If it were Lin Feng, he would prioritize eliminating Chu Xianlan. As for Chu Xian'er's ability, it was also quite formidable. On the way, Chu Xianlan had already told Lin Feng about her sister's ability. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. After all, having the ability to replicate powers made her an all-around player. She could deal damage, tank, assist, and control practically omnipotent. However, precisely because of this, Chu Xian'er's cultivation path was more challenging. She had too many abilities to familiarize herself with, so she had yet to reach the entry-level stage. Just as Lin Feng obtained the Thunder Beast's beast core, a strange noise suddenly arose around them. Lin Feng said, "It seems the Thunder Beast's corpse has attracted nearby beasts. Let's leave quickly." The next afternoon, Lin Feng and the other two completed their training and returned to the base. By now, Lin Feng's level had already reached 9-star Awakening Realm. From the time he entered the base until now, it had been less than 4 days. He had advanced directly from 4-star to 9-star. The speed was astonishing. However, Chu Xianlan was already prepared. Her snow-white hands crossed and pushed forcefully. Buzz! A circle of milky white light rose from her body, quickly enveloping the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast was about to activate its ability, but found the connection severed. My turn. Lin Feng, quick-eyed and swift, seized the moment when the Thunder Beast was distracted. Boom! Thunder roared. A tiny destruction divine thunder, smaller than a glass marble, shot out like a bullet. Over the past few days, Lin Feng had managed to compress the destruction divine thunder to the size of a marble, significantly enhancing its power. What? Chu Xian'er's pupils contracted sharply, and she couldn't help but gasp. He had already achieved such progress? How was this possible? Chu Xian'er was completely stunned. This harsh reality felt like a mockery to her. At that moment, roar! A massive thunder beast fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, there was a marble-sized hole in its heart. Hiss! Chu Xian'er widened her eyes and asked in disbelief. How? How did you do that? Ding! Successfully killed the Thunder Beast. Obtained a true universe crystal capable of evolving abilities. The moment the Thunder Beast died, the system notification sounded. What? Lin Feng's entire body trembled. System, can S-level abilities also evolve? If not for this notification, Lin Feng would never have thought that S-level abilities were not the endpoint. This completely shattered his understanding. All along, Lin Feng and everyone else believed that S-level was the highest rank. Throughout all of China, he had never heard of an ability stronger than S-level. But now, the system claimed it could evolve. Lin Feng's heartbeat instantly accelerated. If his two S-level abilities could evolve to a new level, his talent and strength would see a massive boost. This was incredible news. As the system reward was issued, a crystal emitting a radiant 5-colored glow quietly lay in the system space. The crystal was small, about the length of a thumb. Its dazzling multicolored light evoked the vastness of the starry sky, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Lin Feng, what's wrong? At this moment, Chu Xianlan waved her jade-like hand in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng snapped out of it and suppressed his excitement. Nothing, he said with a smile. Lan, your ability is impressive. In Lin Feng's view, Chu Xianlan's ability complemented his own perfectly. As long as the seal was successful, with the power of the destruction divine thunder, enemies would be like fish on a chopping board. Although the infinite halo didn't directly enhance Chu Xianlan, in team battles, she was a nightmare for enemies. If Lin Feng were in their shoes, he would definitely prioritize eliminating Chu Xianlan. Chu Xian'er's ability was also very strong. On the way, Chu Xianlan had already told Lin Feng about her sister's special ability. Lin Feng was quite surprised. After all, the ability to copy powers is equivalent to possessing multiple abilities. It can output, resist damage, assist, control, everything is possible. It's practically omnipotent. But precisely because of this, Chu Xian'er's path is more difficult. She needs to familiarize herself with too many abilities. So, up until now, Chu Xian'er has not reached the beginner level. When Lin Feng took the Thunder Beast's beast core, strange noises suddenly came from the surroundings. Lin Feng said, "It seems the Thunder Beast's corpse has attracted nearby beasts. Let's go." The next afternoon, Lin Feng and the other two finished their training and returned to the base. Lin Feng's realm had already reached the 9-star awakening stage. From entering the base until now, it had been less than 4 days. He had directly risen from 4-star to 9-star. The speed was astonishing. However, this also made his realm somewhat unstable. This was one of the reasons he ended his training. In the Beast City, clatter, Lin Feng poured dozens of beast cores onto the table. Chu Xian'er's eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to have killed so many. After all, they had only killed 12 beasts in the past few days. "Show me your student ID." Teacher Zheng Linming, responsible for points exchange, said. The exchange process was simple. The machine would detect the beast core owner's strength and then assign points based on their strength. After confirming everything, the points would be stored in Lin Feng's student ID. Although beast cores could be sold in Beast City, Lin Feng chose to exchange them for points. Using points to experience the gravity room was more cost-effective. "What? You're a newly enrolled special admission student?" Zheng Liming's eyes widened. He hadn't expected such an astonishing performance from a freshman. He had thought Lin Feng was a senior. Lin Feng nodded without saying much. Hearing others praise Lin Feng, Chu Xianlan couldn't help but proudly say, "That's right, Lin Feng has been here for less than half a month." Zheng Linming gave Lin Feng a deep look and sighed. "I've only been away from the base for a little over a year, and I didn't expect the freshman at Moda University to be this strong now." He had been stationed at the base for years and wouldn't leave easily unless something major happened. After a while, "Student Lin Feng, these beast cores total 68 points." After Zheng Linming finished speaking, a detailed points list appeared on the computer screen in front of Lin Feng, listing the levels of each beast core and their corresponding points. Lin Feng didn't look much the school wouldn't cheat him out of such points. "Thank you, Teacher Zheng," Lin Feng said. After the three left the points exchange hall, Zheng Linming looked at Lin Feng's back and muttered softly, "This kid is truly a ruthless character who has seen blood." Not long after, Teacher Zheng, a young man, dressed in tattered clothes and covered in blood, walked out. There were quite a few people in the hall, but upon seeing him, they instinctively stepped back a few steps, as if he were a plague. The young man snorted disdainfully. "What are you afraid of? I'm seriously injured and don't have time to waste with you." "Madman, you're finally out?" Zheng Linming teased. "You're late. Just now, there was a student who was also very impressive, on par with you." The young man's eyes lit up. "Really? Where is he?" "He just left." Zheng Linming shrugged and said, "But I warn you not to mess around. He is a newly enrolled special admissions student." "Oh." The young man immediately lost interest. This young man was the madman of Moda University that Ling Wei had mentioned earlier, Li Fengxian. He was extraordinarily gifted, possessing a unique ability, and coupled with his combative nature, he was nicknamed Madman. Of course, in the eyes of most students, this title carried a slightly derogatory connotation. after leaving the underground cave. Student Lin, well done, you made it out alive. The teacher with a scar on his face, standing guard under the tower, said with a smile. Yes, Lin Feng replied. Teacher Chiu, we'll head back first. After the three left, Chiu Yu muttered under his breath. This kid, his luck with women is really something. In the dormitory, after greeting Chen Muyang, Lin Feng went upstairs. He closed the door and locked it. Buzz, when Lin Feng took out the true universe crystal from the system space, the entire room was instantly enveloped in a dazzling array of colorful lights. Immediately, a dense force of starlight surged out. Lin Feng looked around, feeling as if he were in the vast cosmos. This thing has quite the origin, Lin Feng murmured to himself. He could sense the immense spiritual energy hidden within the small true universe crystal. There was also a strange energy that made his entire body feel comfortable. However, there was little information about it online, and even the exchange system at Magic City University didn't have this item. The system stated that the true universe crystal needed to be absorbed through abilities. Whichever ability absorbed it would evolve accordingly. After some thought, Lin Feng decided to enhance the Destruction Divine Thunder first. On one hand, the Destruction Divine Thunder had strong offensive power. On the other hand, his current self-healing ability was already sufficient. Boom! Lin Feng summoned the Destruction Divine Thunder. Golden arcs of electricity quickly danced in his palm, wrapping around the true universe crystal. The moment the arcs enveloped the crystal, it suddenly shattered. The colorful powder intertwined with the arcs of electricity. Immediately after, an inexplicable force surged into Lin Feng's body. Once the arcs dissipated, all the powder had entered his body. A sacred and majestic multicolored light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The entire process was very quick. 2 minutes later. Host. Lin Feng Realm. 9-star awakened abilities. Destruction Divine Thunder S level. Self-healing S level combat techniques. Sky Splitting 5 slashes minor mastery. Ability Basics Beginner Evolution. Destruction Divine Thunder 25%. Lin Feng glanced at the panel, his eyes lighting up. He had thought that such a small true universe crystal would only slightly enhance his ability. But to his surprise, it directly increased by 25%. This meant that with just 3 more, he could fully evolve the Destruction Divine Thunder. Thinking of this, Lin Feng summoned the Destruction Divine Thunder again. Boom! With a thunderous roar, golden arcs of electricity reappeared. Lin Feng carefully sensed it, his gaze becoming sharp. Although the Destruction Divine Thunder had only evolved by a quarter, its power had already significantly increased. Previously, he had struggled against a strong opponent at the 2-star warrior level, but now he could instantly defeat them. It was terrifying. What delighted Lin Feng even more was that the release speed of the Destruction Divine Thunder had also noticeably improved. He estimated that the speed had increased by at least 25%. Zzz. Golden arcs of electricity continuously burst from Lin Feng's eyes. The moment they shot into the air, the deafening sound of explosions echoed. It seems like the energy consumption has also decreased. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then immediately began testing repeatedly. In the training room, bang! The Destruction Divine Thunder accurately hit the center of the target. The consumption has actually decreased by a quarter. Lin Feng clenched his fists in excitement. This meant that his endurance in prolonged battles had improved once again. The true universe crystal is truly incredible. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, feeling like he hadn't had enough fun yet. Boom! At that moment, a sudden commotion came from downstairs. Lin Feng walked out of the training room, and a burnt smell hit his nose. Chen Muyang. As he reached downstairs, Lin Feng asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" His roommate Chen Muyang was completely charred, with his clothes blown to pieces. Strangely, the surrounding furniture was completely intact. Sorry, I hope I didn't disturb you," Chen Muyang said awkwardly. "Are you okay?" Lin Feng asked with concern. I'm fine. I was just training my abilities." Chen Muyang scratched his head and asked excitedly. "Lin Feng, have you been to the abyss? How does it feel?" This was the first time Chen Muyang had spoken so much to Lin Feng. Normally, he was extremely socially anxious and rarely talked to Lin Feng despite being roommates. Lin Feng was busy with training, So the two hardly met. Today was the longest conversation they'd ever had. Not bad. Are you planning to go too? Lin Feng asked. Yeah, I'm almost ready, Chen Muyang said shyly. Good luck, Lin Feng said with a smile. I'm heading to the gravity room now. Just as he left the dormitory, Lin Feng's phone rang. Hello, everyone. This group is for special admissions students who have already reported. Ling Wei added Lin Feng to a group chat called 2021 Shanghai Special Admissions. There were exactly 8 people in the group. Looks like 4 new members have joined, Lin Feng muttered. Among the 8 people were Lin Feng, the Chu Xianlan sisters, and Chen Muyang. This meant that 4 more special admissions students had recently reported. By the 15th at the latest, all special admissions students will have arrived. At that time, another teacher and I will organize a meet-up for everyone, Ling Wei said in the group chat. Today was the 11th, leaving 4 days to go. The first batch of special admissions students had already started reporting. The second batch consisted of guaranteed admissions, where those with abilities reaching a level could be directly admitted. It was bound to get lively then. On the way to the gravity room, Lin Feng noticed that the dormitory area was almost empty. He suddenly remembered that the senior students were already on summer vacation. The college entrance exams are over, Lin Feng murmured to himself. He had been immersed in the abyss these past few days and had almost forgotten that the exams he once cared about the most were already over. Inside the 2X gravity room, Lin Feng paced back and forth. 2 glass bead-sized destruction thunder orbs revolved around him. After mastering the basics of ability control, his training methods had changed. Lin Feng manipulated his abilities to rotate, improving both his compatibility and control over them. At the same time, he was preparing for the next stage of mimicry training. There are 2 standards for achieving minor mastery in ability control. First, the ability must be compressed into a single point. Second, one must be relatively proficient in mimicry. The compressed into a single point standard isn't literal, but refers to minimizing the ability to its limit. Truly achieving a single point requires a higher level of mastery. Mimicry, on the other hand, demands even greater control over abilities. 2x gravity is no longer enough, Lin Feng said. Half an hour later, he adjusted the gravity to 4x. Instantly, the immense pressure made his entire body tense. Under 4x gravity, Lin Feng's internal organs were under significant strain, but it was still bearable. Boom! Under 4x gravity, Lin Feng's ability control felt weaker, and the flow of energy slowed considerably. However, precisely because of this, it helped solidify his foundation. Interesting. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In this state, his training efficiency doubled. 3 days passed unknowingly. The high-intensity training had used up his free 48 hours of cultivation time for the month. However, the results left Lin Feng very satisfied. First, his realm was completely stabilized. Now, he was truly at the 9-star awakening realm. Second, Lin Feng could now easily execute 3 consecutive strikes of the sky, splitting 5 slashes. Compared to the 2 strikes when he first started, the 3 strikes at the minor mastery stage not only increased in quantity, but also improved in quality. Additionally, his ability cultivation had also made a breakthrough. After 3 days, Lin Feng could already condense the destruction divine thunder into the form of a battle blade. He could also quickly shape some simple terrains. This progress made Lin Feng very happy. In the gravity room's rest lounge, Lin Feng still felt unsatisfied. He still had 68 points in his hand, all earned through hard work in the underground cave. According to the school's rules, 3 points could be exchanged for 1 hour of cultivation time. In other words, Lin Feng could exchange for 22 hours of cultivation time. Who is so rude? Get out of my way. Just as Lin Feng was resting, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Feng frowned. He turned to see 3 young men staring at him arrogantly. What are you standing there for? This is Boss Zhu's spot. One of the young men continued arrogantly. Lin Feng glanced at the sofa, but didn't see any nameplate. There's no nameplate for Boss Zhu here, Lin Feng replied calmly. Looking for death, the young man immediately flew into a rage. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fist toward Lin Feng. Since it was the school break, there weren't many people in the gravity room lounge. Besides Lin Feng, there was only one other young man lying on a sofa, asleep. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Judging by the other's clothing, he was likely a senior student, though it was unclear which year. Since the other party made a move, Lin Feng didn't hold back and raised his leg for a kick. Bang! Fist and foot collided, and the young man was forced 2 steps back, while Lin Feng remained seated on the sofa, steady as a mountain. What? The young man's expression changed, and he immediately flushed with anger. This guy has some skill, another young man said. Doesn't he seem familiar, though? The tall young man impatiently said, Zhou Tu, you're not up to it, huh? Boss Zhu will be here soon, Zhou Tu said, his face a mix of shame and anger. He had just joined Zhu Yan's faction and was looking for an opportunity to show off, but he hadn't managed to gain the upper hand. Determined, Zhou Tu decided he had to win this time and make it impressive. The next second, his hands suddenly became large and rough. His ability was a B-level physical type arm enhancement, which temporarily granted his arms greater strength. Instantly, Zhou Tu's arms looked swollen, as if they had been severely struck, abnormally bloated. Lin Feng assessed the opponent's strength 2-star warrior level, quite ordinary. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng stood up and threw a punch. At the moment Lin Feng punched, the destruction divine thunder quickly enveloped his fist. This was something Lin Feng had thought of during his research on mimicry over the past few days. By condensing the destruction divine thunder into the shape of a fist and attaching it to his hand, it greatly enhanced his close combat power. Initially, the other 2 young men felt reassured when they saw Zhou Tu activate his ability. One of them, named Shui Yiming, revealed a sinister smile, as if he could already see Lin Feng being sent flying. But when they saw the golden arcs of electricity flickering around Lin Feng's fist, their expressions immediately changed. Zhou Tu, be careful. Shui Yiming hadn't finished speaking when Zhou Tu's fist, which was half the size larger than Lin Feng's, collided directly with Lin Feng's fist. Ah! The next moment, Zhou Tu screamed as he was sent flying. Upon closer inspection, his left fist was already a bloody mess. At the same time, a strong smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air. Zhou Tu's ability was only B-level and not defensive then, one on the left and one on the right. They charged fiercely at Lin Feng. Humph! Lin Feng snorted coldly, waving both hands simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 thunderballs, only the size of marbles, shot out instantly. Since absorbing the true universe crystal, the release speed of the destruction divine thunder had significantly increased. Before Shui Yiming and the other could get close, the thunderballs had already pierced through their thighs. Ah! Ah! 2 screams echoed. Their left thighs were penetrated, leaving charred small holes. My leg! Shui Yiming's face turned pale as he clutched his leg, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. What happened? At this moment, a tall and burly young man walked over, frowning deeply. Seeing the people lying on the ground, he roared angrily. Who did this? Shui Yiming quickly replied. Boss, it was him, this year's new special recruit. Zhu Yan glared at Lin Feng fiercely, exuding a murderous aura. You? He said, stepping forward. Zhu Yan was no ordinary person. His ability was grade A. Moreover, he was a true 3-star warrior. A true 3-star warrior was someone who achieved their rank through hard training, unlike Shui Yiming and the others, who relied on pills. Lin Feng remained calm and unafraid. What? They can hit me, but I can't fight back. Heh! Zhu Yan sneered, and then the sound of crack, crack, rang out. In an instant, his entire body was covered in rock. Grade A elemental ability, copper rock armor. Junior, do you know any seniors at school? Zhu Yan asked. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. No. No connections, yet you dare to act arrogant? You're asking for it. Zhu Yan charged at Lin Feng like a tank. Copper rock armor was an elemental ability with extremely strong defense. As a variant of the earth element, this grade A defensive ability could withstand attacks from opponents 1-star stronger. Of course, that was assuming the opponent didn't use abilities. Whoosh! Lin Feng took a step back and flicked his fingers. 2 thunderballs shot out instantly. Clang! To Lin Feng's surprise, this attack didn't have a destructive effect. It only left a 2-centimeter deep hole in Zhu Yan's chest. Although the damage was limited, it startled Zhu Yan. Fortunately, his defense was strong otherwise. He would have been in trouble. just as Zhu Yan raised his massive fist to smash at Lin Feng. Pretty tough. Lin Feng dodged with a flash. Copper rock armor had strong defense, but was slow. With the enhancement of the Destruction Divine Thunder, Lin Feng's speed far exceeded others of the same level. In terms of strength comparison, although Zhu Yan attacked fiercely, Lin Feng dodged every time. 2 minutes later, Zhu Yan's copper rock armor was covered in dents, looking battered and worn. In contrast, Lin Feng remained calm and composed. Damn it, Zhu Yan was so furious he almost spat blood. If it were any other ability, he could have fought back. But this guy was too fast, almost comparable to some speed-type ability users. He simply couldn't win. If this continued, he would be worn out. Humph, if I had fully mastered my ability combat skills, I wouldn't let you act so arrogant. Zhu Yan growled. I'm done. With that, he turned to leave. The 3 people lying on the ground were dumbfounded. Was this still the boss who was always gritting his teeth in anger? Think you can run? Lin Feng, having encountered a rare tank, wasn't about to let him go. Besides, he hadn't finished testing the uses of the Destruction Divine Thunder. Boom! A golden arc of electricity quickly formed into a battle blade in his hand. Take this. Using his speed advantage, Lin Feng dashed behind Zhu Yan, slashing down with the Destruction Divine Thunderblade. Clang! This time, it left a gash. Ah! Zhu Yan roared in anger. Although his injuries weren't severe, the pain was still intense. Take this sword. Take this hammer. Take this axe. Before long, 18 types of weapons materialized one after another. However, Lin Feng was most adept with the battle blade. The continuous attacks made Zhu Yan so furious that he was practically steaming, his face bruised and battered, filled with frustration. Damn it! Zhu Yan suddenly shouted, and in the next moment, he swiftly drew a psionic gun from his waist. Seeing this weapon, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This psionic gun appeared to be C-grade. The power of a C-grade psionic gun was immense. Even an awakened warrior of a high level could lose their life after taking 2 shots. Lin Feng hadn't expected Zhu Yan to be so wealthy. A C-grade psionic gun would cost at least $1 million. Moreover, each shot required a psionic bullet, which cost around 20,000 per bullet. Such a gun was something ordinary people couldn't afford. Zzz. The moment Lin Feng saw the psionic gun, his expression turned serious. Zhu Yan's body was encased in a copper rock armor, but his head was unprotected. Under the school's rules, Lin Feng rarely targeted his opponent's head. But this time, since Zhu Yan fired first, Lin Feng wouldn't hold back. Let's see whose ability is faster, your power or my gun. Zhu Yan sneered as he pulled the trigger. Bang! A blue bullet shot out instantly. Lin Feng was prepared and countered with a reverse swing, unleashing a destructive divine thunder. Boom! The psionic bullet collided with the destructive thunder, erupting in a violent explosion. Not far away, Zhu Qi, who was responsible for guarding, stood up. The earlier fighting had become routine, but this time, a slight misstep could result in serious injury or even death. Zhu Qi immediately heightened his vigilance, ready to intervene at any moment to prevent an accident. On a nearby sofa, a young man sleeping frowned and pulled the clothes off his face. If Zhu Yan saw him, he would undoubtedly be terrified. This man was none other than the madman Li Fengxian. Li Fengxian had already been awakened by the noise. Like Zhu Qi, he initially didn't bother to intervene, but now he started paying attention. He was curious to see how this freshman would handle the situation. Bang! Zhu Yan fired wildly. Lin Feng's speed was equally swift. Fortunately, the alloy walls here were of high quality, otherwise the entire building might have collapsed. Just as Zhu Yan was about to fire again, Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. Zhu Yan had exposed a flaw. Whoosh! A psionic bullet grazed past Lin Feng's ear, and half of Lin Feng's psionic energy was instantly consumed. Boom! This explosion was even more deafening than before. Following that, a basketball-sized thunder orb shot toward Zhu Yan. At the cost of half his psionic energy, the destructive divine thunder maintained its intensity while its size expanded several times. This was Lin Feng's first time unleashing his ability with full force. It was also the maximum amount of psionic energy he could muster. The moment the thunder roared, Li Fengxian's eyes lit up. Not far away, Zhu Qi's expression changed drastically. A phantom appeared behind him as he rushed forward at high speed. Zhu Yan's lips still carried a crazed smile. Lin Feng's full-force attack was terrifying, and the destructive divine thunder, unleashed with half his psionic energy, was even more fearsome. The orb of light moved at an astonishing speed, leaving Zhu Yan no time to react. Boom! The golden orb struck Zhu Yan with immense force. Buzz! At that moment, Zhu Qi approached Zhu Yan. The thunder instantly blasted away the rock armor on Zhu Yan's body. Zhu Yan's body seemed to be torn apart by countless tiny blades, his skin splitting open in patches. Ah! The crazed expression on Zhu Yan's face vanished instantly. A sharp pain struck him, and he screamed as he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Ugh! Zhu Qi, though slightly injured, grunted and took a step back. Li Fengxian's eyes shone unusually bright as he stared at Lin Feng, a hint of madness in his gaze. Who? After delivering a heavy blow to Zhu Yan, Lin Feng exhaled coldly, his eyes resolute. The three people lying on the ground, Zhou Tu and the others, were already petrified with fear. Zhu Qi steadied himself, his expression grave. Although he hadn't used his abilities or spiritual energy just now, he was still injured. Upon closer inspection, there was a small scratch on Zhu Qi's palm. Though it didn't bleed, the fact that Lin Feng, who hadn't yet reached the warrior level, could injure Zhu Qi was truly terrifying. Lin Feng, is your ability the Destruction God Thunder? Zhu Qi's understanding of the Destruction God Thunder was refreshed. As for Zhu Yan, who was lying on the ground, it was good enough that he wasn't dead. Junior, your ability is really strong, Li Fengxian said excitedly, licking his lips. I like it, ha ha ha. Li Fengxian, an S rank, had seen many powerful individuals, but someone as strong as this was a first for him. They never imagined that Lin Feng's S rank ability had evolved significantly. Otherwise, how could he have injured Zhu Qi, who was at the spirit warrior level? Lin Feng gave Li Fengxian a deep look. He hadn't paid much attention earlier while resting here. But now, Lin Feng could clearly feel the intense pressure emanating from Li Fengxian. This guy is much stronger than Zhu Yan and the others, Lin Feng silently assessed. Zhu Qi was having a headache. These people were all more troublesome than the last, each more cunning. Li Fengxian was already a headache, and now there was Lin Feng. He hadn't even officially enrolled yet, and he'd already beaten 3 senior students to a pulp. Thinking about the situation, Zhu Qi rubbed his temples. He could already foresee the scene after Lin Feng's enrollment. Those who aren't dead, get up now. Zhu Qi kicked the wailing Zhu Yan on the ground. Zhu Yan, though covered in injuries, wasn't dead. After all, his ability had blocked the majority of the attack. You guys, hurry to the infirmary. Zhu Qi growled. The 4 of them supported each other and left for the infirmary. Zhu Qi sighed inwardly. Lin Feng, you're going to have trouble after school starts. Lin Feng was about to respond when Li Fengxian let out a strange laugh beside him. Trouble is what makes things interesting. Take them down one by one, haha. Magic City University doesn't need trash. The fewer the trash, the better. Li Fengxian, stop stirring up trouble here, Zhu Qi said, frowning. The school hasn't even settled the last incident with you yet. Is that my fault? Li Fengxian shrugged and turned to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Lin Feng with a half-smile. Lin Feng, right? Work hard. Try to spar with me before I graduate. With that, he left. Don't mind him. He's just a lunatic, Zhu Qi said. A lunatic? Lin Feng thought for a moment, recalling that teacher Ling Wei had mentioned this name before. His name is Li Fengxian. As for what happened before, forget it, you'll find out eventually. Zhu Qi was clearly exasperated with Li Fengxian. Not just Zhu Qi, but there were few teachers in the school who weren't troubled by him. In any case, stay away from him, Zhu Qi warned. Interesting, Lin Feng said with great interest. It seemed that this Li Fengxian was indeed a super troublesome character. But clearly, he also had real skills. Maybe we can spar in the future. You? Zhu Qi was surprised to see Lin Feng so interested and opened her mouth slightly in astonishment. She thought to herself, great, the school is going to be even livelier now. The next afternoon, Lin Feng was practicing combat techniques when his phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a message from Ling Wei. All special admissions students of the 2021 class at Magic City University have completed registration. Please proceed to the training ground in Area C for assembly. Let's go and check it out, Lin Feng said. As he went downstairs, he happened to see Chun Muyang changing clothes. Chun Muyang, let's go together, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng, what a coincidence. Just as Lin Feng opened the door, Chu Xianlan and Chu Xianer from across the hall also came out. Chu Xianlan bounced over to Lin Feng like a little elf, bringing a refreshing fragrance. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Indeed, it's fate." As for Chu Xianer, Lin Feng completely ignored her. Chu Xianer opened her mouth, wanting to greet him, but quickly closed it, sensing the situation. Lin Feng, those senior students yesterday didn't bully you, did they? Chu Xianlan asked with concern. Just small fry. They wouldn't dare, Lin Feng replied indifferently. Yesterday's battle was enough for them to remember for a lifetime. Not to mention, their injuries alone would take 2 to 3 months to heal. If they dare bully you again, I'll help you beat them up, Chu Xianlan said angrily. Lin Feng, you got into a fight? Chen Muyang asked in surprise. Yeah, Lin Feng is amazing, Chu Xianlan, practically Lin Feng's little fangirl, said excitedly. Yesterday, 4 senior students provoked Lin Feng, and one of them was even a 3-star warrior. But Lin Feng defeated them all. Hearing this, both Chu Xianer and Chen Muyang were shocked. It was the first time Chu Xianer had heard about this. Her eyes widened, and her mouth slightly opened. Although she didn't like Lin Feng, she knew he was strong. She could tell from the incident in the underground cave. But she hadn't expected Lin Feng to dare challenge senior students and win. Moreover, he defeated 4 of them at once. This was simply unbelievable. Chen Muyang was even more stunned. The Lin Feng he knew from the dormitory was always friendly. Who would have thought he could take down 4 senior students? Did you get hurt? Chu Xianer couldn't help but ask. Of course not. Chu Xianlan bounced over to her sister. Sis, Lin Feng is amazing. At first, Lin Feng didn't want to bother with them, but then one of the seniors pulled out a gun. Lin Feng got angry and completely shattered his abilities. What was it called? Copper rock armor. Chu Xianlan gestured as she spoke, looking absolutely adorable. Chu Xianer was both shocked and helpless. This girl, if only she could put this kind of energy into her training, how great would that be? Lan, you weren't there at the scene. Where did you hear all this? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. According to Chu Xianlan's version, he was practically a master. Chu Xianlan stuck out her tongue. I have my sources. It's all from the forum posts they made. Forum? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. It was Magic City University's forum, where many teachers and students exchanged information. People often posted various tasks there, so it was quite popular. However, Lin Feng had been busy training and hadn't spent much time on the forum. Chu Xianer felt a spark of interest and decided to check it out later. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the training ground in Area C. The training ground was spacious, and apart from Ling Wei, there was another teacher present. 6 more special admission students had already arrived. It was their first meeting, so naturally, they began sizing each other up. Lin Feng, you're here. Ling Wei rolled her eyes and said, Did you have fun yesterday? Lin Feng replied with a smile, Very much. You had fun, but I was unlucky, Ling Wei said helplessly. Lin Feng was someone she had recruited, but as soon as he arrived, he beat up a senior student. Naturally, Ling Wei had been questioned quite a bit. Their brief conversation immediately caught the attention of all the special admissions students. Even Chu Xianer widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Lin Feng. Then, she stomped her feet in anger. Whoa, bro, you're impressive, exclaimed a special admissions student with a tin-foil perm hairstyle, his mouth agape. A teacher-student romance. This news was too explosive. Ling Wei froze for a moment. Then her face turned red. Qi Kong, are you looking for trouble? Ling Wei said fiercely. The boy with the tin-foil perm, named Qi Kong, shrank his neck at Ling Wei's expression and dared not speak. Chun Muyang, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Although he said nothing, his worldview had completely collapsed. Xianer. At this moment, a tall boy in a suit walked over and smiled. You're here too? What a coincidence. As soon as the boy spoke, Chu Xianer frowned slightly and completely ignored him. Instead, Chu Xianlan whispered to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this guy is Wu Chun, my sister's pursuer. He's so annoying. Chu Xianer's indifference didn't make Wu Chun feel awkward. On the contrary, he greeted Chu Xianlon with a smile. Lon Lon, long time no see. Are we even close? Chu Xianlon said angrily. Wu Chun, you actually secretly investigated my sister's whereabouts? Wu Chun smiled faintly. Lon Lon, don't say that. I'm not that kind of person. You are, Chu Xianlon retorted. Who doesn't know about the methods of the young master of the Wu family? Umph. Although she was as docile as a kitten in front of Lin Feng, even kittens could get angry. Wu Chen's face darkened, but quickly recovered. It seems Lon Lon has a big prejudice against me. Wu Chun said lightly. Fine. Over the next 4 years, I'll make sure you all know who I am. Wu Chun, that's enough. Chu Xiener interrupted coldly. Ahem. All right, I'll step aside, he said before walking away. However, under the moonlight, he glanced at Lin Feng. Chu Xiener had always been an ice-cold beauty, never getting close to the opposite sex, nor allowing them within 3 meters of her. But now, she was standing beside Lin Feng. Wu Chun keenly noticed that Chu Xiener didn't seem to mind, which made him very angry. Lin Feng, he's the young master of the Wu family in the Magic City. He's bad and insidious, Chu Xianlon whispered in Lin Feng's ear. My sister and I both dislike him. Lin Feng nodded without saying anything. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to get involved. However, he could tell at a glance that Wu Chun was definitely not a good person, friendly on the surface, but sinister and cunning behind the scenes. Before long, a few more special admissions students arrived. With that, all 15 special admissions students of Magic City University's 2021 class were present. Ling Wei exchanged a glance with another middle-aged man. Ling Wei spoke up. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. I am the special admissions teacher, Ling Wei. This is the special admissions teacher, Bai Fan. Bai Fan nodded to everyone. Hello, everyone. The reason for gathering everyone here is, first, to help you get to know each other, Ling Wei continued, and second, to explain some things. As soon as she said this, everyone became interested. Let's start with introductions. Ling Wei said, Qi Kong, you go first. Qi Kong scratched his head. Hello, everyone. My name is Qi Kong. That's it. Ling Wei pressed. What about your ability? Ahem, my ability is S rank, special teleportation, Qi Kong said. As soon as he said this, everyone glanced at him. Teleportation. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This type of speed-based ability was very difficult for him to deal with. Destructive Divine Thunder excelled in speed and was considered top tier. But against a teleporter, the speed advantage was not as significant. Especially with teleportation, hitting the opponent became even harder. Of course, this was just from the perspective of abilities. The outcome of a battle depended on many factors. Hello everyone, my name is Gan Ning, and my ability is S-rank Beast-type Golden Battle Bear. Hello everyone, my name is Wu Chun, and my ability is S-rank Body-type Spirit Eye. Wu Chen's lips curved slightly. Nice to meet you all. Wu Chun, that name sounds so familiar. Are you from the Wu family? A classmate asked. Wu Chen nodded and puffed out his chest. Haha, that's me. As soon as he said this, Chu Xiener and Chu Xianlon immediately snorted coldly, showing great disdain for him. My uncle used to work for the Wu family. Young Master Wu, a pleasure to meet you. That classmate immediately put on a fawning expression. Haha, we're all classmates. Let's help each other out, Wu Chun said with a smile. Everyone introduced themselves one by one. Soon it was Lin Feng's turn. After he finished speaking, many people's expressions turned serious. Elemental abilities had the strongest offensive power among all abilities, especially lightning elements, which were top tier among the top tier. With such an ability, a moment of carelessness could result in death. Many began to look at Lin Feng with wary eyes. Among strong attack types, this was one of the hardest to deal with. It was no wonder they were afraid. However, a strange glint flashed in Wu Chen's eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Hello everyone, my name is Chun Muyang. My ability is a rank elemental type True Yang power, Chun Muyang said nervously, as he was usually not very talkative. A rank, someone exclaimed. Could it be that his True Yang power is so strong that even a rank could get him specially recruited? Another person asked curiously. Hearing the discussion, the already introverted Chun Muyang began to sweat in his palms. I also have another ability, he said in an even smaller voice. As soon as he said this, Everyone, including Lin Feng, immediately looked at him. Dual abilities? Gan Ning exclaimed, his mouth wide open. That's impossible, right? My other ability is also a rank, a special type dissolution, Chun Muyang said. I see. Chi Kong nodded and swayed his head. Truly amazing, so amazing. Although dual abilities are extremely rare, they are not unheard of, Ling Wei said with a smile at this moment. Chun Muyang's two abilities complement each other. If used together, their power surpasses even S-rank fire elements. Her words made everyone thoughtful, and they nodded in agreement. Clearly, they were all pondering how to counter it. Ling Wei's words, however, made Lin Feng's eyes light up. From her attitude, dual abilities didn't seem to be something particularly shocking. This made Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Although both of his abilities were S-rank, even if they were discovered, it wouldn't be a big deal. He had initially thought that everyone only had one ability. However, even so, Lin Feng had no intention of easily revealing his second ability. As for ability evolution, he also didn't plan to ask others about it. All right, everyone has finished introducing themselves. Ling Wei said. Everyone has gotten to know each other. Now let's talk business. As soon as she finished speaking, the group stopped chatting. You may have already heard that after the nationwide martial arts schools open, there will be a freshman competition. This competition has three purposes. The first is to train the freshmen, which is the most important. Second, to use the rankings as a reference for next year's resource allocation. Third, to select some outstanding talents for focused cultivation. Ling Wei emphasized, the key here is unconditional cultivation. Her words made everyone's eyes light up. Unconditional cultivation meant the school would invest all its resources. As long as one worked hard, they could reach an incredibly high level in the future. Teacher Ling, there didn't seem to be any mention of unconditional cultivation before, right? Someone asked. You're correct. This is a new regulation set by the higher-ups this year, Ling Wei said calmly. As for the reason, you're not qualified to know yet. So frustrating. Lin Feng thought to himself. Why were the higher-ups suddenly investing heavily to accelerate the growth of a select few? What was the purpose? This year's competition rules are that the four major martial arts schools each select 6 participants, while other schools each select 2. You should understand what this means. After Ling Wei finished speaking, everyone felt a sense of urgency. This meant the competition had already begun. These participants were all exceptionally talented geniuses. Who wouldn't want to advance further and become a key cultivation target? Who wouldn't want to gain fame and become a respected powerhouse? But the spots were limited, and there were a total of 15 of them. There are 900 martial arts universities in the country, adding up to 1,816 participants, Ling Wei continued. Even if some of you are selected, your opponents may not only be from the other 3 major martial arts schools. They could also be from other universities or universities affiliated with martial arts academies. Based on this year's intelligence, the situation is not optimistic. Imperial Capital University has 17 S-level students. Jiangnan University and Zhongnan University each have 14. In addition to our school, there are 8 S-level students distributed across other schools. Ling Wei was clearly well prepared. Everyone listened attentively. These statistics were only accessible to their teachers. Finally, Ling Wei said, So, starting now, Teacher Bai and I will be responsible for your special training. This is also a form of selection. Do you all understand? The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination to fight. Especially Chu Xian'er. Her gaze practically burned with fire, and she kept glancing at Chu Xianlan. The message was clear. You have to advance with me. Chu Xianlan, who was usually indifferent to cultivation, felt even more like retreating after hearing about the intense competition. Being stared at by Chu Xian'er, she quietly hid behind Lin Feng, blinking her big eyes as if she hadn't seen anything. Her expression was incredibly adorable. Teacher Ling, what exactly does the special training entail? Lin Feng asked. If it was just regular school training, it wouldn't be very meaningful. With that time, it would be better to spend more sessions in the underground caves. Ling Wei's lips curved slightly. Good question, Lin Feng. Teacher Bai and I have already finalized the special training plan. The principal has also approved it. Teacher Bai, you can explain this part. Bai Fan nodded. The freshman competition starts on September 10th. The school selection will be on August 30th, so there are still over 2 months left. The special training is divided into 2 parts: basic training and combat training. Basic training for 7 days, practical training for 2 months. Practical training is divided into 2 parts, mainly focusing on underground combat. Bai Fan said, "The schedule is very tight." Lin Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This plan was simply perfect. Additionally, there will be a friendly match tomorrow to select the team leader and deputy leader. The selection method is simple: one-on-one battles. We will choose the team leader and deputy leader based on combat performance, Ling Wei said. Everyone, go back and prepare. Tomorrow's friendly match will be the first battle of the special training. Afterward, Ling Wei and Bai Fan explained other matters. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Feng, nice to meet you. Qi Kong smiled brightly, revealing a set of white teeth. Go ahead, what's up? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Qi Kong looked a bit awkward but quickly regained his composure. Tomorrow's friendly match, I thought about it carefully. Among our group, I think you and I have the best chances. Maybe the team leader and deputy leader will be us, Qi Kong said confidently. Lin Feng chuckled. This guy was quite self-assured. Is that all you wanted to say? Lin Feng asked. Hee, that's right. Qi Kong adjusted his hair. What I want to say is, when we meet in tomorrow's match, how about we both surrender? Lin Feng glanced at him. Your intentions are pretty obvious. As long as you don't go back on your word, I agree, Lin Feng said, fully understanding Qi Kang's plan. He simply wanted to conserve his strength to deal with others, increasing his chances of winning. Well said. Qi Kang's eyes lit up. Lin Feng, I consider you a true friend now. All right, I'm off. Bye-bye. Qi Kong turned and left after speaking. As Qi Kong walked away, Chu Xiener let out a cold snort. Clearly, she was bothered by Qi Kang's disregard for her. It was understandable Chu Xiener had an overflowing sense of pride. Lin Feng, do you think Qi Kong might be playing tricks? Chu Xianlan reminded him. What if he says the same thing to others? Doesn't matter, as long as he surrenders first, Lin Feng shrugged. That's true. Chu Xianlan's eyes lit up. When the time comes, he won't be able to backtrack, hee. Lin Feng teased her with a smile. You're quite the clever one. Chu Xianlan pouted. Lin Feng, you're mocking me. Not at all. Lin Feng strode away. You are? Oh. Chu Xianlan pretended to chase after him. Only Chu Xiener and Chun Muyang remained standing there. Chu Xiener frowned, while Chun Muyang looked a bit awkward. If he spoke, she was cold and distant, making him nervous. If he didn't speak, the silence felt uncomfortable. Chun Muyang had just started to speak when Chu Xiener quickly walked away. The next day, at the training ground, when Lin Feng and the other 3 arrived, most of the students were already there. Seeing Lin Feng standing with the Chu sisters, Wu Chun didn't say anything but felt annoyed. Over the course of a day, 2 people had proactively approached him. Wu Chun gave them a meaningful look, and the 2 nodded in understanding. Morning, Lin Feng. Qi Kong winked. Everyone's here, let's begin, Ling Wei said, holding a tablet, starting with Gan Ning and Qian Mu. Classmates, today's match is just for practice. Don't go overboard, Bai Fan said calmly. If necessary, we will stop the match and directly determine the winner based on performance. This approach was mainly to prevent anyone from being too aggressive. After all, they were all freshmen, and their control over their abilities was still immature. If things got out of hand, accidents could easily happen. These prodigies were all recruited by Moda University, so naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to them right after enrollment. Gan Ning and Qian Mu stepped forward, while the others retreated, leaving a large open space. The 2 teachers, with Ling Wei as the referee, Bai Fan stood in front of Lin Feng and his group, clearly to prevent accidental injuries. Begin. As soon as Ling Wei's voice fell, Gan Ning let out a low roar. Roar. The next second, Gan Ning's body rapidly grew taller. In the blink of an eye, his height soared from 1.8 meters to 2.9 meters. S-level beast transformation ability, truly impressive, Qi Kong muttered softly beside Lin Feng. Beast transformation abilities become stronger as their level increases. At the S level, complete beast transformation is essentially achievable. Lin Feng focused intently on Gan Ning, observing carefully. He had seen many beast transformation abilities before, such as Lu Yi and the senior who had previously fought him. However, their levels weren't high and weren't worth much attention. Gan Ning's Golden Battle Bear was entirely different. This was a beast that combined formidable combat power with terrifying strength. Its defense was also extremely strong. Although beast transformation abilities rarely excel in a single attribute, their overall attributes are undoubtedly top tier among the four major ability categories. Qianmu's ability wasn't too weak either. He possessed an S-level elemental ability corrosive sulfuric acid. This belonged to the toxic element category, with extremely powerful corrosive capabilities. The duel between the two was full of anticipation. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Gan Ning had fully transformed into a 3-meter-tall golden battle bear. Golden fur combined with blood-red eyes exuded an overwhelming aura. In this state, Gan Ning's physical attributes were greatly enhanced. As Gan Ning charged forward, Qianmu also made his move. Sizzle, sizzle. Purple-black sulfuric acid gushed out wildly, carrying intense corrosive properties. Qianmu's ability was still at the beginner level, so he couldn't compress it into a more concentrated form yet. As soon as the sulfuric acid touched the golden battle bear's fur, it immediately corroded strands of golden fur. Moreover, the corrosion continued to intensify. Gan Ning felt it, but didn't care. Qianmu's eyes tightened. Facing Gan Ning's frontal assault, he was in a very dangerous position. Just as Qianmu was about to dodge bang, Gan Ning had already closed in, delivering a slap with his massive bare paw. Even though Gan Ning held back, Qianmu was still sent flying. Gan Ning wins. Second match, Xiaozhan vs. Huang Meng, Ling Wei announced. Truly spectacular, Qi Kong murmured in admiration. This guy charges straight ahead like a nightmare. Lin Feng nodded silently. Corrosive sulfuric acid was strong, but Gan Ning excelled in one-on-one brute force combat. Although his fur was severely corroded, the battle was too quick for such injuries to significantly affect Gan Ning. Truly powerful. Xiaozhan and Huang Meng's battle lasted a full 10 minutes. The two clashed head-on. One had S-level combat enhancement, while the other had S-level attack amplification. Ultimately, Xiaozhan won with superior combat awareness. Before they knew it, it was Lin Feng's turn to compete. His opponent was Ji Shui, who possessed S-level extreme frost ice. A girl with exceptionally high beauty. Even Ling Wei and Bai Fan paid close attention to their battle because both were from the elemental category. Battles between elemental abilities naturally drew more anticipation. Lin Feng, good luck, Chu Xianlan whispered encouragement. As Lin Feng and Ji Shui stood in the center, all eyes turned to them. No one present underestimated Lin Feng. Even Wu Chun felt uncertain. The lightning element's release speed was extremely fast. Coupled with the destructive divine thunder, its attack power reached the pinnacle. Facing such an ability brought immense pressure. Please, Ji Shui said politely. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, thinking that Ji Shui and Chu Xianlan were practically like sisters, perfectly matched. He nodded in response. Begin, Ling Wei announced. As her words fell, Lin Feng's aura instantly changed. A cold, murderous energy spread out in an instant. Ji Shui's expression remained calm, but she could sense a killing intent on Lin Feng that was rare among people his age. Not only Ji Shui, but Wu Chun and the others also showed slight changes in their expressions. This guy, Qi Kang's eyes widened in surprise. He's just like me. Buzz. Ji Shui took a deep breath, knowing she couldn't afford to be careless. Since yesterday, she had confirmed that Lin Feng was undoubtedly the strongest among the freshmen. Facing someone like him required her full effort. Instantly, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Extreme frost ice and destruction divine thunder were both the strongest elemental powers. The difference was that extreme frost ice pushed coldness to its limit. Last night, Lin Feng had specifically researched everyone's ability profiles. It was said that at higher levels, extreme frost ice could freeze an opponent's spiritual energy. Once this ability matured, it would undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. Ji Shui extended her slender fingers, and snowflakes immediately began to condense in her hand. In just moments, the snowflakes transformed into an ice spike as thick as an arm. Unlike ordinary ice, Ji Shui's extreme frost ice displayed a deeper shade of blue, appearing even more piercingly cold. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, it was strong, but it was too slow. In the next second, Lin Feng suddenly made his move. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted. Golden arcs of electricity gathered at an astonishing speed, transforming into a thunderblade that shot fiercely toward Ji Shui. What? Someone exclaimed in shock as Lin Feng struck. Too fast. Not good. Ji Shui's pupils contracted sharply. Without needing to see the outcome, she already knew she had lost. The speed of destruction divine thunder far exceeded her expectations, faster than anyone present. Bang! At that moment, Bai Fan intervened. He blocked the destruction divine thunder and gave Lin Feng a deep look. Lin Feng wins, Ling Wei announced. This time, if Bai Fan hadn't stepped in, Ji Shui would undoubtedly have been injured, possibly even severely. Ji Shui froze for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. The others, however, grew increasingly serious. Gan Ning's eyes widened, but inwardly, he was weighing whether he could withstand it. He no longer wanted to avoid the challenge. With his current strength, there was no way to dodge such speed. After thinking for a long time, Gan Ning still couldn't determine if he could endure it. Wu Chen's eyes flickered with a peculiar light, clearly harboring complex thoughts. Soon, the first round of matches concluded. Ling Wei and Bai Fan exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. Clearly, the results of this round did not allow them to reach a consensus. The second round of matches began immediately. The first to take the stage was Chu Xiener, who had been exempt from the previous round. Her opponent was Ji Shui. The two cold and stunning beauties instantly attracted numerous gazes. Lin Feng compared them silently, finding it difficult to predict the outcome between the two. Chu Xiener's ability was replication. Although she had a disadvantage in control, who knew whose ability she had replicated? What if it countered Ji Shui's? The two stepped onto the stage without saying much and directly revealed their abilities. It's mine. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw Chu Xiener's ability. This was unexpected. However, this was precisely the best reason why Chu Xiener had earned high praise from the two teachers. Ji Shui was also taken aback, clearly not expecting that after losing to Destruction Divine Thunder in the previous round, she would now face Replication ability in this round. Replication ability was unique with it. No one could claim to be one of a kind, because Chu Xiener could replicate any superpower. After the match began, Lin Feng saw it clearly. Although it was replication, it only copied the pre-evolution version of the superpower. The power was significantly reduced. Many people noticed this and felt relieved. After a while, Ji Shui chose to admit defeat. Although the Destruction Thunder in Chu Xiener's hands had greatly reduced power and was much slower, a strong attack was still a strong attack. She couldn't handle it at the moment. The match continued. Soon, it was Lin Feng's turn to compete, and his opponent was Gan Ning. Hearing his name, Gan Ning gave a bitter smile. He had hoped to avoid Lin Feng, which would have given him a chance to win. But now, the chances were slim. Roar! Gan Ning transformed into a golden battle bear, and Lin Feng also summoned the Destruction Thunder. Feeling the Destruction Thunder up close, Gan Ning's expression turned heavy. The golden battle bear was known for its endurance, but against the Destruction Thunder, he had to end the fight quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of running footsteps shook the ground. Sorry, Lin Feng said softly. The next moment, he flicked his finger. A marble-sized Destruction Thunder shot toward the golden battle bear's abdomen at an astonishing speed. Not far away, Chu Xiener bit her lip tightly. She felt the gap. It wasn't just an ordinary gap, it was immense. Roar! Gan Ning chose to take it head-on. With a low growl, his massive bare paw shone with golden light. But his speed was still not fast enough. The Destruction Thunder, carrying the momentum of piercing through the sky, directly penetrated the golden battle bear's abdomen. The seemingly sturdy fur was as fragile as paper in front of the Destruction Thunder. I admit defeat. Gan Ning looked at his wound and gave a bitter smile. Although the injury wasn't a big deal for him, he knew Lin Feng was actually holding back. If the fight continued, he would still lose and lose even more miserably. After the match, Gan Ning gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng, I think you're fully qualified to be the team leader. His words were sincere. Not only Gan Ning, but many others also thought the same. Among this batch of new students, Lin Feng's attack power was simply terrifying. If he wasn't the team leader, who else could be? Bai Fan and Ling Wei exchanged a glance, seemingly having already made a decision. After a while, the second round of matches ended. All right, everyone, take a break, Ling Wei said with a smile. Teacher Bai and I have discussed it and already made a decision. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene immediately quieted down. The vice leader will be Gan Ning, Ling Wei announced. Qi Kong froze for a moment, and a trace of grievance appeared on his face. Lin Feng looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. This guy had high hopes, but the result was disappointing. In fact, 2 rounds of matches didn't reveal much. Moreover, Lin Feng knew that some people clearly hadn't used their full strength. For example, Wu Chen obviously hadn't gone all out. Of course, Lin Feng himself hadn't fought with full force either. Don't be upset. Although your superpower is strong, how many times can you dodge? Ling Wei said. Also, relying on teleportation to evade without strengthening your physical fitness and stamina, losing to Gan Ning is entirely on you. Qi Kong chuckled and didn't argue. Ling Wei's sharp gaze had hit his weak spot directly. The team leader will be Lin Feng, Bai Fan announced. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Team leader Lin, we'll be counting on you from now on, Wu Chun said with a smile. Haha, the future training will depend on the team leader, Huang Meng chimed in. Huang Meng was one of Wu Chen's close followers. Lin Feng nodded without saying much. Through 2 rounds of competition, I've discovered quite a few issues, Ling Wei said. Starting now, we will enter the first round of special training, basic training. Just as Ling Wei was about to continue speaking, a cyan whirlwind swiftly swept past. As the whirlwind dissipated, a tall, middle-aged man appeared. Upon his arrival, Ling Wei and Bai Fan's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately greeted him respectfully. Principal. The newcomer was none other than Feng Mangong, the principal of Modi University. Feng Mangong had a unique aura standing there. He gave off an ethereal and elusive feeling. His eyes carried a rotating cyan storm, and each rotation made people unable to resist taking another look. Feng Mangong nodded and looked at Lin Feng and the others. Smiling, he introduced himself. I am Feng Mangong, the principal of Modi University. This was Lin Feng's first time meeting the principal, and also his first time encountering a peak grandmaster-level powerhouse. Online information revealed that Feng Mangong was not only the principal, but also served as the guardian of Donghai. How prestigious was the title of guardian? He was the martial arts overlord of this land, a symbol of powerful deterrence against exotic beasts. Both domestically and internationally, Feng Mangong's reputation was exceedingly high. Such a powerhouse deserved everyone's respect and was a source of national pride. Every guardian was revered by the people. Ling Wei, Bai Fan, the level of this year's students is quite good, Feng Mangong said with a smile. I'll have to trouble you with the upcoming special training. The 2 teachers were flattered and dared not accept the praise. In front of Feng Mangong, they were as humble as students. Afterward, Feng Mangong turned to Lin Feng. His cyan whirlwind-like eyes spun rapidly. Lin Feng, you all performed very well. Feng Mangong gave Lin Feng a deep look and said with a smile, the road ahead is not easy. Young men, go all out and showcase your brilliance. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Mangong disappeared before everyone's eyes. Ling Wei and Bai Fan watched him leave. Now this is a true powerhouse. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he murmured softly. Although Feng Mangong could already control his aura and abilities at will, Lin Feng could still sense the destructive power flowing within him. I heard our country only has 12 guardians in total, Qi Kong remarked. I wonder when we'll ever reach that level. Since you have a goal, start working toward it now, Ling Wei said. Classmates, for today's first lesson, I want to take you to the abyss. The abyss. Upon hearing this, some people's expressions changed slightly. Not everyone was like Lin Feng, who had entered the abyss before. For many, the abyss was both unfamiliar and dangerous. That's right, we'll be staying in the abyss for 2 days, Bai Fan said. Basic training is most effective in actual combat. In front of the abyss tower, looking at the towering alloy structure hundreds of meters high, someone exclaimed, I didn't expect the entrance to the abyss to be here. I heard this abyss tower is the result of the efforts of successive principals of Modi University. It seems it can even withstand overlord-level exotic beasts. This abyss tower has stood at Modu University for over 200 years, enduring countless attacks. Look over there. It seems there are names engraved on it. Hearing the discussions, Ling Wei's expression turned solemn as she said, "That's right. The names engraved above are those of the teachers and students of Modu University who have sacrificed themselves over the years. A total of 157,826 people." After Ling Wei finished speaking, Lin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. So many deaths? Nearly 750 people die each year on average. You have to know, there are only over 4,000 students at Moda University, and with the teachers included, the total is less than 5,000. You call it the Abyss Tower, but in our eyes, it's a monument to heroes, Bai Fan said. This is where heroes rest in peace. All right, everyone go in. Moments later, the group entered the abyss one by one. The dim environment made many frown, and some even turned pale. The abyss was filled with a pungent smell of blood. It seems there was a beast tied here recently. Lin Feng looked around. Many buildings bore fresh scars. It was clear that a fierce battle had just taken place. Half an hour later, 3 kilometers outside the base, a 3-star awakened realm phantom rabbit lay heavily injured on the ground, unable to move. Those who haven't been in the abyss before, give it a try, Ling Wei said calmly. I'll go. At this moment, Ji Shui stepped forward and summoned extreme cold ice. Ji Shui, try to compress the ice as much as possible. Ji Shui's ability control was still at a beginner level, so during her previous friendly match with Lin Feng, she could only condense ice blocks as thick as an arm. Ji Shui nodded. Ling Wei then began explaining some precautions. Not long after, "Not bad. Keep practicing," Ling Wei said. "Who's next?" And so, they practiced as they walked. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. The group had already moved 10 kilometers away from the base. At this range, the beasts became stronger. "Classmates, I believe everyone now has a basic understanding of abilities," Bai Fan said. "Next, you can operate within a 5-kilometer radius, focusing on ability control, with killing as a secondary goal. If you gain any insights, feel free to share them with us at any time. Teacher Ling and I will protect you in secret." Many were eager to try. After all, freely entering the abyss and fighting beasts usually started in the second semester of freshman year. As special recruits, they were starting early in this special training, marking a head start. After everyone dispersed, geniuses all need time to grow, Bai Fan sighed. "Yes, I hope more of them survive," Ling Wei said softly. Bai Fan hesitated for a moment and then asked quietly, "Do you think the Tongtian plan is reliable?" Ling Wei's expression changed slightly. After looking around, she said, "Whether it works or not, it's decided by the higher-ups, and we can only execute it. Time is tight. I hope everything goes smoothly." Bai Fan said no more. In the gloomy forest, "Lin Feng, let's go together," Chu Xianlan said, sticking to Lin Feng like a little tail. The previous lessons had been somewhat dull and serious, making Chu Xianlan feel extremely bored. "You have such a good attitude. Someone who doesn't know might think you're out here on a field trip," Ji Shui said enviously from the side. Among the 15 people, aside from Chu Xianlan and her sister, and Ji Shui, there were only these 3 girls. Naturally, the 3 walked together. Toward men, Ji Shui was like an ice-cold goddess, but in front of 2 girls whose looks rivaled her own, she was quite lively. "Lan Lan, the beasts within the range set by the teachers are too weak for me," Lin Feng said. "I want to go further. You 3 should form a team yourselves." "Ah," Chu Xianlan exclaimed in surprise. "It's very dangerous outside. Can you manage on your own?" As she spoke, she jogged up to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, take us with you? I can help you. My support abilities are really strong," she said confidently. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Taking Chu Xianlan along wasn't entirely out of the question, but it would distract him. Besides, he had a specific goal for this trip, and bringing others along would be inconvenient. "Maybe another time," Lin Feng said with a smile. "All right then, but don't go too deep. The teachers won't be able to protect you anymore," Chu Xianlan reminded him. "Don't worry," Lin Feng replied as he headed deeper into the wilderness. As soon as Lin Feng left, Ji Shui couldn't help but tease, "You and your boyfriend seem to have a great relationship." The moment Ji Shui finished speaking, Chu Xianlan's face turned red. She shyly stammered, "We." We haven't reached that stage yet. If Lin Feng had heard this, he would have been so angry he'd spit blood. This girl, her head was full of fantasies. Chu Xian'er rolled her eyes, thinking, even if they aren't, they're pretty close. Her younger sister was becoming less and less reserved. Thinking of this, Chu Xian'er reminded her, Lan Lan, your current task is to focus on cultivation. Falling in love will only distract you. Besides, didn't we agree before? 4 years of university, dedicated to cultivation. Chu Xianlan stuck out her tongue. Got it, got it. Her beautiful eyes gazed in the direction Lin Feng had left, her heart pounding like a deer in headlights. An hour later, boom, Lin Feng suddenly threw a punch, his eyes bursting with intense light. After an hour of fierce combat, his strength had already advanced to the level of a 1-star warrior. Upon reaching the warrior level, the most noticeable change was the significant increase in the power of his abilities. I didn't expect the Destruction Thunder to improve so much. Lin Feng clenched his fist tightly. Just now, he had casually tested it, and the power of the Destruction Thunder in his punch had instantly killed a 3-star warrior-level beast. And he hadn't even used his full strength. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat a 4-star warrior-level beast. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The reason he acted alone was partly to level up quickly and partly to hunt more warrior-level beasts to obtain more true universe crystals. Although he wasn't sure about the drop rate, trying more couldn't hurt. If his abilities continued to evolve, his combat power would increase significantly. However, warrior-level beasts were far stronger than those at the awakening level. Every warrior-level beast could unleash abilities, just like the thunder beast he had encountered earlier. I should be outside the protection zone by now. Lin Feng confirmed his direction. Looking back, the tallest building in the base was no longer visible. The protection zone covered a radius of 20 kilometers. Beyond it, human presence became scarce. There were no patrols, and the vast, endless cavern made the atmosphere particularly oppressive. Lin Feng carried his battle blade as he moved through the wilderness. Soon, he left the forest. Ahead of him were endless mountain ranges. Although they seemed close, Lin Feng knew those mountains were at least several hundred kilometers away. That should be the first front line, Lin Feng murmured. The first front line was marked by Beast Ancestor Mountain. Inside the mountain was the first front line, while outside it was the second front line. For awakened individuals like them, the first front line was a battlefield of slaughter. The dangers here far exceeded those within the protection zone. Any random beast here was at least warrior level, and there were even quite a few at the war spirit and war general levels. Even warriors like Lin Wei and the others at the battle general level dare not approach Beast Ancestor Mountain. As for the second battle line outside Beast Ancestor Mountain, it is even more perilous. It is said that even masters and grandmasters might fall there. The second battle line is known as the Forbidden Zone for humans. According to Lin Wei, there are not only exotic beasts there. Whoosh! Lin Feng collected his emotions and advanced with his blade through the bushes. After walking a few steps, a stream of dark green liquid suddenly shot toward him. Lin Feng swung his blade to block it. Clang! The dark green liquid struck the D-grade alloy battle knife. To his surprise, the knife had a notch in it. What? Lin Feng's pupils contracted. In the next moment, his speed suddenly increased. Just then, an exotic beast resembling a salamander darted out from the side, quickly arriving at the spot where Lin Feng had just been. A 3-star warrior-level poison beast. Lin Feng sneered. Trying to ambush me? You're far from it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng swung his blade to meet the attack. In the underground cave, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily use his abilities. Clang! Unexpectedly, this strike had little effect. This defense. Lin Feng felt a bit helpless. A D-grade alloy battle knife is a deadly weapon against awakened-level exotic beasts, but it struggles against warrior-level ones. The poison beast noticed his hesitation and became even more reckless. Its large mouth opened, spraying dark green venom. Lin Feng activated the Destruction Divine Thunder within his body. In the next moment, the Destruction Divine Thunder transformed into the shape of a battle knife, attaching itself to the alloy blade. Boom! As the Destruction Divine Thunder clashed with the venom, thick smoke instantly filled the air. The venom disappeared without a trace, while the power of the destruction divine thunder remained strong. Slash. Under the immense destructive force of the destruction divine thunder, the poison beast was split in half with one strike. Its wound was charred black. Upon closer inspection, even the hardest spine of the poison beast had been directly destroyed by the destruction divine thunder. Phew, looks like I need a new knife, Lin Feng muttered. A C-grade alloy battle knife costs 500,000. For Lin Feng at the moment, the price was still exorbitant. He planned to exchange points for one. However, a C-grade alloy battle knife requires 30 points, which isn't cheap. Ding. Successfully killed the poison beast. Obtained C-grade alloy battle knife. 100 battles. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Damn, Lin Feng was overjoyed. His luck was off the charts. Moreover, the system had gifted him an ability-enhanced battle knife. This was truly a rare treasure. An ability-enhanced battle knife is not only sharp, but also comes with auxiliary capabilities. Such knives require extremely high-quality alloy and must incorporate beast cores from warrior-level exotic beasts or higher to forge. After manual crafting and multiple tempering processes, a qualified ability-enhanced battle knife can be made. Although the grade is also C-level, the price of an ability-enhanced battle knife is 6 times that of a regular C-grade alloy battle knife. In other words, the system's reward, 100 battles, is worth at least 3 million. Such a price is completely unaffordable for ordinary people. Lin Feng took 100 battles out of the system space and immediately couldn't put it down. The design of 100 battles was sharper, with specially treated blood grooves on the blade. Between the handle and the blade, a light blue crystal was embedded. So this is an ability-enhanced battle knife? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Its sharpness was several levels higher than that of a regular D-grade knife. What satisfied Lin Feng the most was that 100 battles had an auxiliary function for energy recovery. The system stated that using it would gradually restore energy. In about half an hour, 1/3 of the spiritual energy could be restored. This significantly enhanced Lin Feng's sustained combatability, allowing him to fight without cautiously conserving his energy in subsequent battles. This indirectly boosted his combat power. 100 battles truly lives up to its name. Lin Feng sincerely praised. After putting away the D-grade alloy battle knife, he held 100 battles and continued deeper. Having received so many rewards, Lin Feng had roughly figured out the pattern. The stronger the beast, the higher the chance of obtaining special rewards. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at a small river. The river was about 2 meters wide, its depth unknown, stretching far with rapid currents. This river seems off, Lin Feng muttered. He didn't proceed rashly, but casually picked up a stone and threw it. Splash. The stone hit the water, creating ripples. At that moment, a bright blue shadow flashed by. As expected, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The blue shadow suddenly turned around. Humph. Lin Feng was prepared and wouldn't fall for an ambush. The sharp C-grade alloy battle knife slashed downward. Screech. The blue beast let out a miserable cry as its head separated from its body. It's a blue shadow fish, Lin Feng murmured. Blue shadow fish lived between rivers and seas, known for their incredible speed and ambush skills. It was said that the speed of a blue shadow fish at the advanced warrior level could even surpass bullets. However, Lin Feng was curious. The books mentioned that blue shadow fish always appeared in groups, yet today there was only one. Lin Feng collected the beast core of the blue shadow fish and simultaneously received 20 days of cultivation as a system reward. As his strength increased, the cultivation required for leveling up also grew. Previously, 20 days of cultivation was enough for a breakthrough, but now it could only raise him halfway. Lin Feng crossed the river and headed toward the rolling hills. Hundreds of kilometers away, the ground trembled, dark clouds gathered, and countless beasts assembled. Strangely, these beasts were utterly silent, like well-trained soldiers. A rough estimate suggested there were no fewer than 10,000 beasts, and their numbers were still growing. Boom! At that moment, a massive lion, about 30 meters tall and engulfed in flames, stepped into the air. The appearance of the flame lion caused all the beasts to lower their heads simultaneously, their eyes filled with reverence. The flame lion gazed toward the human base and let out a low growl, as if declaring an imminent attack. As the lion's roar echoed, all the beasts grew excited, their roars rising one after another, the sounds traveling far and wide. In the rolling hills, whoosh! Lin Feng slashed through a 4-star warrior level 3-eyed iron-eating beast. The terrifying claw marks on his chest had completely healed. The C-grade alloy battle knife is really useful. The hills were teeming with beasts, and Lin Feng had killed 9 along the way, raising his strength to the peak of the 2-star warrior level. Ding! Successfully killed the 3-eyed iron-eating beast, obtained 1 true universe crystal. The system notification sounded. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Just as I thought, he said excitedly. This was the second special reward he had received today. Last time, after so many days, he had only gotten 1. Host, Lin Feng Realm. 2-star warrior level abilities. Destruction Divine Thunder S. Self-Healing S Combat Techniques. Sky Splitting 5 Slashes Minor Mastery. Ability Introduction Method Beginner Evolution. Destruction Divine Thunder 50%. Moments later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. This time, absorbing the true universe crystal took only a dozen seconds, much faster than before. Just 2 more. Lin Feng clenched his fist and murmured, "Soon, I'll know what lies beyond S level." Until now, Lin Feng had never heard of anyone possessing abilities above S level. Next, I need to pick up the pace. Lin Feng confirmed his direction. He had already been outside the protective zone for 3 hours. Ling Wei had said the free activity time was 10 hours. That meant he had 7 hours left, but he needed to save time to return. Half an hour later, Lin Feng's path was blocked. In front of him, a dozen ferocious hyenas surrounded him. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth lifted slightly. These hyenas had strength levels between 4-star and 5-star. The 2 strongest even reached 6-star level. They were indeed quite powerful. However, Lin Feng was fearless. Boom! Thunder roared, and in the next moment, Lin Feng shot out like an arrow. His target was their leader. Taking down the leader first was the most effective strategy in battle. How? Unexpectedly, the hyena leader neither dodged nor evaded but opened its mouth to bite. Clang! Sparks flew as Lin Feng and the hyena leader each retreated a few steps. The hyena leader lost a tough tooth to Lin Feng's C-grade alloy combat knife. In the instant Lin Feng stepped back, several hyenas lunged at him. "Get lost!" Lin Feng growled, and golden arcs of electricity flashed. Whimper! Instantly, one hyena was obliterated by the destruction Divine Thunder. However, this only enraged the other hyenas. The death of their companion turned their eyes blood red, and their aura rapidly intensified. This was their special ability, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Lin Feng was not only skilled in long-range sniping, but also a master of close combat. Boom! With each thunderclap, a frenzied hyena fell. However, Lin Feng began to sustain injuries as well. One frenzied hyena bit him, tearing a large chunk of flesh from his right leg, causing intense pain. Without his self-healing ability, his combat effectiveness would have been greatly reduced, even putting his life at risk. But the wound quickly began to heal. Within seconds, it was completely restored. This puzzled the hyena leader. This human had clearly been injured multiple times, so why was he still so energetic? And he was growing stronger as the fight went on. In contrast, the hyena pack had dwindled from 15 to just 6. Indeed, after slaying 8 hyenas, Lin Feng's strength had risen to the peak of a 3-star warrior. Ding! Successfully killed a frenzied hyena, obtained 1 true universe crystal. At the moment the 9th hyena was killed, the system notification sounded. It's here. Even though Lin Feng was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The Destruction Divine Thunder had now evolved to 50%, making it invincible. Each use guaranteed the death of a frenzied hyena. If it could evolve to 75%, its power would undoubtedly be even greater. Howl! At this moment, the hyena leader suddenly let out a loud howl. Immediately, all the hyenas roared in unison. Lin Feng's expression tensed. He was about to continue his attack when boom, boom, boom. A deep rumbling sound came from the distance. The ground began to tremble. Lin Feng was shocked to see the hyenas running toward the source of the sound. This is... Lin Feng frowned deeply. The earlier rumbling had made his heart tighten, as if something major was about to happen. Could it be a beast tide? At this thought, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This guess was highly likely. Lin Feng couldn't afford to continue his training. He immediately turned and fled. Although he had never experienced a beast tide, the destruction of bases and the high death tolls made the terror of a beast tide clear. Against a beast tide, individual strength was insignificant. Lin Feng's guess was correct. 200 kilometers away, the Flame Lion King walked through the air, with a dense horde of beasts trailing behind and beneath him. The number exceeded 40,000, ferocious like a flood of wild beasts. The ground trembled, dark clouds churned, and the surrounding vegetation was trampled, even stones shattered upon impact. Scattered beasts roared as they joined the beast tide. The Lion King's sharp eyes, with blazing pupils, stared into the distance. He had already locked onto the location of the human base. That was his target. Roar! The Lion King let out a deafening roar, conveying one intent: kill. Lin Feng moved at an incredible speed, quickly arriving at a riverbank. At the same time, a figure flashed by. Young Master Wu, he's about to cross the river, Huang Meng said excitedly. Wu Chun revealed a faint smile. This guy is really bold, to think he could make it back alive. Since the start of free activity, Wu Chun and Huang Meng had been secretly tracking Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng cross the river, Wu Chun chose to wait in place. Initially growing impatient and even suspecting Lin Feng might have died, he now had a plan. When Lin Feng arrives, you go up and entangle him directly. I'll finish him off, Wu Chun said, his gaze turning cold. Ever since learning about Lin Feng's close relationship with Chu Xianlan, Wu Chun had felt uneasy. Coupled with Lin Feng's formidable strength, which made Wu Chun somewhat apprehensive, he decided to act. After all, this was the catacombs, and Lin Feng had left the protection zone. If he died outside the protection zone, even if Ling Wei and the others investigated, they wouldn't find any flaws. Here, people were devoured by beasts daily. No one would think much of it. Young Master Wu, isn't this a bit too? Huang Ming hesitated, showing reluctance. After all, they were classmates and had no deep-seated enmity. What do you know? Wu Qin sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. In this place, only one king can stand firm, and Lin Feng is my greatest rival. Only by eliminating him can I complete the task assigned by my family. Wu Qin's killing intent surged, making Huang Ming shudder. Huang Ming followed Wu Chun because his father worked for the Wu family. But now, being asked to kill a classmate, he felt a tinge of fear. However, at this point, the arrow was already on the string and had to be released. Fine, young Master Wu, I'll do whatever you say. Huang Ming gritted his teeth and agreed. Wu Chun smirked inwardly. Just a pawn, did he really think I would value him? Of course, this thought was not shared with Huang Ming. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A deafening beast roar echoed from afar. Both their expressions changed instantly. Young Master Wu, this. Huang Ming's face turned pale, the roar filling him with despair. Wu Chun took a deep breath. It might just be two powerful beasts fighting. There's nothing to fear. His mind was entirely focused on dealing with Lin Feng, so he didn't think much of it. As the roar echoed, Lin Feng had just crossed the river. Feeling the calmness of the water, he finally understood why the number of blue shadow fish had suddenly decreased earlier. The river's beasts must have all swum upstream. The roar was coming from that direction. Beasts gathering together to prepare for an attack was usually a sign of an impending beast tide. Whoosh! Lin Feng took a deep breath and quickened his pace toward the protection zone. Just then, a figure darted out from behind a tree, swinging alloy gauntlets fiercely at Lin Feng's head. A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he swiftly drew his blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a scream. Ah! Huang Ming screamed in agony as the D-grade alloy gauntlet on his right hand was cleaved apart. Huang Ming flew out, as if struck by a car. Lin Feng's gaze was cold, locking onto Wu Chun, who was left stunned and speechless. Wu Chun felt a surge of anxiety. According to the plan, Huang Ming was supposed to hold Lin Feng off, giving Wu Chun the chance to strike. But to his surprise, Huang Ming was so weak that he was brutally beaten from the start, even losing half an arm in the process. The plan was in complete disarray. Lin Feng stared at Wu Chun, and Wu Chun shouted angrily, Huang Ming, how dare you lay a hand on a fellow classmate? You're ruthless. As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked Huang Ming. Ah! The kick landed right on Huang Ming's severed arm. Huang Ming let out an even more miserable scream. Lin Feng sneered. I didn't expect classmate Wu Chun to be so loyal and righteous. Wu Chun replied with an expressionless face, we're classmates. It's only right. Huang Ming's face turned pale, and upon hearing Wu Chun's words, he was so enraged that he almost spat blood. Wu! Before he could finish, Wu Chun delivered another kick. This one was even more forceful, directly breaking Huang Ming's bones. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Poor Huang Ming. He could never have imagined such an outcome. After Huang Ming lost consciousness, Wu Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to think of a way to deal with Lin Feng, the ground in the distance began to quake. In the next moment, a terrifying roar drew closer and closer. This is bad. Wu Chun shouted, a beast tide is coming. He had already sensed something amiss from the earlier roars, but his focus on Lin Feng distracted him. Now, seeing hundreds of mutated beasts charging toward them, he was scared out of his wits. Just as Wu Chun prepared to flee, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful kick. The force was astonishing, striking Wu Chun's inner thigh directly. Ah! Wu Chun's scream echoed as his eyes rolled back in pain. Suddenly, he was flung away by the tremendous impact. No! Wu Chun crashed heavily to the ground, unable to stand from the pain. Struggling to crawl away, he tried to escape, but Lin Feng had already vanished from sight. Ah! Wu Chun barely got up before collapsing again in agony. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. Wu Chun shivered all over, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw a black wolf about 10 meters tall, staring at him with its blood-red maw wide open. In that instant, Wu Chun felt ice-cold all over, his heart pounding like a drum. He desperately wanted to use his abilities. But as a pampered scion of a wealthy family, he had never faced such a dire situation before. He froze completely. Suddenly, the black wolf lunged, its jaws snapping toward him. Lin Feng, I hate you. Not far away, Wu Chun's screams echoed as Lin Feng accelerated his pace. Those two dared to ambush him, they deserved what was coming. Still not fast enough. Lin Feng pushed himself to his limits, running with all his might. But compared to the beast horde, he was still lagging behind. As he sprinted, he quickly scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He immediately turned and dashed toward a nearby valley. Behind him, hundreds of mutated beasts, led by the black wolf, chased relentlessly. These beasts were only a small part of the endless beast tide. Their goal was to hunt down any stray humans. Along the way, they had already killed 7 or 8 people. The black wolf, seeing Lin Feng's impressive speed, became intrigued. Thump, thump, thump. With a few powerful leaps, the black wolf rapidly closed the distance. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. This creature was incredibly fast. Even with just a brief glance, Lin Feng had already recognized it. This was a Gale Black Wolf at the 7-star warrior level. Its speed was extraordinary, and its teeth were razor-sharp, rumored to be capable of biting through D-grade alloys. Time to risk it all. Lin Feng knew his speed was no match for the beast. With that thought, he abruptly came to a halt. The energy within his body surged rapidly. The 7-star Gale Black Wolf was the strongest beast he had ever encountered. He wasn't sure if his full-power Destruction Thunderstrike could harm it. But if he didn't kill it, he would undoubtedly be cornered. Boom. Half of the energy within his body was instantly drained. Lin Feng's hands were enveloped in Destruction Thunderstrike. Thunder roared in the sky, and golden arcs of electricity illuminated the surrounding hundreds of meters. With the arcs enhancing him, Lin Feng looked like a war god. The Gale Black Wolf was already closing in. Its pupils contracted slightly, showing a hint of wariness, but it still opened its bloodthirsty maw without hesitation. Go! Lin Feng waved his hand, and the Destruction Thunderstrike condensed into a small, sharp flying knife. Whoosh! The Gale Black Wolf was fast, but the Destruction Thunderstrike was faster. In an instant, the golden flying knife pierced its forehead. A woo! The Black Wolf let out a miserable cry. The next moment, Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, less than a meter away from Lin Feng. Staring at the wolf's corpse, Lin Feng's gaze was sharp. He hadn't yet reached the level of materialization, but in this critical moment, he had achieved it. Lin Feng hadn't expected that a single black wolf would push his ability control to a minor breakthrough. It was simply perfect. Ding! Successfully killed the Gale Black Wolf, gained 50 days of cultivation. The system notification sounded. Lin Feng's body trembled as he directly advanced to the 4-star warrior realm. Before he could celebrate, a massive army of hundreds of beasts was already closing in. Although the Gale Black Wolf was dead, there were still 4 6-star peak beasts. These 4 ferocious beasts showed no fear. Lin Feng decided to stop running. The energy within his body circulated rapidly. Thanks to the 100 battles effect, his energy was recovering. Boom! Lin Feng spread his hands, and a torrent of lightning descended from the sky. A woo! Roar! One beast after another fell. In a single move, he killed 10 beasts. Centered around Lin Feng, a 10-meter radius was completely cleared. The ground was scorched black. Lin Feng unleashed his full power, leaving no trace of the beasts' bodies. At this moment, he no longer cared about conserving energy. He only wanted to kill. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, Ling Wei and Bai Fan's expressions changed drastically. Not good, the beast tide is here. The two exchanged a glance. Ling Wei immediately said, I'll go find the students on the outskirts. Teacher Bai, you take the others and retreat first. Before Bai Fan could finish his sentence, Ling Wei had already disappeared. Damn it! Bai Fan's face darkened. What terrible luck, encountering a beast tide as soon as they arrived. Within his observation range, there were still 6 students, while the locations of the other 9 were unknown. After some thought, Bai Fan quickened his pace to find those 6 students. In the desolate forest, the ground trembled faintly. A suffocating aura approached from the distance. Sister, do you hear something? Chu Xianlan's expression was grave. Something's wrong. Let us go. Chu Xian said decisively. She, Chu Xianlan, and Ji Shui headed toward the designated location. Outside the valley boom. Lin Feng's expression was cold and fierce. Each strike took down several beasts. Facing these warrior realm beasts, he showed no mercy. The energy within his body was rapidly depleting. The surroundings were littered with beast corpses. Most of the bodies were incomplete, creating a gruesome scene. Ding successfully killed the black-tailed serpent, obtained 1 true universe crystal. Suddenly, a notification sound caught Lin Feng's attention. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. The 4th true universe crystal was finally here. Lin Feng had been slaughtering this horde of beasts partly to hone his ability control, but more importantly, to collect true universe crystals. That was his primary goal. Although in the midst of an intense battle, Lin Feng's heartbeat still accelerated. He suppressed his inner excitement and continued to maintain a strong offensive. By now, Lin Feng's body was already covered in scars. If it weren't for his self-healing ability, he would have been a cripple by now. Just as Lin Feng instantly killed several warrior-level mutant beasts, a leopard suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Blood gushed from his back in an instant. Lin Feng gasped in pain and quickly swung his blade backward. Howl! Over 200 remaining mutant beasts still surrounded Lin Feng tightly. These low-level beasts had almost no intelligence and only knew how to attack relentlessly. Unless Lin Feng became so powerful that they feared him, they would never leave easily. Boom! A golden destructive divine thunder streaked across like a swimming dragon, its power incredibly strong. Facing so many mutant beasts, Lin Feng did not deliberately narrow the attack range. Although this couldn't kill them all at once, it inflicted heavy damage on a large number of enemies. Fortunately, Lin Feng had awakened the destructive divine thunder. Even as an area attack, its power was still astonishing. No one knew how much time had passed. Boom! A sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from afar. In the next moment, a figure rushed to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Teacher Ling. The newcomer was Ling Wei. Over the past half hour, Ling Wei had almost exhausted her strength searching. Fortunately, she was not disappointed. Among the 9 people outside the range, she had already found 6. Only Lin Feng, Wu Chun, and Huang Meng were still missing. As a warlord-level fighter, Ling Wei was unstoppable. She didn't even use her abilities, merely mobilizing the spiritual energy within her. With a light wave, large numbers of mutant beasts were decapitated or dismembered. Only then did Ling Wei have time to look around at the surroundings. At a glance, her eyes almost popped out. Moments later, the remaining less than 100 mutant beasts were all eliminated by Ling Wei alone. Lin Feng felt a bit regretful these combat experiences could have been left for himself. However, after killing so many, he was already quite satisfied. Now, Lin Feng's level had reached the 5-star warrior stage. If he continued to advance, it might actually be detrimental to his future development. Knowing when to stop also had its benefits. Wu Chun and Huang Ming are still missing, Ling Wei said. Don't bother looking for them. They were killed by the Gale Black Wolf, Lin Feng said solemnly. What? Ling Wei froze for a moment, then asked, Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Feng knew clearly that they were indeed killed by the Gale Black Wolf. Ling Wei sighed. Although it was common for teachers and students to die in battle, losing two S-class warriors at once still made her feel deeply saddened. Especially since Wu Chun was from the Wu family in Magic City, which would undoubtedly cause trouble. Let's go back to the base, Ling Wei said with a headache. The beast tide is coming soon. Inside the base. Woo woo. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the base. Thanks to Bai Fan's advance warning, the entire base was fully armed and ready for battle. On the high walls, one spirit weapon after another was quickly loaded. Below the walls, thousands of vanguard soldiers stood ready to charge at the first sight of beasts. Inside the walls, apart from the station soldiers, the teachers and students of Magic City University had also formed combat teams. Compared to ordinary soldiers, these teachers and students had stronger combat abilities, though most of the students were juniors and seniors. Teacher, why haven't they come back yet? In the square, Chu Xianlan asked anxiously. She had been worried about Lin Feng all along. Time had passed, and Lin Feng still hadn't returned. They'll all come back, Bai Fan said solemnly. Despite his words, Bai Fan was still somewhat worried. Apart from Lin Feng and two students, everyone else had returned safely. Seeing Bai Fan's uncertain expression, Chu Xianlan was on the verge of tears. If she weren't so weak, she would have rushed out to find Lin Feng herself. Chu Xianer gently patted her sister to comfort her. Creak. At that moment, the city gate opened again. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Ling Wei rushing into the city walls, carrying Lin Feng in her arms. Lin Feng's face was full of helplessness and exhaustion. Initially, the two had been running well, one after the other, but when the beast army suddenly appeared, Ling Wei simply carried Lin Feng back in a princess carry. Although the speed increased significantly, Lin Feng's dignity was completely shattered. Lin Feng, Chu Xianlan, who had been staring at the gate, was overjoyed and rushed forward to greet him. Everyone else stared wide-eyed. This, Qi Kong exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, Brother Feng is amazing. Even Bai Fan looked shocked. What kind of scene was this? Lin Feng, utterly embarrassed, quickly jumped out of Ling Wei's arms. Although the feeling was nice, the posture was far too awkward. As soon as he landed, a graceful figure approached, carrying a faint fragrance. Chu Xianlan, dressed in a white dress, threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng, are you okay? Her voice was gentle and full of concern. I'm fine. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. This scene left all the boys dumbfounded. Qi Kang's jaw nearly dropped, and Gan Ning and Xiao Zhan's eyes almost popped out. This level of charm was simply extraordinary. Chu Xianer was about to step forward to show her concern, but her sister had already thrown herself into Lin Feng's arms. She felt both angry and disappointed, truly frustrated at her sister's behavior. Teacher Ling, Bai Fan said heavily. Ling Wei nodded. Wu Chun and Huang Ming hadn't returned, which clearly meant, Sai, you've worked hard. Bai Fan sighed. No one expected to encounter a beast tide today. Saving 13 people was already a difficult feat. Classmates, I have bad news. Wu Chun and Huang Ming have fallen in battle, Ling Wei said heavily as she looked at everyone. As soon as the words fell, everyone fell silent. Although sacrifices were inevitable when fighting alien beasts, and although most people were not very familiar with Wu Chun and Huang Ming, some even had issues with Wu Chun, everyone felt a deep sorrow, as if they had lost family. Boom! At that moment, the ground outside the base suddenly shook violently. Some students, unprepared, almost fell. Immediately after, scorching flames appeared on the distant horizon. The roars of beasts surged like waves. Woo! The alarm within the base echoed through the skies. Full alert. At the foot of the city wall, a middle-aged man in a military commander's uniform, holding a battle sword, shouted sternly, "Prepare for battle! Kill! Kill! Kill!" 3,000 Vanguard members roared as they charged forward. These Vanguard members were well equipped with advanced weapons, each one brimming with energy. Alloy battle armor, alloy boots, alloy weapons, and even psionic weapons, they had it all. Thousands of them stood straight, their gazes resolute. The gun ports on the city wall quickly adjusted their directions. Zone 8, 500 psionic cannons loaded. Zone 17, 900 armor-piercing cannons loaded. Zone 23, 1,500 blood god cannons loaded. Inside the 10-meter-thick city wall, soldiers were busy in an orderly manner. On the city wall, "Are all elemental supplies ready?" Zheng Liming asked in a low voice. "Teacher Zheng, all supplies are ready," a third-year student replied. "Good. As soon as the alien beasts appear, open fire." Usually gentle, Zheng Linming now wore a cold expression. "Hold all defensive positions. For every alien beast that comes, kill one," Zheng Linming roared. "Let those beasts know that the base of Magic City University is not so easily breached. Fight! Fight! Fight!" The students clad in alloy armor roared in response. As soon as the words fell, flames erupted on the distant horizon. Boom, boom, boom. The alien beast horde rapidly approached. The ground quaked, mountains trembled, dark clouds gathered, and the roars surged like tidal waves. At the forefront were massive beasts, each dozens of meters tall. In the sky, terrifying flying alien beasts with wingspans over 10 meters tore through the heavens like fighter jets. "Teacher Ling, escort all the students to retreat." Bai Fan suddenly commanded. "Understood." Ling Wei nodded in response. This beast tide was much larger than any before. The 5,000 defenders in the base were clearly not enough. Even the teachers had to join the battle. "Teacher Ling, you should go back." "I'm not leaving," Lin Feng said firmly. "I want to participate in this beast tide." As soon as he spoke, Ling Wei and Bai Fan's expressions changed. "Don't be reckless," Ling Wei immediately said. Not to mention freshmen, even second-year students were not allowed to participate. Only third and fourth-year students were eligible, and even they had to pass strict assessments. "Teacher, the alien beasts are here. Everyone has a responsibility," Lin Feng said, staring at Ling Wei. "Besides, I'm strong enough to protect myself." These words reminded Ling Wei of the earlier scene. "Fine. Everyone else, follow me," Ling Wei decided. "Teacher, I want to join too," Chu Xianer quickly said. "Me too." "Yes, we all want to join." "That's right, Teacher Ling. Even if we can't help much, we can at least carry supplies." "Teacher, I'm strong. I can definitely be useful." Seeing everyone's high spirits, Bai Fan and Ling Wei exchanged a glance. Bai Fan said, "All right, I'll go ask the principal for approval. Teacher Ling, you keep an eye on them first." "Okay." Both of them were unsure whether they should let the students go to the battlefield. After all, they were S-class students, the future of Moda University and even humanity. But this beast tide was also an opportunity. They believed that if the students could survive, their mindset would change completely, which would be very beneficial for their future growth. Boom. Da-da-da-da. The spiritual energy weapons on the city walls began firing intensely. The dense spiritual energy artillery was awe-inspiring. But even with such heavy firepower, the beast showed no fear and charged forward desperately. Bang! 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 When the beast horde approached within a kilometer of the base, the spiritual energy bombs buried underground detonated instantly. Blood splattered, and the shattered bodies of the beasts fell to the ground. Yet the beasts seemed unaffected and continued their charge. In the distance, the Flame Lion King stared intently at the human base. Above the base, a middle-aged man in golden armor looked serious. "I didn't expect that Flame Lion King to break through again." "Commander Qin, should we request reinforcements?" the deputy general beside him asked. Qin Jinshan, the supreme commander of the Modu Catacomb base and a 7-star Grandmaster-level powerhouse, was the strongest person here. Battles are frequent, and forces everywhere are stretched thin. Relying on others is unrealistic. We can only rely on ourselves, Qin Jinshan said calmly. It's only 9-star, it won't get through. His voice was calm, yet resolute. He and the Flame Lion King were old rivals, having fought 5 or 6 times before, always evenly matched. This time, the Lion King's breakthrough brought him considerable pressure. But as the supreme commander, he would never back down. Cui Lu passed the order to increase firepower output. Qin Jinshan stared at the situation and suddenly gave the command. Yes, sir. At the catacomb passage, Ling Wei appeared before everyone again. What's the result? Bai Fan asked. Ling Wei nodded. The principal approved it, but they can only operate within a 3-kilometer radius of the base. Good. Bai Fan nodded in agreement. Within the 3-kilometer radius, most of the beasts were low-level warrior and awakened class, and with the 2 of them guarding, there would be no problem. Hearing that they could go to the battlefield, Qi Kong and the others were thrilled. Protecting their homeland had been their dream since childhood. Who wouldn't want to earn merit and slay enemies on the battlefield? In this era, any young person with a sense of justice wanted to contribute to resisting the beasts. At the same time, Lin Feng's eyes opened. 2 red lightning bolts flashed in his eyes. Host, Lin Feng Realm. 5-star warrior class abilities. Destruction Tribulation Thunder X class. Self-healing S-class combat techniques. Sky-splitting 5 slashes mastered. Introductory ability method beginner. While waiting for Ling Wei's news, Lin Feng had already absorbed 2 true universe crystals. The evolution of Destruction Divine Thunder finally reached 100%, transforming into a completely new existence. Destruction Tribulation Thunder. Its grade was X-class. This was an entirely new level. So powerful. Feeling the strength of Destruction Tribulation Thunder, Lin Feng was ecstatic. Although the principal agreed, you must stay near me and not wander too far. Ling Wei looked at Lin Feng and said, Did you hear that? Clearly, these words were directed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing everyone agree, Ling Wei's beautiful eyes turned to Qin Jinshan in the air. Qin Jinshan landed beside the group. Feng Jinsho agreed. Feng Mangong was simultaneously serving as the guardian of Donghai, and Qin Jinshan was one of his 6 commanders. Yes, Ling Wei nodded in response. Good. Qin Jinshan didn't say much. You will go with the 2nd Battalion to fill the position. After speaking, he flew back into the air, keeping a close watch on the movements of the Flame Lion King. Outside the base, the army of beasts and the vanguard were already engaged in fierce combat. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the 2nd Battalion, the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. Beasts were desperately climbing the city walls. As soon as they climbed a little, they were blasted into large holes by the psionic cannons. The flying beasts in the sky were also consistently shot down with precision by psionic gunners. Since the beast tide began, thousands of beasts had already been eliminated. However, the base had also paid a significant price. Zhang Chao. Ling Wei greeted Bai Fan. Zhang Chao was the captain of the 2nd Battalion. Seeing them arrive, a trace of joy appeared on Zhang Chao's face, but he quickly frowned. Teacher Ling, Teacher Bai, why did you bring a few freshmen here? Although Zhang Chao knew that Modi University was impressive, with some students even stronger than soldiers, that only applied to senior students. He didn't think much of freshmen. To gain some experience, Ling Wei said, Don't worry, they won't hold you back. I hope so. Zhang Chao's tone was dismissive, but at the same time, he twisted off the head of a beast. Just a bunch of greenhouse flowers, he thought as he glanced at Lin Feng and the others with some disdain, but he said no more. Ling Wei and Bai Fan were teachers at Modi University, and Zhang Chao still gave them that bit of respect. The 2nd Battalion mainly consisted of ordinary soldiers responsible for carrying psionic cannons, specifically targeting beasts that escaped the battle zone. Additionally, there were over 100 awakened individuals. However, these awakened ones were generally of average strength, mostly below the awakening realm. Only a few squad leaders were at the warrior realm, wielding psionic weapons. In such large-scale battles, low-level awakened individuals primarily relied on psionic weapons. Only high-level awakened individuals had the qualifications and ability to charge into the beast horde to kill enemies. Bang! At that moment, 2 beasts charged out, but were quickly killed. Are we just going to watch? Gan Ning scratched his head, feeling restless. Ling Wei and Bai Fan stared intently ahead. They wanted to charge forward, but it was difficult. As time passed, the battle grew increasingly intense. The beasts, like unkillable monsters, surged toward the city walls wave after wave. The once clean alloy walls were now stained blood red. The walls were scarred and on the verge of collapse in some places. All warlords, move out. Qin Jinshan stood on the city wall and commanded in a deep voice. In the next moment, over 500 warlord-level powerhouses shot out like meteors. These warlords were the base's top combat force. The deployment of warlords signified that the battle had entered a life and death stage. Almost the instant the warlords moved, the beast horde became agitated. Immediately, thousands of warlord-level beasts also charged forward. Roar! As soon as the two sides clashed, it was a fight to the death. There were no words, no mercy. In everyone's eyes, there was only slaughter. Lin Feng watched the battle zone a few hundred meters away, his brows tightly furrowed. The awakened individuals in the 2nd Battalion were too weak. Facing such a massive horde of beasts, it was clear they couldn't hold out. Let's not even talk about the heroic spirit of fighting to the death for the country. Just the fact that this group of beasts breaking through the base would have consequences too severe to imagine. Once the base is breached, the beasts will use the tunnels to enter Modu University. At that point, countless innocent people will die under the claws of the beasts, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Teacher, I'll go over there to help, Lin Feng said. All right. Ling Wei glanced at the battle zone ahead and did not refuse. Most of the beasts there were at the Awakening Realm. She had seen Lin Feng's combat achievements. He could even kill a group of Warrior Realm beasts, let alone these Awakening Realm ones. As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned. This treatment? Why can Lin Feng go, but we can't? Teacher is biased, Qi Kong muttered under his breath. Lin Feng's appearance did not attract the attention of the squad. Facing the frenzied assault of the beasts, they were under immense pressure. Only Team 3's captain, Tu Yuman, glanced at him but quickly ignored him. In his view, Lin Feng was just a freshman. What use could he possibly be? Who would have thought that in the next moment, Tu Yuman's pupils would suddenly contract? What? Lin Feng charged into the group of beasts, his battle blades sweeping through, and several beasts fell to the ground, their heads severed from their bodies. Each swing of the blade took down a few beasts. The efficiency was unbelievable. Facing the fierce assault of over 100,000 beasts, no one retreated. No one was afraid. Qin Jinshan was the first to charge out. His Grandmaster-level strength was fully displayed with a casual wave of his hand. Nearly 1,000 low-level beasts fell to the ground. Boom! Just as he moved, the Flame Lion King charged from behind. Scorching flames engulfed the heavens and the earth, illuminating everyone's faces in a fiery red glow. Beast. Qin Jinshan shot forward like an arrow piercing the sky. His spiritual energy transformed into a spear and launched. The highest combat powers on both sides officially joined the battle. Below, swish, the C-grade alloy blade cut through everything in its path. Awakened-level beasts couldn't resist at all and died instantly. Even warrior-level beasts were as fragile as paper. I'll handle this. You go help elsewhere. Lin Feng's expression was grave. Although they were at the very rear, the pressure was immense. There were too many beasts. Despite everyone's desperate efforts, a large number of beasts still broke through the defenses and charged toward the city walls. The city wall was the last line of defense. If it were breached, they would have to retreat to the passage. At that point, the casualties would be even greater. Brother Lin Feng. Old Lu's eyes welled up with tears. In such a short time, several of his comrades had already fallen. Go fight, Lin Feng said, and his speed suddenly increased. A dense swarm of beasts lunged at him. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. At first, he had joined the battle merely to enhance his abilities. But seeing his compatriots die at the hands of the beasts, his mindset changed. Anger. Intense anger. He wanted to kill. All of you. Spiritual energy surged within Lin Feng, and in the next moment, a red light erupted. This time, it was different from the golden arcs of electricity before. This time, it was a vivid red. The red arcs of electricity converged, forming a crimson pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Dot. Boom. Thunder roared deafeningly in the sky. The beasts surrounding Lin Feng had no resistance, as if struck by a natural disaster, instantly turning to dust. Zzz. Red arcs of electricity crackled around Lin Feng. With the enhancement of the destruction tribulation lightning, even his hair began to faintly turn red. His cold eyes were enveloped by the destruction tribulation lightning. The tangible arcs of electricity carried an unimaginable destructive force as they shot into the distance. Whoosh! The beasts ahead were shattered like blocks of tofu. The destruction tribulation lightning pierced through hundreds of beasts with invincible force. It only dissipated after traveling 1,000 meters. In an instant, hundreds of low-level beasts perished. The previously chaotic surroundings were now completely cleared by Lin Feng. Not far away, old Lu was stunned. He had thought Lin Feng was quite strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. After all, that was over 300 beasts. It would take at least 2 squads to take them down. Yet Lin Feng, alone, had resolved it in an instant. In the sky, Ling Wei was even more shocked to the extreme. How is his ability even possible? Ling Wei was completely dumbfounded. This level of power was absolutely not something Lin Feng's rank should be capable of, but she couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. All around, Lin Feng's move immediately drew the attention of many. Who is he? He's too strong. What kind of ability is that? Even I feel a chill down my spine. He looks like a newcomer? Impossible. How could someone with such combat power be a newcomer? What terrifying presence! Could reinforcements have arrived? As an X-level ability, the Destruction Tribulation Lightning was at least 10 times stronger than the Destruction Divine Lightning. Moreover, Lin Feng's energy consumption when using the Destruction Tribulation Lightning was significantly reduced. More importantly, Lin Feng's mastery of the Destruction Tribulation Lightning had advanced directly from minor success to major success. He himself didn't understand why. There was no time to think about it now. He just wanted to fight to his heart's content. To destroy to his heart's content. Zzzzzt. Red electric arcs, like untamed beasts, rapidly gathered around Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a crimson suit of thunder armor. Only mastery at the grand level could achieve this. The crimson armor radiated dazzling brilliance. Lin Feng's face was expressionless as he continued to charge forward. He didn't even need to make a move. Any low-level beasts that approached were instantly killed by the Destruction Tribulation Lightning. On the ground, everything in his path turned to ashes. The Destruction Tribulation Lightning killed upon contact. Lin Feng advanced all the way, entering another battle zone. Brother Thunder God is here, someone suddenly exclaimed. In the next moment, the soldiers of Camp 2, Team 4, erupted in excitement. Lin Feng paused for a moment, muttering to himself, "When did I become the Thunder God?" Just then, several 5-star warrior-level beasts let out strange cries and lunged at him. Zap! Lin Feng extended his hand, and a thick bolt of Destruction Tribulation Lightning instantly pierced through them. Then, crossing his hands, he slammed them downward with force. Boom! The sound of thunder roared again. Centered on Lin Feng, a radius of 50 meters seemed to be engulfed in a thunderstorm. The crimson Destruction Tribulation Lightning slashed through the air like the scythe of death. The moment it struck, the beasts didn't even have time to scream before turning to dust. One move, the field was cleared. Thunder God is amazing, someone shouted loudly. Don't underestimate those low-level beasts. While they might not seem threatening, they were actually the most likely to cause harm. High-level beasts were being desperately held back by warlord-level powerhouses, but the sheer number of low-level beasts was overwhelming, making it impossible for the strong to handle them all. Lin Feng's arrival instantly eased the pressure on Camp 2. We're going to support Team 5. The captain of Team 4, though covered in blood, was unusually excited. Lin Feng looked up. His crimson eyes gazed into the distance. That was the area of high-level warrior beasts, the place under the greatest pressure. Whoosh! Using the power of the Destruction Tribulation Lightning, Lin Feng's speed was astonishing. With one step, he crossed 10 meters. Like a streak of red lightning, he weaved through the battlefield. Like a ferocious red dragon, whales followed wherever he passed. The ground was blasted into a trench 5 meters deep by the destruction tribulation lightning. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The previous destruction divine lightning, though powerful, was nothing compared to the destruction tribulation lightning. Not to mention, the destruction tribulation lightning consumed very little spiritual energy. Lin Feng was like an unstoppable fighting machine. Fight. Keep fighting. When Lin Feng charged into the group of high-level warrior beasts, every warrior had a fanatical expression. Boom. The sound of thunder echoed. Centered on Lin Feng, a red halo rapidly spread out. In the next moment, dozens of high-level warrior beasts were annihilated. A woo. The scene immediately drew the attention of several peak warrior-level beasts. A pitch-black, 10-meter-tall heavy-armored demon bull charged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his index finger. A red bolt of tribulation lightning shot out. Whoosh! The lightning, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, instantly pierced through the head of the heavy-armored demon bull. Boom! The peak warrior-level heavy-armored demon bull, known for its defense, was utterly defenseless and was killed instantly. Its renowned toughness now seemed as fragile as a snowman. With my current strength, I can completely go all out against spirit-level beasts. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with sharp light. By now, his strength had already risen to the peak of 6-star warrior level. This was with the system preserving most of his cultivation. Otherwise, he might already be at 8 stars now. Rapid improvement in strength may not necessarily be a good thing. However, with the destruction tribulation lightning, Lin Feng still had the confidence to fight enemies at the warlord level. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward, now 2 kilometers away from the base. Blood flowed like a river here, and debris was scattered everywhere. Battalion Commander Zhang Chao saw Lin Feng and was both anxious and angry. He hadn't seen the previous situation. There were too many beasts nearby, blocking his view. So Zhang Chao thought Lin Feng had gotten lost. You little. Zhang Chao was about to curse when his eyes suddenly lit up. He noticed that teams 4, 9, 12, and 15 had all followed him here. You idiots. Zhang Chao was almost so angry he spat blood. The battle was intense, so why were they running here? Forget the defensive line. Forget the city walls. Commander, we've cleared our area. Team 4 Captain Li Du said excitedly. We came to support you. What? Cleared it. You're amazing, taking out so many beasts. Zhang Chao was so angry, he was foaming at the mouth. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Really, Commander, it was all done by Brother Thunder God. Li Du's face was flushed with excitement. Lin Feng had single-handedly saved several of their teams, nearly 100 lives. More importantly, he had completely stopped the beasts from approaching the city walls. As long as the beasts didn't get close, the spiritual energy-heavy cannons could be far more effective. Brother Thunder God? Get out of here. Before Zhang Chao could finish speaking, a red lightning bolt shot over. In the next moment, a 1-star war spirit realm beast that was about to ambush Zhang Chao was struck into pieces. What? Zhang Chao's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. He recognized Lin Feng. You aren't. Zhang Chao was momentarily speechless. Wasn't this guy a rookie? He could actually instantly kill a war spirit realm enemy. Damn. Zhang Chao himself was only at the 4-star war spirit realm, which had taken him over 30 years to achieve. And Lin Feng? He was only 18. Commander Zhang. Lin Feng nodded in greeting to the stunned Commander Zhang. Then, the destruction tribulation lightning quickly condensed into a battle blade. Boom. Mimicry was the mark of an ability reaching the minor achievement stage. But Lin Feng's ability had already reached the major achievement stage, making mimicry effortless for him. Unlike minor achievement, major achievement wasn't just about compressing the ability. It also added more power on top of the compression, making it far stronger than usual. Slash. The tribulation lightning blade easily severed the head of a 2-star war spirit realm beast. Zhang Chao finally snapped out of it and shouted excitedly. Well done, Brother Thunder God. He didn't know Lin Feng's real name. Since everyone called him that, he went along with it. Kill them all. Zhang Chao roared, smashing his iron fist into another beast. Brothers, hold the line. That's right, with Brother Thunder God here, we'll finish this battle soon. Charge. Fight to your heart's content. Li Du and the others shouted excitedly. They had witnessed Lin Feng's power firsthand. Although the beasts were all war spirit realm, to them, Thunder God was invincible. Damn, I really admire Thunder God. Team 9 Captain Zheng Yu said while fighting. At this moment, Lin Feng entered an extremely focused state. Everything around him disappeared. In his eyes, there were only beasts. Roar! A 2-star war spirit realm iron-eating beast roared. Before the sound faded, Lin Feng had already sliced off its head with one strike. Awesome! Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. With his current strength, the 2-star battle spirit realm is no challenge at all. The destruction tribulation thunder is absurdly powerful. Chirp! At this moment, an eagle's cry echoed from the sky. A golden-clawed eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters dived down, its target locked on Lin Feng. Perfect timing. Lin Feng remained calm and composed. The golden-clawed eagle was at the 3-star battle spirit realm. Its strength was just right for Lin Feng to take on. Boom! Before the golden-clawed eagle could land, the crimson destruction tribulation thunder surged skyward. Clang! The golden-clawed eagle was struck by the thunder, and its claws, capable of crushing alloy, vanished instantly. The pain almost caused the eagle to crash, but it only fueled its ferocity. Its talons pierced through Lin Feng's right arm. Lin Feng let out a cold snort and swung his hand. Boom! The destruction tribulation thunder, like the signal of death, struck the golden-clawed eagle's head fiercely. Chirp! The golden-clawed eagle let out a miserable cry as its head exploded. Ding! Successfully killed the golden-clawed eagle. Obtained high-grade special ability combat skill, 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. The system notification sounded. At first, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention, but upon hearing it, he was immediately overjoyed. After so many battles, a special reward had finally arrived. Lin Feng had thought his luck had run out long ago. Ding! 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash has been automatically mastered. The second notification sounded. Lin Feng's body trembled, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. This system was incredibly considerate. The special ability combat skill rewarded by the system could be automatically learned, saving Lin Feng a lot of time. Haha, just in time. Lin Feng laughed heartily, his gaze locking onto the black-tailed fox battling Zhang Chao in the distance. This black-tailed fox had reached the peak of the 4-star battle spirit realm. Despite Zhang Chao's all-out effort, he was still being pushed back. Zhang Ying, get out of the way! Lin Feng suddenly shouted. Zhang Chao was momentarily stunned. Get out of the way? Why? Seeing Lin Feng rushing toward him, Zhang Chao quickly said, Brother Thunder God, don't come over. You can't handle this black-tailed fox. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand. ZZZZZ. Crimson destruction tribulation thunder instantly condensed in his palm. The thunder surged, its speed unbelievably fast. Then, Lin Feng let out a low shout. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. The terrifying destruction tribulation thunder transformed into a crimson battle blade 100 meters long, slashing downward. Zhang Chao initially dismissed it. After all, Lin Feng's realm was only at the 6-star warrior realm. But the moment the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash appeared, Zhang Chao's hair stood on end in shock. He abandoned the black-tailed fox and dodged desperately. Although he was fast, he still underestimated the speed of the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. As a top-tier special ability combat skill rewarded by the system, the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash was undoubtedly the best of the best. The Destruction Tribulation Thunder was already incredibly fast, and with the addition of wind elements, its speed was terrifying. The black-tailed fox's fur stood on end as it let out a piercing scream. The oppressive force of the Crimson Thunder made it feel an intense threat to its life. It tried to use its special ability to block, but the Crimson Blade, carrying a chilling arc, slashed down fiercely. Boom! The ground shook, and red light shot into the sky. The black-tailed fox didn't even have time to react before it was split in two. A terrifying crater, 100 meters long and over 10 meters deep, appeared on the ground. The black-tailed fox that had given Zhang Chao such a headache was like an ant in Lin Feng's hands. Silence. The entire scene fell into a deathly quiet. Zhang Chao, Li Du, Zheng Yu, and the others were dumbfounded. Cold sweat dripped from Zhang Chao's forehead. Fortunately, Lin Feng hadn't targeted him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even had a chance to dodge. Even so, Zhang Chao still felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. What kind of supernatural combat skill is this? Zhang Chao stared blankly at Lin Feng, his mind completely blank. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of expert could unleash such a terrifying combat skill. In the face of that red lightning, all technology seemed pale and powerless. Even more frightening was that Lin Feng was only at the warrior realm. A 6-star warrior realm could easily annihilate a peak 4-star war spirit realm. If Lin Feng reached the war spirit realm, how terrifying would he become? Thunder God's dominance. Awesome. Thunder God's might. Long live humanity. Li Du took a deep breath, his spirit soaring. Lin Feng's strike had displayed the momentum of humanity. It had ignited their hope. After Li Du shouted, Zheng Yu followed suit, shouting loudly. Hundreds of people around them shouted in unison, Thunder God's dominance. The deafening roar surged like waves into the sky. Each wounded warrior trembled with excitement. At this moment, Lin Feng was like the savior in their hearts. He was their hero. Who? Lin Feng took a deep breath. The 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash, as a top-tier combat skill, consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. However, for Lin Feng now, it was still manageable. Not bad, Lin Feng murmured to himself. He glanced around and saw Zhang Chao and the others staring wide-eyed, their expressions incredibly amusing. Aru. The death of the black-tailed fox triggered fear among many beasts. Beasts were naturally afraid of thunder elements, and Lin Feng's destruction tribulation thunder was incomparably terrifying and powerful, making the beasts even more fearful. Then, under the astonished gazes of Zhang Chao and the others, some low-level beasts began to whimper and retreat from Lin Feng. This immediately caught the attention of the Flame Lion King. It clearly hadn't expected these small beasts to be afraid as well. The Flame Lion King instinctively glanced at Lin Feng, its flame-filled eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. Boom! This brief distraction was seized upon by the experienced Qin Jinshan. His golden, gleaming fist struck the Flame Lion King like a cannonball. Bang! Instantly, the Flame Lion King's abdomen caved in sharply, several ribs fractured, and blood spurted out. Aru! The Flame Lion King let out a miserable cry. Though the injury wasn't fatal, it was enough to significantly weaken its combat power. Well done! Qin Jinshan was thrilled. If Lin Feng hadn't drawn the Flame Lion King's attention, with his strength, he might have already been defeated. Now, the situation had completely turned around. As long as the Flame Lion King fell, this beast-tide crisis could be completely resolved. Thinking of this, Qin Jinshan's fighting spirit surged even higher. Not only Qin Jinshan, but Zhang Chao and the others felt the same. They charged forward madly, as if they had endless energy. To outsiders, they might even look like beasts themselves. Boom! Lin Feng led the charge at the front line. The Warrior Realm beasts were slaughtered one by him. Even War Spirit Realm beasts, few could withstand him. Zhang Chao's face flushed with excitement. Thrilling. This feeling was too exhilarating. He didn't even need to take action, only guarding against beasts trying to ambush Lin Feng. Those War Spirit Realm beasts that had given Zhang Chao headaches were effortlessly killed by Lin Feng. If viewed from above, one could see a peculiar scene. The battlefield stretched 10 kilometers outside the city walls, with beasts and base warriors mixed together. However, in the area where Lin Feng was located, the beasts had been completely wiped out, leaving a long gap. Lin Feng expended a large amount of spiritual energy, unleashing destructive tribulation lightning, the thunder and fire resembling an unending storm. A bright red mark was left on the ground, particularly striking. Not good. We've gone too deep. Suddenly, Zhang Chao's expression changed. Apart from a few individuals, the members of the 2nd Battalion were all at the Warrior or Awakening realm. But now, under Lin Feng's lead, they had already entered the mid-stage War Spirit realm area. The beasts here even made Zhang Chao feel fear. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying sound of bones grinding came from the distance. Immediately after, screams echoed. In the next second, a terrifying beast, 5 meters long and entirely snow-white, swallowed a warrior in one bite and charged toward them. A 6-star War Spirit Realm bloodbone beast. Zhang Chao's face changed drastically, and he roared, "Retreat! Retreat now!" His voice trembled with tension. After shouting, he quickly positioned himself in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Commander Zhang, you lead them to retreat first. I'll handle this bloodbone beast. A 6-star War Spirit Realm beast, incredibly powerful. Even Lin Feng felt his scalp tingle, but the fighting spirit in his heart gave him confidence that he could defeat it. No way! Zhang Chao shouted loudly. Brother Thunder God, retreat immediately. We'll cover you. Brother Thunder God, retreat now. Li Du also shouted, firing his spiritual energy gun at the bloodbone beast. But the beast's defense was too strong. Li Du's gun was like a toy, causing no damage at all. Brother Thunder God, Zhang Chao, seeing Lin Feng unmoving, grew so anxious his eyes turned red. We can die, but you cannot fall. That's right. Your potential far surpasses ours. Your survival is more important to us, Li Du said, then rushed in front of Lin Feng. Although they didn't know Lin Feng's name and had never met him before, his combat strength and potential made them willing to risk their lives for him. Brother Thunder God, don't hesitate. Zhang Chao's eyes were almost bloodshot. What are you thinking? Lin Feng stared coldly at the charging bloodbone beast. Step aside. As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson armor covering his body suddenly dispersed, instantly condensing in his palm. The hollow eyes of the bloodbone beast locked onto Lin Feng. It was the leader of the beasts in this war zone. At this moment, it had only one goal: to kill the annoying human in front of it. Roar! The bloodbone beast let out a furious roar. Its speed suddenly increased, charging toward Lin Feng like a high-speed war chariot. The nearly 1-meter-long bone spike on its forehead exuded an oppressive aura, as if it would pierce straight through Lin Feng. Zhang Chao and Li Du's faces turned pale. They knew the bloodbone beast's target was Brother Thunder God. Clearly, the beast also recognized that Lin Feng was not easy to deal with. Just as Zhang Chao prepared to risk his life to block the bloodbone beast, and buy time for Lin Feng to escape, a red lightning bolt streaked across their vision. The sharp sound of it cutting through the air made Zhang Chao's ears buzz. In the next moment, he saw Lin Feng instantly dash 100 meters at an astonishing speed. Then, the two collided. Brilliant red energy converged into a 100-meter-long blade, slashing down from above. Although Zhang Chao couldn't hear any sound, he was utterly shocked by this straightforward and unadorned head-on clash. Howl! The bloodbone beast's white bones were dyed red. As the blade descended, a crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. A fissure appeared. Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his fighting spirit burning like fire. He knew that as long as he took down this bloodbone beast, all the other beasts within a few kilometers would be scared away. That would inevitably draw the attention of the flame lion above, and the turning point would come at that moment. Crack! The crimson destruction tribulation lightning tore through the bloodbone beast's tough skeleton like a raging dragon. The moment the lightning pierced into the beast's body, it let out an ear-splitting scream. The bone spike that had impaled Lin Feng's abdomen was also shaken loose. Spurt! Blood gushed out. But under the stimulation of Lin Feng's powerful abilities, what should have been a fatal wound began to heal rapidly. Keep going. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp, his fighting spirit surging. With his self-healing ability, as long as he wasn't dismembered, he could recover quickly. This bloodbone beast was truly fierce. Even though it had been severely injured by the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash, it remained ferocious and violent. Buzz! In the next moment, the blood on the ground suddenly floated into the air. It was the blood of other beasts and humans. The bloodbone beast's ability was blood revival. As long as it absorbed enough blood, its injuries could heal quickly. This was similar to Lin Feng's self-healing, but much slower. Its defense was unparalleled. Even the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash, which could instantly kill a black-tailed fox, had struggled to break through its bone armor. Coupled with its powerful recovery ability, the bloodbone beast was one of the most troublesome beasts in the battle spirit realm. Not far away, Zhang Chao and the others were too shocked to speak. This beast, which could easily crush the entire 2nd Battalion, was actually locked in a fierce battle with Lin Feng. Could you believe it? Gulp! Zhang Chao's throat moved as cold sweat dripped down his back. Every attack from the bloodbone beast could have killed him, but Lin Feng blocked those ferocious attacks time and time again. Unstoppable! Zhang Chao muttered under his breath. Invincible Thunder God. Suddenly, Zhang Chao shouted loudly, "Victory is ours. Thunder God will win." The surrounding soldiers shouted in unison, their faces flushed with excitement and exhilaration. "Want to compete with me in fearlessness?" Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. He had lost count of how many injuries he had sustained, but no matter how severe, he recovered quickly. In contrast, the Bloodbone Beast's recovery was much slower. Self-healing was an S-level ability, while the blood revival of the Bloodbone Beast was at most B-level. The two were not even in the same league. Lin Feng's attacks were relentless, and the Bloodbone Beast refused to back down. But gradually, the beast's movements began to slow. Its attacks became sparse. Over time, the Bloodbone Beast couldn't keep up with healing its new injuries. Its pitch-black skeleton was covered in cracks. Its thigh bone was even on the verge of being severed. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. Taking advantage of its weakness, Lin Feng went for the kill. He deliberately exposed his back, and the crimson blade slashed toward the Bloodbone Beast's thigh bone. Crack! The thigh bone was completely severed. The bone spike on the Bloodbone Beast's forehead hadn't even reached Lin Feng before it lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. Die! The 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash gathered once more. As the surroundings were dyed crimson, the Bloodbone Beast let out a terrified cry for help. Boom! In the next moment, its incredibly tough skull exploded. Ding! Successfully killed the Bloodbone Beast. Reward: 100,000 cubic meters of portable space. As the Bloodbone Beast fell, the system notification sounded. A fervent light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Although he already had system space, it could only be used to store system reward items, and this 100,000 cubic meter portable space completely belonged to him. 100,000 cubic meters, that's enough, Lin Feng said excitedly. Oh, whoa, whoa. As the Bloodbone Beast died, the surrounding early-stage Battle Spirit Realm and Warrior Realm beasts lost all their fighting spirit and fled in terror. What a chance! Zhang Chao and the other soldiers' eyes lit up. A strange scene unfolded where some desperately attacked while others frantically fled. Without the suppression of the Bloodbone Beast, these beasts had no intention of fighting. With Lin Feng and Zhang Chao's cooperation, hundreds more beasts were soon slain. Still not enough. Lin Feng noticed the Flame Lion King in the sky remained unresponsive and had a sudden idea. If that's the case, let's go all out. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he shouted, "Zhang Battalion, protect me." On it, Zhang Chao and the others admired Lin Feng deeply. By now, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the battalion commander. Not only did Zhang Chao respond, but Li Du and others also surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes burned with determination, and half of his spiritual energy was instantly consumed. Boom! With the support of massive spiritual energy, the Destruction Tribulation Thunder transformed into a giant 1-meter diameter beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The scarlet beam seemed to split the heavens, carrying an awe-inspiring momentum as it shot directly at the Flame Lion King. Roar! The moment the beam struck the Flame Lion King, it let out a furious roar. Lin Feng's attack did not harm it, but being provoked by an ant completely enraged it. Coupled with Lin Feng's slaying of the Bloodbone Beast, which caused many beasts to scatter, the Flame Lion King finally reached its breaking point. Whoosh! The Flame Lion King spewed a wave of scorching flames toward Lin Feng. Qin Jinshan's eyes flashed with sharpness. Domain Suppression Technique. A massive mountain, thousands of meters tall, crashed down. Qin Jinshan's ability was an A-grade elemental power called Heavy Prison Mountain, and the Domain Suppression Technique was his ultimate move. As the mountain, heavy as a star, descended, the Flame Lion King bent its body sharply to dodge. Then, a crisp sound echoed. With Qin Jinshan exhausting nearly 90% of his spiritual energy, this strike directly inflicted severe injuries on the Flame Lion King. Whoa! The Flame Lion King let out a painful howl and, ignoring Lin Feng, turned to flee desperately. In its peak state, it wouldn't fear Qin Jinshan, but now, if it didn't escape, it might be killed. Holy crap! Zhang Chao and the others were stunned. Lin Feng had actually changed the tide of battle. Thinking of this, Zhang Chao, Li Du, and the others trembled with excitement. The beast tide crisis finally seemed to be resolved. As the Flame Lion King's desperate cries spread, the beasts below stopped their attacks. Immediately, tens of thousands of beasts turned and fled in terror. One after another, the densely packed beasts abandoned the fight and ran for their lives. During the escape, many low-level beasts were trampled to death, their wails and screams echoing continuously. Many warriors shouted excitedly at the sight. Some strong individuals seized the opportunity to pursue and harvest results, while others collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. From the start of the beast tide to now, exactly 1 hour had passed. But this hour had cost nearly 1,000 lives. For everyone, this period felt long and torturous. Zhang Chao and Li Du exchanged glances and suddenly shouted in unison, "Thunder God is invincible. Human race victorious. Thunder God is invincible." Initially, only the 2nd Battalion shouted, but it quickly spread. "Thunder God is invincible. Human race victorious. Cheers for the human race. Cheers for Thunder God." The warriors shouted excitedly. But some were curious who exactly was Thor. Could it be the title of Commander Chin? Regardless, they shouted anyway. Thousands of people shouted louder and louder, their voices converging into a wave that reached the base of the city wall. Ling Wei, Bai Fan, and Chu Xianlan, among the new recruits, were exhausted to the point of collapse. Hearing the cheers, Ling Wei paused for a moment. Could Thor be Commander Chin's title? Bai Fan whispered. Commander Chin is indeed a master-level powerhouse. Qi Kong, sitting limply on the ground, sighed. One person turned the tide of the battle. He truly deserves the title of Thor. But his ability is related to mountains, not thunder, Gan Ning said, puzzled. Although the opponent in this battle was merely awakened-level beasts, everyone was still utterly fatigued. Where's Lin Feng? Chu Xianlan looked around, seeing no one, and quickly stood up. Don't bother looking, he's over at the 2nd Battalion, Ling Wei said, too tired to elaborate. Team leader Lin must be heavily guarded by the 2nd Battalion. Yeah, too bad he didn't fight alongside us. I bet he didn't even get a chance to act over there, Xiao Zhan and the others said. Just as they finished speaking, Lin Feng returned, carrying his blade. Lin Feng, are you okay? Chu Xianlan was the first to run over and ask. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm fine, then sat down to recover. The beast tide had ended, and the remaining cleanup work naturally didn't require their involvement. This battle had taken a toll on Lin Feng. Brother Thor. As soon as Lin Feng sat down, Zhang Chao and others ran over. Qi Kong and the others were stunned. Isn't that Captain Zhang? He's actually calling Lin Feng Brother Thor. Gan Ning said. To dare address Commander Chin like that, that's bold. As they were chatting, Zhang Chao approached Lin Feng. Captain Zhang, my name is Lin Feng, not Thor, Lin Feng said with a smile. It doesn't matter what you're called, Zhang Chao said excitedly. Brother, please accept my bow. He solemnly performed a salute. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Captain Zhang, there's no need to be so formal. If it weren't for you, half of the 2nd Battalion would have died, Zhang Chao said gravely. You deserve this bow. Hearing this, Qi Kong and the others were stunned. Just as they were about to ask, Qin Jinshan arrived with several deputy commanders. What the heck happened? Commander Qin is heading toward Lin Feng too? Looks like Lin Feng did something incredible. Impossible. Lin Feng may be stronger than us, but he's still just a new recruit. As they were talking, Qin Jinshan looked at Lin Feng. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Jinshan solemnly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to avoid it, he simply didn't have the strength. Commander Qin, there's no need to be so formal, Lin Feng said weakly. Lin Feng, from today onward, you are my brother, Qin Jinshan said gravely. A brother for life. Lin Feng, you are my idol, forever my idol. That's right, I've never admired anyone in my life, but I admire you. Exactly, if it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. Lin Feng, you deserve this honor. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion spoke one after another, their voices filled with excitement. Let's go to the council hall, Qin Jinshan said. The 2 instructors should come along as well. Ling Wei and Bai Fan nodded. Ling Wei had a rough idea of what was happening, but Bai Fan was completely clueless, unable to react. After the group left, Chi Kong quickly stopped a soldier from the 2nd Battalion and asked, "Brother, how is Lin Feng doing?" That soldier was none other than Lao Lu from earlier. Hearing the question, he excitedly said, "How else? Thor has made a great contribution. He killed no less than 700 or 800 beasts along the way. At least 300 to 400 warrior-level beasts, and over 100 war spirit level ones. The most impressive thing is that Thor actually managed to kill a 6-star war spirit level bloodbone beast. If it weren't for him, how could the Flame Lion King have been distracted, giving Commander Qin the chance to severely injure it? If it weren't for Thor, we would have been finished in this beast tide." He spoke excitedly as he headed to the conference hall. After Lao Lu left, Chi Kong was stunned. Not only him, but also Chu Xianlan and her sister, Ji Shui, Gan Ning, and others were all too shocked to speak. I didn't hear wrong, did I?" Gan Ning asked tremblingly. "Lin Feng really killed a 6-star war spirit level beast? Killed nearly 1,000 beasts. Over 100 war spirit level ones." Xiao Zhan widened his eyes and muttered under his breath, This was really done by Lin Feng." Hiss. Even the usually calm Chu Xiener was now so shocked that her eyes widened, her chest almost bursting with excitement. Lin Feng is incredible. Only Chu Xiener fully believed all of this. The other freshmen looked at each other, half believing and half doubting. If it had been done by a senior from the 3rd year, they would believe it. If it had been done by a battalion commander, they would also believe it. But Lin Feng, their classmate, who had actually changed the entire battle situation. Though hard to believe, everyone felt a sense of pride. Inside the conference hall, apart from the high-ranking officials responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Jinshan and 2 subordinate generals were present. Lin Feng noticed that the subordinate general named Cui Lu had lost his right arm. Although no high-level combatants had died in this battle, there were many who were seriously injured or disabled. However, every face was filled with excited smiles. Qin Jinshan took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement, and said, "Everyone, this beast tied. We held our ground. We won." Someone excitedly waved their hand in celebration. Qin Jinshan's smile grew even brighter. This victory is thanks to everyone's efforts, but the most crucial and greatest contribution was made by Brother Lin Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Lin Feng. This guy, sitting at the round table, Ling Wei stared at Lin Feng, her eyes wide open. She had already heard about Lin Feng's miracle. Indeed, such a performance could only be described as miraculous. When Feng Zhenshou learned about this, he was very pleased and specifically instructed me to announce the details of this battle across the entire Donghai war zone, Qin Jinshan said. Additionally, Feng Zhenshou has notified that Lin Feng will be awarded first-class military merit for this achievement. Since Lin Feng is still a freshman, he will be specially rewarded with 5,000 points. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Honors were intangible, but these points were real benefits. 3 points can be exchanged for 1 hour of gravity chamber training time. With 5,000 points, Lin Feng was overjoyed. It seemed he wouldn't have to worry about running out of points for a long time. Hearing Qin Jinshan's words, many teachers and students from Modu looked at Lin Feng with envy, including Zheng Linming. After all, even for them as teachers, earning 5,000 points was extremely difficult. And Lin Feng, before his studies had even officially begun, already had so many points. "I have something to discuss with Brother Lin Feng." Qin Jinshan wore a kind smile on his face. Usually, he was very serious and silent at the base, but today he had smiled several times. "I wonder if Brother Lin Feng is interested in joining the special operations team of our Moda base." Qin Jinshan added after speaking, "Don't worry, this won't conflict with your studies at Moda University. Quite a few students from your school have joined, and you can earn more points." Upon hearing this, Ling Wei's eyes lit up. The Special Operations Team was the core force of the base, a cradle for cultivating commanders and martial lords. Both Qin Jinshan and Feng Mangong were from the Special Operations Team. However, the selection process for the Special Operations Team was extremely strict. Not only did one need exceptional strength and talent, but also sufficient battle achievements to prove themselves. In terms of strength, Lin Feng was undoubtedly among the best of the best. As for battle achievements, although the specific data had not yet been compiled, Ling Wei knew that based on Lin Feng's performance, he was absolutely more than qualified. Once in the special operations team, his strength would improve even faster. There might even be a chance to enter that mysterious place and obtain various rare resources. Lin Feng, you can agree to this, Ling Wei said. Lin Feng nodded. All right. After speaking, Qin Jinshan showed a satisfied smile. Very good, brother Lin Feng. Don't rush to decide which team to join just yet. You must be exhausted, so take a good rest first. Lin Feng nodded in response. He was indeed a bit tired. But compared to the gains this time, this fatigue was nothing. When Lin Feng returned to Modi University, his battle achievements during this beast tide spread like a hurricane throughout the entire East Sea war zone. For a time, Lin Feng's reputation soared. News about Thunder God Lin Feng even shot to the top of online trending topics. Lingshan City, Yongrong Mansion. Lu Yi had been in an exceptionally good mood lately. He had done well in the college entrance exams and had successfully been admitted to Modi University. On top of that, his father had completely let go and stopped managing him, making Lu Yi feel like a monkey climbing a tree, ruling the world. He opened his computer to browse the news. Suddenly, he shouted, "Wow, Thunder God Lin Feng." He froze for a moment. This name is exactly the same as my buddy's? He carefully read the news and was dumbfounded. Unbelievably amazing. He immediately sent the news to Lin Feng. Ha ha, Lin Feng, look at this. This guy has the same name as you, and his ability is also lightning element. What a coincidence. Lu Yi found it particularly amusing. As for the possibility that the Lin Feng in the news was his buddy, he wouldn't dare believe it. In Lu Yi's impression, Lin Feng had only recently awakened his ability. It must be a case of the same name. After sending the message, Lu Yi continued browsing other news. After a while, he suddenly stood up. The news actually included Lin Feng's photo. Lu Yi instantly felt a chill all over. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. He felt as if he had been electrocuted. Can you believe it? This Thunder God Lin Feng is actually my buddy. Lu Yi's hands trembled slightly as he clicked on the personal profile below. His mouth opened even wider. After a while, strange shouts echoed from Villa Number 1 in Yongrong Mansion. Ha ha ha, buddy, you're awesome. Someone's got my back now, ha ha. The sound reached outside, startling several elderly men and women chatting on the lawn. What's going on? An elderly man frowned, playing chess. Seems like it's that Lu Yi kid, an elderly woman sighed. I heard he got into Modi University. This situation, could he have gone crazy? Meanwhile, at number 3 high school, although it was summer vacation, Tang Yu's workload hadn't decreased. He needed to draft a study plan for the next semester. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Tang Yu quickly stood up. Principal. Not the principal, it's Deputy Director Zhang. Tang Yu hurriedly corrected himself. The visitor was Zhang Shan. Due to Lin Feng's matter, Zhang Shan had been transferred to the Education Bureau as a deputy director. Zhang Shan didn't mind Tang Yu's mistake and smiled. Mr. Tang, take a look at this. He handed over his phone. Tang Yu looked puzzled. After seeing Lin Feng's various combat skill demonstrations, his mouth opened wide. Is this Lin Feng? Tang Yu was uncertain. Could it be someone with the same name? Slaying a 6-star battle spirit realm bloodbone beast, single-handedly turning the tide of battle. These feats made it hard for Tang Yu to associate the news with the Lin Feng he knew. Although Lin Feng was a super genius, it had only been a few days. Hee Mr. Tang, you're about to get promoted. Zhang Shan happily patted Tang Yu's shoulder. I can't stay, I need to prepare Lin Feng's report materials. At the edge of the endless azure mountains, a towering skyscraper pierced the sky like a sword, exuding an invincible aura, as if suppressing the entire world. At the top floor of the building, a middle-aged man with eyes shining like stars, a sharp nose, and fiery red hair stared at the news. Chu Qin, he shouted loudly. Not long after, Chu Qin, with a tall and upright posture, hurried over. Principal, you called me? Chu Qin responded respectfully. This middle-aged man was none other than the principal of Imperial Capital University and one of the 12 guardians, Yin Jitian. Yin Jitian's gaze was somewhat stern. Have you seen this news? Chu Qin glanced at the TV and smiled wryly. How could I not? Although the news was from the East Sea War Zone, as a teacher at Imperial Capital University, this type of information was his top concern. Upon learning that Thunder God Lin Feng was the genius from Lingshan City Number 3 High School, Chu Qin almost couldn't hold back his tears. Hearing Yin Jitian's words, Chu Qin immediately understood his intent. I don't care what method you use. Get that kid to Imperial Capital immediately. Yin Jitian, known for his fiery temper and decisive actions, said, if you can't, tell me right away, and I'll go personally. Principal this. Chu Qin suddenly felt a headache. He wanted to say that Lin Feng had already completed his enrollment procedures, and doing this would definitely anger Magic City University. Moreover, it would violate the Ministry of Education's regulations. If Lin Feng hadn't enrolled yet, poaching him might still be feasible, but since he had, there was nothing they could do but worry. I don't care. I'll talk to the minister myself. Yin Jitian was furious. Go immediately, right now. Yes. Chu Qin felt like he was about to go bald. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, Yin Jitian added, I'll go with you. Similar events were unfolding at Jiangnan University and Zhongnan University. Lin Feng had no idea that the Beast Tide incident had attracted the intense attention of the 4 major martial arts university principals, even sparking the most heated talent competition in history. The next afternoon, Lin Feng slowly woke up. After sleeping for a day and a night, his body had fully recovered. Host, Lin Feng Realm. 6-star Warrior Realm ability. Destruction Tribulation Thunder X level. Self-Healing S level combat skills. Sky-Splitting 5 Slashes Mastery. Introductory Ability Method Mastery. 9 Netherwind Thunder / Minor Mastery Cultivation. 2 years and 6 months. Lin Feng looked at his panel, which already had a new training plan. This trip to the cavern had been immensely rewarding. Not only had his abilities evolved to X level, but his realm had also advanced rapidly. However, this brought about a problem. Lin Feng's foundation was too weak. Comparing himself to other 6-star Warrior Realm individuals with the same spiritual energy, he was clearly weaker. If this continued, his martial arts foundation would collapse. It seems I need to focus on solidifying my foundation recently, Lin Feng muttered to himself. However, once his foundation was stable, with over 2 years of cultivation, his progress would accelerate. He might even reach the peak of the Warrior Realm. Lin Feng. At this moment, Ling Wei's voice came from outside the door. Lin Feng got dressed and went downstairs. Teacher Ling, I was just about to look for you. Lin Feng scratched his head. All right, let's talk while walking, Ling Wei replied. Where to? Lin Feng was stunned. There's trouble. Let's go. I'll explain when we get there, Ling Wei said irritably. At this moment, in the principal's office of Magic City University, Feng Mangong, Yin Jitian, Lu Tian, the principal of Jiangnan University, and Lu Qingmei, the principal of Zhongnan University, were staring at each other. In the large office, there were also 3 admissions officers from various schools, Chu Qin, Jiang Min, and Zhou Hai. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Feng Mangong, usually calm, was now so agitated that he was foaming at the mouth. Old Feng, I've said it before, name your conditions, Yin Jitian frowned. You want 15S level special admissions students? My Imperial Capital University can afford it. Feng Mangong, don't forget, during the battle at Mount Gods last year, I risked my life to save you. Lu Qingmei said coldly. Is this how you repay a life-saving favor? Do you even care about your reputation? Exactly. Lu Tian, the principal of Jiangnan University, chimed in. In truth, he was the least confident among them. He couldn't offer 15S level freshmen like Yin Jitian, nor did he owe Feng Mangong any favors. He could only nod in agreement. Old Yin, you're so old and still living so miserably? Feng Mangong mocked. Forget 15. Even 25 students won't make me budge. He turned to Lu Qingmei. I remember your life-saving favor, but aside from Lin Feng, don't even mention other conditions. Old Lu, why are you joining the commotion? Get lost. Feng Mangong was furious. Previously, none of them wanted to recruit Lin Feng, but now that they saw his potential, they were all acting like madmen. Did they really think Feng Mangong was easy to bully? Yin Jitian and the other 2 exchanged glances. They had already discussed this beforehand and were well aware of Feng Mangong's temper. Lu Qingmei's eyes shifted as she said, Are you saying I can propose any condition? Feng Mangong hesitated and said, That's right. I, Feng Mangong, keep my word. All right, then let's take turns being the principal, Lu Qingmei said smugly. I'll apply to Minister Yi right now to transfer to Magic City University. As soon as she said this, Feng Mangong's face changed drastically. Even Yin Jitian and Lu Tian were stunned. This woman was ruthless. At this moment, the door opened. Ling Wei said, Principal, Lin Feng is here. As soon as Lin Feng entered, he saw 14 pairs of eyes staring at him intently. Feng Mangong's previously furious expression instantly softened. My disciple, you're finally here. Feng Mangong walked over to Lin Feng, affectionately placing a hand on his shoulder. How have you been resting these past 2 days? Come, let me introduce you to some senior figures. Hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Even Yin Jitian and the others were taken aback. When did this guy take Lin Feng as his disciple? Wasn't he stationed at the EC garrison just a few days ago? Feng Mangong, stop playing tricks. Lu Qingmei rolled her eyes, teasingly saying, I'll go tell Minister Yi right now. Come back, Feng Mangong said with a headache. Lu Qingmei, stop messing around. Minister Yi is busy every day. Where would he have time to deal with such trivial matters? Exactly. If there's anything, let's sit down and talk it out, Lu Tian chimed in. Although Minister Yi probably wouldn't care, who knows? What if he agreed? Then wouldn't their efforts be in vain? Ahem, Lin Feng, right? I'm Yin Jitian from Imperial University, Yin Jitian said with a smile. Young and promising, truly extraordinary. Lu Tian and Lu Qingmei quickly introduced themselves as well. Hello, principals, Lin Feng responded politely. How about this? We'll lay out the conditions and let Lin Feng choose for himself. Lu Tian said, we old folks shouldn't embarrass ourselves in front of the young. Well said, Yin Jitian nodded. Lin Feng, Imperial University isn't as stingy as some schools. As long as you're willing to join, you can pick any B-grade alloy weapon with special abilities. Additionally, we'll provide 2 premium ability combat technique packages, with full guidance included. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes slightly narrowed. Indeed, one must have strength and vision. Previously at 3rd High School, the conditions offered by the 4 recruitment teachers had already satisfied him. But compared to now, they were far inferior. Lin Feng said nothing, his gaze shifting to Lu Tian. Lu Tian smiled and said, calling Imperial University stingy, you're even stingier yourself. Lin Feng, as long as you come to Jiangnan University, whatever Imperial University can offer, we can match. Moreover, you can freely use Jiangnan University's Panlong Pool. The 3 of Feng Mangong were shocked upon hearing this. Old Lu, you really are generous, Lu Qingmei remarked. Panlong Pool was a treasure of the underground. It was said that a true dragon had once been nurtured there, and soaking in it for a day could greatly enhance one's understanding of abilities. It could even lead to entering the realm of unity between heaven and man. In that realm, practicing any combat technique would be effortless. However, only a very few high-ranking members of Jiangnan University were qualified to use Panlong Pool. Now, Lu Tian was directly offering Lin Feng unlimited access, which was truly bold. But you're still the same, stingy old Lu. Lu Qingmei's tone shifted. What's Panlong Pool? Whatever conditions Lin Feng has, we can match them all. Also, our Zhongnan University has plenty of beauties. You know what I mean, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 of Feng Mangong's expressions changed immediately. Lu Qingmei, you're being unreasonable. Shameless. Ugh. Using women to tempt Lin Feng. Don't even think about teaming up with you. Yin Jitian and the other 2 immediately united, their faces full of righteous indignation. Lu Qingmei sneered. Now you're calling me unreasonable? Who was it back then who tried their hardest to get into Zhongnan University? Who said they'd choose women over martial arts? These words made the faces of Feng Mangong and the other 2 turn red. Indeed, back then, the 3 of them had tried their hardest to get into Zhongnan University. Ahem, Feng Mangong pondered for a moment before saying, Ling Wei, go to Tongtian Tower and bring out the Hongmeng True Stone. As soon as the words fell, the faces of Yin Jitian and the other 2 changed drastically. Yin Jitian asked in a deep voice, Old Feng, are you serious? Hiss! Lu Tian exclaimed in shock. That stone is more precious than your life, and you're really willing to part with it. Feng Mangong, you're absolutely crazy. Lu Qingmei was stunned as well. The Hongming True Stone comes from that place. Aren't you afraid? Enough. The wind-filled Bao lowered and shouted. It's just a piece of stone. He sneered. Everyone, are you convinced now? As long as you can produce the Hongming True Stone, I, Feng Mangong, will withdraw automatically. The crowd was heatedly discussing, but Lin Feng was completely confused. Hongming True Stone? What is that? Shortly after, Ling Wei walked over, holding a box made of some unknown material in her hand. Principal, Ling Wei looked serious. Feng Mangong nodded, glancing at Yan Jitian and the other two in silence, feeling secretly pleased. These guys must be dumbfounded. I have two pieces. On the surface, Feng Mangong still pretended to be very distressed. Lin Feng, have you made up your mind? Lin Feng nodded. Feng Mangong had just told him that the Hongming True Stone had no special abilities, but it could add an extra attribute to his superpower. Everyone knew that most superpowers only had one direction. For example, his Destruction Tribulation Thunder focused on destruction. Feng Mangong's superpower excelled in speed. Things like that. But the Hongming True Stone could add an extra attribute to his superpower. Applied to his Destruction Tribulation Thunder, it could be defense, acceleration, or even control abilities, and so on. After hearing the effects of the Hongming True Stone, Lin Feng was shocked for quite a while. For awakeners like them, this kind of thing was simply invincible. An extra attribute for a superpower meant an additional powerful growth path. Yan Jitian and the other two simultaneously looked at Lin Feng. Sorry, principals, Lin Feng said with a smile. As soon as he said this, Yan Jitian and the other two were extremely disappointed. But there was no choice who told Feng Mangong, that old guy, to be so decisive. In the office, Chu Qin, Jiang Min, and Zhou Hai, the three transparent figures, sighed with regret while feeling relieved. Before coming, they had been scolded quite a bit. Now it was fine. Even you personally couldn't secure it? Since my disciple has already made his choice, Teacher Ling, see the guests out. Feng Mangong waved his hand confidently, full of the victor's pride. Lin Feng, come visit Imperial Capital University when you have time, Yan Jitian said kindly. The gates of Imperial Capital University are always open for you. Ahem, Jiangnan University too. Lin Feng, if you want a date, come to Zhongnan University, there are plenty of beauties. Get lost. The three reluctantly left. Feng Mangong's lips curled slightly. Disciple, after the three left, Feng Mangong asked with a smile, when do you plan to absorb the Hongming True Stone? Lin Feng replied, I'll wait a bit longer, principal. Good. Staying calm in the face of temptation, very impressive. Feng Mangong was even more satisfied. Lin Feng secretly smiled. He wanted to save the Hongming True Stone for his second superpower self-healing. If he absorbed it in front of Feng Mangong, wouldn't it be exposed? Just as he was thinking about self-healing, Feng Mangong suddenly asked, Disciple, is your second superpower an S-level recovery type? As soon as he said this, a flash of excitement appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Even Ling Wei in the office changed her expression, staring at Lin Feng in surprise. Seeing this, Feng Mangong became even more certain of his guess and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Magic City University is finally going to produce a true dragon. Lin Feng frowned and said nothing. Disciple, don't worry. Feng Mangong said, This is China. Saying this, he pulled over a chair and sat next to Lin Feng. We only hope that the younger generation of strong individuals grows stronger and stronger. We only hope for geniuses to grow stronger. No one would want to harm you just because they failed to recruit you. You are the safest here. Principal, is Lin Feng really a double S ability user? Ling Wei felt dizzy, utterly shocked. She had lived for so many years and had never seen anyone with double S level abilities. Such a thing was simply unheard of. But she immediately understood a lot. No wonder Lin Feng was so powerful. No wonder his cultivation speed was so fast. Feng Mangong nodded. Not to mention Ling Wei. Even he had never seen such a thing. It was precisely this discovery that made Feng Mangong determined to keep Lin Feng at all costs. Feng Mangong knew that the person in front of him might very well become the 13th guardian in the future. No, he might even become the 5th Marshal Marquis, a pillar of the human race. While sighing, Feng Mangong also felt fortunate that Yin Jitian and the others hadn't discovered this. Otherwise, even if he offered the Hongming True Stone, he might not have been able to persuade them to give up. Thinking of this, Feng Mangong comforted, "Disciple, you must understand that many of us have secrets. In today's world, it's not just us who have secrets. So, you don't need to worry." Lin Feng nodded, feeling a sense of relief. During that beast tide, he had been surrounded by exotic beasts but survived. After such a fierce battle, he hadn't sustained a single injury. Some might think he had used healing pills. But if investigated deeply, someone as strong as Feng Mangong would definitely notice something unusual. Therefore, his self-healing ability couldn't remain a secret forever. You're really good at hiding things," Ling Wei sighed. "I can't even imagine what heights you'll reach in the future. Maybe in a few years, you'll surpass me." "A few years?" Feng Mangong said with a smile. "Maybe within a year, he'll surpass you." Ling Wei was stunned. He wasn't wrong, it was very possible. "Disciple, last time Qin Jinshan mentioned to you about joining the Special Operations Team." Feng Mangong pondered for a moment and said, "How about this, you join Team 1. Principal." As soon as Feng Mangong finished speaking, Ling Wei's expression changed slightly. Feng Mangong waved his hand and said, "There's no problem. Lin Feng will face great pressure in Team 1, but only under pressure can he grow faster." Hearing this, Ling Wei no longer objected. Lin Feng had already learned about the Special Operations Team before. It was an informal department whose main task was to hunt down the leaders of exotic beasts in the catacombs. The so-called beast leaders were the strongest individuals within a certain group or territory. Each leader had its own domain, and the exotic beasts within that domain followed their commands. So, before a beast tide erupted, these leaders would mobilize the exotic beasts under their jurisdiction according to the orders of the king beasts. As long as these leaders were killed, the lower-level exotic beasts would lose their coordination. For king beasts like the Flame Lion King, organizing large-scale beast tides would become much more difficult. Of course, the strength of the leaders varied. Bloodbone beasts were leaders, and savage hyenas were also leaders. Lin Feng curiously asked, "What's the difference between Team 1 and the other teams?" He only knew the tasks and goals of the Special Operations Team, but wasn't clear about the differences between the teams. The Special Operations Team at the Magic City Catacombs base consists of 5 squads, each with no more than 10 members. These people are carefully selected from the entire East Sea War Zone and within Magic City University. And Team 1 is the strongest and also the most dangerous team. Ling Wei explained. Usually, members of Teams 2 to 4 must pass multiple assessments before they qualify to join Team 1. Although Team 1 is risky, it offers more benefits. For example, some precious resources that can enhance abilities are only accessible to them. Feng Mangong smiled and said, "Disciple, you decide for yourself." Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation, "I want to join Team 1. After Lin Feng left, Ling Wei frowned slightly and said, "Principal, are you planning to let Lin Feng participate in the Tongtian plan?" Feng Mangong put away his smile. "That's right. The situation is urgent, and we don't have much time. If we stick to traditional methods, the progress will be too slow." Ling Wei was silent for a moment, then asked, "What about Lin Feng's special training? With his current strength, does he still need special training?" Feng Mangong said, "Let him figure it out on his own." Ling Wei nodded and suddenly smiled. Lin Feng joining Team 1 might not sit well with the Special Forces team members. Perfect, it makes things more interesting. Feng Mangong also smiled. Now that's entertaining. 3 days passed quickly. After 3 days of continuous high-intensity training, Lin Feng's foundation had solidified significantly. However, he was still some distance away from his goal. At the underground base, Qin Jinshan greeted Lin Feng warmly as always. Over the past few days, the base had been fully restored. "Brother Lin Feng, come, I'll take you to the Special Forces Hall," Qin Jinshan said. On the way, many people greeted Lin Feng. Even those who didn't know him couldn't help but look at him curiously. Is he the thunder god Lin Feng? So handsome. Ladies, don't just focus on his looks. The key is that thunder god has strength. Young and promising, truly young and promising. Wait, why is he heading to the Special Forces Hall? Could Thunder God really be joining the Special Forces team? With his strength, it's not surprising if he joins. The question is, which team? Most likely Team 5, the weakest one, so he can adapt first. The surrounding soldiers and students discussed fervently. Everyone was paying close attention to Lin Feng, especially the students and faculty of Magic City University who hadn't participated in the Beast Tide. They were constantly inquiring about his news. In the Special Forces Hall, a dozen team members were staring at the screen above. When they saw Qin Jinshan and Lin Feng enter, they were momentarily stunned. "Where's Li Fengxian?" Qin Jinshan looked around. "Where did that guy go?" "Commander Qin, Captain Li went on a mission," a burly young man replied. After speaking, he suddenly realized, "Commander Qin, you wouldn't be." "That's right. Starting today, Lin Feng is part of Team 1. Qin Jinshan announced. "Lin Feng, this is Xiang Jun, the vice captain of Team 4. Xiang Jun's eyes widened. "Commander Qin, isn't he supposed to start with Team 5? This is too fast," Qin Jinshan said. "Come on, it's all the Special Forces team, why make such distinctions?" Xiang Jun muttered, "That's too biased." To these Special Forces team members, Team 1 represented glory. Joining Team 1 was their dream. They had been in their respective teams for a long time, but had never been able to enter Team 1. Seeing newcomer Lin Feng join Team 1 right away, it was hard not to feel unbalanced. "Lin Feng, the first floor is for receiving missions, the second floor for submitting missions," Qin Jinshan said. "The third floor is where teams hold meetings. Your information has already been entered into the Special Forces team system. If you encounter any issues, feel free to find me." Xiang Jun, standing nearby, was even more envious. For these veteran team members, it was usually difficult to even meet Qin Jinshan. Lin Feng, on the other hand, could be contacted at any time for anything. Truly enviable. After Qin Jinshan left, Lin Feng looked at the screen in the hall. It displayed tasks of varying difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward points. For tasks taken by the Special Forces team, as long as they were completed, members would not only earn Special Forces points, but also additional points from Magic City University. In other words, completing one task meant earning double points. Lin Feng glanced around and immediately understood why Xiang Jun was so displeased. The tasks taken by the 5 teams of the Special Forces were not the same. Team 1 took on more tasks, naturally earning higher points. Lin Feng ignored Xiang Jun's dissatisfied expression and instead curiously looked at the projection screen beside him. Special Forces Points Leaderboard. He clicked to view it, and the points of all 39 members across the 5 teams were clearly displayed. First place is Team 1's captain, Huang Fuyu, a 5-star war general, with a total of 8,350 points. Second place is Team 1's vice captain, Li Fengxian, a 4-star war general, with a total of 8,100 points. 39th place, Team 1 member Lin Feng, a 6-star warrior, with a total of 5,000 points. After reviewing the leaderboard, Lin Feng gained a clear understanding of the team sizes. Team 1, including himself, had exactly 6 members. Team 2 had 10 members. Team 3 had 6 members. Team 4 had 8 members, and Team 5 had 9 members. Although the numbers were small, apart from Lin Feng, the weakest among them was at the 3-star spirit realm. Moreover, all of them were under 25 years old. In other words, this Special Forces team had gathered almost all the geniuses from the East Sea War Zone and Magic City University. Next, Lin Feng clicked on another page. Special Forces Benefits. His eyes lit up. The benefits were impressive. Moments later, he exclaimed excitedly, "I didn't expect Special Forces members to have priority access to the Tongtian Tower." Each of the 4 martial schools had a treasured artifact, and Tongtian Tower was as precious as Jiangnan University's Panlong Pool. Tongtian Tower served 2 purposes. One was to solidify one's foundation, and the other was to help break through martial bottlenecks. The former was particularly suitable for Lin Feng, while the latter was something countless people dreamed of. The stronger one's abilities, the harder it was to break through bottlenecks. However, Tongtian Tower was only accessible to second-year students and above. Lin Feng had been eyeing it for a long time. "Looks like I need to take on more tasks," he murmured to himself. According to the rules, as long as a Special Forces member's points exceeded 5,000, they could use Tongtian Tower. However, 200 points could only be exchanged for 1 hour. Lin Feng's points could only be exchanged for 25 hours, which, while substantial, was still far less than what many third and fourth year seniors used in a year. He immediately accepted a task worth 100 points. The task was to hunt a fire crocodile beast in Black Cloud Mountain. The fire crocodile beast's strength was equivalent to a 6-star spirit realm, making it a match for bloodbone beasts. Black Cloud Mountain was the fire crocodile beast's territory. Lin Feng then accepted 3 more tasks. He felt that making a single trip for just one task would be a waste of time. As soon as Lin Feng accepted the tasks and left, he accepted 3 tasks. Someone stared at the task list on the big screen and said, "As expected, rookies are impulsive. Maybe he just wants to show off," another sneered. "Does he really think Special Forces tasks are that easy to take on? Team 5 is small, it can't accommodate someone so capable." Team 5's captain, Chi Yu, said sourly, "Forget it. Let's see if this Thunder God is up to the challenge." "Haha, what level is he at?" Team 4's Li Feng said from the side. "Always at the bottom, right? If it weren't for those 5,000 points as a reward, who knows when we'd be able to gather enough points." "Exactly, I like that way of putting it." Everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, a tall young man walked out from the elevator. It was none other than Li Fengxian. The hall instantly fell silent. Chi Yu, Li Feng, and the others trembled slightly and quickly turned their gaze to the big screen. Li Fengxian completely ignored them and walked straight out of the hall. As soon as he left, the crowd gradually resumed their chatter. Is the madman in a bad mood lately? How could he not be? Team 1 has always been legendary, but now there's someone dragging them down. Yeah, I'd be upset too if I were him. There's nothing to be done, he's just lucky. Ugh, it's just killing a bloodbone beast. If it were me, I could do it too. Everyone chimed in, full of envy. 1 hour later, Lin Feng arrived at Black Cloud Mountain, 25 kilometers away from the base. "No wonder it's called Black Cloud Mountain," he remarked as he looked around. The mountain was pitch black, with its peak covered in snow, appearing as though it floated among the clouds. The fire crocodile beast should be in the southwest direction. Lin Feng glanced at the map. Hopefully, it won't take me too long to find it. He had already been capable of killing bloodbone beasts before. After solidifying his foundation over the past few days, his combat power had improved significantly. He was confident in dealing with the fire crocodile beast. However, Black Cloud Mountain was vast, and the mission only provided a general area. The specifics would require careful searching. 10 minutes later, boom, Lin Feng swung his blade, effortlessly slaying a peak warrior-level fire crocodile beast. He immediately fixed his gaze on the cave ahead. Lin Feng's instincts told him that many strong creatures were hidden inside. The fire crocodile beast was very likely among them. Sure enough, as he ventured deeper into the cave, waves of heat surged toward him. Lin Feng, however, smiled. Roar! His appearance immediately alarmed the fire crocodile beasts inside the cave. Soon, a group of calf-sized fire crocodile beasts charged out. Flames blazed atop their heads, and their eyes shot out 2 fiery streams, resembling flamethrowers. Just what I wanted. Lin Feng's spirits lifted as his alloy battle blade flashed like lightning. Swish, 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 swish. 5 streaks of blade light shot out instantly. In the next moment, 5 fire crocodile beasts fell to the ground, their heads scattered. Without slowing down, Lin Feng continued charging deeper into the cave. Boom! At that moment, a fire crocodile beast the size of a wild ox, its entire body ablaze, charged out furiously. "It's you." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. Scarlet destructive lightning transformed into a blade and struck down. The fire crocodile beast leader was caught off guard, its body sinking abruptly. Clang! Its tough scales were split open by the destructive lightning. Bang! The cave shook violently. The 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash was a top-tier combat skill with astonishing power. With just one strike, the cave was left in ruins. Large chunks of rock fell, and dust scattered everywhere. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This fire crocodile beast could still fight? The fire crocodile beast had strong defense, but it was slightly inferior to the bloodbone beast. So it's the flame protection. As the dust settled, Lin Feng understood. The fire crocodile beast was enveloped in crimson flames, which absorbed most of the attacks. Roar! The fire crocodile beast charged madly, its mouth wide open, moving at an incredible speed. Lin Feng didn't dodge, swinging his blade directly. Boom! Thunder roared within the cave. The fire crocodile beast's charge was instantly interrupted. It was fast, but not faster than the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. The 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash activated instantly, with an extremely high hit rate. This kind of speed left no room for resistance. Crack! The fire crocodile beast's mouth was split in two, and its massive body collapsed. Done. Lin Feng skillfully dissected it, tossing the beast core into his personal space. After some thought, he simply threw the corpse in as well. As a 6-star battle spirit realm beast, every part of the fire crocodile beast was valuable. Half an hour later, the outskirts of the ash forest. Woo! The two-headed violent wolf let out a whimper and collapsed to the ground. Electric arcs flickered across its massive body. Phew! Lin Feng wiped the blood from his forehead and exhaled deeply. The two-headed violent wolf was even harder to deal with than the fire crocodile beast. Although the battle ended quickly, Lin Feng's cheek was scratched. Fortunately, his self-healing ability was strong, and the wound completely healed within seconds. The speed was astonishing. Good thing I can self-heal, Lin Feng said softly as he stored the two-headed violent wolf's corpse. For others, getting injured would mean finding a safe place to recover. Wounds would significantly weaken combat ability, and the blood could attract even stronger beasts. But Lin Feng wasn't afraid of any of that. When facing ferocious beasts, he was even more ferocious. Are you afraid of death? I'm even less afraid. Half an hour later, the southwestern part of the ash forest. A green nether snake, over 20 meters long, darted through the forest like a green lightning bolt, weaving left and right. Lin Feng followed closely behind, even faster. Like a red lightning bolt, he closed in swiftly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The green nether snake was both shocked and furious. This annoying human was incredibly fast, and his thunder abilities made it tremble, filling it with rage. You can't escape. Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of the green nether snake. Destruction, tribulation, lightning gathered. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. The green nether snake's pupils shrank as it prepared to twist and dodge. A scarlet lightning bolt, carrying destructive power, struck its body directly. Bang! The green nether snake crashed into a tree trunk and died instantly. Known for its speed and venom, the green nether snake had weak defenses, making it quickly killed by the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. 3 tasks completed, Lin Feng said softly. Not that hard. The 3 tasks totaled only 350 points, with the green nether snake alone worth 150 points due to its incredible speed. Time to head back, Lin Feng said. Although he could continue challenging tasks, he felt it wasn't worth it since he wouldn't earn more points. This attempt made Lin Feng realize he could take on a dozen or even dozens of tasks at once. Most of the other Special Forces members spent the majority of their time recovering from injuries. Lin Feng, however, could use that time to continuously complete tasks. In the Special Forces Hall, my injuries have healed. Chi-Yu stood up. Time to take on a task. Goodbye, Captain Chi, Li Feng said with a smile. At that moment, Xiang Jun walked into the hall, looking exhausted. Captain Xiang, Li Feng glanced at the time and asked, "Finished the task so quickly?" Xiang Jun nodded and smiled. Not bad. At those words, Chi-Yu and Li Feng's mouths dropped in surprise. Completing a 150-point task in just 3 hours worthy of being the vice captain of Team 4. Chi-Yu said enviously. He wished he had such strength. Yeah, I can only manage one 150-point task a day at most, Li Feng said. Looking at Captain Xiang's state, I bet he can take on another task after just 2 hours of rest. Captain Xiang must be aiming for the top 20 rankings. Xiang Jun nodded and was about to speak when his eyes suddenly widened. In the distance, Lin Feng was walking over with an alloy battle blade on his back. Holy crap, isn't that Lin Feng? This guy looks full of energy. Did he not take on any tasks? Didn't he take on 3 tasks? How long has it been? Can he complete 3 tasks at once? After Li Feng finished speaking, Chi-Yu nodded. He must have gone back to school to submit the tasks, right? Everyone agreed. Lin Feng walked into the Special Operations Hall and immediately saw Chi-Yu and the others. Then, he headed straight to the 2nd floor. Wait, he's going to the 2nd floor. Xiang Jun's expression changed slightly. No way. The second floor is where tasks are submitted. In other words, Lin Feng really completed the tasks? Heh, completing one task isn't that surprising, Qiyu said. After all, he's highly anticipated. Completing one task in over 3 hours is normal. But he looks so relaxed, Xiang Jun said sourly. He had worked himself to the bone, almost dying outside, just to complete one task. But this newcomer seemed to have completed one task effortlessly. Just check the leaderboard, Qiyu said as he opened the Special Operations Team leaderboard. The list updates in real time as soon as a task is submitted. The points are displayed immediately. 39th place, Special Operations Team 1 member Lin Feng, 6-star warrior, total points, 5350. When they flipped to the last page, they all fell silent. He completed all 3 tasks. Impossible. How did he do it? Xiang Jun and the others looked at each other in disbelief. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After all their boasting earlier, reality had slapped them in the face. The 3 of them felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, if the circumstances were perfect, it's not entirely impossible, Qiyu explained. Yeah, maybe all 3 task targets were severely injured, right? Otherwise it wouldn't be so easy. After saying this, the 3 exchanged glances and then fell silent. Even they didn't quite believe their own reasoning. Right now, the person feeling the worst must be Ji Yao. He's ranked 38th, only 500 points ahead of Lin Feng. Qiyu changed the topic. Wow, Ji Yao might get pushed down soon. Yeah, maybe by tomorrow or the day after, he'll be last. Luckily, we're still safe. Even the lowest ranked among Captain Chi's team is at 24th place with 6,300 points. A newcomer trying to surpass us veterans? Not so easy. That's true. Just then, Lin Feng walked down from the second floor and headed to the task manager. He's taking on tasks again? Impossible. Isn't he going to rest? Who knows? Maybe he's just checking. The 3 whispered among themselves. Moments later, Lin Feng left again. The 3 of them instinctively walked over to the manager. When they looked, their eyes nearly popped out. He took on 20 tasks at once. What the? Is this guy insane? Should we grab a spot first? The 3 felt like their heads were about to explode. Forget them, even the big shots in Team 1 wouldn't take on 20 tasks at once. What are you standing around for? At that moment, a bald young man walked over. Move aside. Don't block me from taking tasks. Huafo. Xiang Jun and the others' expressions changed. Huafo's real name was Lian Jinfua, and because of the lotus flower tattoo on his head, he was nicknamed Huafo. Lian Jinfua was a member of Team 1. Team 1 naturally made Xiang Jun and the others from other teams feel a bit intimidated. And Lian Jinfua, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, had strength and reputation that commanded respect. Huafo, your team's new member just took on 20 tasks at once, Xiang Jun said. That Lin Feng. Master Jinfua snorted coldly. If you want, he can take on 100 tasks at once. But what's the use of that? After saying this, he rudely pushed Xiang Jun and the others aside. The 3 of them exchanged glances and immediately felt relieved. Indeed, being able to take on tasks doesn't mean being able to complete them. Thinking this way, they felt much better. No wonder, after all, the first team already had many strong individuals. If another monster joined, it would be too much of a blow for these veterans. Ash Forest. Lin Feng put away the corpse of the demon spirit bird and said softly, almost there. Time to level up. After several battles, although his foundation couldn't compare to those seasoned warriors, it had become stable. Moments later, Lin Feng's realm advanced to the 7-star warrior level. The cultivation rewarded by the system had accumulated to 2 years and 9 months. I need to head to the Tongtian Tower quickly and reach the Battle Spirit Realm as soon as possible. Only then can I use the Primal Chaos True Stone. The Battle Spirit Realm was the minimum requirement to use the Primal Chaos True Stone. However, this couldn't be rushed. Lin Feng put away his battle blade and headed toward the next target. Sizzle. He summoned the Destruction Tribulation Lightning, and a crimson battle boot immediately formed under his feet. Lin Feng nodded to himself. Ever since his mastery of his abilities had reached perfection, his control over them had become increasingly smooth. This time, forming battle boots was to maximize the speed advantage of the Destruction Tribulation Lightning. Although it wasn't a pure speed ability, It was undoubtedly the fastest among non-speed abilities, even comparable to some class speed abilities. Whoosh! Lin Feng shot forward like a streak of red lightning, covering a kilometer in the blink of an eye. He glanced back, his face full of satisfaction. Although it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, I've prepared enough spirit recovery pills to sustain it for a long time. With that, his speed didn't decrease in the slightest. Following the task instructions, Lin Feng unknowingly completed another 7 tasks. Including the Demon Spirit Bird task, he had completed 8 tasks, accumulating a total of 1,200 points. These points were no small amount. For others, it would take at least 4 or 5 days. But Lin Feng had done it in less than 5 hours. All of this was naturally thanks to the speed and self-healing capabilities of the Destruction Tribulation Lightning. Coupled with its unparalleled attack power, Lin Feng was confident that no one could match his task efficiency. 3 days passed quietly. Lin Feng had completed 19 tasks, leaving only the last one, which was also the most difficult. The task was to hunt an abyssal flood dragon at the 8-star battle spirit realm. This task offered a reward of 190 points, the highest among all tasks. The abyssal flood dragon was hidden deep within the abyssal canyon. When Lin Feng arrived at the canyon, he felt a headache coming on. The abyssal flood dragon resided in the deepest part of the canyon, over 900 meters below the surface. Moreover, it was accustomed to moving underground, making it a challenge to lure it out. After a moment, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He took out the corpse of a blood-bone beast. Using the flesh and blood of its kind to attract, it was naturally the best method. Sure enough, not long after, faint movements came from within the canyon. Lin Feng secretly activated the Destruction Tribulation Lightning. Swish! A massive black serpent, over 50 meters long, shot out from the pitch-black abyss. Upon closer inspection, the serpent's head had 2 horns several meters long, resembling the legendary flood dragon. Here it comes. A glint of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Boom! The dim abyssal canyon was suddenly illuminated by a red glow. The next moment, a scarlet blade, 100 meters long, slashed toward the abyssal Jiao's head at an astonishing speed. Hiss hiss. The abyssal Jiao's cold gaze revealed surprise, clearly not expecting to fall into an ambush. Boom! The 9 netherwind thunder slash struck the massive head of the abyssal Jiao. It was slammed hard onto the ground, leaving a terrifying wound several meters long on its head, exposing its skull. However, instead of being weakened by the attack, the abyssal Jiao became even more ferocious. Its thick snake body lashed out like a whip toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng was just about to withdraw his strength, but hadn't had time to dodge. Bang! He was sent flying. The pain made him gasp sharply, feeling as though his entire body was about to fall apart. Just as he tried to get up, the abyssal Jiao's gray, long snake tongue shot toward him like an arrow. The soft tongue was now as hard as sharp sea-grade alloy. Humph! Lin Feng snorted coldly, holding his battle blade horizontally in front of him. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. A powerful force surged, and Lin Feng used it to retreat several hundred meters. Suddenly, the destructive tribulation lightning within him transformed into a sturdy armor. The abyssal Jiao, about to charge, suddenly narrowed its eyes. Lightning elements have a strong suppressive effect on beasts, let alone destructive tribulation lightning. Instantly, the previously ferocious abyssal Jiao became cautious. Seeing the abyssal Jiao circling around, Lin Feng sneered. 9 netherwind thunder slash. In the next second, Lin Feng's speed increased sharply. Boom! Although the abyssal Jiao was the strongest beast Lin Feng had ever encountered, it still couldn't evade the overwhelmingly powerful 9 netherwind thunder slash and was directly hit. The abyssal Jiao's entire body trembled, letting out a painful hiss. Then it opened its snake mouth. A stream of deep purple venom sprayed out. Sizzle! Lin Feng reacted quickly, and the destructive tribulation lightning burst forth instantly. When the two forces collided, thick smoke erupted. The abyssal Jiao's venom was completely neutralized by Lin Feng's tribulation lightning. Again, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, his speed increased once more. Half an hour later, Lin Feng was panting heavily. Beside him, the abyssal Jiao had been severed into 5 pieces, completely dead. This guy was really tough to deal with, Lin Feng muttered. Although the Abyssal Jiao's defense was average, its recovery ability was extremely strong, and it wasn't truly dead until it was cut into 5 pieces. 20 tasks completed. Lin Feng stored the Abyssal Jiao's corpse. Exactly 3,000 points. Lin Feng calculated, adding the previous 5,350 points, making a total of 8,350 points. If I remember correctly, that should be about the same as the first place, Huangfu. Lin Feng's expression was complicated. Honestly, he hadn't planned to break any records, he was purely aiming for the Sky Tower. After all, the Sky Tower required 200 points per hour. In the Special Operations Hall. You're back, old Lu. Yeah, completed 2 tasks, exhausted. Lucky you. I'm out of luck, it took me 3 days to finish 1 task. Sigh, I need to retreat in the gravity room when I get back this time. The hall was bustling with people, some selecting tasks, others recovering from injuries, and chatting. Although it was summer vacation, many senior students from Magic City University didn't take a break, using this time to improve themselves. Speaking of which, Lin Feng hasn't been here for 3 days, has he? Chi Yu asked curiously while sipping his drink. Nearby, Cui Hongwei from Team 4 replied, "Not sure. Maybe he's in seclusion." Cui Hongwei was a third-year student at Magic City University. Hee. Wonder how many of those 20 tasks he's completed. Xiang Jun responded, "It seems like those 2 monsters from Team 1 have been taking on missions these days too." Yeah, Captain Huangfu already has 9,000 points. That's incredible. And the lunatic has 8,900 points. Did they just come out of seclusion? Who knows? We can't understand the world of geniuses. I heard they were preparing for the competition, so they trained crazily in the underground cave while taking on missions. As they were chatting, Lin Feng walked in from outside. The hall instantly fell silent. The next moment, everyone stared at him in shock. Lin Feng was covered in blood, carrying an oversized tactical backpack. The backpack was stuffed to the brim, with the zipper barely able to close. Lin Feng headed upstairs, and only then did everyone snap out of it. My God, how many missions did he complete? Not necessarily. Maybe he just collected ordinary beast materials to sell. Right? I almost forgot about that. But judging by his appearance, he must have been outside for the past 3 days. How many missions do you think he completed? While the group downstairs speculated, Lin Feng had already reached the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was larger than the first. As Lin Feng stepped onto the 2nd floor, a tall, burly, bald young man looked up at him. This bald man was none other than Lian Jinhua from Team 1. Lian Jinhua had just completed 2 missions and was planning to take on a third, but a chunk of meat had been bitten off his thigh. To avoid any accidents, he decided to return to submit his missions and recover. Seeing Lin Feng, Lian Jinhua didn't think much of it, assuming he was also there to sell materials. "Lin Feng, are you here to submit missions or sell materials?" asked the staff member responsible for mission exchanges for the Special Operations team. "Submit missions and exchange materials," Lin Feng replied as he opened his backpack. Clatter! Dozens of beast cores of various shapes came into view. Soon, the round table was piled high with beast cores. Lian Jinhua was initially stunned. Then his pupils contracted. As a seasoned veteran of Team 1 and a top-ranked expert, his sharp eyes immediately recognized which beast cores were required for missions and which were ordinary ones. This, Lian Jinhua, usually proud and focused only on Huangfu Yu and Li Fengxian, was now so shocked he couldn't speak. You really completed 20 missions." The staff member was even more astonished than Lian Jinhua. "My God, this is simply unbelievable." The staff member stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. 3 days. Completing 20 missions in 3 days? It was monstrous. What was even scarier was that this guy seemed completely at ease. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, old Ma. Please check carefully." Old Ma swallowed hard, and then began verifying meticulously. Although he was experienced, this time he cautiously took out the Beast Atlas. He compared each beast core with the Atlas and matched them to the mission targets. As Old Ma was checking, Lian Jinhua was completely dumbfounded. He kept counting in his head. Finally, he blurted out, "T20. Lian Jinhua's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Feng. Although most of the beasts Lin Feng killed were 5 to 7 Star Wars Spirit level beasts, which weren't a big deal for them, The key point was that Lin Feng was only at the warrior level. A warrior level, killing so many in 3 days? Could you believe it? It really is 20. Old Ma finished counting, too shocked to speak. Old Ma, please exchange the rest for points, Lin Feng said. Oh, no problem. At this moment, Old Ma looked like a walking corpse. After a while, he came to his senses. The other points, a total of 521 points. All right, Lin Feng nodded. These 521 points wouldn't be counted in the Special Forces team's point system, but they could be included in the Magic City University's point system. Over 500 points, roughly equivalent to more than 2 hours of effort, couldn't be wasted. It wasn't until Lin Feng left that Old Ma finally recovered from his extreme shock. Lien Jinfo walked over, staring at the table full of beast cores, unable to speak for a long time. Wafo, your team 1 really has a tough character now, Old Ma sighed. A mere warrior level, completing 20 war spirit level tasks in 3 days, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable, Lien Jinfo nodded. Although he felt unwilling, the facts were right in front of him. Not to mention that he, Lien Jinfo, was at the warrior level. Even if he reached the war spirit level, he couldn't achieve such feats. Not only Lien Jinfo, but even his former idols Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian couldn't reach such a godlike level. Old Ma lamented, I really don't know how Magic City University discovered such a super genius. It seems that in the upcoming Top 10 Kings evaluation, he will definitely have a place. Hearing this, Lien Jinfo froze for a moment, then showed some disbelief. I admit Lin Feng is extraordinarily talented, but Old Ma, he's not qualified to enter the top 10 in the Tianwang Mountain Battle yet. The Tianwang Mountain Battle is the highest-level martial arts competition in the country. Held once a year, anyone under 25 years old and above the war spirit level is eligible to participate. This competition disregards identity universities, martial arts schools, the military, and families can all join. The previous top 10 kings were described with one phrase: North Azure Dragon, South Captain, East Evil Tiger, West Magnetic King Madman Witch, Peerless Sword Hidden General Angel Lotus Buddha. Top 10 kings shine across 9 provinces. Just wait and see, Old Ma murmured as he looked toward the staircase. Youth is truly wonderful. Special Forces Hall. Ji Yao is here. Several people were chatting when their eyes suddenly lit up. Ji Yao currently ranked 38th in the Special Forces team and was very likely to be surpassed by Lin Feng. So Qi Yu and the others carried a bit of schadenfreude and curiosity. Ji Yao's expression was serious. I'm at the bottom? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Qi Yu asked, Ji Yao, could it be? Yes, I've completed 3 tasks in the past few days. Ji Yao said, 3 tasks totaling 330 points. By this calculation, the gap between Lin Feng and you is 830 points, Xiang Jun calculated. We just don't know how many tasks Lin Feng has completed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng came downstairs carrying his combat pack. Lin Feng submitted his tasks. Check the leaderboard. Qi Yu and the others couldn't wait, especially Ji Yao, whose hands were trembling slightly. If he were surpassed, it would be too humiliating. Ji Yao flipped to the last page. 39th place, Special Forces Team 5-member Ji Yao, 3-star War Spirit, total points 5850. Indeed, Ji Yao's heart sank, feeling utterly defeated. Haha, Ji Yao really is at the bottom now. Xiang Jun and the others mocked. Ji Yao's face turned as red as a ripe apple, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. As an old team member, being easily surpassed by a newcomer in just a few days was too embarrassing. Suddenly, why isn't Lin Feng in 37th place? Qi Yu froze. Could he have jumped to the first page? The leaderboard only displays 5 people per page. But when everyone turned to the 7th page, Lin Feng's name was still nowhere to be found. Everyone's eyes widened as they continued flipping forward. 6th page, nothing. 5th page, nothing. 4th page, still nothing. 3rd page, still couldn't find it. As they were about to reach the 2nd page, the Special Operations Hall grew so quiet it was almost nerve-wracking. Qi Yu and the others exchanged glances, none of them daring to continue flipping. Instead, Ji Yao felt much more at ease. Previously, he was the only one embarrassed, but now, no one present could escape. Oh, maybe it's on the 2nd page, Ji Yao said casually. This Thor Lin Feng is incredible, surpassing us veterans in just a few days. He's leaving us no room to breathe. As a senior member of the Special Operations team, I feel utterly humiliated. The few people, already blushing furiously, felt even more like finding a hole to crawl into after hearing Ji Yao's words. Their gazes toward Ji Yao also became less friendly. When Ji Yao flipped to the second page, gulp. Xiang Jun swallowed hard. Still not found. Chi Yu's voice trembled. Could he be in the top 5? Looking at Rao Weiwei, a member of Special Operations Team 1 who had dropped from 5th to 6th place, Li Feng felt his scalp tingle. Flip further, Ji Yao said to everyone. Seeing the group frozen like statues, Ji Yao gritted his teeth. Hiss. The next moment, everyone collectively gasped. 3rd place, Special Operations Team 1 member Lin Feng, 7-star warrior, total points 8,350. When that striking line of red text appeared before their eyes, no one could believe it. Ji Yao's trembling hand exited the leaderboard system, then clicked back in. It was still the same line of text. This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Their eyes widened more and more. Gulp. Crack. Someone kept swallowing nervously, while someone else was so shocked their jaw nearly dropped. After a while, he really completed 20 missions. 20 missions in 3 days. What else could this guy be but a monster? A monster, absolutely a monster. Chi Yu and the others' previous sense of pride instantly crumbled. At this moment, everyone felt as if they'd seen a ghost. How on earth did he do it? In just a few days, he surpassed everyone? Compared to Captain Huangfu and Madman of the same period, Lin Feng completely crushed them. Not just crushed, utterly crushed without leaving any room for argument. As they chatted, their moods suddenly improved. Yeah, if even those two were left in the dust, what are we? What are we even worth? This newcomer is no ordinary person, absolutely extraordinary, Chi Yu said with a smile. From earlier shame, to shock, to admiration, their emotions had gone through a roller coaster. This was normal. When everyone's abilities are about the same, there will naturally be jealousy. But when you reach a level that commands respect, those who were jealous will turn to admiration and awe. That was exactly how Chi Yu and the others felt now. Speaking of which, I guess I'm half a newcomer too, Xiang Jun said softly. I've only been here for less than 5 months. 5 months, and you dare to bring it up, Ji Yao said smugly. I've only been here 3 months. Thor is Thor, truly making us newcomers proud. I knew from the start that if Thor could join Team 1, he must have something special. See, wasn't I right? Chi Yu and Xiang Jun exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. Stop talking nonsense. Get lost. As soon as the words fell, a towering figure like an iron tower walked over from behind. The next moment, Chi Yu saw a young man holding a shield, exuding an imposing aura, staring at him. Captain Huangfu. That man was none other than the captain of Team 1 Huangfu Yu. Beside Huangfu Yu was a slender woman, Sister Weiwei. Chi Yu and the others quickly greeted her. They were all top experts of Team 1, and no one dared to offend them. At the hall entrance, Li Fengxian, dressed in tattered clothes, yawned. What are you bunch of troublemakers chatting about now? In Chi Yu and the others' eyes, Li Fengxian was like a god. Everyone shrank their necks like mice seeing a cat, their eyes filled with fear. Fengxian, Huangfu Yu glanced at Li Fengxian. This guy always enjoyed scaring people. What are you all gathered here looking at? Rao Weiwei asked curiously. Sister Weiwei, someone pushed Su He and Hua Fo down, Chi Yu said. As soon as these words came out, Huangfu Yu and Li Fengxian immediately showed interest. The strength of the 5 members of Special Ops Team 1 was indisputable. Any one of them could easily crush Teams 2, 3, 4, and 5. Who? Rao Weiwei asked excitedly. It's no small feat to take down that guy Hua Fo. It's Lin Feng. Oh, so it's Lin? What did you say? Rao Weiwei's expression changed. Huangfu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Fengxian, who had been cleaning his ears on a chair, froze as if petrified upon hearing this. Rao Weiwei quickly opened the leaderboard and immediately saw Lin Feng in 3rd place. 8,350 points. Rao Weiwei's eyes widened as she stared at the number on the screen, exclaiming in disbelief. How? How did he manage that? The usually calm Huangfu Yu was slightly stunned. Li Fengxian raised an eyebrow, but quickly returned to his usual composure. Qi Yu and the others shrank their necks, glancing between Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian, eager to know what these two monsters were thinking. Unfortunately, they couldn't discern any changes in their expressions. Ah, this year's Tianwang Mountain competition is really lively. Li Fengxian stretched lazily and turned to head upstairs. Once Li Fengxian left, Huang Fuyu's lips curled into a faint smile. This newcomer is quite interesting. With that, Huang Fuyu also left. As soon as Huang Fuyu departed, Rao Weiwei followed suit. Instantly, Qi Yu and the others felt a significant reduction in pressure. Lin Feng and those guys are truly monster-level existences, Xiang Jun said enviously. When will I ever become a monster too? Lin Feng still has a way to go, Qi Yu said. After all, he's only at the warrior realm now. Although completing 20 tasks in one go is unprecedented, he's still far from matching those people in strength. Yeah, you're right. Emerging from the underground passage, Lin Feng felt completely refreshed. The air outside is so much better, he murmured to himself. The stench of blood and decay in the underground was overwhelming. Staying there too long might have driven him into depression. Lin Feng is out. As soon as he exited the underground tower, a teacher greeted him. Yes, Teacher Zhao, Lin Feng nodded. Ever since the beast-tied incident made him famous, the teacher's attitudes toward him had significantly improved. Geniuses were everywhere, but heroes who could save thousands of soldiers and countless lives were rare. Such a person is respected wherever they go. When Lin Feng arrived at the points exchange area, Lin Feng, a crisp voice rang out. He turned around and saw Chu Xianlan hopping towards him. You're out, hee. Behind Chu Xianlan was Chu Xiener. Lin Feng, we were just planning to go to the underground cave and were wondering if we might run into you. What a coincidence. I was just planning to go to the Tongtian Tower, Lin Feng said. Tongtian Tower is really expensive, Chu Xianlan remarked. Lin Feng, you're amazing. Chu Xiener couldn't help but roll her eyes from the side. This younger sister was truly infatuated with Lin Feng. But it was understandable. Lin Feng was indeed impressive, being a member of the Special Forces team. Lin Feng, we're heading off now, bye-bye. Chu Xianlan seemed reluctant to leave. Given her personality, she would love to chat with Lin Feng for days. In her eyes, as long as she was with Lin Feng, all her troubles seemed to vanish. But in the end, she was dragged away by Chu Xiener to the underground cave. Everyone was a special recruit with S-level talent. However, Lin Feng had already left them far behind. Although Chu Xiener didn't say it, she felt immense pressure. Not just her, but Qi Kong, Gan Ning, and others felt the same. Over the past few days, they had been training desperately. Even though today was a rest day, not a single one of them took a break. Some went to the underground cave, while others went to the gravity room. When Lin Feng found out, he couldn't help but sigh. Everyone is working hard, I need to work even harder. Tongtian Tower was located directly south of Magic City University, a bit of a distance from the dormitory area. Although it was called a tower, it was actually a 7-story building. Only 7 floors, huh? Lin Feng counted and walked into this place that countless teachers and students frequented. There weren't many people on the way, but there were quite a few inside Tongtian Tower. The lobby was bustling with people, probably around a dozen. Lin Feng, you're here? The teacher on duty greeted him with a smile. Hello, teacher. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. The current situation was that everyone knew him, but he didn't know them. Lin Feng had never seen this teacher before. Just call me Teacher Zhou, Zhou Hongyu said with a smile. How many hours are you planning to train? I'll start with 2 hours, Lin Feng replied. At the end of the lobby were 4 doors, each leading to a different space. Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. The Huang level entrance was mainly for warrior level users. Xian level was for battle spirit level, Earth level for battle general level, and Heaven level was mainly for teachers. These 4 entrances were essentially the same, just corresponding to different levels of strength. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and chose the Xian level door. As soon as he entered, he felt a strong pulling force. Lin Feng knew this was the spatial power of Tongtian Tower at work. Space was a very mysterious ability, extremely powerful among supernatural powers. However, so far, Lin Feng hadn't heard of anyone whose supernatural ability was space-related. Before coming, Lin Feng had done his homework. Tongtian Tower was named as such because of a Tongtian stone inside. It was said that this strange stone was brought back from the underground cave by the former principal. The Tongtian stone inherently possessed spatial and virtual reality functions. Once inside the space, various scenes could be transformed according to one's needs. Beep. Welcome Lin Feng. Please select a scene. Upon entering, it was a blank world. Lin Feng said, a forest. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. In the next second, a realistic forest scene appeared before him. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It felt so real. The sensation was no different from being outside. Timing starts. Countdown. 2 hours. A prompt sounded, and a giant clock hung in the sky, resembling a sun. Phew. Lin Feng focused his mind and sat cross-legged. A meditation cushion automatically appeared beneath him. As soon as he sat down, a strange force surged from all directions. Lin Feng knew this was the legendary power of Tongtian. This power could stabilize his foundation. At the same time, it would quietly help broaden his martial path, particularly aiding in breaking through bottlenecks and advancing further in the future. Buzz. The Tongtian power, like an invisible needle, pierced Lin Feng's skin. He only felt a slight sting, and the next moment, the invisible force seeped into his internal organs. To Lin Feng, this power felt like a giant hand, while his foundation was like a lump of malleable clay. The sensation was peculiar, both illusory and real. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. When the countdown ended, Lin Feng still felt unsatisfied. The scattered spiritual energy within him had already begun to condense. In just 2 hours, the effect was more apparent than 2 or 3 days of his own hard training. What a treasure! Lin Feng smacked his lips. He immediately extended the session for another 5 hours. 5 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze exceptionally sharp. The foundation is completely solidified. As he stood up, he felt an endless power within him. The process of solidifying the foundation was actually quite similar to the first stage of mastering abilities, compressing scattered spiritual energy to the extreme. Crack, crack. Lin Feng casually threw a punch. Not bad. Looks like it's time to level up. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged, quickly breaking through to the peak of the warrior realm. Can't break through. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood the reason. He had hit a bottleneck. Time to ask Teacher Ling for a dilling pill, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The dilling pill could help warriors break through from the warrior realm to the spirit warrior realm. Its purpose was to quickly shatter bottlenecks. With my current strength, I should be able to match someone at the peak of the spirit warrior realm, Lin Feng said softly. That should place me in the second tier of the special operations team. Currently, only teams 1, 2, and 3 had an overall strength at the peak of the spirit warrior realm. Even in Team 3, only the captain and vice-captain met the standard. Teams 4 and 5 had no one at that level. Just as Lin Feng exited the Tongtian Tower, his phone rang. At everyone, gather at the square. Meanwhile, the square was packed with people, likely over 1,000. Among them were special recruits like Chu Xianlan, newly admitted students with guaranteed spots, and freshmen who had entered through the college entrance exam. Universities in this world started their orientation relatively early, aiming to give students time to improve themselves. In the square, many freshmen looked curious, unsure of what was about to happen. Among the crowd, Lu Yi, dressed flamboyantly, glanced around. He hadn't told Lin Feng he would be coming. Thinking about Lin Feng's surprised reaction upon seeing him, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Teacher Ling, what are we doing here? Chu Xianlan asked curiously. Yeah, we've already checked in. Qi Kong scratched his head. Ling Wei smiled without answering. An old tradition. At these words, the special recruits looked puzzled. I get it. Gan Ning's expression changed. They're going to have the senior students fight us. As soon as he said this, Qi Kong and the others were stunned. Teacher, how strong are the senior students? Qi Kong asked. You'll find out soon enough, Ling Wei said mysteriously. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit uneasy. Gan Ning forced a bitter smile. Teacher, weren't special admissions students not allowed to participate in previous years? Hee, this year is different, Ling Wei said. Consider it a warm-up for you all. Lin Feng will also participate. As Ling Wei finished speaking, All the special admissions students' eyes lit up. If Lin Feng is participating, then we have no problem. Yeah, with Brother Feng here, we're not afraid of the senior students. Haha. It'll also give those seniors a chance to witness the strength of us special admissions students. Listening to everyone's conversation, Ling Wei revealed a mischievous smile. At that moment, Lin Feng walked in from outside the square. So many people, he said in surprise. As soon as he entered, four senior students followed him. Lin Feng turned to look and realized they were all familiar faces. Chi Yu, captain of Special Ops Team 5 team members Cui Hongwei, and Ji Yao and Xiang Jun, vice captain of Team 4. Hello, Junior Lin Feng, Xiang Jun said with a sly smile, his eyes full of calculation. Lin Feng frowned, sensing their ill intentions. These four were third-year seniors and members of the Special Ops team. Don't overthink it, it's just a freshman initiation ceremony, Chi Yu said with a sinister smile. We're here to take care of the freshmen. The four exchanged glances, secretly feeling smug. Recently, as senior students and Special Ops members, they had been repeatedly overshadowed by Lin Feng. Especially after Lin Feng completed 20 tasks in one go, the pressure on them was immense. Their respective mentors had also reprimanded them frequently. Now, they finally had a chance to strike back. Ji Yao, in particular, couldn't wait for the ceremony to start. Although Lin Feng was formidable, he was still a freshman, and freshmen were meant to be taught a lesson. Lin Feng, just as he entered the hall, he heard Lu Yi's excited voice. Lu Yi couldn't wait and rushed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng sidestepped and smiled. Don't get too excited. Then he gave Lu Yi a big bear hug. Ah, easy. I'm about to fall apart. Lu Yi groaned, rolling his eyes in pain. Sorry, couldn't control myself, Lin Feng said with a smile. He had just reached the peak of the warrior realm, and his strength had surged, though he hadn't fully adapted yet. Still, seeing his good friend made him especially happy. He had initially thought Magic City University was rather cold and unwelcoming, but now it felt completely different. Ahem. Hello, Brother Feng, Wei Peng greeted as he walked over. Lin Feng didn't react immediately but smiled and responded after a moment. Ah, hello. This guy was a genius from number 1 high school, and Lin Feng had taught him a lesson before. Lin Feng, long time no see. You've gotten stronger. Lu Yi had a lot to talk about. As they were chatting, several more senior students entered. Lin Feng glanced over. They were all second years, a total of 6 people. Adding Xiang Jun and the other 4, there were now 10 seniors. What is going on? Lu Yi asked curiously. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from afar. The next moment, everyone saw Feng Mangong and others descending from the air. Whoa, they're all master level, someone gasped, their pupils shrinking as they took a sharp breath. Beside Feng Mangong stood the vice principals of the 4 departments and the core mentor team. They stood on the main stage of the square, causing a commotion among the freshmen below. Lin Feng glanced at the silver-haired middle-aged woman standing behind Feng Mangong and thought to himself, she must be the elemental department's principal, Yao Qitian. As if on cue, Yao Qitian stepped forward and said, Students, welcome to Magic City University as the class of 2021 freshmen. My name is Yao Qitian, and I am the principal of the Elemental Department at Magic City University. Magic City University has been established for 308 years, cultivating countless outstanding talents. Yao Qitian looked like she was in her 40s, but in reality, she was over 70. Her high cultivation made her appear young. After briefly introducing the history of Magic City University, her expression turned serious. Next, let's invite Principal Feng to speak. Feng Mangong scanned the crowd and said, I know some of you, upon entering Magic City University, think you can finally relax after working hard for 18 years. Now it's time to take it easy. Don't be foolish, this idea is completely wrong. Here, what you will face will only be harder and more dangerous. Here, strength is the only rule. Feng Mangong's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Maybe you don't understand now, or even think I'm exaggerating. That's okay, you'll find out soon enough. Young people, go fight, go explore. As soon as Feng Mangong finished speaking, the freshmen, including Lu Yi, were all puzzled. Lin Feng, what does he mean by that? Lu Yi asked. Lin Feng glanced around at the senior students, a faint smile on his lips. If I'm not mistaken, there might be some drama coming up. Drama? Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Hee hee, you haven't been assigned dorms yet, have you? Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar. At Magic City University, only special admissions students could freely choose their dorms. Others didn't have that privilege. That's right, Louis said. I haven't even put my stuff down yet. Students, next is one of Magic City University's old traditions, seniors guiding freshmen, Yao Qitian announced. Upon hearing this, the freshmen were all taken aback. Magic City University has this tradition? Sounds pretty warm and friendly. Seniors guiding freshmen, that's great. I hope I can meet a good senior to guide me. Everyone started chatting. Chu Xianlon walked up to Lin Feng and whispered, Lin Feng, it seems they're targeting you. She pointed to Xiang Jun and his group, not far away. Lin Feng nodded. That seemed to be the case. Principal Feng just mentioned that competition is essential among warriors. Competing for what? Competing for resources and strength. Yao Qitian explained with a smile. The so-called seniors guiding freshmen means freshmen challenging seniors. As long as you can last 5 seconds against a senior, you can get priority in choosing dorms. Moreover, when exchanging items with school points, you can enjoy a 2% discount. Upon hearing this, many freshmen' eyes lit up. They weren't special admissions students, so the 2% discount was already very appealing. However, some began to grow cautious. The strength of freshmen was far inferior to that of seniors, and lasting 5 seconds was no easy feat. Teacher, can freshmen gang up on seniors? Someone asked. This question made Xiang Jun and the others' faces change. A group of small fry ganging up on a few lions? Wishful thinking. Yes, Yao Qitian replied with a smile. Any means are allowed, but if you can't last 5 seconds, you'll have to settle for an 8-person dorm. Also, no discount benefits. All school benefits are based on strength. As soon as she finished speaking, the freshmen were filled with fighting spirit. Even Lu Yi was brimming with confidence. One-on-one, they were definitely no match, but there were over 1,000 freshmen here. Could 10 seniors really intimidate them? Lin Feng glanced at Lu Yi, full of sympathy. This guy is about to get beaten up. Special admissions students are no exception, Yao Qitian added. He deliberately glanced at Lin Feng as he spoke. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, confirming his guess. Xiang Jun and his group were indeed targeting him. However, if they thought they could suppress him, they were being far too naive. All right, let's begin now, Yao Qitian commanded. Instantly, many freshmen activated their abilities. As freshmen of Modi University, their abilities started at B level. Various abilities blossomed across the square, dazzling and vibrant. On the main platform, the Beast Transformation Department's principal, Shun Rufeng, smiled and said, "This year's freshmen are quite promising." The principal of the main department, Jiang Shan, asked, "How many do you think can last more than 5 seconds?" Yao Qitian replied, "Based on previous years, about 200. This year's quality is higher, it might reach 230. But the special recruits are in for a tough time," said the special department's principal, Chen Bufan. That Lin Feng guy completed 20 tasks in 3 days. Xiang Jun and his group must be holding a grudge. Haha, that grudge isn't just against Lin Feng. Lin Feng deserves to be taught a lesson, Yao Qitian said. He needs to understand that a newcomer is still a newcomer. This statement made the other department principals nod in agreement. They believed that having talent and strength was a good thing, but smooth sailing all the way wasn't beneficial for growth. As they chatted, the square had already descended into chaos. Before Xiang Jun's group even made a move, 6 second-year seniors pounced on the freshmen like a pack of wolves attacking sheep, overwhelming them. "Everyone, use your abilities." "Damn it, I can't even reach them. These seniors are way too fast. Watch out behind you." Second-year senior Lu Qishan attacked while taunting, "Weak. So weak. There's just no comparison." Zhang Yiming shook his head. Freshmen are still freshmen, unrefined. They barely used their abilities, relying almost entirely on combat experience. "What should we do, Lin Feng?" Lu Yi hid behind Lin Feng, his legs trembling. Although he had worked hard to reach the 6-star awakening realm, his combat experience was minimal, and his ability control was still very raw. Facing seniors like Lu Qishan, Lu Yi felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As for using his ability, Dragon Horse Wings, Lu Yi didn't dare. Wasn't there someone who flew into the air only to be dragged back down? That experience was too brutal, and Lu Yi didn't want to try it. Lin Feng kept his eyes on Xiang Jun's group. Seeing them crack their necks and prepare to act, he said to Lu Yi, "Silly Yi, are you sure you want to stay here with me?" Huh. Lu Yi froze. Heh, I suggest you quickly head over there. Lin Feng pointed to the chaotic battle circle. Beside him, Qi Kong swallowed nervously. Brother Feng, the special combat team is about to make a move. During their time at Modi University, Qi Kong and the other special recruits had heard about the special combat team. Although Xiang Jun's group hadn't acted yet, their aura was already overwhelming. All right, let's move, Lin Feng said, cracking his neck. The next second, his speed suddenly surged. As Lin Feng charged forward, Xiang Jun's group also sprang into action. Qiyu, you guys handle the other special recruits. Leave Lin Feng to me, Xiang Jun shouted excitedly. The battle had finally begun. Lin Feng, no matter how talented you are, you're still just a freshman. 7-star battle spirit realm combat power is strong, but Xiang Jun, at the 8-star battle spirit realm, completely outclassed him. Don't finish too quickly, leave us some fun, Qiyu shouted as he charged toward Gan Ning and the others. Got it. As soon as Xiang Jun finished speaking, a 3-meter-tall rock giant appeared before him. His ability was an S-level elemental earthwood puppet. This ability excels in defense and can also summon puppets for attacks. It was precisely with this power that Xiang Jun became the vice-captain of the 4th team. Damn, is it really that powerful? Xiang Jun's aura was terrifying, especially the 3-meter-tall rock giant, which was even more frightening. Lu Yi's pupils shrank, and he ran to the side without looking back. Brother, hang in there, hold on a bit longer. While running, he silently mourned for Lin Feng. Although his brother was strong, these veterans were ruthless, one more than the other. Interesting. Facing the massive fist of the rock giant, Lin Feng neither dodged nor avoided, instead throwing a punch of his own. Boom! Instantly, a powerful shockwave spread outward from Lin Feng as the center. The shockwave caused Gan Ning and the others nearby to stagger, almost losing their balance. Further away, many ordinary freshmen directly collapsed to the ground. Xiang Jun's eyes narrowed. Lin Feng had only retreated 3 steps. Something was off. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Although his hand felt a bit numb, this rock giant was nothing special. The rock giant's strength was only at the 6-star battle spirit realm. For Lin Feng, this level of power was insignificant. That was the first move. On the main platform, Shen Rufeng said, "How many moves do you think Lin Feng can withstand against Xiang Jun?" 6 or 7 moves should be no problem, Jiang Shan said. I think at most 5 moves. Don't forget, Xiang Jun hasn't gone all out yet, Qin Bufan said. Feng Mangong squinted his eyes slightly. This kid is not simple. He might be able to hold out for 10 moves. Not necessarily, Principal, Yao Qitian said. Xiang Jun's rock puppet has 3 stages, and this is just the first stage. Plus, Xiang Jun himself hasn't made a move yet. Let's wait and see, Feng Mangong said confidently. He had great faith in his disciple. Although Lin Feng's realm was much lower than Xiang Jun's, his combat power was undoubtedly strong. Xiang Jun, show me your strongest state, Lin Feng said, withdrawing his fist. Otherwise, you're definitely going to lose. Xiang Jun was momentarily stunned, then laughed angrily. Are all geniuses this arrogant? Lin Feng, I admit that you will definitely surpass me, and perhaps very soon. But right now, you're not strong enough. After speaking, Xiang Jun's aura surged. He unleashed the peak strength of the 8-star battle spirit realm. The entire square suddenly fell silent. The freshmen who were fighting against the upperclassmen turned pale. This is the true strength of the upperclassmen. Too strong, it's terrifying. My God, it's like a monster. Luckily, his target isn't us. I suddenly feel like being an ordinary student isn't so bad. Over there are the special recruits. I wonder if they can hold out. Are you stupid? If they can hold out, I'll do a handstand and pee. The freshmen looked at each other. Lu Qishan, Zhang Yuming, and other second-year upperclassmen also stopped their actions. They had great confidence in Xiang Jun. The title of vice-captain of the Special Operations Team said it all. However, seeing the strongest freshman, Thunder God Lin Feng, Being suppressed, they were quite pleased. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Xiang Jun waved his hand, and a 5-meter-tall rock giant appeared out of thin air. This giant was entirely bronze-colored, with extremely strong defense. Its rocky hands were even equipped with spikes, which gleamed menacingly under the sunlight, sending chills down people's spines. That's it. Lin Feng looked disappointed. That's it. Xiang Jun's eyes turned cold. The next moment, the bronze-colored rock giant charged at Lin Feng like a cannonball. It's over, it's over. Lu Yi immediately covered his eyes, not daring to look. Chu Xianlan also cried out in shock. Just as everyone thought Lin Feng would be sent flying by the beast-like rock giant, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly turned crimson. Boom! The next second, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the heavens and earth. Like the explosion of spring thunder, the entire square trembled. The rock giant's spiked fist rapidly enlarged, closing in on Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng moved. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of red lightning. Although the rock giant charged first, Lin Feng was faster. Immediately, the destruction tribulation lightning turned into a crimson gauntlet, enveloping Lin Feng's right fist. Boom! A stronger shockwave erupted. Under everyone's gaze, the rock giant's fist collided with Lin Feng's. The next moment, everyone was stunned. The indestructible rock fist shattered like a block of tofu. Following that, the crimson gauntlet, like a deadly needle, swiftly enveloped the entire rock giant at lightning speed. Not good. Xiang Jun's face changed drastically. Before he could finish speaking, the 5-meter-tall rock giant exploded with a loud boom. Dust filled the air, instantly engulfing Lin Feng and Xiang Jun. Under the overwhelmingly destructive force of the destruction tribulation lightning, the rock giant, known for its defense, was reduced to powder. Impossible. On the outskirts of the square, Zhou Mu's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed in shock. On the main platform, Feng Mangong and other school leaders narrowed their eyes. The next moment, a sharp glint flashed in Feng Mangong's eyes. This kid, Yao Qitian's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, his combat power definitely rivals that of a peak battle spirit realm expert. How did he do it? Shen Rufing's mouth hung open, too shocked to speak. How long had it been? Just a few days. Yet Lin Feng's combat power had already reached the level of contending with the peak of the battle spirit realm. With one punch, he destroyed an 8-star peak battle spirit realm rock giant. It was simply inhuman. Interesting, very interesting. Feng Mangong suddenly said. The square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chu Xianlan and her sister, Lu Yi, the freshman, as well as Zhang Yuming, Lu Qishan, and other sophomores, were all stunned with their mouths agape, almost able to fit an egg inside. Not far away, Qi Yu, Ji Yao, and other Special Forces team members suddenly became alert. If that attack had hit them, they would likely. This. Qi Yu and the others exchanged glances. How did Lin Feng manage to do it? Want to go again? Lin Feng looked at Xiang Jun with a calm expression. Only then did Xiang Jun snap out of his shock. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming fear. What kind of monster could achieve this? A freshman who hadn't even officially enrolled had managed to defeat him? If he told others, they'd probably be terrified. Truly 1 in 10,000. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Xiang Jun's mind. Indeed, Lin Feng was an exceptionally rare genius. Perhaps, he already possessed the strength to threaten Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian. Thinking of this, Xiang Jun smiled bitterly and said, I lost. Even his proud rock giant was easily defeated. If he went up, it would only be humiliating himself. After saying this, Xiang Jun seemed deflated, like a punctured balloon. Although he hadn't completely collapsed, the blow to his spirit was immense. Previously, he only thought Lin Feng had limitless potential. Even after completing 20 tasks, he still felt superior. He believed Lin Feng was far from surpassing them. But now, Xiang Jun's words were like war drums, suddenly striking in everyone's hearts. Qi Yu and the others remained relatively calm, but the new students felt their minds go blank with a buzzing sound. The battle was indeed as overwhelming as expected, but the opponent had completely changed. Who could have imagined that a freshman would defeat a senior considered invincible? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Feng Mangong couldn't help but applaud. Principal Feng, your disciple is extraordinary, Yao Qitian said enviously. Lin Feng was from their elemental department, and she had originally hoped to become Lin Feng's mentor. But now, that was just a beautiful dream. With Lin Feng's speed, he has a chance to make it into the top 10 Heavenly Kings list this year, Qin Bufan said excitedly. Feng Mangong and the others nodded in agreement. If Lin Feng works a bit harder, getting 9th or 10th place is no problem, Feng Mangong added. Ding successfully killed the rock golem, obtained 1 true universe star stone. Just as Lin Feng was about to comfort Xiang Jun, the sudden system notification made his expression change slightly. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Wait! Lin Feng suddenly froze. Why isn't it the true universe crystal stone I was expecting? He had already obtained 4 true universe crystal stones before. Since then, he had been longing for more. But he knew the system's drops were random. Last time, he completed 20 tasks and killed so many exotic beasts but didn't get one. Host. The true universe crystal stone can directly evolve S-level abilities to X-level or enhance X-level abilities by 25%, the system notification explained. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This item was amazing. The system was truly considerate. After his abilities upgraded, the drops were all higher-level evolution materials. No wonder he hadn't encountered one before. With this true universe star stone, the chaotic battle before him suddenly seemed uninteresting. When Lin Feng looked at Qi Yu and Ji Yao, their bodies trembled, and they immediately shrank their necks like the freshmen. This scene was witnessed by many freshmen, who were both surprised and awed. Brother Feng's strength has indeed grown too much, Gan Ning said in a daze. Once upon a time, he too was a young man with great ambitions, hoping to rely on his abilities to become the rookie king. But now he understood dreams were beautiful, but reality was harsh. Lin Feng was an invincible existence. Chun Muyang subconsciously swallowed hard, both shocked and excited, because Lin Feng lived in the same dormitory as him. Lin Feng, I really like you so much. Chu Xianlan shouted loudly, her face flushed. After saying this, she quickly pulled up Chu Xianer's skirt to cover her face. His name is Lin Feng? Sounds so cool. Lin Feng, we like you too. Lin Feng, can I have your children? Seeing the infatuated expressions of a group of fangirls, Chu Xianer froze for a moment. When she looked at Lin Feng's back, her eyes blurred, as if Lin Feng was smiling at her. Chu Xianer couldn't help but smile too. Xiang Jun. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly called out to Xiang Jun. Xiang Jun turned around to look at Lin Feng. You haven't been defeated, have you? Lin Feng asked. Xiang Jun smiled. No way. After a pause, he added, thank you. Haha. We're classmates. No need to be so polite. Lin Feng felt relieved seeing that Xiang Jun was fine. Lin Feng, in the upcoming Tianwang Mountain battle, you will definitely bring us more surprises, Xiang Jun suddenly said seriously. Tianwang Mountain battle? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What's that? You don't know? Xiang Jun was a bit surprised. Logically, with Lin Feng's skills, he should have known about it long ago. I really don't know. Tell me about it in detail later, Lin Feng said. All right. An hour later, the unique welcoming ceremony ended. After being tested crazily by the senior students, almost every freshman was covered in injuries. Even some girls were not spared. Perhaps Lin Feng was too dazzling, angering those seniors, and they became increasingly ruthless. In the end, only 189 people passed the test. After the ceremony, Lin Feng, comfort me a bit. Louis, lying on the ground with a face swollen like a pig's head, shouted. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, not wanting to bother with him. Ever since Xiang Jun lost to Lin Feng, Qi Yu and the other seniors had been avoiding him. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with them either. Finally, it was over. Ignoring the enthusiastic freshmen around him, Lin Feng quickly ran back to his dormitory. Phew. After locking the door, he took out the Jinyu Star Stone. A surge of stellar energy instantly filled the entire room, radiating a colorful glow. It feels so much more advanced. Lin Feng's heart was boiling with excitement. Which ability should I evolve first? He suddenly felt a bit of a headache. After a while, he made up his mind. Let's evolve self-healing first. Currently, the Destruction Tribulation Thunder was already sufficient. However, self-healing seemed not strong enough. During previous missions, when encountering severe injuries, the self-healing was too slow. Although it was already considered an abnormal recovery ability, it still couldn't meet Lin Feng's needs. Half an hour later, the Jinyu Star Stone was completely absorbed. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing through them. Host, Lin Feng Realm. Peak of Warrior Stage Abilities. Destruction, Tribulation, Thunder X level. Immortal Healing X level Combat Techniques. Sky Splitting 5 Slashes Mastered. Ability Introduction Method Mastered. 9 Netherwind Thunder / Beginner Cultivation. 13 months with the help of the Jinyu Star Stone, the S-level self-healing evolved into the X-level Immortal Healing. So powerful, Lin Feng marveled inwardly. The recovery speed of Immortal Healing was more than 10 times faster than self-healing. Previously, injuries where even bones were exposed would take over 10 seconds to recover with self-healing. Now, Immortal Healing only needed the blink of an eye. Even more impressive, injuries like severed limbs, which self-healing couldn't restore, could now be healed by Immortal Healing, and in a very short time. In other words, as long as I'm not instantly reduced to ashes, I can recover. Lin Feng clenched his fists, thrilled. This ability could no longer be called defying the heavens, it was practically a miracle. With it, Lin Feng had no fear in battle. As long as he wasn't killed in one blow, he could charge forward without hesitation. Who could withstand such a fighting style? Lin Feng thought of a movie he had seen in his previous life. There was a superhero in it with a similar ability. However, Lin Feng's was even more powerful. Then he turned on his computer. The Tianwang Mountain battle that Xiang Jun mentioned was easy to find. There were countless news articles about it online. There was no helping it, it was too famous. The Tianwang Mountain battle gathered the top geniuses in the country. Here, at least the Spirit Warrior stage was required to participate, in addition to major martial arts universities. Forces such as the military, martial arts schools, families, and corporations also send representatives. The competition is scheduled for August 1st each year and lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, the top 10 individuals who reach the summit of Tianwang Mountain are selected. These 10 are known as the 10 Kings of Heaven. Didn't expect the Magic City to be so impressive, Lin Feng said softly. This year's 10 Kings of Heaven can be described in one sentence. North Azure Dragon, South Captain, East Evil Tiger, West Magnetic King Madman. Which, Peerless Sword Hidden General, Angel, Lotus Buddha, the 10 Kings of Heaven shine across the 9 provinces. Among these people, Lin Feng knows 3. One is South Captain Huang Fuyu, the captain of Special Operations Team 1, whose reputation is well known. Another is the madman Li Fengxian. The last one is the Lotus Buddha among the 10 Kings of Heaven, Lian Jinfua. All 3 belong to Special Operations Team 1. However, Lian Jinfua is from the East Sea War Zone, while Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian are third-year students at Magic City University. With 2 individuals from Magic City University making the list, their strength is indeed formidable. Of course, Imperial Capital University is also impressive, with 2 individuals making the list as well. The top-ranked North Azure Dragon is from Imperial Capital University. Regarding the 10 Kings of Heaven, online information is very detailed, but it's just general knowledge. Lin Feng knows there must be more undisclosed secrets hidden online. August 1st, Lin Feng squinted slightly. Looks like I have 1 month left. The weakest among the 10 Kings of Heaven has already reached the level of a 3-star battle general, showcasing immense strength. However, Lin Feng is confident that he won't fall behind within a month. Although he doesn't care about these superficial titles, the opportunity to compete alongside the nation's top talents still excites him. The next day, at Ling Wei's dormitory. Teacher Ling, I'm here to collect the Earth Spirit Pill, Lin Feng said. Ling Wei stretched lazily. Lin Feng, you really stole the spotlight yesterday. Even now, Ling Wei still feels deeply shocked. How did this guy train himself? He is practically a monster. Lin Feng smiled without responding. He couldn't possibly tell Ling Wei that he has a system. The Earth Spirit Pill is at the logistics office. Come with me to get it, Ling Wei said, putting on her jacket. Soon, the two arrived at the logistics office. On the way, many people greeted Lin Feng, some of whom he didn't even recognize. Your fame now probably rivals that of Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian, Ling Wei said with a smile. Among the freshmen, you're definitely the most famous. These are all fleeting clouds, Lin Feng replied casually. Ling Wei sighed. This year, our Magic City University should be able to produce 3 kings of heaven. When the battle in the Primal Secret Realm comes, we'll have a better chance of winning. Primal Secret Realm? Lin Feng stopped in his tracks, puzzled. Oh, right. You might not have heard of it, Ling Wei explained. She briefly introduced the situation of the Primal Secret Realm. Initially, Lin Feng wasn't too concerned about the Tianwang Mountain battle. After all, his main goal was to encounter more prodigies to improve himself. But after hearing Ling Wei's explanation, Lin Feng's breathing quickened. It turns out that the underground caves not only contain exotic beasts, but also secret realms. And the Primal Secret Realm is very famous. It holds countless precious resources, treasures that allow one to master abilities at will, top-tier ability combat techniques, Heaven Dao fruits that stabilize realms, and more. Simply put, everything in the Primal Secret Realm is highly appealing to Lin Feng. What do you think? Interested now? Of course, Lin Feng nodded. However, the Primordial Secret Realm is extremely dangerous because, apart from us humans, there are other forces. Ling Wei's expression darkened, and her voice became serious. Other forces? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Teacher, are you referring to those beast leaders? Ling teacher, hello. Ling Wei was about to answer when a teacher from the logistics department greeted her warmly. Ling Wei said, I'll tell you later. Teacher you, please get me a D-Ling pill. Ling Wei explained after speaking. This is for Lin Feng. He's a special recruit and just meets the eligibility criteria. Teacher you smiled and said, does Lin Feng even need an introduction? He's the star of Modi University. No rush, I'll go get it right away. Not long after, Teacher Yu came over holding a box. Lin Feng then signed to confirm. According to what Ling Wei had said when specially recruiting Lin Feng, as long as Lin Feng was enrolled, he could receive unlimited pills needed for breakthroughs. No matter how high the bottleneck, he could claim them. This was also one of the key reasons Lin Feng chose Modi University. This is the D-Ling pill. Lin Feng opened the box, and the fragrance of the pill wafted out. A semi-transparent pill came into view. The pill was more advanced than ordinary medicines, mixed with a large amount of precious materials. These materials were extremely rare and hard to obtain. The value of this D-Ling pill was immeasurable. Outside, it would be worth at least 2 million. With the D-Ling pill, my strength will definitely improve significantly, Lin Feng said softly. On the way back, Teacher Ling, can you tell me now? Lin Feng asked. Ling Wei looked around before saying, this is something you shouldn't have been told. But now, you have the right to know. Simply put, when exotic beasts reach the king level, they can transform. These transformed exotic beasts have intelligence no less than humans. They even establish their own family forces. Ling Wei took a deep breath. You know about Beast Ancestor Mountain, right? Lin Feng nodded. Beast Ancestor Mountain, and within it was the first front line, while outside was the second front line. Until now, Lin Feng had never been to the second front line. That place was too dangerous. Teacher Ling, are you saying those transformed exotic beasts are all in the second front line? Lin Feng asked. And the Primordial Secret Realm is also in the second front line? He added. Yes, both are there, Ling Wei replied. The competition for the Primordial Secret Realm is actually very complicated. Simply put, the human high levels and the cavern high levels have reached some kind of agreement. Lin Feng frowned. Even that can be negotiated? Ling Wei smiled. Of course, it's not a peace agreement. Both sides have their own plans, temporarily maintaining a delicate balance. In short, it's extremely dangerous for humans to enter the Primordial Secret Realm. So only the 10 most outstanding geniuses can be selected to go. The details are very complex, and telling you now won't be of any use. Lin Feng nodded, keeping these words in mind. He didn't rush to take the D-Ling pill. He wanted to stabilize his realm first. Only then would the success rate of the breakthrough be high. Otherwise, failure could lead to a downgrade. Over the next week, Lin Feng's life was particularly simple. Every day, apart from going to the Tongtian Tower, he practiced the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash in the gravity room. A week passed, and his realm had become very solid. He knew the time for a breakthrough had come. Although the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash had improved, it was still far from mastery. In the dormitory, Lin Feng took out the D-Ling pill, feeling rare tension. The Earth Spirit pill can only increase the success rate, it cannot guarantee 100% success. Although he was confident in his foundation, what if something went wrong? He took a deep breath and mobilized the spiritual energy within his body. The spiritual energy enveloped the Earth Spirit pill, and its medicinal power quickly dissolved. The effects then spread throughout his internal organs. A tingling sensation came over him. Then, a massive and heavy surge of spiritual energy charged through his body like a battering ram. Lin Feng felt the seemingly indestructible barrier suddenly loosen slightly. He was overjoyed. The spiritual energy within him surged forth, combining with the pill's effects to create an even stronger impact. He had no idea how much time had passed. Gradually, the impact weakened. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, as if something had broken. Lin Feng suddenly felt his body lighten significantly. In the next moment, a wave of spiritual energy surged within him like ocean waves. Boom! His aura skyrocketed. The spiritual energy in the surrounding heavens and earth quickly gathered toward him. Before long, Lin Feng opened his eyes. One-star battle spirit realm. He stretched lazily and looked out the window. Is it already morning? He hadn't expected his breakthrough to take an entire night. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to head to the underground cave, urgent voices came from the dormitory door. Lin Feng, you're finally out, Lu Yi said anxiously. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Come with me quickly, Lu Yi said, pulling him along. As they walked, he explained, someone has come to challenge Magic City University. Is that true? It's someone from Jiangnan University, named Zhu Zhan, a sophomore. I heard he spent the summer vacation visiting various martial arts universities to spar with people. He's already won 5 matches in a row and felt it wasn't enough, so he came to our school. As soon as he arrived, he specifically asked to challenge the strongest sophomore. In the end, Senior Zhang Yuming and Senior Wang Yu went up, but they were defeated in a single move. Lu Yi explained the situation to Lin Feng. The two hurried to the square. In the square, a crowd had formed a circle, some cheering, others furious. Not worth fighting, Zhu Zhan said, shaking his head. It seems Magic City University is just like this. As soon as he said this, the sophomore upperclassmen and freshmen around him were infuriated. Zhu Zhan, don't be so arrogant, Zhang Yiming said coldly. The strongest in our grade, Su Fengming, will be here soon. Just wait and see. Zhu Zhan's expression remained indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Fengming, dressed in a martial robe, strode over, followed by several sophomore students. Brother Ming, it's him, Lu Qishan said, covering his swollen cheek. Su Fengming nodded. People from Jiangnan University are really arrogant. Let's see if they have the skills to back it up. You'll find out soon enough, Zhu Zhan replied with a smile. Come on, let me see what the strongest sophomore here is capable of. As you wish. Su Fengming didn't bother with more words and stepped directly onto the stage. Senior, good luck. Brother Ming, take him down. Su Fengming's appearance immediately ignited the atmosphere on site. Everyone knew that Su Fengming was a 5-star battle spirit realm expert and was about to join the special forces. Zhu Zhan was also a 5-star battle spirit realm expert. On the surface, their strength seemed equal, but Zhang Yiming and the others knew that Su Fengming was highly experienced, with unparalleled battlefield expertise. Su Fengming, I'll make the first move, otherwise, you won't have a chance, Zhu Zhan said arrogantly and firmly. Hearing this, Su Fengming immediately became furious. Are you looking down on us? So what if I am? As he spoke, Zhu Zhan's aura suddenly surged, to everyone's shock. His strength had skyrocketed from the 5-star battle spirit realm directly to the 8-star battle spirit realm. What? Su Fengming's face changed dramatically. This guy had been hiding his true abilities all along. Su Fengming, if you're the strongest in sophomore year, then just admit defeat, Zhu Zhan said indifferently. These words made all the students, including Su Fengming, look grim. Some juniors even began itching to try their luck. What? Still want to use age to suppress me? Zhu Zhan's gaze turned cold. Come on, anyone at the 8-star battle spirit realm? I'll take you all on. Zhu Zhan's aura was overwhelming, as if he were invincible. In truth, He was aiming to build an unbeatable presence in preparation for the upcoming Tianwang mountain battle. For Awakened Ones, aura was crucial. With a strong enough presence, even when facing a stronger opponent, there was still a chance to win. Hearing Zhu Zhan's words, the juniors exchanged glances, their confidence wavering. I'll go. Su Fengming gritted his teeth. Zhu Zhan, it's not certain who will win or lose yet. As he spoke, he summoned his ability. Now that's more like it. Zhu Zhan continued to taunt. I hope the strongest in your year can at least withstand one of my moves. Su Fengming, take him down. Don't go head-to-head with him, he's a strong attacker, and you can't afford to trade blows. Yeah, use your speed to outmaneuver him. Some students offered advice. Zhu Zhan's ability was the S-Class Elemental Endless True Flame. Su Fengming's was the S-Class Special Phantom Steps. Su Fengming nodded, knowing he couldn't win in a direct clash. He activated his ability, and his body became incredibly ethereal, even producing multiple afterimages to confuse Zhu Zhan. Is that all? Zhu Zhan sneered. Suddenly, flames erupted from within him. Boom! Endless True Flame surged towards Su Fengming like a tidal wave. Su Fengming's expression shifted slightly as his form became even more illusory, darting around to exhaust Zhu Zhan. At this moment, Lu Yi and Lin Feng walked into the square. Lin Feng, that's him. Lu Yi said, teach Zhu Zhan a lesson later. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was his first time seeing a flame ability. Like lightning abilities, flames were known for their strong offensive power. However, flame attacks were slightly slower and couldn't compare to his destruction tribulation lightning. Su Fengming is going to lose, Lin Feng said quietly. The surrounding students finally noticed Lin Feng's arrival. Brother Feng. Hello, Brother Feng. The freshmen greeted him with admiration. Even the upperclassmen said, Lin Feng, you're just in time. Help us teach them a lesson later. As they were talking, Su Fengming suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Zhu Zhan waved his hand, and a fire dragon descended from the sky. Su Fengming's phantom state made him hard to hit, but against the wide-range flames, there was nowhere to hide. He was struck in an instant. You've lost, Zhu Zhan declared loudly, his voice echoing across the square. The strongest sophomore at Modu University has been defeated. He scanned the crowd, exuding the demeanor of a victor. If any juniors at the 8-star Battle Spirit realm want to try, come on up. After speaking, he suddenly froze. Because he noticed that after Su Fengming's defeat, the students weren't angry or dejected. Instead, they all stared resolutely at a young man. Zhu Zhan was puzzled. Was this guy different? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Since he was here, he might as well go with the flow and teach the other party a lesson. I'll go, Lin Feng said as he stepped forward. Zhu Zhan's eyes narrowed. You're a junior? What is your name? Lin Feng shrugged. Not a junior, just a freshman who just enrolled. Freshman? Zhu Zhan laughed. What is a freshman doing here? Why not let your senior take over? As Zhu Zhan finished speaking, contempt appeared on Lu Yi and the others' faces. Indeed, our strongest sophomore lost to you. But our strongest freshman will absolutely crush you. Everyone present was confident. Lin Feng had defeated a genius like Xiang Jun in one move, let alone Zhu Zhan, who was merely at the 8-star Battle Spirit realm. Although Zhu Zhan was strong and hailed as a once-in-20-years super genius by Jiangnan University, in front of Lin Feng, he was nothing but trash. Don't waste time. After this, I still need to head to the catacombs, Lin Feng said indifferently. Zhu Zhan squinted his eyes slightly, showing a dangerous expression. In that case, don't blame me for bullying the weak if you get hurt. He then withdrew his ability. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, Senior Zhu, I suggest you make the first move, or this trip will end for you completely. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, right? I'll remember you. Zhu Zhan was excited. Since the opponent said so, he didn't plan to hold back. When endless true fire instantly enveloped Zhu Zhan's body, he looked like the god of fire descending. All right, your turn, Zhu Zhan said smugly. Not bad, Lin Feng nodded. Zhu Zhan's control over his ability was already very skilled otherwise. He wouldn't have such precise control. Boom. At that moment, Zhu Zhan waved his hand, and a several-meter-long fire dragon quickly formed. It must be said, the fire dragon formed by endless true fire was indeed imposing. Lin Feng shook his head, secretly too weak. Then, he flicked his finger. A marble-sized red thunderball shot out at an astonishing speed. Haha, just. Zhu Zhan was about to mock him when his eyes suddenly narrowed. The next moment, the imposing fire dragon seemed to be extinguished by a gust of wind, disappearing instantly. The destruction tribulation thunder didn't slow down, carrying a piercing sound as it shot straight at Zhu Zhan's chest. Zhu Zhan's face changed drastically. The speed of the destruction tribulation thunder was too fast. He couldn't discern whether it was an elemental ability or a special ability. Buzz. Zhu Zhan's expression turned serious, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Immediately, half of the spiritual energy in his body was rapidly drained. At the cost of consuming spiritual energy, a solidified milky white armor appeared. The true fire armor took shape, and Zhu Zhan felt slightly relieved. This armor was enough to withstand a peak battle spirit realm attack. It was his strongest defense. Suddenly slash. The destruction tribulation thunder, dragging a long red tail, effortlessly pierced through Zhu Zhan's flame armor like thunder. Thud. The intense destructive force exploded in Zhu Zhan's abdomen. Zhu Zhan's face turned pale instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, under everyone's gaze, he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. The entire venue fell silent. The next second, Lin Feng is mighty. Lu Yi, as the #1 fan, was the first to cheer. Invincible. Brother Feng is truly invincible. Lin Feng, what a beautiful victory. Absolutely stunning. Brother Feng is so domineering. The new and old students were all thrilled, especially Su Fengming, a sophomore, who let out a long sigh of relief. You? Zhu Zhan clutched his bleeding abdomen, shocked. Are you really a freshman? He couldn't believe that the person who defeated him in one move was still a freshman. Absolutely true, Lin Feng replied. Still want to fight? Lin Feng looked down at Zhu Zhan from above. Zhu Zhan clutched his abdomen, his face alternating between pale and flushed. After a moment, he said weakly, I lost. Then he stared deeply at Lin Feng. I didn't expect such a powerful freshman to appear in Modu this year. Haha, now you see how strong Modu University is, right? Lu Yi jumped up excitedly, as if he had been the one to win. You're not bad either, Lin Feng nodded. Let's compete again sometime. With that, he turned and left. Lin Feng, where are you going? Lu Yi followed him excitedly. To the catacombs. Silly Yi, want to come along? Lin Feng joked. Lu Yi shrank back. No way, he had already encountered danger several times in the wilderness outside Linshan City. He wouldn't dare go to the catacombs. Under the eager gazes of many new and old students, Lin Feng left. At the catacombs base, in the points exchange area. Teacher Zhong, I want to exchange for an A-grade psionic alloy weapon, Lin Feng said. His strength had improved too quickly, and the 100 battles blade could no longer meet his needs. With his current combat power, he could handle even a 1-star warlord-level opponent with ease. A C-grade psionic blade was no longer sufficient. A grade. Zheng Linming was momentarily stunned. Your strength is enough for a B grade. Isn't a grade a bit too high? Hee, I just don't want to keep running back and forth, Lin Feng replied with a smile. An A-grade psionic alloy weapon required 5,000 points. Lin Feng had used 1,400 points in the Tongtian Tower, leaving him with 7,300 points, enough for the exchange. The remaining 2,300 points could still get him 11 hours of Tongtian Tower time. Zheng Linming nodded. All right, wait a moment. After a while, he brought out a list. Lin Feng, here are the various A-grade psionic alloy weapons. Take a look and choose which one you want. Lin Feng took the exchange list. Teacher, I'll take the Spirit Recovery Blade, he said. Like the 100 Battles Blade, the Spirit Recovery Blade could accelerate psionic recovery. He didn't need auxiliary attacks or injury recovery. Psionic recovery was what he valued most. After a while, Lin Feng left the points exchange area with the Spirit Recovery Blade on his back. Although he felt a pang of regret for spending the points, the thought of having an A-grade alloy blade quickly put him at ease. The A-grade alloy blade was already the highest level he could exchange for. Higher level S-grade weapons were simply unattainable, as they required rare materials and a long crafting time. However, The A-grade blade was sufficient for Lin Feng to use until he reached the peak of the warlord level. For now, he had nothing to worry about. In the Special Operations Hall, it had been a while since Lin Feng had been there, and the place was as lively as ever. Lin Feng's here. Hi, Lin Feng. Many people greeted him. Clearly, Lin Feng had already earned the respect of all the team members. In the minds of many, he was now on the same level as Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian. Lin Feng glanced at the leaderboard. Looks like everyone hasn't been slacking off lately. Originally ranked 3rd, Lin Feng had now dropped to 6th. Huang Fuyu's points had soared to 12,300, with Li Fengxian close behind, trailing by just 200 points. Lin Feng casually accepted 30 tasks and left the Special Operations Hall. Not long after, Lien Jinhua also walked in from outside. He was about to accept a task when he suddenly froze. Flower Buddha, Lin Feng just accepted 30 tasks at once, someone said. 30. Lien Jinhua's eyes lit up, and he murmured, "This guy, it seems he really wants to take first place." Previously, he would never have believed that Lin Feng could complete 30 tasks. But after what happened last time, coupled with Lin Feng easily defeating Xiang Jun, Lien Jinhua began to believe. Interesting, I need to step up my game too. Lien Jinhua casually took on 10 tasks. It wasn't that he couldn't take more, but he knew this was his limit. Taking on more would definitely result in failure. 35 kilometers outside the base, Lin Feng effortlessly killed a 9-star battle spirit level black wine tiger with a single slash. The spiritual energy he had just used was fully restored with the help of the spirit recovery blade. As expected of an A-grade weapon, Lin Feng stored the black wind tiger's corpse and sighed in admiration. The spirit recovery blade's energy recovery speed was 10 times that of the 100 battles blade. Even if half of his spiritual energy was used up at once, the spirit recovery blade could quickly replenish it in a short time. Coupled with the fact that he had stocked up on plenty of recovery potions this time, Lin Feng had almost become an unstoppable perpetual motion machine. Just as he was about to delve deeper to complete his tasks, a piercing howl came from afar. At the same time, deafening explosions echoed from the distant forest. Someone's there. Lin Feng's expression tightened. He entered the dense forest and saw a young man in tattered clothes fiercely battling a swarm of ash ants. The ash ants were not weak, even a random one was equivalent to a battle spirit level fighter. And there were over 2,000 ash ants in front of him. Not to mention, there were more than 100 ash ants with golden patterns surrounding the young man. These were the ash ant guards, each at the 1-star battle general level. According to the Beast Encyclopedia, battle general level ash ants could unleash combo attacks, which was why they were so troublesome. Once their combos were executed, even high-level battle generals could be defeated. It's Li Fengxian. Lin Feng recognized the young man and was momentarily stunned. This guy looked truly miserable. Just then, the ground beneath Li Fengxian's feet suddenly began to writhe rapidly. A completely golden ash ant launched a surprise attack. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. The ash ant leader. The aura of this ash ant had actually reached the 5-star battle general level. Not again. Li Fengxian was exasperated. Ash ants could spit ash fire. Although the fire wasn't very hot, it was extremely sticky and hard to extinguish once it stuck to something. He had just managed to put out the fire, only to be ambushed by the leader again. If not for his quick reflexes, he might have been seriously injured earlier. Even so, he was already badly hurt. As Lin Feng hesitated about whether to help, he caught sight of 4 faintly glowing purple plants at the edge of the ash ant swarm from the corner of his eye. Purple snow fruits. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Purple snow fruits could be consumed directly to instantly restore 60% of spiritual energy. These fruits were extremely rare, so rare that even Magic City University didn't have them available for exchange. None of the recovery potions Lin Feng carried could compare to their potency. These fruits could be life-saving in critical moments. No wonder Li Fengxian is fighting so desperately, Lin Feng said, drawing his spirit recovery blade. Li Fengxian noticed the movement, turned around, and saw Lin Feng. He shouted joyfully, "Haha, Junior Lin, you've come at the perfect time. Help me out." Lin Feng looked at him with a faint smile. He knew of Li Fengxian's reputation. "Senior, With your strength, you should be able to handle these ash ants with ease, Lin Feng said. Li Fengxian was already at the 5-star battle general level. Known as a madman at school, Lin Feng didn't believe he would be troubled by an ash ant leader of the same level. Although Lin Feng was eager to get the purple snow fruits, he would never act recklessly. Li Fengxian said helplessly. If it were just one, it would be manageable. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, 10 5-star warrior-level ash ant leaders burst out of the ground simultaneously. Junior Lin, I'll handle these 5-star warriors. Can you hold off the others for me? Li Fengxian felt his scalp tingle. It was precisely because he feared these creatures that he didn't dare to go all out. As long as Lin Feng could hold off the other ash ants and prevent them from attacking together, Li Fengxian was confident he could take down these leaders. Senior, what about the purple snow fruits? Lin Feng asked. Li Fengxian rolled his eyes, thinking that Lin Feng was indeed not easy to deal with. I won't take advantage of you two each. Deal. Lin Feng nodded. With that, he gripped his battle blade tightly and charged into the nerve-wracking swarm of ants. Don't fight them head-on, stay agile. Li Fengxian reminded him before engaging in a fierce battle with the 11 ash ant leaders. Although the ash ants Lin Feng faced were much weaker, their overwhelming numbers were despair-inducing. Li Fengxian thought that as long as Lin Feng could hold them off, it would already be impressive. The two of them working together might still have a chance to take them down. After all, with so many ash ants, even Li Fengxian found it challenging. He wasn't afraid of the ash ants themselves, but feared getting injured. If he got hurt and surrounded, it would be dangerous. Boom! The A-grade alloy battle blade cut through the ash ants like slicing vegetables. Lin Feng took down 3 in one strike. But immediately, more ash ants swarmed toward him, including a few 1-star warrior-level ash ants charging at him aggressively. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. Lin Feng didn't dare delay and summoned the Destruction Tribulation Thunder. Rumble. Thunder roared as a 150-meter-long crimson blade descended from the sky. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large group of ash ants screamed as they turned to ash. Even the 1-star warrior-level ash ants were severely injured. The powerful suppressive force of the Destruction Tribulation Thunder temporarily halted the surrounding ash ants' attacks. Impressive. Li Fengxian's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten the restraining effect of the thunder element on beasts. With this, Lin Feng's chances of holding off the ash ants increased significantly. Roar! The severely injured warrior-level ash ants became even more frenzied. Whoosh! They spat gray flames from their mouths, which quickly converged into fiery serpents. Humph! Lin Feng sneered. Trying to chain attacks? Dream on. Swish! Lin Feng's speed surged as he swiftly charged towards several ash ants. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. The Destruction Tribulation Thunder instantly condensed and struck down fiercely. Boom! The already injured ash ants were instantly shattered into pieces. But just then, a few ash ants tore into Lin Feng's back with their sharp mandibles. Rip! The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. Lin Feng didn't even glance at his wound, instead swinging his blade backward. Several ordinary ash ants were sliced apart, and by the time they fell, the wound on his back had completely healed. Truly worthy of immortal regeneration. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The effect was even better than he had anticipated. In that case, crimson arcs of electricity flickered around Lin Feng. Like a moth to whenever the surrounding ash ants died, a new wave immediately replaced them. At first, Lin Feng gasped in pain. After all, immortal healing could only heal injuries, not alleviate pain. Over time, he became numb. Those wounds deep enough to expose bone only made him frown slightly. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had passed. Lin Feng had desperately killed half of the over 2,000 ash ants. Nearly 100 warrior-level ants had also significantly decreased. Lin Feng couldn't even remember how many injuries he had sustained. This desperate fighting style began to instill fear in the ash ants. They were horrified to discover that this human seemed incapable of dying. Clearly, he had been covered in wounds moments ago, yet now he was full of energy. Clearly, his wounds were terrifyingly deep, but they healed on their own in no time. If it were anyone else, they would have fled long ago. But this guy fought more fiercely the longer he went on. Can you believe it? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Although the ash ants weren't intelligent, they were feeling troubled at this moment. If this continued, their colony would be doomed. By then, even if some survived, they would face even worse attacks from other beasts. The beasts in the underground cave never coexisted peacefully, except during beast tides when they temporarily joined forces. Otherwise, they fought each other even more viciously. What's going on? On the other side, Li Fengxian, who was battling the leaders, looked over with a fatigued expression. One glance was enough to stun him. Where are the ash ants? The originally dense swarm of ash ants had suddenly been reduced by more than half, and there weren't even any corpses left on the ground. It's that thunder ability. Li Fengxian's eyes narrowed. This ability was too strong, too terrifying. It had completely wiped out the ash ants. An S-level ability could achieve this? Wait. Li Fengxian suddenly looked at Lin Feng, his mouth agape. This guy is completely unharmed. Thinking of this, Li Fengxian felt a chill run through his body. Hiss! He gasped. Before he could react, the surrounding ash ant leaders charged at him again. Clang! Not far away, the destruction tribulation lightning enveloped the spirit-returning blade. Wherever the blade light passed, it seemed unstoppable. Facing Lin Feng, who was like a perpetual motion machine, the ash ants finally retreated. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several warrior-level ash ants, seeing their companions dwindling, felt deeply saddened. It was as if they were saying, "Retreat, this guy is insane. Leave the purple snowfruit for now." They all ran. Lin Feng, who was enjoying the fight, saw the remaining 1,000 ash ants start digging into the ground. Finally retreated? Lin Feng squinted his eyes. Retreating was good, it saved him from wasting spiritual energy. Lin Feng, quickly go collect the purple snow fruit. Li Fengxian urgently shouted. Although only 3 ash ant leaders remained, they were now fighting Li Fengxian like madmen. Lin Feng tapped his toes, a red lightning bolt streaking behind him. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly took 4 purple snow fruits. Lin Feng placed the purple snow fruits into his personal space. Just as he did, the surrounding ground suddenly shook violently. Lin Feng's eyes tightened. A beast tide is coming. Li Fengxian's face showed rare tension. Hurry and leave. As he spoke, spiritual energy surged from his body. Boom! Li Fengxian exchanged injuries for injuries, forcing back the 3 ash ant leaders. Beast tides attacking the base were common in the underground cave. But this time, Lin Feng felt something different. "Senior, this beast tide seems." Lin Feng said softly. "This isn't an ordinary beast tide, it's a hunting beast tide led by exotic beast generals." Li Fengxian's face was grim. "Damn it, we're really unlucky. Aren't these guys supposed to only appear near Beast Ancestor Mountain?" Hunting beast generals? Lin Feng heard this term for the first time. There are many secrets behind this, Li Fengxian explained as they ran. Simply put, they're specifically here to eliminate humans like us. These hunting beast generals are at least high-level warlord class. There are even beast kings at the grandmaster level. Lin Feng understood now. No wonder Li Fengxian was so tense. Damn, we've definitely been discovered. Li Fengxian, with his strong abilities and keen senses, said, "It seems like they're heading our way. This is big trouble." Li Fengxian kept glancing around as he ran. Lin Feng could sense it too. About 10 kilometers away, a terrifying aura was rushing toward them at an astonishing speed. "Our special operations team hunts alien beast leaders, and these hunting beast generals are here to kill us," Li Fengxian cursed. "If only a weaker beast general came, we might have a chance to take one down." "Senior, do you know the opponent's strength?" Lin Feng asked. "Seems like it's a Vajra demon ape," Li Fengxian replied. 9-star warlord. This made Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. He knew about the Vajra demon ape, a very violent alien beast with decent intelligence. Its Vajra armor was nearly invincible in defense. However, its speed was average, and with the terrain advantage, they might be able to escape. This also reduced the chance of being targeted. As they ran, Li Fengxian noticed something was off. He saw Lin Feng was 20 meters away from him and couldn't help but say, "You really are cautious." "Ahem, better safe than sorry," Lin Feng replied. Although they were from the same school and had fought ash ants together, who knew what Li Fengxian was thinking? What if, at a critical moment, He used Lin Feng as bait to divert the Vajra demon ape. Such things had to be guarded against. In fact, thanks to the destruction tribulation lightning, Lin Feng's speed was no slower than Li Fengxian's. If he used the destruction tribulation lightning as battle boots, he could even run faster. But for now, he didn't want to overtake Li Fengxian. On one hand, it was to conserve energy since Li Fengxian's combat strength was significant. If the Vajra demon ape caught up, at least there would be a helper. On the other hand, it was also a precaution against Li Fengxian. If Li Fengxian dared to attack him, Lin Feng had countermeasures. In that case, it would be Li Fengxian who ended up in trouble. Li Fengxian was completely unaware of Lin Feng's calculations. At this moment, he was only focused on escaping. Suddenly, Li Fengxian turned and dashed to the left. Lin Feng followed closely. 10 kilometers away, the Vajra demon ape held a massive 10-meter-long club. The club seemed to be made from some kind of tree trunk, covered in sharp barbs. Roar! Sensing the presence of Lin Feng and Li Fengxian, the Vajra demon ape let out a thunderous roar, as if mocking them. You little bugs, just surrender obediently. Damn it, it seems to be getting closer. Li Fengxian started to panic. Wasn't this thing supposed to be slow? Lin Feng frowned. At this rate, they might really get caught. I don't know. Damn, could it have mutated? Li Fengxian said nervously. Lin Feng's frown deepened. The underground world contained many rare herbs and treasures. If an alien beast consumed them, it could indeed mutate. If that were the case, the two of them might not escape today to this moment. Li Fengxian suddenly glanced at Lin Feng and said, Brother, if I really can't hold on, I'll leave first without you. I hope you can understand. Lin Feng nodded. Li Fengxian's honesty made Lin Feng admire him. I understand. I would do the same. Lin Feng replied. I can injure the Vajra demon ape, but the trouble comes afterward. Li Fengxian suddenly frowned. Any ideas? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Li Fengxian hesitated for a moment and said, I have a psionic railgun. As soon as he said this, Lin Feng immediately understood. The psionic railgun was an extremely powerful psionic weapon. Once fully charged, it could unleash a terrifyingly destructive attack in an instant. However, the psionic railgun consumed a massive amount of psionic energy, draining most of the user's energy in a flash. If an awakened one's psionic energy was depleted, they would become weak, or even fall unconscious for a period of time. At that point, even using purple snowfruit to replenish energy wouldn't be fast enough. Li Fengxian was clearly worried about this. If you can injure it, I'll carry you to escape, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Using up more psionic energy didn't matter after all. There was still the purple snowfruit. Lin Feng was confident that as long as he gave it his all, there was still a chance to shake off the Vajra demon ape. Li Fengxian gave Lin Feng a deep look, then made up his mind. All right, I trust you. The two immediately stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the Vajra demon ape was less than 5 kilometers away from them. Sensing that Lin Feng and Li Fengxian had stopped, the Vajra demon ape revealed a human-like smile. To it, these two humans had already run out of options. Roar! The Vajra demon ape accelerated toward them. Li Fengxian pulled out a silver psionic railgun from his storage ring. The psionic railgun was about the size of a rocket launcher from the previous era. Li Fengxian knelt on one knee. Brother, my life will be in your hands in a moment. Li Fengxian said. You're truly a madman, Lin Feng said with a smile. Don't worry. Such courage was not something an ordinary person could possess. Lin Feng finally understood why Li Fengxian was called a madman. Hearing this, Li Fengxian showed an excited expression. Life is all about gambling. If I win, I gain a friend. If I lose, it doesn't matter. With that, he pulled the trigger of the psionic railgun. Boom! The psionic railgun roared like a high-powered pump. Most of the psionic energy in Li Fengxian's body was drained in an instant. At the same time, the dark barrel of the gun suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light. An indescribable aura began to surge, as if an ancient beast had been unleashed. Lin Feng, when I pass out, you must run as fast as you can. Li Fengxian growled in a low voice. Run as far and as fast as you can. As soon as he finished speaking, the psionic energy in his body was completely depleted. Lin Feng reacted quickly, immediately taking out the prepared purple snowfruit. The next moment, Li Fengxian collapsed to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Just then, the Vajra demon ape appeared. It stood 20 meters tall, its cold eyes fixed on Lin Feng and Li Fengxian. Just as it was about to strike, the Vajra demon ape's fur suddenly stood on end. Boom! The psionic railgun finished charging, and a beam of electromagnetic light as thick as a water pipe shot out. In an instant, it struck the Vajra demon ape's abdomen with incredible speed. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out, and the Vajra demon ape's steel-like abdominal muscles were instantly blown apart. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he hoisted Li Fengxian onto his back. Sizzle! In the next moment, the destructive tribulation lightning transformed into battle boots. Lin Feng shot out like an arrow from a bow. But just as he ran 1,000 meters, an extremely furious roar came from behind. The Vajra demon ape stood up again, its eyes blood red. A terrifying wound with a diameter of 1 meter was visible on its abdomen, faintly revealing white ribs. As expected, the Vajra demon ape was injured. However, the injury was not fatal. Instead, it provoked even more violent rage. Damn! Lin Feng glanced back, his scalp tingling. The spiritual energy within his body rapidly drained. He pushed himself to the limit, his speed reaching its peak. Whoosh! In the dense forest, Lin Feng carried the unconscious Li Fengxian on his back, sprinting like lightning, while the Vajra demon ape behind him emitted a faint golden glow, its speed matching Lin Feng's. Thick trees snapped easily under its feet. Lin Feng took a quick glance back, his heart sinking. There were still 80 kilometers to the base. If everything went smoothly, he might make it. But that seemed almost impossible. If they were intercepted by the beast, both he and Li Fengxian would die. I've got an idea. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Since that was the case, he would use strategy to deal with it. In the next second, Lin Feng suddenly changed direction. According to his mission, there was a peak battle spirit level beast nearby. As Lin Feng entered the territory of the venomous scorpion, rustling sounds came from the bushes, and a completely emerald green scorpion, about 2 meters long, crawled out. Its large pincers emitted faint toxic gas, making one's skin crawl. Crack! As the venomous scorpion prepared to attack, Lin Feng casually shot an arc of electricity behind him without even glancing at the scorpion, continuing to charge forward. Slash! Lin Feng's thigh was cut open, and emerald green venom quickly seeped in. However, the effect of immortal healing immediately expelled the venom. This healing ability could neutralize deadly toxins, so Lin Feng was completely unbothered. Bang! The arc of electricity struck the Vajra demon ape. Already furious, the ape saw Lin Feng daring to attack it and pounded its chest in rage. Hiss hiss! The venomous scorpion prepared to continue its pursuit, but was suddenly frightened by the Vajra demon ape's roar and quickly burrowed underground. Roar! The Vajra demon ape, indifferent to anything else, stomped the venomous scorpion to pieces. Bang! Dark green venom splattered everywhere. If it were in peak condition, the Vajra demon ape wouldn't care about the toxin. But now, with its chest injured, the toxin entering its body posed a problem. At this point, the distance between it and Lin Feng widened. The Vajra demon ape was on the verge of exploding with rage. Naturally hot-tempered, it had been chasing these two little creatures for so long without catching them, which only made it more furious. Roar! It roared and accelerated. Not long after, Lin Feng lured another beast. This one was even stronger, a 2-star battle general-level black-tailed fox. The black-tailed fox left another wound on Lin Feng's body. Howl! The Vajra demon ape roared, signaling the black-tailed fox to back off. But the black-tailed fox ignored it and continued chasing Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng was delighted. He placed a purple snow fruit on Li Fengxian's waist. The purple snow fruit had a strong allure for beasts and could even give them a chance to evolve. The black-tailed fox was desperate to snatch the purple snow fruit, which completely enraged the Vajra demon ape. Boom! It opened its massive mouth and fired a black energy blast. The black-tailed fox didn't even have time to react before being blown to pieces. However, the distance between the Vajra demon ape and Lin Feng widened even further. Lin Feng kept choosing areas with more beasts to run through. With immortal healing, he wasn't afraid of getting injured. Moreover, as long as the exotic beast could delay the Vajra ape for even a second, it was a good thing for Lin Feng. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng had just stepped out of the forest, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Ash ants, I'm back again. In the distance, a large swarm of ash ants was fiercely battling a 6-star warrior-level exotic beast. The ash ants were the rulers of this area. Although the 6-star warrior-level exotic beast was stronger, its aura had noticeably weakened under the siege. Lin Feng's appearance, along with the scent of the purple snow fruit, immediately drew the attention of both sides. Among the thousands of ash ants, more than half charged toward Lin Feng. Roar! The Vajra ape was nearly driven mad with rage. These little bugs were truly annoying. Boom! A black energy began to gather once again. Lin Feng thought the Vajra ape was about to be held up again, but suddenly, the ground ahead split open. Immediately, a golden ash ant over 30 meters long emerged from the ground. This ash ant leader was even stronger than the previous one, reaching the level of an 8-star warrior. Damn! Lin Feng's hair stood on end. 2 high-level warriors, this was practically a death sentence. The ash ant leader completely ignored the distant Vajra ape and charged straight at Lin Feng at high speed. Is it after the purple snow fruit? The purple snow fruit had an immense allure for the ash ants. Otherwise, the previous swarm wouldn't have retreated only after losing more than half their numbers. Thinking of this, Lin Feng came up with a plan. He suddenly turned and ran toward the Vajra ape. The Vajra ape immediately became delighted. In the next moment, Lin Feng casually threw the purple snow fruit. The purple snow fruit had some value to the Vajra ape, but compared to the annoying human in front of it, the Vajra ape was more eager to get rid of Lin Feng quickly. Squeak, squeak. Seeing the purple snow fruit flying toward the Vajra ape, the ash ants let out piercing screams. Thousands of ash ants received the command and swarmed toward the Vajra ape. Perfect. Lin Feng glanced back and was overjoyed. The ash ant leader had clearly misunderstood. In truth, it didn't care about the Vajra ape. In its peak state, the Vajra ape was indeed formidable. But the one before it was clearly not at its peak, not to mention it had a whole swarm of minions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ash ant leader's brown eyes gleamed with excitement. It suddenly realized that the injured Vajra ape was even more enticing than the purple snow fruit. The Vajra ape immediately stopped, its gaze turning serious. Roar! In the next moment, the enraged Vajra ape let out a furious roar. Its meaning was clear: get lost, or don't blame me for being ruthless. But the ash ant leader paid no attention, instead summoning its minions to completely encircle the Vajra ape. Boom! Both sides were hot-tempered exotic beasts. Once they understood each other's intentions, there was no need for words, they went straight to battle. The Vajra ape swung its massive fists, instantly crushing dozens of ordinary ash ants. But the ash ant leader's sharp mandibles immediately bit into the Vajra ape's abdomen. Spectacular! Several kilometers away, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. It seemed he could reap the benefits of their fight. Boom! Roar! Squeak, squeak, squeak. A fierce battle unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. It had to be said, the Vajra ape's strength was indeed formidable. Facing so many ash ants, it resembled an ancient beast, striking with ferocity and speed. Its incredible defensive power could almost ignore most of the ash ants' attacks. Squeak! The ash ant leader let out a sharp cry. Immediately, all the ash ants' bodies began to glow brightly with flames. Yes, that's the way to do it. Lin Feng saw them start to coordinate their combo moves and nodded silently in approval. Boom! The moment the ash ant leader entangled the Vajra demon ape, flames from thousands of ash ants converged into a sea of fire. Heat waves rolled across the surrounding area for several kilometers. Even though Lin Feng was far away, he could feel the scorching temperature. Roar! The Vajra demon ape dared not be careless, its entire body shimmering with golden light. Boom! Both sides exchanged fierce blows in an intense battle. The fight between the beasts was a life-and-death struggle with no retreat. Whether it was the Vajra demon ape or the ash ant leader, both attacked with all their might. Although the ash ant leader was weaker individually, its numerical advantage was evident. Under the group tactics, even the Vajra demon ape, known for its incredible defense, began to sustain injuries. The terrifying gray flames burned mercilessly like the fire of death. Even though the Vajra demon ape tried its best to resist, it couldn't completely evade the attacks. Boom! Suddenly, the Vajra demon ape roared furiously, spewing a golden beam of light from its mouth. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. This must be the Vajra demon ape's ultimate move, Vajra Annihilation Strike. Whoosh! The ash ant leader was not to be outdone, condensing its gray flames into a giant ant hundreds of meters tall, which collided with the golden beam. Bang! Instantly, a mushroom cloud thousands of meters high rose into the sky. The shockwave from the battle spread outward at supersonic speed. Even though Lin Feng was far away, the strong wind blew his hair into disarray. Who won? Covered in dust, Lin Feng muttered to himself. This move would surely determine the victor. But in the distance, dust billowed and sparks flew, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Roar! Squeak! Suddenly, two angry roars echoed. As the dust settled, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw the Vajra demon ape with half its body shattered, its white skeletal frame mixed with torn flesh, looking horrifying. The ash ant leader was in even worse condition. Its lower body had completely disappeared, leaving only two of its 6 sturdy legs intact. Ugh! Despite its severe injuries, the Vajra demon ape remained ferocious, using its only remaining hand to grab the ash ant leader and swallowing it whole. Squeak! The ash ant leader was equally ruthless, spitting out a mouthful of ash flames. Crack! Just as the ash ant was swallowed into the moment the Vajra demon ape died, the system notification sounded. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then broke into a wide grin. It's actually a movement-type ability combat skill, and it's a top-tier one. Lin Feng almost thought he had misheard. It wasn't until the reward was delivered and the divine lightning step automatically reached minor mastery that he became completely thrilled. His heart raced. He had expected a generous reward for killing the Vajra demon ape, but he hadn't anticipated it would be a top-tier movement skill. Movement combat skills were already rare and precious, and the value of a top-tier one was astonishingly high. At Magic City University, there were only 3 top-tier ability movement skills, and none of them were elemental-based. The system's reward was undoubtedly the very best. Hit the jackpot, Lin Feng whispered excitedly. Exchanging a single purple snowfruit for a top-tier movement skill worth 20,000 points was simply too worthwhile. The top-tier movement skills at Magic City University required 10,000 points each, and this one fit him perfectly, definitely worth 20,000 points. More importantly, it saved him a significant amount of training time. Let's test it out. Lin Feng summoned the Destruction Tribulation Lightning and activated the Divine Lightning Step. ZZZ. It felt like he had boarded a rocket. Lin Feng only saw the scenery on both sides rapidly retreating. In the blink of an eye, he had sped thousands of meters ahead. So fast, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The speed of the Divine Lightning Step at its minor mastery stage already surpassed the peak speed of the Vajra demon ape. What about when it reached full mastery? He couldn't even imagine. At this speed, I can return to the base in less than a minute. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. This mission was absolutely worth it. The Divine Lightning Step amplified the speed advantage of the Destruction Tribulation Lightning, not only ensuring his survival, but also allowing him to easily pursue enemies. And the energy consumption was minimal. He thought of that superhero from his previous life, whose ability was speed. With a single thought, Lin Feng transformed into a streak of red lightning and instantly returned to the Vajra demon ape's corpse. After all, it was a beast general, and its corpse was highly valuable. Lin Feng collected the scattered ash ant beast cores nearby and prepared to store the Vajra demon ape's corpse in his personal space. Lin Feng, Li Fengxian's voice called out. You're awake. Lin Feng turned to see Li Fengxian weakly walking over. Although the period of spiritual energy depletion-induced unconsciousness had ended, Li Fengxian hadn't yet regained his combat strength. Amazing, you actually made it back? Holy crap, Li Fengxian was about to say they had escaped when his expression suddenly changed. He saw the massive head of the Vajra demon ape behind Lin Feng. What happened? Li Fengxian's pupils contracted as he blurted out, You killed it? Staring at the clean cut on the head, clearly not a wound caused by a beast itself, Li Fengxian was utterly confused. How did you do it? Brain short-circuited. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Of course, the enemies killed each other, and I reaped the benefits. He pointed to the ash ant remains not far away. Only then did Li Fengxian realize, but he still looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. How did you manage that? This time, he was clearly asking how Lin Feng had made them fight each other. Lin Feng, in a great mood after receiving the top-tier reward, explained the process in detail. Impressive, Li Fengxian exclaimed after hearing the explanation. The method is simple and direct, but you sure have guts. It sounded easy, but actually daring to do it was a different matter. What if the beasts didn't cooperate? What if they teamed up against Lin Feng instead? That was a very real possibility. Just luck, Lin Feng said, taking out 2 purple snow fruits. For the bait pill, he considered it his own. Li Fengxian didn't hold back and directly consumed one. Not long after, Li Fengxian's complexion became noticeably rosier. What do you plan to do next? Li Fengxian asked. Continue completing tasks, Lin Feng replied. He had only completed 1 task so far, with 29 more waiting for him. If these tasks weren't completed quickly, they would soon expire. Instead of running back and forth, it was better to finish them all at once. I'll continue completing tasks too, Li Fengxian said with a smile. Don't let you steal my first-place ranking. Huh, isn't the first place taken by Huang Fuyu? Heh, that guy doesn't count. I'll soon surpass him. If I remember correctly, Huang Fuyu is already a 6-star battle general. Don't mention him, we're still friends. Haha. 5 days later. On Xiaolong Mountain. Task 29 completed. Lin Feng stylishly sheathed his blade. It had taken him a full 5 days to complete these 29 tasks. This time, the tasks were more challenging. Moreover, being closer to Beast Ancestor Mountain made them even more dangerous. Fortunately, with Immortal Healing and Divine Lightning Step, completing these 29 tasks would have taken at least half a month otherwise. Only the last task remains. Lin Feng squinted slightly. This final task was special. It wasn't in the underground caverns. The location was in a small city called Tianlu City. The task was to eliminate the Beast God Cult S branch in the suburbs of Tianlu City. The Beast God Cult was a heretical sect. They worshipped exotic beasts and sought to have them rule the world. Since the Beast God Cult was discovered, they had committed countless atrocities over the past 200 years. This cult was deeply hidden. Even though the higher-ups had intervened multiple times, they hadn't been able to completely eradicate it. Lin Feng despised heretical cults. In this lifetime, his father had once clashed with such a cult. If not for the severe injuries sustained during that encounter, he wouldn't have died in the underground caverns. An hour and a half later, Tianlu City High-Speed Rail Station. A tall and handsome young man stepped off the train. Young man, where are you headed? As soon as Lin Feng got off the train, a black market driver approached him. To the Jade Materials Factory, Lin Feng replied. The task instructions stated that the Beast God Cult S branch was hidden in the underground base of the Jade Materials Factory. The factory itself was just a cover. Jade Materials Factory? The middle-aged driver paused for a moment. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He had just sensed a faint energy fluctuation from the driver. This indicated that the driver was at least an E-level awakened ability user. Only E-level individuals had the ability to cultivate. But why would someone capable of cultivation be driving a black market taxi? Could it be? Lin Feng's mind raced with speculation. Perhaps this driver was a member of the Beast God cult. With this thought, Lin Feng maintained a calm exterior but was inwardly tense. The Beast God cult's infiltration was truly terrifying. The car is over here, the middle-aged driver said. Shortly after, they arrived at the parking spot. Young man, you don't look like a local, the driver said after closing the car door. Are you here for sightseeing? Lin Feng pretended to be shy. I'm here to visit relatives. My second uncle works at the Jade Materials Factory. The driver immediately relaxed. That makes sense. You high schoolers just started summer vacation. It's a good time to travel around. Yeah. Uncle, your kids must be about the same age, right? Lin Feng glanced at the driver through the rearview mirror. More or less. My kid just finished the college entrance exams this year, the driver said with a smile. Didn't he do too well? didn't he get into college? I'm planning to send him to a martial arts school to learn martial arts. And so, they chatted as they drove. Before long, they arrived at the Jade Materials factory. We're here, right here, the driver said. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the surroundings. Sure enough, there were several concealed presences in the factory. Uncle, I'm particularly curious about one thing, Lin Feng asked casually. What is it? The driver asked instinctively. Why would an ordinary person choose to join the beast god cult? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the driver's face changed dramatically. In the next second, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but quickly returned to calm. Why, young man, what are you talking about? How could I possibly join the beast god cult? The middle-aged driver spoke while quietly unbuckling his seatbelt. I hate those cultists the most. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged driver suddenly turned around, a dagger appearing in his hand. Clang! Lin Feng's expression turned cold as he flicked his finger. The ordinary steel dagger couldn't pierce Lin Feng's defense at all and was instantly deflected by his immense strength. What? The middle-aged driver's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected that a seemingly 18-year-old boy could easily counter his attack. After all, he was a peak awakening realm expert. Trying to escape? Lin Feng saw the middle-aged driver attempting to flee through the door and casually struck with his palm. Bang! The middle-aged driver fell back onto the seat, unconscious. Just sleep here for a while, I'll be back soon, Lin Feng said with a smile. By now, it was nighttime, and the workers at the Jade Material factory had already left. The massive factory was pitch dark, somewhat eerie. But Lin Feng knew the basement was brightly lit. According to the mission, today was the Beast God Cult's Tianlu City branch's monthly meeting day. On this day each month, the branch leader would host a meeting to discuss the next steps for their destructive plans. Lin Feng entered the underground hall of the Jade Material factory. Branch leader, someone has entered. A cult member rushed in to report urgently. Branch leader Cui Buqing's face changed as he glanced at the surveillance footage and sneered. Just a high school student. Throw him out, Cui Buqing said dismissively, preparing to continue the meeting when he suddenly froze. The person on the surveillance footage had disappeared. At that moment, a red lightning bolt suddenly charged into the hall. Who's there? Such audacity. In the hall, 8 Beast God cult members stood up simultaneously, furious. Lin Feng coldly scanned the room. Perfect, 10 of you. Who are you? Cui Buqing's pupils contracted slightly, feeling a hint of dread. Lin Feng's speed just now was astonishing, far beyond Cui Buqing's expectations. I'm here for your lives, Lin Feng said, pulling out an alloy battle blade from his personal space. Sky-splitting 5 slashes. 5 blade lights descended from above. 5 Battle Spirit Realm cult members screamed as they fell, instantly killed. What? Cui Buqing's face changed dramatically. This boy was too powerful, courting death. The next moment, Cui Buqing roared, unleashing the aura of a 1-star battle general. Boom! His legs rapidly enlarged, visibly to the naked eye. This was his ability, a B-grade physical enhancement of his legs. Once activated, his speed and leg strength were greatly amplified. However, just as Cui Buqing activated his ability, the remaining 9 cult members had already been slaughtered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated the Divine Lightning Step. Kill my followers, and you'll pay with your life. Cui Buqing roared angrily, his legs crashing toward Lin Feng like armored vehicles. Mountain shaking kick. Facing Lin Feng, he unleashed his combat skill without reservation. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. Lin Feng had no sympathy for the Beast God cult. The destructive tribulation lightning condensed into a blade, slashing toward Cui Buqing with immense pressure. Cui Buqing's face changed drastically as he felt a strong sense of death emanating from the crimson blade. But it was already too late. The 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash cut through Cui Buqing's legs like slicing tofu in an instant. Thud! As his legs were severed, Cui Buqing let out a miserable scream. Die! Lin Feng waved his hand. The destructive tribulation lightning condensed into 4 marbles and shot out. Bang! 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 Under the fierce attack of the destructive tribulation lightning, Cui Buqing was left battered and bruised. Humph! Lin Feng sheathed his blade, his expression cold. This branch was now finished. Buzz! At that moment, Chui Buqing's corpse suddenly emitted a white light. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly, and his speed increased sharply. Boom! Just as Lin Feng left the jade factory, a deafening explosion erupted. That was close, Lin Feng muttered to himself. If not for his divine lightning step, he might have been caught in the blast. Although he possessed an immortal body, recovering from such a powerful explosion would still be a painful ordeal. 300 points secured. Lin Feng looked at the factory, now reduced to rubble, and murmured softly. Then he walked toward a nearby black car. Seeing the driver still unconscious, Lin Feng casually struck him, killing him instantly. Just as Lin Feng was about to set off back to Magic City, several hundred kilometers away from Tianlu City, amidst rolling mountains and lush greenery, lay a hidden beast god cult stronghold at the foot of the mountains. In the beast god cult, one stronghold governed 10 branches, and the stronghold leaders were all at the grandmaster level. Damn it, the Tianlu branch has been wiped out, a man said in a dimly lit room, staring at the suddenly distorted surveillance footage. Recently, the actions of opposing forces have been growing more frequent. It seems it's time to show them what we're capable of. Fine, let's start with that high school student who killed branch leader Chui. Their tone suggested this was merely a trivial matter. Soon, they pulled up the previous footage. Moments later, Lin Feng, someone exclaimed in surprise. That name sounds familiar. Ah, isn't he the genius from Magic City University? He made quite a contribution in the Magic City catacombs recently. Heh, and he's still on our assassination list. Perfect, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Really? He managed to take down branch leader Chui? Don't be naive, there must have been a strong expert helping him behind the scenes. True, such an outstanding genius must be heavily protected by those old folks at Magic City University. The Beast God cult had secretly targeted a group of young geniuses. Their goal was simple, to cut off humanity's new hope. If these geniuses were killed, the future strength of humanity would naturally wither away. In that case, let's use the lives of these geniuses to fire our first shot. Prepare the Beast Blood Assassins. Yes, after several days of traveling, Lin Feng didn't rush to submit his mission but instead returned to his dormitory to rest for an entire night. The next morning, Catacomb Base, Special Operations Hall. Lin Feng hasn't been here for several days, has he? Qi Yu and others sat in the lounge area, curiously asking. Indeed, it's been a few days since we've seen him. Xiang Jun said. I heard from Zhu Taoyue that Lin Feng came 6 days ago and took on 30 tasks in one go. Although he had lost to Lin Feng before, Xiang Jun was quite open-minded about it. After all, losing to such a genius wasn't shameful. 30 tasks. Qi Yu and the others were stunned. That's incredible. I wonder how many days it took him to complete them, Ji Yao said softly. If it were someone else, everyone would definitely scoff. But Lin Feng was different. No one doubted his abilities. Now, they were simply curious about how much time Lin Feng had spent completing those 30 tasks. After all, as Lin Feng's strength improved, the difficulty of the tasks he took on would surely increase as well. Correspondingly, the time required would also be longer. Probably not less than 10 days, Ji Yao said. More than 10 days, likely, Xiang Jun shook his head. The tasks he took on are far apart from each other. Some of them require a full day just for a one-way journey. I estimate at least half a month. Sigh, when will we ever be this amazing? Thinking about Lin Feng's performance during the freshman welcome ceremony, everyone felt both astonished and a bit dejected. They were all part of the special operations team, all relying on their own 2 legs, yet the gap was so vast. Just then, Lin Feng walked in from outside. Lin Feng, Xiang Jun stepped forward and asked, You, how many tasks have you completed? As soon as he said this, everyone showed curious expressions. I got delayed a bit, but I finished all 30 tasks, Lin Feng replied. The delay he mentioned naturally referred to his battle with the Vajra demon ape. That's still impressive. In just 6 days, you actually what? Xiang Jun hadn't finished speaking when he froze in shock. Hiss, you actually completed all 30 tasks. Qi Yu, Ji Yao, and the others were even more dumbfounded. Yes, Lin Feng nodded, then went to submit the tasks. After Lin Feng left, Xiang Jun and the others exchanged glances. Moments later, they all spoke in unison. Monster. Xiang Jun sighed. 30 tasks, how on earth did he manage that? No idea, but I'm envious anyway, Chi said, looking toward the staircase. This time, there's probably no suspense for first place. Second floor. A total of 6,800 points. Old Ma finished counting and looked at Lin Feng with astonished eyes. What's wrong, Old Ma? Lin Feng asked. You. How did you even manage this? Old Ma exclaimed. Huang Fuyu currently has 13,200 points, and Li Fengxian has 13,000 points. You previously had 8,350 points, and with this 6,800, your total is 15,150 points. Old Ma calculated and took a deep breath. The legend of the top two in the Special Operations team has been broken. Lin Feng nodded. To him, breaking records didn't feel particularly special. It was just an honor, nothing more. However, these points were enough for him to use for a while. Looks like you'll secure first place by the end of this quarter, Old Ma said. When the next quarter starts, you'll probably leave them even further behind. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. For the Special Operations team, Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian were like gods. They were insurmountable peaks. Every quarter's points ranking was always dominated by the two of them in first and second place. But Lin Feng, this newcomer, had broken that record and by quite a margin. Downstairs, Xiang Jun and the others were also looking at the latest leaderboard. Although they had known the result for a long time, they still found it hard to accept at this moment. Our Special Forces team really needs new members now, Xiang Jun said softly. Xiang Jun, don't jump to conclusions too soon, Chi said calmly. Although this record has been broken, Lin Feng's true strength is still far from it. At most, you could say he has the potential to surpass them, but that will take a long time. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao and the others nodded. Haha, I don't see it that way, Xiang Jun said with a smile. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In just 7 days, Lin Feng's strength had already risen to the peak of the 2-star battle spirit realm. The cultivation accumulated during this trip to the underground cave was completely used up. The further he advanced, the more cultivation was required. The days of advancing in 10 or 20 days were long gone. However, Lin Feng didn't mind. In fact, compared to before, his speed of improvement was already terrifying. It should be noted that even strong individuals like Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian couldn't break through a realm in just 7 days. They had barely managed to advance through countless life and death trials. In Lin Feng's view, rapid improvement was actually a bit troublesome. Instead of rushing to upgrade, it was better to solidify his foundation and hone his combat skills. After much effort, the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash finally reached mastery. The Divine Lightning Step also showed progress. Although it hadn't reached full mastery yet, Lin Feng estimated it would take about 10 more days. However, the progress of the ability entry method was slow. He had been at mastery for half a month, but the free will realm remained elusive. For this, Lin Feng specifically asked Ling Wei. She told him that the free will realm would only be possible at the peak of the battle spirit realm. Upon learning this, Lin Feng immediately gave up. On this day, Lin Feng, you're finally out. As soon as Chu Xianlan heard Lin Feng had finished his retreat, she rushed over. To Lin Feng's surprise, Chu Xianer also came along. Hee hee, let's go eat together, Chu Xianlan said with a smile. Everyone's waiting. Although she had seen Lin Feng often during this time, they hadn't eaten together. Everyone. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yeah, did you forget? Today is the freshman gathering, Chu Xianlan said, blinking her big eyes. Didn't Teacher Ling mention it 2 days ago? Oh, right. Lin Feng had been so busy cultivating that he had completely forgotten about it. Let's go. As the three of them walked from Magic City University toward the Imperial Banquet Hall. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. For a moment, he felt like he was being watched. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Rarely going out with Lin Feng, Chu Xianlan was particularly happy. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Lan, you two go ahead. I forgot something I need to grab. What is it? Chu Xianlan asked innocently. I'll go with you to get it. No need. You two go ahead, Lin Feng said. Chu Xianer gave him a suspicious look, seemingly realizing something. All right, I'll go inform Teacher Ling. Lin Feng nodded. After the two left, Lin Feng turned and walked toward a nearby path. A few hundred meters away, 2 middle-aged men wearing sunglasses followed him. When Lin Feng entered a deserted alley, tap, tap. The The sound of footsteps grew closer. Lin Feng remained calm. His guess was correct. However, he was curious about who these people were. Sure enough, the two middle-aged men blocked Lin Feng's path, one in front and one behind. "It's him," one of them whispered. "Kill him." The other shouted and charged directly at Lin Feng. Neither of them wasted a single word. This left Lin Feng speechless. He hadn't even offended anyone. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the incident of destroying the Beast God cult's branch. "You're from the Beast God cult," Lin Feng shouted. The two assassins froze for a moment. Then their killing intent intensified. The Beast God cult's blood beast assassins were their elite assassination unit. Established for years, they had killed countless geniuses and key figures. ZZZ. Just as the two assassins were about to close in on Lin Feng, a red lightning bolt streaked past. "Huh? Where is he?" The two were utterly shocked. In the next moment, Lin Feng had already appeared behind them. So fast, one of them thought in astonishment. "Finish this quickly," the other said coldly. As he spoke, a shadow under his feet rushed toward Lin Feng at an incredible speed. "The Beast God cult is quite impressive to have found me," Lin Feng said. "But sending just 2 peak Battle Spirit Realm assassins? You're underestimating me." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished. In the next second, he appeared behind one of them. Crack! With a forceful twist of his hands, the assassin's neck was instantly broken. To Lin Feng, killing a peak Battle Spirit Realm assassin was no different from killing a chicken, especially with the enhancement of his divine lightning step. Lin Feng moved like a ghost, his speed impossible to defend against. "This is bad." The remaining assassin panicked. He realized his superiors had completely underestimated Lin Feng. Just as he tried to escape, Lin Feng moved at lightning speed, crashing into him like a mountain. Bang! The blood beast assassin flew like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily into the wall. The impact broke 4 of his ribs. Uft! A mouthful of black blood spurted out. Lin Feng was shocked. The assassin's blood was black. Lin Feng stepped forward, pressing a hand against the assassin's neck. "Tell me your base's location, and I'll spare you." "Spare me." The blood beast assassin's face was pale, his tone mocking. "I'm afraid even if I told you, you wouldn't dare go. Stop wasting time. Talk or die." Lin Feng increased the pressure. "I'll talk." Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he slammed the assassin hard onto the ground. The impact worsened his injuries. The once bloodthirsty blood beast assassin now Ling Wei said in a deep voice. "These blood beast assassins have been professionally trained since childhood and almost never tell the truth easily. Unless you use psychic abilities, it's very hard to get the truth out of them." Her expression was grave. "Lin Feng, try not to leave the school from now on. Even if you have to leave, let me know first so I can protect you in secret." Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Although they had a teacher-student relationship, Ling Wei clearly cared about him. This care, Lin Feng kept in his heart. "Don't worry, teacher, I'll be careful," Lin Feng replied. "It's not that simple. Blood beast assassins always aim to kill. This time, numbers 28 and 31 failed, so stronger ones will come next. And now that your reputation has grown, I suspect the Beast God cult has already set their sights on you. They've assassinated geniuses in the past too." After finishing, Ling Wei still looked worried. "I need to report this to the principal and have him strengthen the security around the campus." After saying that, she immediately made a phone call and only relaxed after confirming the situation. "All right, let's go eat." At the Imperial Feast Hall, besides the special recruits, Lu Yi was also present. This guy was a social butterfly. Although not very strong, he thrived among the special recruits by leveraging Lin Feng's connections. Lin Feng hadn't seen Gan Ning and the others for a long time. Except for Chun Muyang, who was in the same dormitory and often seen, the others were rare to meet. After all, they were in special training, while Lin Feng was either cultivating or on missions. "Lin Feng, come sit here." Lu Yi, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized Lin Feng. After everyone sat down, Chu Xianlan asked softly, "Lin Feng, are you okay?" Lin Feng shook his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chu Xianer also looking concerned. Lin Feng's expression turned a bit strange. Could this cold and aloof demoness have feelings for him? Thinking of this, a mischievous idea suddenly popped into his head. Twin sisters? The dishes are all here, everyone. Dig in, Ling Wei said. Teacher Ling, this meal must be expensive. Qi Kong glanced around and said, why so generous today? Yeah, everyone chimed in. Ling Wei put down her chopsticks and smiled. First, it's because you've all been working hard recently, so this is a reward. Second, a new training mode is about to start, and it won't be easy to have a good meal then. Hearing this, everyone except Lin Feng and Lu Yi looked disappointed. According to Ling Wei and by Fan's plan, they would spend the next half-month in the underground caves. Officially, it was called wilderness training. All right, let's eat. Ling Wei waved her hand. As they were eating, Chu Xianlan suddenly exclaimed, wow, look at Weibo. The invincible sword from Jiangnan University has issued a battle challenge. Everyone immediately took out their phones to check. Lin Feng leaned closer to Chu Xianlan to take a look. The invincible sword was one of the top 10 kings and a super genius from Jiangnan University. Every move he made attracted attention. This time, the invincible sword had issued a challenge to all the prodigies, with the time and place left open. So arrogant, Lu Yi said excitedly. If I had the skills, I'd be the first to step up. Not just the invincible sword, look. Gan Ning also leaned over. The young master of the Wu family from Central City has started heading north, challenging the prodigies of various major forces along the way. And there's more. Lu Yi found another trending topic. The prince of the weapons group, the Angel of War, has announced he's heading south, claiming he wants to connect with prodigies from all over. What's been going on lately? Xiao Zhan asked while eating. Last time, Zhu Zhan from Jiangnan University came to our school for a challenge, and now so many people are making moves. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He had already guessed. The Battle of Tianwang Mountain was less than a month away. Naturally, the geniuses from various factions wanted to seize the opportunity to build momentum while also honing their skills. Lin Feng, do you want to give it a try? Ling Wei asked. Me? I'll pass. Lin Feng shook his head. This kind of thing was time-consuming and exhausting. He'd rather spend the time training in the underground caves. Don't underestimate these sparring matches, Ling Wei said seriously. Right now, strength is the most important thing. Strength isn't just about your level, reputation is also a part of it. Those guys are challenging others to build their reputation and momentum. When an awakened's momentum reaches its peak, their combat power gets a boost. Actually, the gap between the top 10 kings isn't that big. It's still hard to say who will win or lose this year. Lin Feng listened and understood. He said calmly, if that's the case, even better. Let them build their momentum first, and then I'll defeat them one by one. You? Ling Wei was momentarily speechless. It was a good idea, but did he have the strength for it? Although Ling Wei had high hopes for Lin Feng, he had started too late and hadn't reached that level yet. 2 hours later, the gathering ended amidst laughter. Everyone originally planned to find a place to sing and relax, but Ling Wei, preoccupied with the beast god cult matter, declined. She escorted everyone safely back to school. Back in the dormitory, Lin Feng thought about what Ling Wei had said earlier. Although he didn't care about fame, he had to secure the primordial secret realm. In other words, he had to become one of the top 10 kings. 27 days left. Lin Feng checked the time and muttered to himself, I need to hurry. The next day, Lin Feng was about to head to the gravity room to practice his divine lightning step when shocking news broke. What? The angel actually lost. Lin Feng took out his phone and scrolled through Weibo. The third trending topic read, Angel defeated by Lin Hao from Southern Border. Former king loses first battle. Who is this Lin Hao from Southern Border University? Could the angel be a fraud? How could the top 10 kings be frauds? Clearly, Lin Hao is just too strong. Rumor has it he only used 2 moves to defeat the angel. Looks like he's going to become one of the new top 10 kings. In the Gravity Room's lounge, a few senior students sighed. Interesting. Lin Feng glanced at the introduction and couldn't help but smile. They both had the surname Lin, so they could be considered from the same hometown. Looks like Southern Border University is going to be famous this year. Southern Border University had originally been just an ordinary martial arts university, but Lin Hao's performance had skyrocketed its reputation. Besides the angel, both the unparalleled sword and the hidden general had won their first battles in overwhelming fashion. This silenced those who had doubted the level of last year's top 10 kings. After all, Every year there were dark horses. Meanwhile, in an unremarkable house in the Magic City, a middle-aged man with glasses and a scholarly demeanor entered carrying a basket of groceries. As soon as he closed the door, his aura became oppressive. Hallmaster, a man with a scar on his face, hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Cheng Yu's expression was cold. Have you found them? Hallmaster, we haven't found their bodies, the man stammered. Before he could finish, Cheng Yu angrily rebuked. Useless. The scarred man broke out in a cold sweat. Hallmaster, could it be that a teacher from Magic City University intervened? Miao Tingyun felt something was wrong when he didn't receive any news about the 28th and 31st. He carefully searched around Modi University, but found no trace of the two bodies. Those two corpses must have been dealt with by Ling Wei. To leave no clues behind, Ling Wei even cleaned up all traces of the battle. This is a bit troublesome, Cheng Yu frowned. He hadn't expected that the two beast blood assassins would return empty-handed. What was even stranger was that not even the bodies could be found. Here's the plan. In the next few days, have someone keep a close watch on Modi University, Cheng Yu said in a deep voice. The moment there's any sign of activity, send number 18 out immediately. Number 18, a beast blood assassin, was incredibly powerful, reaching the level of a 2-star battle general. His innate ability was perfectly suited for assassination. Over the years, the number of enemies who had fallen at his hands was no less than 70 or 80. He was the ace of the beast blood assassins. Yes, Hallmaster. Miao Tingyun quickly agreed and hurriedly left. Modi University, such an eyesore. Cheng Yu felt a headache coming on. Although there was power within the sect restraining Feng Mangong and his group, if the commotion became too big and attracted the attention of other guardians, or even Wu Ho, it would be troublesome. Moreover, spending so much effort on a single student was simply not worth it. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Feng was focused on his training when he suddenly received a phone call, interrupting him. Lin Feng, slightly annoyed, put away his battle knife. On the other end of the line was Li Fengxian. Since their last encounter with the Vajra demon ape, the two had exchanged contact information, but they hadn't been in touch recently, as both were busy with their own affairs. Senior, what's the matter? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng, come quickly, there's something exciting happening, Li Fengxian said excitedly. The Azure Dragon from Imperial Capital University is here, saying he wants to spar with Huang Fuyu. What? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, finding the news thrilling. The two of them, one being the Northern Azure Dragon and the other the Southern Captain, were the most famous among the 10 kings. Their strength was evenly matched. Lin Feng hadn't expected that even these two would start becoming active recently. I'm coming right away. In the reception hall of Modi University, Principal Feng Mangong and the vice principals of the 4 major departments were present, along with Huang Fuyu, Li Fengxian, and other talented students. Across from them sat a middle-aged man with a goatee and a burly young man with short hair. When Lin Feng arrived, the Chu Xianlan sisters were also present. Lin Feng. Chu Xianlan waved him over to sit. And this is? Lin Feng was about to ask when the goateed man narrowed his eyes. Lin Feng then noticed that he bore some resemblance to the Chu Xianlan sisters. Principal Chu, this is our freshman Lin Feng, who is also my disciple, Feng Mangong said with a smile. So it's him. Chu Tianyang suddenly understood. Truly young and promising. Clearly, Chu Tianyang had heard of Lin Feng's reputation. After all, Yin Jitian had personally tried to recruit him before. Chu. Lin Feng suddenly realized. Could this Principal Chu be related to Lan Lan? Lin Feng, that's the Azure Dragon, Li Fengxian said. Ji Wuxiang. Lin Feng looked at the burly Ji Wuxiang, whose eyes were fixed on Huang Fuyu. Huang Fuyu was also staring at Ji Wuxiang, both filled with fighting spirit, neither willing to back down. Last year's Tianwang Mountain battle, Ji Wuxiang was the first to reach the summit, Li Fengxian said. Huang Fuyu was deeply affected and fell into a slump for quite some time. Lin Feng nodded. Aren't they here to spar? Hee, that's just my guess, Li Fengxian laughed. With their grudge, they definitely need to have a match beforehand. Lin Feng was speechless. So it was all just his speculation. Feng Mangong and Chu Tianyang chatted for a while, and the formal meeting finally ended. Wuxiang, go meet your old friend, Chu Tianyang said to Ji Wuxiang. Ji Wuxiang nodded. You too. Take Ji Wuxiang for a tour, Feng Mangong said to Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian. Principal Chu, what's the purpose of your visit this time? Feng Mangong finally voiced his inner question. In his view, the vice principal of Imperial Capital University bringing their strongest student here was clearly a challenge. But Chu Tianyang hadn't said a single provocative word. His attitude was unusually friendly, leaving Feng Mangong puzzled. Chu Tianyang smiled and said, "Haha, I'm just here to broaden Ji Wuxiang's horizons." Feng Mangong looked skeptical. Ji Wuxiang needs to broaden his horizons? What a joke. It was like saying Lin Feng needed to meet geniuses from various places. Ridiculous. Lin Feng, hurry up, let's go. Chu Xianlan suddenly said at this moment. As she spoke, she grabbed Lin Feng's arm and headed outside. Chu Tianyang frowned but couldn't say anything. Feng Mangong, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed and thought to himself, could it be about his two daughters? Thinking of this, Feng Mangong smiled and said, Principal Chu, it seems you haven't seen your daughters in a while, right? In that case, I won't disturb your family reunion. Coincidentally, I have some matters to attend to. After speaking, he got up and left with Yao Qitian and the others. Chu Tianyang saw this and felt secretly satisfied. In fact, his purpose for coming here was precisely for his two rebellious daughters. Father-daughter relationships, huh? Lin Feng paused for a moment. No wonder they look so alike, turns out they're really family. Since they're family, Lin Feng was even less inclined to join the commotion. In the hall, Chu Tianyang stared at Chu Xianlan and her sister, his gaze full of calculation. Chu Xianlan looked at him, her face red with anger. Dad, if your eyes aren't good, go see a doctor. You? Chu Tianyang was so angry he couldn't speak. After a while, he finally said, Xiener, Lanlan, are you sure you don't want to return to Imperial Capital with me? If it weren't for the strained father-daughter relationship, the Chu sisters wouldn't have chosen Magic City University over the superior Imperial Capital University. After all, Imperial Capital was stronger, and their father was there too. Our affairs are none of your business, Chu Xiener said coldly. Although their mother wasn't around, Chu Tianyang had shown them plenty of care over the years. Chu Tianyang was good in every way, except for his overly controlling nature. In the past, the two had no chance to resist, but now, with their newfound strength, they naturally wanted to rebel. You too, Chu Tianyang said, feeling a headache. Fine, let's not talk about this. He knew improving the father-daughter relationship wasn't something that could be done overnight. After all, the kids were in their rebellious phase. Lanlan, you seem to have a good relationship with that Lin Feng? Chu Tianyang asked casually. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said it, Chu Xianlan's face turned as red as an apple. No, I'm not dating anyone, she said, lowering her head shyly. As soon as she said this, both Chu Tianyang and Chu Xiener rolled their eyes. Who asked you that? This was clearly an admission. Chu Tianyang held his forehead and sighed. His daughter was great in every way, except for being too straightforward. At your age, it's fine to make friends, Chu Tianyang said, but matters of love should be put aside for now. Young people should spend their time on cultivation. Chu Xiener rolled her eyes helplessly. Chu Xianlan blushed and said, Dad, what are you talking about? We're not at that stage yet. Haha, that's good. I trust my daughter, Chu Tianyang said, stroking his beard with a smile. Xiener, what about you? I just want to focus on cultivation right now. The eldest is indeed the eldest, Chu Tianyang sighed. Awakeners should strive to make a name for themselves. Come, let me see your progress during this time. Meanwhile, on the other side, team up. Lin Feng was a bit stunned upon hearing Huang Fuyu's suggestion. That's right, besides the four of us, there's also Lien Jinhua, Huang Fuyu said. The five of us each have our strengths, and we can definitely gain a lot in the Xia tomb. At that time, we'll split the loot equally. Lin Feng, are you in? Li Fengxian blinked and said, if you miss this opportunity, it won't come again. I'm in. Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. Actually, going to the Xia tomb was Qinglong Ji Wuxiang's idea. He and Chu Tianyang came to the Magic City for this purpose. The Xia tomb is located 200 kilometers outside the Magic City's underground base, near Beast Ancestor Mountain. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, a great battle took place here between the human high command and the beast overlords. The casualties were heavy, turning it into a well-known graveyard. The Shihe tomb is filled with precious materials and treasures, including supernatural combat techniques, high-grade alloy weapons, and rare herbs like Shihe ink spirit grass. Due to the heavy death aura, it can only be entered during July and August each year. Moreover, being close to Beast Ancestor Mountain, one might occasionally encounter powerful beasts. Precisely because of the danger, Huang Fuyu decided to form a team. Lin Feng, who was preparing to go to the underground to train in the Divine Lightning Step, immediately agreed. All right, everyone get ready. 3 p.m. At the base, Lin Feng and the other four gathered together. Everyone was fully equipped, as the round trip might take 7 to 8 days. Seeing the round shield on Huang Fuyu's back, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The design looked oddly familiar. Lin Feng, don't underestimate this turtle shell, Li Fengxian said, putting an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. It's made of Yutian stone, the hardest metal discovered so far. Last year, a master from the beast god cult tried to assassinate Huang Fuyu, but this turtle shell blocked the attack. Impressive, right? Lin Feng's eyebrows raised even higher. The shield indeed sounded extraordinary. Haha, I heard Principal Feng had a headache over making this shield back then, Ji Wuxiang said. Apparently, Principal Feng specially invited Minister Yi, and the two spent 10 whole days crafting it. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You two really make a good pair. Just looking at it makes people envious," Lian Jinfu sighed. Something that can withstand a full-force strike from a master-level fighter, who wouldn't want it? This guy really has good luck, Li Fengxian rolled his eyes. This material is extremely rare in the country, with only about 100 kilograms available. If he hadn't stumbled upon a piece, who would give him such high-quality material? Haha, the crafting cost wasn't too cheap either, Huang Fuyu said with a slight smile. You spent 10,000 points to get Minister Yi's 10 days of time, you should be satisfied, Ji Wuxiang joked. The group chatted as they walked into the underground. Although the West River tomb was quite far from the base, Lin Feng and his team moved quickly. Coupled with their formidable strength, ordinary beasts dared not provoke them. 2 hours later, they arrived. Here we are, the West River tomb. Lian Jinfu squinted slightly. It seems things have been unsettled here recently. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings. Not far away lay 2 freshly killed beast corpses, evidence of a recent battle. The West River tomb was not what Lin Feng had imagined as a graveyard. Instead, it resembled a vast expanse of hills, scattered with white bones, some belonging to human warriors, others to beasts. Though the deathly aura had weakened significantly, the air still felt unsettling. The thick, deathly aura appeared grayish-white, resembling a thin mist. At the far end of the West River tomb lay the endless Beast Ancestor Mountain. From here, the mountain looked even more majestic and ancient. Everyone, stay alert. We're about to be transported inside, Ji Wuxiang reminded in a deep voice. Watch out for those hunting beasts. Who cares? Kill them as they come. Li Fengxian, carrying a broadsword taller than himself, said boldly. As the group stepped into the tomb, the surrounding soil suddenly began to churn and writhe rapidly. Creak! 2 snow-white skeletons emerged from the ground. Flesh still clung to the ribs of the skeletons, making them look chillingly eerie. Gravekeepers, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. These gravekeepers were formed by absorbing the surrounding deathly aura. Whenever intruders appeared, the gravekeepers would emerge from underground to attack directly. Luckily, they're just the lowest level, Lian Jinfu sighed in relief. Gravekeepers were divided into 3 levels: white bone, blood bone, and black bone. The 2 before them were white bone level, roughly equivalent to 4-star warlords. Roar! Moments later, they swiftly defeated the gravekeepers. If I remember correctly, the West River ink spirit grass should be over there. Li Fengxian pointed southwest. Should we head there first, or? Let's go directly. The West River ink spirit grass could significantly enhance an awakened's control over their abilities, making it extremely valuable. As Lin Feng's group began searching for the West River ink spirit grass at the northernmost end of the West River tomb, near Beast Ancestor Mountain, human presence. Haha, devour them. As the words fell, 2 ghostly figures vanished into the forest. Boom! Lin Feng casually shattered a ferocious hyena with a punch. There seemed to be more beasts here than before, Huang Fuyu frowned. That's normal. With the deathly aura weakening, those beasts naturally come in, Lien Jinhua said indifferently. No, something feels off, Ji Wuxiang said, his eyes suddenly turning green. Moments later, he added, it seems a powerful enemy has entered. Where? Lin Feng asked. Are you referring to those descendants of the Dominators? Beasts had a strict hierarchy. Those reaching the master level were called Beast Kings. Grandmasters were dominant beasts, ruling regions. At the king level, they became Beast Dominators, capable of controlling entire territories. Beast Dominators could transform, and their offspring were collectively known as Dominator descendants. Exactly, Ji Wuxiang explained. With the bloodline evolution of Beast Dominators, their offspring can often transform early at the warlord level. This time, we must be extra cautious. Everyone nodded. Dominator descendants had powerful bloodlines and exceptional talent, making them formidable opponents for these human prodigies. After walking for a while, a gray wall appeared before them, stretching up to the sky. Everyone, pay attention. Once we step into this spatial wall, we might be randomly teleported somewhere, Ji Wuxiang warned in a deep voice. Lin Feng sensed it and said, the spatial power is very strong. This Shihe tomb is indeed extraordinary. The spatial power inside the spatial wall was extremely intense. Besides the possibility of being teleported at any moment, there were also deadly spatial blades hidden within. These spatial blades were concealed in the space and were hard to detect. Often, when you turned your head, they would already be behind you. Let's go in. The group stepped in one by one. Boom! A piercing explosion sounded. Lin Feng felt the scene before him spinning rapidly. Moments later, their location had changed. Still in the southwest, Li Fengxian looked around and said excitedly, we shouldn't be far from Xia. Be careful, it's a hunting beast general. At this moment, a pitch-black, eagle-like beast flew over. Black Flame Giant Eagle, prepare for battle. Ji Wuxiang shouted in a low voice. Screech! A sharp eagle cry echoed as the Black Flame Giant Eagle dove down like an arrow. Lin Feng immediately used Destruction Tribulation Lightning to form a crimson armor. Meanwhile, Huang Fuyu held a shield forged from Yutian stone, ready to block the ferocious attacks of the Black Flame Giant Eagle at any moment. Finally, a tough opponent. Li Fengxian gripped his massive battle blade with one hand, licking his lips in excitement. Mu! A Buddhist chant resounded. Lianjin Buddha appeared, his entire body glowing golden, resembling the legendary Arhut Vajra. Roar! Ji Wuxiang suddenly let out a dragon's roar. His hands rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a pair of over 1 meter long cyan dragon claws. Boom! As the five simultaneously activated their abilities, the Black Flame Giant Eagle spewed a ball of black flames from its mouth. The Black Flame Giant Eagle was much weaker than the Vajra Demon Ape, only at the 8-star warlord level. For the 5 of them, it wasn't too difficult to handle. I'll handle defense. Huang Fuyu shouted. Old Ji and Fengxian, attack. Lin Feng and Flower Buddha, keep it distracted. Clang! The flames struck the shield, and a strange scene unfolded. The shield actually reflected part of the flames. Some of the black flames turned back and attacked the Black Flame Giant Eagle. At the same time, Ji Wuxiang's cyan dragon claw fiercely grabbed. Sparks flew as he managed to seize the eagle's talon. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as the Destruction Tribulation Lightning quickly condensed into a crimson blade. Mad Demon Frenzy. Beside him, Li Fengxian's battle blade suddenly turned pitch black. Vajra's Wrathful Gaze. Lianjin Buddha struck simultaneously. In the instant Ji Wuxiang restrained the Black Flame Giant Eagle, lightning, whirlwinds, and a massive golden hand struck its abdomen in unison. Bang! Feathers exploded, and its abdomen was torn open. Screech! Though the wound was shallow, it immediately made the eagle even more ferocious. Boom! Its blade-like wings slashed fiercely at Ji Wuxiang, attempting to kill the human holding it. Ji Wuxiang remained unmoved, as if he hadn't noticed. Just as the wings were about to strike, Huang Fuyu moved with incredible speed. Clang! The round shield blocked the attack. Although the Yutian stone's defense was extremely strong, the powerful impact caused Huang Fuyu's legs to bend. The black flame giant eagle clearly hadn't expected these humans to cooperate so seamlessly. Its eagle eyes suddenly flashed with a shocking light. "Watch out," Huang Fuyu warned. As soon as he spoke, two gray beams shot toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already prepared. Sizzle. Just as the beams were about to hit, the divine lightning step activated. A streak of red lightning flashed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng had already appeared behind the black flame giant eagle. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. Lin Feng launched another attack. This scene caused the pupils of Huang Fuyu and the others to contract tightly. "This guy is really fast," Ji Wuxiang muttered under his breath. "This is at least top tier." "What ridiculous luck," Li Fengxian rolled his eyes. He also noticed that the combat technique Lin Feng used happened to be Thunder attribute, perfectly complementing his abilities. This kind of fortuitous encounter was not something one could come across easily. A movement technique like Divine Lightning Step, which could perfectly integrate with abilities, was extremely rare. 5 minutes later, chirp, Ji Wuxiang's indestructible azure dragon claws pierced through the heart of the black flame giant eagle. The eagle let out a miserable cry. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Its aura surged. "Watch out for its final counterattack," Lian Jinfu warned. Everyone was prepared. But in the next moment, the black flame giant eagle's aura suddenly diminished, and then, to everyone's shock, it soared into the sky. It ran away? Li Fengxian was so furious he almost spat blood. Who would have thought it would escape at the critical moment? And none of them could fly. Huang Fuyu and the others were visibly disappointed. Just then, "Huang Fuyu, raise your shield." Lin Feng, watching it fly higher and higher, suddenly shouted. "Huh?" Huang Fuyu was momentarily stunned, but his eyes lit up the next second. As he crouched and angled the sky shield at 45 degrees, the others caught on. "Will this work?" Lian Jinfu asked nervously. "Divine Lightning Step," Lin Feng shouted. Crackle! He vanished instantly. Following that, a red lightning bolt stepped onto the sky shield and shot straight into the clouds. "That was amazing," Ji Wuxiang exclaimed. The black flame giant eagle's aura was extremely weak. It hadn't expected to encounter such a strong opponent here, but it quickly relaxed. The sky was its domain. Those two-legged creatures couldn't do anything to it. Suddenly, the black flame giant eagle's feathers bristled. It turned its head to see a red lightning bolt flying toward it at an unbelievable speed, like a missile. Chirp! The black flame giant eagle cried out in terror. Just as it was about to struggle to fly higher, boom! A massive lightning bolt instantly pierced through its skull. "Trying to escape? No way," Lin Feng said coldly. As the black flame giant eagle and Lin Feng were parallel in the air, Lin Feng lightly tapped his toes, using the momentum to quickly return to the ground. Bang! The black flame giant eagle crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Well done, Lin Feng," Li Fengxian praised. Huang Fuyu added, "Truly an eye-opener." Ding! Successfully killed the black flame giant eagle, rewarded with 80 days of cultivation. The system notification sounded. Lin Feng smiled. As expected of a beast hunting expert, the rewards were indeed generous. Although no special rewards were triggered, 80 days of cultivation was already very high. This was the highest cultivation reward Lin Feng had received so far. These cultivation points were enough to advance him from the peak of the 2-star battle spirit realm. The 5 of them divided the black flame giant eagle's corpse and continued heading toward the Western River. Time passed quietly, and a day went by. The terrain of the Western River was vast, and it was teeming with exotic beasts. Lin Feng and his group could barely walk for long before having to engage in battle. By noon the next day, after just surviving a sneak attack by spatial blades, their eyes lit up. In the distance, a long river shrouded in purple mist came into view, dreamlike and beautiful. "Is this the Western River?" someone asked. The Western River stretched endlessly, and no one knew where its source lay. This river was the growth site of the Western River Ink spirit grass. "Why not rest and recover first?" Lian Jinfu suggested. Among the group, Lin Feng had the lowest strength but was the fastest, so he was only hit twice by the spatial blades. Lian Jinfu, however, endured 6 hits, leaving him quite puzzled. Fortunately, his ability was the S-class, Light of 10,000 Buddhas, which provided strong defense. Otherwise, he might not have lasted until now. "All right, There will be another big battle later, Ji Wuxiang said. Lin Feng also sat cross-legged and took out a healing potion. The downside of having a group was that he couldn't directly use immortal healing for rapid recovery. If he were acting alone, the spatial blades wouldn't have been an issue. Just as Lin Feng took out the potion, his expression suddenly changed. ZZZZT. He immediately activated Divine Lightning Step. Boom. At the moment he left his original position, a long spear formed from water landed where he had just been sitting. Whoosh! Li Fengxian and the other four quickly stood up, their killing intent surging. You dodged pretty fast. At this moment, two young men jumped out of the river, one tall and one short. Descendants of the Dominator. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This was his first time seeing a transformed humanoid beast. Unlike Lin Feng and his group, the beasts retained some animal characteristics after transforming. The tall one had crimson skin and two long horns on his forehead. The short one had hands shaped like strange fans. Although awakened individuals also displayed similar traits when using their abilities, awakened ones had spiritual energy fluctuations within them, which these beasts lacked. 2 8-star warlords. Ji Wuxiang's expression turned grim. No wonder I didn't notice them. Prepare. Huang Fuyu took out the heavenly shield and said in a deep voice, Ji Wuxiang and I will each handle one, the three of you take on the other. Ji Wuxiang and Huang Fuyu were both peak 6-star warlords. Li Fengxian was a peak 5-star warlord, and Lian Jinhua was close to a peak 4-star warlord. Li Fengxian rarely put away his smile, while Lian Jinhua directly summoned his Light of 10,000 Buddhas ability. TSK, you must be geniuses, right? The tall youth with horns licked his lips, revealing a ghastly white tongue. The meat of geniuses is the most nourishing. Niu Wu, take care of those two, leave the rest to me. Kuei Mo let out a strange shriek. Titan Demon Bull and Sea Dragon Beast are excellent supplements too, Li Fengxian laughed. You just came out of the river, so you're clean and ready to be eaten directly. Courting death. The short youth was furious, and the spear in his hand suddenly transformed, pointing straight at Li Fengxian. The battle erupted instantly. Li Fengxian's words were sharp, but his actions were swift and fierce. Lin Feng frowned deeply. Even with 3 people working together against one 8-star warlord, it was still quite challenging. The Kuei Mo before them was far stronger than the Vajra demon ape they had encountered earlier. As a descendant of the Dominator, reaching the warlord level and transforming was an extraordinary talent. His combat power was formidable. Lin Feng's Destruction Tribulation Lightning had limited effect on him. He could only rely on Divine Lightning Step to move flexibly and look for opportunities to strike. The main attacker, Li Fengxian, faced even greater pressure. Fortunately, Lian Jinhua was nearby for defense and support, and the 3 of them barely managed to hold their ground. Lin Feng, do you remember that time? Li Fengxian suddenly asked. Lin Feng nodded. Li Fengxian saw that he understood and gave a signal with his eyes, indicating to proceed as planned. Kuei Mo was a descendant of the Sea Dragon Dominator, with water-based abilities. This was also why he chose to fight in the Western River. There was an endless supply of water here. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following Kuei Mo's command, water columns transformed into spears. Don't underestimate them for being made of water. Their attack power was not weak at all. Ants, surrender now. Kimo shouted loudly and pushed with both hands. Splash! The river behind him rose rapidly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Now's the time. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fengxian quickly retreated, then pulled out the psionic railgun. Coming to the West River tomb naturally required thorough preparation. Buzz! The railgun began charging, and Lian Jinhua instantly understood. Buddha light erupted, forming a golden protective wall. Lin Feng used his Divine Lightning Step to quickly approach Li Fengxian. Kimo, watch out! Niu Wu shouted urgently from afar. Kimo froze for a moment, his face instantly turning grim. But it was too late. Goodbye. Li Fengxian sneered coldly, and the psionic railgun instantly drained Kimo's psionic energy. Bang! Li Fengxian collapsed, and Lin Feng immediately caught him. Boom! The powerful electromagnetic shell struck Kimo's abdomen directly. Unprepared, Kimo was hit, and light blue blood flowed out. He screamed in agony, his aura plummeting. Severely injured, Chemo turned and fled toward the river without looking back. Trying to escape, Lin Feng put down Li Fengxian and instantly caught up with Chemo. Boom! A destructive lightning bolt struck Chemo's back. Chemo, Niu Wu glared angrily from afar, preparing to rescue him, but Ji Wuxiang suddenly attacked. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed, and a phantom of a green dragon appeared on Ji Wuxiang's body. Though illusory, the phantom exuded endless majesty. True form of the green dragon, Ji Wuxiang shouted lowly. The green dragon phantom pierced through Niu Wu's abdomen directly. In an instant, 2 8-star generals were both severely injured. Moo! Niu Wu could no longer hold on, transforming into a black ox over 20 meters long, collapsing and screaming in pain. On the other side, Lin Feng's spirit recovery blade stabbed into Chemo's chest. Chemo screamed in agony and completely lost his breath. At this moment, he was less than half a meter away from the West River. If he had just a little more time, he could have escaped alive. But Chemo underestimated Lin Feng's speed. Ding! Successfully killed the sea dragon beast, rewarded with 1 berserk pill. As Chemo died, the system notification sounded. Lin Feng's eyes lit up special reward. Berserk pills are extremely rare, and consuming 1 increases combat power by 2 stars. This means Lin Feng's current limit as a 2-star general could rise to a 4-star general with the pill. Great stuff! At a critical moment, this berserk pill would be incredibly useful. On the other side, Niu Wu screamed in pain, then was slain by Huang Fuyu. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Buzz! A white light flashed across Niu Wu's corpse. The next moment, a ferocious bullhead appeared, its cold gaze fixed on the group. Who killed my child? The bullhead's voice was hollow and eerie. Not good, it's a lifelock. Ji Wuxiang's face changed, and he waved his hand. Roar! The bullhead roared angrily and instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. I didn't expect him to have a lifelock on him. This is trouble, Huang Fuyu said solemnly. Our location has been exposed. Who cares? We'll deal with it when it comes, Lien Jinhua said. That bull-headed monster should be a strong figure from the Titan Demon Ox clan. Crossing Beast Ancestor Mountain won't be easy for him. True, let's rest for now, Ji Wuxiang said, slumping to the ground and panting heavily. Li Fengxian was still unconscious. Take a break, Huang Fuyu said, also unable to hold on. You guys recover first, I'll keep watch, Lin Feng said. All right. The group didn't say much more. This battle had left everyone injured, especially Lien Jinhua, whose thigh had been pierced by a spear earlier, leaving him seriously wounded. While everyone was recovering, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the Hongmeng True Stone. Since entering the battle spirit realm, Lin Feng had been hesitating about which ability to use it on. Now he finally decided to use it on Immortal Healing. There were 2 reasons. On one hand, Destruction Tribulation Thunder was already powerful enough, with unparalleled attack power, fully meeting combat needs. On the other hand, Lin Feng had previously wanted to enhance his speed, as speed is crucial for both escaping and pursuing. However, after learning that the system even rewarded movement skill abilities, Lin Feng abandoned the idea of focusing on speed. Since that was the case, he decided to use it on Immortal Healing. Lin Feng crushed the Hongmeng True Stone, and the fragments fell onto his body. He made a cut on his arm, and the fragments quickly burrowed into his skin. What attribute will it have? Lin Feng was filled with curiosity. Another reason he chose Immortal Healing was that it was a pure recovery type ability. If it gained a new attribute, the likelihood of enhancing recovery was the highest. Lin Feng thought that if he could gain recovery spirit energy, he would be invincible. Under his perception, the fragments of the Hongmeng True Stone dissolved into streams of peculiar energy. These energies wandered around his body, slowly converging at a single point. Is it done? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Was that all? He hadn't asked Feng Mangong about the specific process beforehand, and in fact, Feng Mangong hadn't used it either. He only had 2 Hongmeng True Stones, both of which he had desperately snatched from the hands of alien beasts. Forget it, let's test it out. Seeing that everyone was focused on healing, Lin Feng made another cut on his skin. The wound instantly healed. No change. Lin Feng frowned, then suddenly realized. Host. Lin Feng Realm. 3-star Battle Spirit Realm abilities. Destruction Tribulation Thunder X. Immortal Healing Spirit CX Combat Techniques. Sky Splitting 5 Slashes Mastery. Introductory Ability Method Mastery. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash Mastery. Divine Lightning Step Minor Mastery. When Lin Feng checked the panel, he noticed that Immortal Healing now had 2 additional words, Spirit C. His eyes lit up. He summoned Destruction Tribulation Thunder and casually performed a 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. In the next moment, a surprise appeared. Holy crap! Lin Feng had just spoken when his spirit energy rapidly recovered to its peak state. His mouth hung open in astonishment, his heart filled with joy. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Does this mean? Lin Feng suddenly thought. Destruction Tribulation Thunder had strong attack power but consumed a massive amount of spirit energy, so he had always paired abilities with regular combat techniques. But now, things were different. He could use ability combat techniques freely. I'm going to become a walking nuclear bomb, Lin Feng muttered. With this, even when facing opponents much stronger than himself, as long as 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash could inflict damage, he could release it continuously. Although the attack power wasn't high, the cumulative effect of multiple strikes would be absolutely terrifying. Is it over? At this moment, Li Fengxian woke up. Seeing the corpses of Niu Wu and Kue Mo, he breathed a sigh of relief. That really hurt. Li Fengxian stretched and said, "Today's chance is used up." "What chance?" Lin Feng asked. "His second ability can only be used once a day," Huang Fuyu answered. "Dual abilities?" Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This guy also had dual abilities? Haha. His second ability is an S-class special electromagnetic cannon manifestation, Ji Wuxiang explained. But it's not entirely S-class, so it can only be manifested once a day. And it requires consuming a chance, otherwise, it can't continue to manifest. No wonder. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. This ability was indeed powerful and could save lives at critical moments. However, because it was incomplete, his spiritual energy would be depleted after each use, making it unsuitable for daily use. Has everyone recovered? Lian Jinhua finished resting and asked. After more than half an hour of recuperation, everyone's injuries were under control. However, full recovery would still take time. Let's check out the river, Li Fengxian said excitedly. The 5 of them entered the West River and immediately saw a purple glow shining from the riverbed. West River Ink Spirit Grass. Damn, we really found it. Li Fengxian's eyes lit up as he shouted excitedly. Be careful, there might be monsters at the riverbed, Huang Fuyu reminded. When they swam to the riverbed, sure enough, a group of bone-crushing crocodiles swam toward them from all directions. So many. None of them had expected that the riverbed would hide over 200 bone-crushing crocodiles, each with combat power at the 1-star warrior level. Lin Feng, you go pick the West River Ink Spirit Grass. We'll distract them, Huang Fuyu said. In terms of speed, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the fastest among the 5 of them. Lin Feng nodded, ready to act at any moment. Boom! As Huang Fuyu and the other 3 charged into the group of bone-crushing crocodiles, these ferocious monsters immediately opened their jaws and lunged at them. Lin Feng didn't rush forward. He wasn't sure if there was an ambush near the grass. The riverbed was the territory of these river beasts, so caution was necessary. Sure enough, just as Huang Fuyu and the others were engaged in fierce battle, the riverbed suddenly shook violently. The next moment, 5 bone-crushing crocodile leaders, each at the 7-star warrior level, emerged. Roar! The leaders were ruthless. They roared and charged at the intruders. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately activated his divine lightning step. Although his speed was reduced in the water, he was still as fast as lightning. 6 stalks, so many. As he approached, Lin Feng saw the quantity clearly, quickly picked the grass, and stuffed it into his personal storage space. Roar! One of the bone-crushing crocodile leaders suddenly turned around, furious upon seeing the West River Ink Spirit Grass they were guarding being taken. Boom! The surrounding river water began to churn violently. Just as Lin Feng was about to dodge, his eyes suddenly lit up. At the spot where the grass had been, a strangely shaped iron piece appeared. This iron piece emitted an energy he had never encountered before, neither spiritual energy nor supernatural power. Whoosh! Ignoring the attacks behind him, Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the iron piece. As soon as the iron piece was in his hand, a desolate and powerful aura surged forth. At the same time, Lin Feng felt a sudden heat enveloping his entire body, as if surrounded by flames. Without daring to linger, he immediately threw the iron piece into his storage space. Bang! At that moment, a massive bone-crushing crocodile lunged at Lin Feng. His expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood, but quickly recovered. Roar! The bone-crushing crocodile leader, seeing Lin Feng take their ancestral relic, was both terrified and enraged. Its roar triggered all the bone-crushing crocodiles to simultaneously turn their attention to Lin Feng. What the hell? Li Fengxian's eyes widened. Why were these bone-crushing crocodiles reacting so intensely? Facing the swarm of monsters, Lin Feng felt his scalp tingle and immediately turned to flee. The surrounding river water pressed down on him like a mountain, seemingly trying to crush him. Too slow, Lin Feng muttered as he shot out of the riverbed. Everyone retreat. Lin Feng shouted. Li Fengxian and the others instantly accelerated. Before long, the 5 of them returned to the riverbank. Although the bone-crushing crocodiles were furious, they dared not chase them out of the river. They had the advantage in the water, but once on land, it was a different story. 6 stalks in total. Lin Feng took out the Shiha Ink spirit grass he had picked. So much. Huang Fuyu and the others were overjoyed. Cough, cough. Can I have 2 flowers? Li Fengxian spoke up. I'll compensate each of you with an ice crystal snow lotus. All right, Lin Feng nodded. The ice crystal snow lotus was equally precious, containing a large amount of spiritual energy. The exchange was completed. What do we do now? Lian Jinfua asked. Let's head back. Huang Fuyu thought for a moment and said, if the Titan Demon Bull experts arrive, we won't even be able to leave. Everyone agreed. Although somewhat unwilling, this was the reality. The Titan Demon Bull experts were at least at the Grandmaster level. With their current strength, encountering a Grandmaster would mean certain death. 2 hours later, the group finally exited the Shiha Cemetery. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from Beast Ancestor Mountain. They're really here, Lin Feng said nervously. Run! Without hesitation, the group turned and fled at full speed. On Beast Ancestor Mountain, boom! A 100-meter-tall black giant bull wielded a battle axe. Beast Ancestor Mountain appeared ordinary but was exceptionally sturdy. Break it for me! The bull roared furiously, and the battle axe struck like thunder. The mountain trembled, and a crack appeared. The restriction on Beast Ancestor Mountain was set by an unknown entity. Even the beasts were unaware of its origin. The only known fact was that this restriction had existed for a very long time. It only affected those at the Grandmaster level and above, allowing those below Grandmaster level to enter and exit freely. For humans, this served as a form of protection. Under the frenzied attacks of the bull, the restriction on Beast Ancestor Mountain was finally broken. However, by this time, Lin Feng and his group were already dozens of kilometers away from Shiha Cemetery. 2 hours later, the group returned to the base. That guy won't chase us here, right? Lin Feng asked. Probably not, Huang Fuyu pondered. With Commander Qin stationed here, along with several deputy generals, if he dares to come alone, it would be suicide. Exactly, and the beast tide just ended recently. It's unlikely there will be another one so soon, Lian Jinfua added. But next time, we need to be more cautious. It seems that if we accidentally encounter them next time, it will be real trouble. Thinking about being hunted by a Grandmaster, everyone couldn't help but shiver. And so, the group returned to Magic City University. Although the trip to Shiha Cemetery only lasted 2 days, Lin Feng gained immensely. Berserk Pills, Shiha Ink Spirit Grass, and Ice Crystal Snow Lotus all were treasures. Lin Feng's realm had stabilized at the 3-star battle spirit level. If he consumed the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus, he might break through to the peak of the 3-star battle spirit level. Coupled with the cultivation accumulated over the past 2 days, he was not far from reaching 4 stars. Once he reached that level, Lin Feng believed he could compete with Li Fengxian and the others. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. After all, Li Fengxian and the others had been training since childhood, yet they only reached this level in their junior or senior years. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had only had the system for less than 2 months. Lin Feng. Ji Wuxiang gave Lin Feng a deep look before leaving. I think, this time at Tianwang Mountain, you'll be a formidable opponent. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Haha. I'll be waiting for you, Ji Wuxiang said. After Ji Wuxiang left, Lin Feng muttered to himself. This guy. Could he have figured something out? Just as he reached the dormitory door, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw a series of loud banging sounds coming from Chu Xianlan's dormitory. Practicing your skills. Lin Feng walked up and knocked on the door. After a moment, Chu Xianlan stretched her neck to look outside. Seeing it was Lin Feng, she smiled like a blooming flower. Hee hee, it's you, Lin Feng. Come in quickly. Lan, what were you doing just now? I thought you were under attack, Lin Feng said with a smile. To be honest, this was Lin Feng's first time entering Chu Xianlan's dormitory. Girls will be girls. The room was not only clean, but also warmly decorated. Lin Feng, it was my sister practicing her skills. I was just watching a drama. Chu Xianlan stuck out her little pink tongue. I just sent my dad off. I'm too lazy to practice. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, speechless. But he had to admit, Chu Xianlan sticking out her tongue was incredibly cute. Well, since there's nothing wrong, I'm relieved, Lin Feng said. Lan, I'll head back now. Huh? Chu Xianlan blinked her big eyes. You all work so hard. Lin Feng, why don't you stay and watch TV with me for a while? Chu Xianlan put on a pitiful expression. Lin Feng nodded. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he might as well relax a bit. Ever since obtaining the system, Lin Feng had hardly watched TV properly. It was either training or fighting, making life incredibly dull. Lin Feng, whatever you want to watch is fine with me, Chu Xianlan said as she sat next to Lin Feng, her fragrance wafting over. Aren't you watching Rivers and Seas? Let's just watch that, Lin Feng said. Rivers and Seas was about humanity before the revival of spiritual energy, a time very similar to Lin Feng's previous life. It was nice to reminisce occasionally. Hee hee. That's great, Chu Xianlan said happily. She felt it was rare to be alone with Lin Feng, and it was simply wonderful. She even wished time could stop. As a result, her favorite drama no longer held her attention. Her big eyes occasionally stole glances at Lin Feng, and her mind began to imagine all kinds of romantic drama scenarios. As she thought about it, Chu Xianlan's fair cheeks turned slightly red, lost in her thoughts. Lan, what are you doing? Lin Feng glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Ah, nothing. Are you daydreaming? Lin Feng looked at her with a smile. No, I'm not. Chu Xianlan, caught in her thoughts, blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled. Every time he was with Chu Xianlan, he felt happy and relaxed. At that moment, light footsteps came from upstairs. Lan, did you take my new nightgown again? A voice called out. Immediately, a pair of flawless, fair legs appeared at the doorway. Lin Feng froze. Chu Xianer froze too. Chu Xianer stood there, her expression lazy yet alluring. Her wet black hair clung to her body, her smooth skin completely exposed without a single cover, presenting herself entirely in front of everyone. Her perfect figure was on full display before Lin Feng's eyes. Chu Xianer's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, completely stunned. She had just finished practicing and taken a shower, but couldn't find her nightgown. She had come downstairs to ask, not expecting Lin Feng to be there. As a girl who hadn't yet matured or interacted much with boys, Chu Xianer rarely even spoke to them, let alone in such a situation. She was immediately overwhelmed with embarrassment and panic, frozen in place. Ah, sister, cover yourself with clothes quickly. Chu Xianlan reacted and shouted. As soon as she said this, even Lin Feng was stunned. This little sister's logic was truly baffling. Shouldn't she have told her not to look instead? Ugh. Chu Xianer muttered softly, rushing upstairs as if fleeing for her life. Ah, so embarrassing. Chu Xianlan's face was also flushed like a ripe peach. Sister, you're so silly. Lin Feng, wait a moment, I'll go get my sister's clothes. Chu Xianlan said as she ran upstairs. Upstairs, Chu Xianer held her face, her whole body feeling hot. Strangely, she wasn't angry at all. This is so weird, she murmured to herself. If it had been someone else, Chu Xianer would have been furious long ago. But today, she wasn't angry. Instead, she felt a bit. Ah. Chu Xianer startled herself. Could it be that she really liked Lin Feng? Sis. Chu Xianlan pushed the door open and entered. Chu Xianer instinctively covered herself with her hands. It's me, Lan. I brought you pajamas. Chu Xianlon handed over a set of pajamas. It's all your fault, Chu Xianer said angrily. If it weren't for you, I… Hee hee. Anyway, Lin Feng isn't an outsider. Chu Xianlon giggled and sat beside Chu Xianer. Two identical beautiful girls were indeed a sight that could never tire the eyes. You. Chu Xianer was so angry she couldn't speak. As she started to get dressed, Chu Xianlon sneaked a glance at herself. Ugh, sis, your figure is still the best. Chu Xianlon regretted. I shouldn't have slept on my stomach when I was little, it's too small now. Chu Xianer said helplessly. That's just genetics, okay? So annoying. How can I make it bigger? Chu Xianlon poked a certain spot on herself with her small hand. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Chu Xianer asked casually. Lin Feng likes. No, I mean. Chu Xianlon misspoke and immediately tried to correct herself, but she didn't know how to explain. Chu Xianer felt a headache coming on. Her sister was becoming less and less reserved. Suddenly, Chu Xianer recalled the scene downstairs earlier. At that time, her sister's face was completely red. Could it be? Chu Xianer widened her eyes. Were the two of them starting to do embarrassing things? Lan, you should pay more attention to your image, Chu Xianer reminded. Whatever, I'm not talking about this anymore. I'm going to watch TV. Chu Xianlon ignored her and ran out. I'll go too, Chu Xianer said just as Chu Xianlon opened her mouth in surprise. Sis, what did you say? Did I hear that right? You actually want to watch TV? No choice. Chu Xianer rolled her eyes at her. Sis, I suddenly thought of an idea. Chu Xianlon's eyes lit up, revealing a mischievous smile. Hee hee. Let's switch pajamas and go downstairs together without saying a word. Let's see if Lin Feng can tell who's who. Chu Xianlon said playfully. Chu Xianer laughed angrily. If you used these mischievous ideas for cultivation, would Dad even need to worry? Oh, playing is so much fun. Chu Xianlon quickly took off her clothes. Chu Xianer was stunned. Lan, why are you stripping completely? Didn't you say to wear your nightgown? Huh. Chu Xianlon froze for a moment. Oh, right. Haha. Chu Xianer rolled her eyes. Her sister's brain was truly hopeless. A moment later. Let's go, sis. Downstairs, Lin Feng was watching TV when he saw the two of them coming down together. What's this? Lin Feng frowned. What kind of trick was this again? Neither of them spoke. Lin Feng half-jokingly said, Are you trying to make me guess who's the sister and who's the younger one? The two nodded. Chu Xianer looked at Lin Feng, her heartbeat starting to accelerate. Being this close to a boy for the first time made her a little nervous. Chu Xianlon, on the other hand, was completely absorbed in the game and didn't think much about it. Lin Feng glanced at them and shook his head. They looked identical, making it impossible to tell them apart. His gaze quickly fell on a certain spot on the two girls. Chu Xianer's face instantly turned red. Being stared at so closely, the atmosphere was too ambiguous. Chu Xianlon also became shy. Got it, Lin Feng said with a slightly odd expression. You're Lan, and she's Xianer. How did you guess? Chu Xianlon asked curiously. Because she's older than you, Lin Feng replied. Chu Xianer's face turned red, and she couldn't help but give Lin Feng a playful glare. She didn't feel embarrassed about such jokes. After all, everything that should be seen had already been seen. This was just a minor matter. Lin Feng, Chu Xianlon shouted angrily. She almost forgot about this incident next time. She definitely needed to prepare something. Seeing this, Chu Xianer couldn't help but smile, a rare expression for her. No way, I want to try again, Chu Xianlon said, feeling a bit unconvinced. Is this game fun? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and sat back on the sofa. Fun, Chu Xianlon said. Sister, let's play again. Lin Feng, do you want to play too? Chu Xianer asked. All right, Lin Feng waved his hand. Then let's continue. After a while, the two changed clothes and came downstairs. They wore white shirts on top and denim shorts on the bottom. Their legs were fair, and neither was outdone by the other. The most noticeable thing was that a certain part was exactly the same in size. Chu Xianlon glanced at Lin Feng and secretly felt proud. What did you stuff in there, balloons? Lin Feng had an answer in his mind and subconsciously poked it. So fake, he said. That's real. Chu Xianer blushed and retorted. As soon as she said this, all three froze. Lin Feng, I'm Lan. Chu Xianlon said coquettishly. You poked the wrong one. Lin Feng and Chu Xianer froze simultaneously. In that case, Lin Feng couldn't hold back. I need to confirm. Oh, Lin Feng, you are. No. 150,000 words omitted here. 3 hours later, Chu Xiener buried her head under the blanket. Lon Lon. The next moment, a pair of large hands covered her. I'm not. I'm 2 million words omitted here. At night, Chu Xianlon had a dream. In the dream, she became a maid beside a goddess, guarding the goddess's cave. A fierce ancient serpent stormed in, trying to steal the treasure. The serpent was incredibly powerful. The maid fought desperately, sustaining severe injuries, with blood flowing everywhere. In the end, relying on her unwavering determination, she used a move called flooding the Golden Mountain to trap the serpent. The serpent spewed venom and fled in disgrace. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room, and the plum blossom pattern on the bed shimmered with golden light. Lin Feng stretched lazily. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. The delivery is here. At this moment, knocking sounds came from outside the door. At Lin Feng's dormitory door, a man wearing a yellow vest, a mask, and a hygiene cap had an impatient look on his face. Who ordered delivery? Open the door quickly. Don't delay our service. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng was stunned. Chen Muyang actually started ordering delivery? That wasn't like him. At the door, Chen Muyang was cultivating. Hearing the knocking, he initially thought it was for Lin Feng. The knocking continued until he finished his cultivation. Coming, coming, Chen Muyang said. Outside the door, a cold glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He was indeed a delivery man. But at the same time, he had another identity, Beast Emperor Cult's number 18 assassin. After receiving the mission, number 18 disguised himself as a delivery man. His delivery area conveniently covered Magic City University. When Chen Muyang opened the door, number 18's gaze tightened. Give me the food delivery. Lin Feng hasn't returned yet, Chen Muyang said. He just ordered it. The food delivery is almost here. Number 18 pulled out a pre-prepared excuse. Should I wait for him? Chen Muyang thought for a moment and nodded. Just as he was about to let the man in, no need to wait. I'm right here. Lin Feng pushed the door open, his gaze deeply fixed on number 18. Chen Muyang stretched his neck. How did this guy come out of Chu Xianlon and her sister's room? Could it be? Thinking of this, Chen Muyang couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw Chu Xianlon and her sisters standing behind Lin Feng, yawning. Your food delivery, number 18 said. Lin Feng smiled and asked, which number assassin are you? Huh. Number 18 froze for a moment, his eyes suddenly bursting with murderous intent. Just as he was about to make a move, a red lightning bolt rushed toward him at an astonishing speed. Bang! Lin Feng sprinted at high speed, and suddenly a strong impact force struck. Number 18 hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so fast. He was directly slammed into the wall behind him. The sudden scene startled Chen Muyang. Brother Feng. Chen Muyang wanted to ask what was going on and why he attacked a delivery man. Number 18 screamed, several ribs in his chest already broken. The information was wrong. Number 18 realized he had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Such speed was completely beyond his ability to handle. He couldn't help but curse the useless people at the headquarters in his heart. Trying to escape? Seeing number 18 starting to turn illusory, Lin Feng sneered. 9 Netherwind, Thunder Slash. He swung his blade. No. Number 18's eyes widened. Boom. Crimson lightning instantly enveloped number 18 and then exploded. Poor number 18 didn't even touch Lin Feng's hair before dying. Brother Feng, Chen Muyang snapped back to reality, his expression turning serious. Is it the Beast God cult? Lin Feng nodded. Only the Beast God cult would dare to target them so recklessly. From the start, I heard someone knocking while I was sleeping in the room, Lin Feng said. At first, I didn't pay attention, but later I thought about how you don't eat delivery food, saying it's not nutritious, and I knew something was off. Plus, with what happened last time, I had a rough guess. Lin Feng looked at the black residue on the ground and sneered. The Beast God cult is getting more and more audacious. Room sleeping? Chen Muyang froze for a moment. Ahem, it's nothing, let's go inside. Lin Feng coughed lightly, realizing his slip of the tongue. Turning back, he saw Chu Xianlon and her sisters staring at him. I'll head back now, he said, smiling with a hint of meaning. If there's nothing going on, I'll come back to watch TV. As soon as he said this, the two women's faces turned red. Lin Feng. At this moment, Feng Mangong's voice came from afar. As the voice fell, a green whirlwind appeared in front of Lin Feng. Feng Mangong was brimming with killing intent. Beast God Cult. He had just returned from the imperial capital and sensed the battle's aura from afar. He immediately used his abilities to arrive at Magic City. Yes, it should be a beast blood assassin, Lin Feng said. Feng Mangong looked at the black residue on the ground, his face grim. At the same time, he felt a sense of fear. Fortunately, Lin Feng was strong otherwise. They might already be corpses. Thinking of this, Feng Mangong's killing intent surged. Buzz. The next moment, Feng Mangong waved his hand. A surprising scene unfolded. The remains of number 18, which had been blasted into fragments by Lin Feng's thunderous attack, began to rapidly coalesce. In no time, the black residue transformed into a phantom-like human figure. Number 18? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The principal's methods were somewhat astonishing. However, this phantom of number 18 appeared expressionless and dazed. I know who it is, Feng Mangong said. Number 18. Damn beast god cult. It seems we must eliminate you. Feng Mangong said coldly. Very well, it's time for us to act. Principal, do you have any leads? Lin Feng knew that the beast god cult was deeply hidden. Most of them had second identities as cover. It was hard to discover them unless they caused trouble. Moreover, the organization was tightly knit, even capturing one member rarely yielded useful information. Ever since those two assassins attacked you last time, we've been investigating, Feng Mangong said coldly. We've made some progress during this time. I suspect that the Magic City might be one of their strongholds. Before he finished speaking, the sound of rushing wind came from afar. Ling Wei and Bai Fan appeared. Principal. The two of them relaxed upon seeing Feng Mangong. Lin Feng, are you all right? Ling Wei asked with concern. Teacher Ling, Lin Feng is amazing. He took down the beast god cult's assassin in one move, Chu Xianlan said. Ling Wei's face darkened. The beast god cult really thinks we teachers are pushovers. Absolutely insane. Bai Fan added. Ling Wei, Bai Fan, Feng Mangong said. Prepare yourselves over the next few days. I plan to eradicate the beast god cult in the entire East Sea War Zone. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This was a major operation. The East Sea War Zone encompassed 4 provinces. No one could say for sure how many branches and strongholds were hidden within. But he quickly understood. With Feng Mangong and Feng Zhenshou's 2 major forces joining hands, the school alone might not be enough, but with Feng Zhenshou's support, they could definitely pull it off. Teacher, I want to join too, Chu Xianlan suddenly said. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. This girl, wasn't she the least interested in cultivation? I want to join as well. Chu Xianer unexpectedly chimed in. No, it's too dangerous for you to go. Ling Wei refused without hesitation. Feng Mangong pondered for a moment and said, Actually, this is a good training opportunity. You can learn a lot from life and death battles. Apart from someone as ruthless as Lin Feng, most students rarely experience true life and death combat. After all, they didn't have many opportunities. Missions related to the beast god cult were also scarce. Feng Mangong believed this was indeed a good way to improve their strength. Then it's settled, Feng Mangong said. The 2 teachers will take this year's special recruits to a few branch strongholds. We'll decide the specific locations after further discussion. Thank you, Principal. Chu Xianlan immediately beamed with joy. Although she didn't like fighting, seeing her man almost ambushed made her feel she had to step up, no matter how reluctant she was. That damn beast god cult. Chu Xianer, too, though she said nothing, had a glint of killing intent in her eyes. You all. Feng Mangong glanced at Lin Feng, then at the Chu sisters. After a moment, a sudden realization struck him. Damn, Feng Mangong couldn't help but curse. He suddenly thought of a possibility. This Lin Feng. Could it be that he has both of Chu Tianyang's daughters? Gulp. Thinking of this, Feng Mangong couldn't help but swallow hard. Don't be fooled by Chu Tianyang being just a vice principal. His strength is no less than Feng Mangong's. He voluntarily resigned from the principal position to take care of his 2 daughters, who lost their mother at a young age, and became the vice principal. Otherwise, Chu Tianyang would still be the principal of Imperial Capital University. Thinking of the overly protective Chu Tianyang, Feng Mangong felt a headache coming on. This time, they were going to Imperial Capital for a meeting, and Chu Tianyang had specifically asked Feng Mangong to take good care of his daughters. In short, he didn't want them to focus on anything other than cultivation. I'm doomed. Feng Mangong felt an unbearable headache. Chu Tianyang had just given his instructions, and now his disciple had messed things up. And not just with one daughter, but both. What a mess. Ling Wei also sensed something was off. After all, Chu Xianlan had always disliked cultivation and fighting, so her sudden interest was unusual. She frowned. Could it be? Thinking of this, Ling Wei's mouth opened wide. Seeing Feng Mangong sometimes frowning and sometimes looking distressed, Ling Wei suddenly understood. It's over. Chaos is coming to the Magic City. A scene appeared in her mind. Chu Tianyang flying over furiously and starting a fight without saying a word. That aura was terrifying. You guys, Ling Wei sighed. You're still too young, too impulsive. Teacher Ling, what do you mean by that? Lin Feng was still thinking about the beast god cult, assuming Ling Wei was referring to that. Chu Xiener, however, blushed. She seemed to understand Ling Wei's thoughts. So what if we're young? Being young doesn't mean we should let the beast god cult do whatever they want. Chu Xianlan said. From today on, I've decided to take cultivation seriously. Hearing this, Chu Xiener felt relieved. She thought her sister had finally grown up. She instinctively glanced at Lin Feng. This change was naturally thanks to Lin Feng. Xiener, your father. Feng Mangong turned to ask. He wouldn't oppose you two dating, would he? Even he felt uncertain about his words. We can handle my dad, Chu Xiener replied. Chu Xianlan immediately understood the implication. Puffing her cheeks, she said angrily, if he dares, we'll… Humph. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office at Imperial Capital University, Chu Tianyang sneezed. Strange. After sneezing, he looked puzzled. At his level, he should have long been immune to all illnesses. Could it be my daughters are thinking of me? Thinking of this, Chu Tianyang smiled warmly. Crossing his legs and stroking his goatee, he muttered to himself, they say daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets, and the ancients were absolutely right. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He was particularly satisfied with the conversation he had at Magic City University last time. He felt his strategy had worked. I truly am a man of great wisdom. Chu Tianyang laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. Back at the dormitory, Lin Feng took out the Ice Snow Lotus. The Beast God cult's 2 consecutive assassination attempts had infuriated him. He knew that for a long time to come, he would be a target of the Beast God cult. Right now, the most important thing was to become stronger. Lin Feng swallowed the Ice Snow Lotus, and a wave of coldness immediately surged through him. The spiritual energy in the Ice Snow Lotus came from pure ice elements. This spiritual energy had no side effects but inherited the icy characteristics of the ice element. Fortunately, Lin Feng was strong enough to withstand the cold. After the pure spiritual energy entered his body, Lin Feng's aura began to noticeably strengthen. 20 minutes later, phew, Lin Feng gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, which surprisingly turned into frost. 4-star peak of the battle spirit realm. Lin Feng sensed his state and was somewhat surprised. This ice crystal snow lotus could directly enhance his cultivation by 1 star, truly remarkable. However, this was also because Lin Feng's cultivation was still in the early stages of the battle spirit realm. If he were at a higher realm, advancing by 1 star wouldn't be so easy. My foundation is actually solidified as well. Lin Feng was a bit taken aback. Indeed, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. All along, he had relied on the system's rewards to improve his cultivation. He hadn't been particularly interested in these natural treasures. After all, those things weren't as convenient as the system's cultivation rewards. But this ice crystal snow lotus had provided him with another path for advancement. For the next week, Lin Feng stayed at Magic City University. On one hand, he was waiting for Feng Mangong to launch the final attack. On the other hand, he continued to train his ability combat techniques. Ever since consuming the Shiha Ink Spirit Grass, his ability control had reached its peak, and he was close to achieving the at-will state. More importantly, through the Shiha Ink Spirit Grass, he had found the path to entering the at-will state. The at-will state, simply put, meant that abilities became a part of the body, making their use as natural as moving an arm. Moreover, this state could better unleash the potential of abilities, effectively enhancing their power. On this day, Lin Feng finally received news from Ling Wei. At the training ground, besides Lin Feng, there were the Chu Xianlan sisters and other special recruits. Upon hearing that they were going to eradicate the beast god cult, everyone was thrilled. First, let's discuss the team arrangements, Ling Wei said. Those whose names are called will be in Team 1, the rest will be divided into 2 other teams. After reading the names, she continued, "Does everyone understand?" The group nodded. Lin Feng and the Chu Xianlan sisters were all in Team 1. Team 1 consisted of 7 people, while the other 2 teams had 6 members each. Teacher Bai will lead Team 2, and Qi Kong will be Team 2's captain. I will lead Team 1, with Lin Feng as the captain, Ling Wei said sternly. Although Principal Feng has agreed, everyone must follow orders and not act on their own. This time, we are well prepared, but unexpected dangers may still arise. Be mentally prepared. Teacher, don't worry, Chu Xianlan said. To prepare for this, she had trained hard all week, focusing solely on cultivation and combat practice, without doing anything else. During this time, she had even watched TV with Lin Feng a few times. All right, let's move out. Ling Wei gestured with a wave of her hand. This time, the target was 2 branch strongholds of the beast god cult in the suburbs of Magic City. These locations had been carefully selected by the university's senior management. They posed a certain level of difficulty, but weren't overly dangerous. As Lin Feng's group set off, Feng Mangong's side also began their operation. Apart from essential personnel left behind, Feng Mangong led 10 grandmasters and 50 masters, a formidable lineup. This battle was destined to be one-sided, aiming to completely eradicate the beast god cult. With other war zones providing support, a massacre unfolded. An hour later, "It should be in this neighborhood," Ling Wei said, glancing at the map. "Teacher Bai, you lead Team 2 to guard the perimeter while we go inside." "Understood," Bai Fan replied. "Everyone, try not to alarm the residents," Ling Wei said coldly. "Move out." The group dispersed, heading in different directions within the neighborhood. Their expressions were calm, appearing to outsiders as ordinary residents. Lin Feng held Chu Xianlan's hand with his left hand and Chu Xiener's with his right. One on each side, he occasionally teased Chu Xiener, making her wave her little fists playfully. Nearby, Gan Ning glanced at Xiao Zhan. "We're all carrying out missions. Why is there such a big difference?" "Can't envy it," Xiao Zhan chuckled. "Hey, don't get too close to me. I don't like that kind of atmosphere." Inside Building 32, 7th floor of the residential area, branch leader Zhang Ping paced back and forth. Although Feng Mangong's secret operation was covert, rumors were not absent. There was just no evidence, leaving all the branch leaders on edge. "Leader," someone shouted. "News from the main hall." Zhang Ping immediately became excited. "What does it say?" "The main hall says there's a suspected underground cave riot, which is why the East Sea War Zone has mobilized its forces." Zhang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. The underground cave is already enough for them to worry about. And they still want to deal with us? Dream on." "Leader, what is the plan next?" Deputy Leader Chen Yuan asked. Zhang Ping relaxed. "Since there's no danger, continue with the sabotage as usual. For the next week, the goal is to succeed twice. Additionally, we must step up efforts to recruit followers. Last month, we didn't team meet our target. If we fail again this month, both you and I will be punished." Chen Yuan took note of this. "Humph. Once the deputy leader and the others' plan is ready, Feng Jinshou and Li Jinshou will all die," Zhang Ping said coldly. "This world is truly chaotic. Only the beast god can save us." Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Zhang Ping and Chen Yuan froze for a moment. "Hello, I'm the property manager," Lin Feng said in a low voice. "Why is the property manager here?" Zhang Ping frowned. "Chen Yuan, didn't you pay this year as property fee?" "I did," Chen Yuan replied, puzzled. Could it be about wall repairs again? This was their branch base, and the house was purchased. To avoid trouble, the property fee was paid on time every year. These property people are so annoying. Next time, we should deal with them first, he said as he went to open the door. Zhang Ping nodded without saying anything. Suddenly, Zhang Ping seemed to realize something. Don't open, but the door was already opened. Before he could finish speaking, a red lightning bolt shot towards Chun Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Lin Feng struck hard this time. He consumed half of his spiritual energy. His fist slammed into Chun Yuan's chest. Chun Yuan, with his peak battle spirit realm strength, had no time to our beast God bless us. The two shouted loudly. Not good. Lin Feng reacted quickly, rushing forward. Just as the two were about to take poison, Lin Feng struck them unconscious with a single blow. Wanting to die isn't that easy, Lin Feng said. At the exit downstairs, Bai Fan and Gan Ning waited nervously. Moments later, whoosh. A flash of lightning swept past Bai Fan. Mr. Bai, it's over, Lin Feng said. Bai Fan smiled wryly. Lin Feng, your speed is getting faster and faster. Even as a peak-level warrior himself, he was astonished. Lin Feng, merely at the spirit realm, was no slower than him. These young people don't go to work, just gather around chatting all day. At that moment, an elderly lady pushing a baby stroller passed by, casually commenting. After the lady left, Lin Feng gazed at the sky. Is this the meaning of striving? He murmured. Indeed, awakeners fight on the front lines so that everyone can live peacefully, Bai Fan replied. Hopefully, war will only happen in our generation. He smiled after speaking. Lin Feng found this usually reserved teacher surprisingly endearing. A while later, Ling Wei led the group downstairs. The bodies had been cleaned up, but all related assets and computer files were taken without exception. Last time, when Lin Feng carried out a mission in Tianlu City, everything had been destroyed by bombs. This time, with these files, they would surely find useful clues. Let's go to the next location, Ling Wei said. The second location was in the Pulin district of the Magic City. Although it was just a branch, its strength and numbers were considered the strongest in the East Sea. Typically, a branch would only have a leader at the early warrior stage, with a deputy leader at the peak spirit realm. But the Pulin district branch had a leader at the peak warrior stage and a deputy leader who was a 5-star warrior. There were also over 40 ordinary cult members at the spirit realm and below. This branch had existed for a long time. If it weren't for Feng Mangong dispatching a secret unit to investigate, it would never have been discovered. When the group arrived at Pulin district, they were greeted by an ancient-style restaurant. Xingqi restaurant? Qi Kong exclaimed in surprise. Damn, I've eaten here before. We're here to eat again, Ling Wei said. It was 3 p.m., the time with the least foot traffic. Hello, welcome. As they entered, a waitress greeted them warmly. How many people? Lin Feng glanced at her and said, 8. According to intelligence, all the staff at this restaurant were members of the Beast Emperor cult, and this pretty girl in front of them was no exception. After sitting down, the group casually ordered a few dishes. Once the waitress left, Ling Wei said, Su Hao, it's up to you. Su Hao nodded. His ability was an S-level physical type called Wind Listener. Though not useful in combat, it was exceptional for reconnaissance and eavesdropping. He activated his ability, and his ears became semi-transparent. Fortunately, he was wearing headphones, so he didn't attract attention. After listening for a while, Su Hao opened his eyes. There are 5 people on the top floor of the restaurant, seemingly in a meeting, mentioning something about a revival plan. The branch leader Yu Bo and deputy leader Li Ran are both inside. There are over 30 people in the basement, all ordinary cult members. Wait, there seems to be another warrior. Not bad, Ling Wei said indifferently. She took a sip of wine. They're all under our control. Proceed as planned. This branch was stronger, and the group couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Lin Feng comforted. It's okay. Teacher Bai and the others will support us. Besides, the Bureau of Investigation in the distance is on standby at any time. Although he said this, the battle could break out at any moment. Even Bai Fan and the others couldn't arrive instantly. Teacher Ling, this battle is definitely going to be intense, Lin Feng said worriedly. What if? Don't worry. The Bureau of Investigation will back us up, Ling Wei interrupted him. Lin Feng was concerned that if the battle caused buildings to collapse, it might harm innocent people. Ling Wei's words reassured him. At this moment, the waiter began serving dishes. I'm going to the restroom. Lin Feng stood up. I'll go with you, Ling Wei said. The waiter didn't think much of it. The two went to the restroom, and Lin Feng hesitated a bit. Ling Wei widened her eyes. Shall we start? I'm not shy. What are you afraid of? Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and pulled Ling Wei into his arms, kissing her. In the restaurant's basement, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap slightly curled his lips. Young people these days are really getting more and more open. On the surveillance footage, Lin Feng and Ling Wei intimately walked into a stall. Shortly after, the restroom door closed. The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile, not thinking much of it. Although the restaurant had surveillance cameras on every floor, there were certainly no cameras installed inside the restroom. Once the door was closed, the two looked around to confirm there were no cameras before letting go of each other. Ling Wei's cheeks were flushed. Although it was necessary for the mission, she still felt embarrassed. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was more relaxed. However, when passion arose, he couldn't control his instincts. You're quite skilled, Ling Wei said softly. You must have had plenty of practice, huh? Teacher, you're not bad either, Lin Feng responded with a grin. Get lost. This was my first kiss, Ling Wei said, lightly punching him. And it was all for the mission. Do you think I'm like you? Teachers are busy cultivating and working. Where's the time for romance? True, it's just instinctive reaction. I get it, Lin Feng joked. You dare say that? Ling Wei glared at him, her face turning even redder. Looking up at the ventilation duct, Ling Wei said, I'll go up first. All right, Lin Feng nodded. Ling Wei climbed into the ventilation duct, and Lin Feng, after confirming there were no cameras again, followed her with relief. As the largest branch in the Magic City, this place was like a fortress. The two moved cautiously. Soon, Ling Wei and Lin Feng followed the ventilation duct to the top floor. Branch leader, recently we've secretly trained a few elite followers. Deputy Branch Leader Li Ran handed over a document. Here is their detailed information. Yubo nodded and looked at the large screen. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Bang! Ling Wei descended like a demon god, black psychic energy surging around her. Her ability was an S-level special type psychic energy absorption. She could instantly absorb a large amount of psychic energy from her surroundings. The absorbed psychic energy, when released, had extremely strong destructive power. More importantly, since the energy absorbed was psychic energy, releasing her ability consumed almost no energy of her own. This situation was quite terrifying. It was precisely because of this ability that Ling Wei had directly obtained the qualification to stay on as a teacher right after graduation. At the moment Ling Wei ambushed Yubo, Lin Feng immediately activated his divine lightning step, rushing toward Deputy Branch Leader Li Ran at the same speed as Ling Wei. The two moved with astonishing speed. Plus, the fact that he emerged stealthily from the ventilation shaft made his actions extremely covert. For a moment, aside from Yubo, no one else had time to react. Shhhhh. The dagger formed from the destruction tribulation lightning instantly pierced into Li Ran's heart. Following that, Lin Feng's left fist, covered by a gauntlet of destruction tribulation lightning, struck directly toward Li Ran's head. Two fatal points were hit almost simultaneously. Boom! Li Ran didn't even have the chance to react. He fell to the ground and died instantly. On the other side, towering divine fist. Ling Wei's punch slammed into Yubo's chest. Courting death, Yubo roared furiously, his body suddenly splitting apart. Ling Wei had long anticipated Yubo's ability and wasn't surprised at all. She had already absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy, and her left fist followed up instantly. Bang! This time, her strike landed with pinpoint precision. Ah! Yubo let out a blood-curdling scream, gravely injured. His ability, an A-rank body manipulation power, allowed him to freely split and twist his body. Unfortunately, this time he faced an opponent who fully understood his abilities, leaving him unable to unleash his full strength in time. Run! The sudden shift in the battle left the other three in the room terrified and panicked. Just as they were about to charge toward the door, electric light flickered within the meeting room. In the next moment, a series of thud, thud, thud sounds echoed. The three had already turned into lifeless corpses. Lin Feng sheathed his battle blade and glanced at Ling Wei. At this moment, Yubo was severely injured, completely incapable of continuing the fight. Ling Wei's aggressive attacks gave him neither the chance to flee nor to send out a warning. Seeing that Ling Wei had everything under control, Lin Feng activated his lightning step technique and charged toward the basement. Inside the basement, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap was staring at the surveillance monitors. Suddenly, boom, with a loud explosion, the heavy alloy door was blasted apart by Lin Feng. Not good. The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically. Enemy attack. The expressions of the 30 people in the room shifted, but they were well trained and showed no panic. The man pressed a button on the side. The floor quickly opened up. Just as he was about to make his escape, Lin Feng burst in like a streak of red lightning. Trying to run? Not a chance. Lin Feng's hands transformed into scarlet destruction tribulation lightning, forming a massive lightning ball that he hurled forward. Chu Xianlan and her sister charged in right behind him. Boom! The middle-aged man had no chance to resist and was instantly obliterated. Ding! Successfully killed a morphing beast. Reward: 1 morphing mask. As the middle-aged man perished, the system notification sounded. Lin Feng's expression darkened. A beast! The realization hit hard. Without the system's reminder, Lin Feng would never have guessed it. After all, the middle-aged man had been killed in an instant. I never expected that there would be a beast hidden here. Lin Feng suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Even Feng Mangong might not be aware of this. Around him, the battle was still ongoing. The ordinary cult followers were not particularly strong and served only as training fodder for Chu Xianlan and her sister. Yet Lin Feng's brow remained furrowed. He couldn't tell how many beasts might still be lurking within the human world. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly incite mass panic. Lin Feng even began to wonder if there might be beasts disguised as familiar faces in his own life. As for the morphing beast, Lin Feng had seen it in the Beast Compendium. It could transform into any form, a truly remarkable creature. Though it had certain limitations, the ability was undeniably powerful. From what Lin Feng knew, among the ruling beasts, there was a powerful entity that originated from the morphing beast lineage. It was called the Phantom Sovereign. The progeny of the sovereign were vast in number. If they are all lurking in the human world, just the thought of it is terrifying. After a while, the battle was completely over. Some remnants were thoroughly cleared out under by Fan's leadership. At this point, the strongest branch in this magic city was completely eradicated. Not a single survivor remained. In the restaurant hall, Ling Wei and Bai Fan were tallying the results of the battle. After finishing, Ling Wei said, "Everyone performed decently today, but it's still far from enough. Go back and prepare for special training." Except for Lin Feng, everyone else grumbled. The group boarded the bus heading back to Magic City University. "Lin Feng, what's wrong?" Ling Wei noticed Lin Feng's heavy expression and couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng looked around, seeing that everyone was asleep, and whispered, "Teacher Ling, I just discovered something major, something very serious. I'll tell you when we get back." Ling Wei's face slightly changed. If Lin Feng said it was serious, it definitely wasn't a small matter. After returning to school, Ling Wei couldn't help but ask, "Lin Feng, what exactly is it?" "Teacher Ling, earlier in the basement, I killed that 1-star battle general, and I discovered that he was actually a shapeshifter beast," Lin Feng said. Ling Wei's face drastically changed. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Lin Feng nodded. "Let's go find the principal," Ling Wei said. In the principal's office, Feng Mangong had just returned not long ago, a satisfied smile on his face. Today's operation had yielded great results. None of the major hall leaders or their subordinates escaped. Seeing Lin Feng and Ling Wei enter, Feng Mangong smiled and said, "What's the matter? Why are the teacher and student in such a hurry?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed their unusually serious expressions. Feng Mangong immediately put away his smile. "What happened?" "Lin Feng, you explain," Ling Wei said steadily. Lin Feng nodded and recounted the events in detail. However, he did not mention the system. As Lin Feng narrated, Feng Mangong's expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, he said, "We used to only speculate. I didn't expect that those dominators had already begun their actions." "Principal Feng, how did they enter our world?" Ling Wei asked. "Perhaps during the underground trials, someone was killed by them and then replaced," Lin Feng said. "The abilities of shapeshifter beasts are very difficult to detect." "Disciple, Come with me to the imperial capital, Feng Mangong said. This matter is very serious. I must report it personally to Saint Martial Marquis. The Guardians are martial arts experts who protect a region. They represent strength. The Martial Marquis is even more formidable. They are the pillars of humanity, powerful beings that rose after the resurgence of spiritual energy. The Martial Marquis protects humanity, making alien beasts tremble in fear. Their wrath can shake the heavens and earth. Each Martial Marquis is a legendary figure, renowned and awe-inspiring. They are the kings of humanity, invincible beings. There are 4 martial marquises in the country: Tianwu Marquis, Shengwu Marquis, Zhangwu Marquis, and Zhenwu Marquis. Among them, Yizun is the Shengwu Marquis and Feng Mangong superior. Principal, are we leaving now? Right now, Feng Mangong said, as gusts of wind swirled around him. In the next second, the two were already soaring high in the sky. Disciple, are you afraid? Feng Mangong asked. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. At just 5,000 meters altitude, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, both of them were shielded by spiritual energy barriers. Since that's the case, let's go. Feng Mangong accelerated, like a streak of green lightning, covering dozens of kilometers in an instant. The imperial capital is 3,000 kilometers away from Demon City, but with Feng Mangong flying at full speed, the two arrived in less than 10 minutes. Lin Feng then realized that the Earth in this world seemed much larger. Feng Guardian? Just as they were about to enter the airspace of the imperial capital, a middle-aged man in military uniform with a tall and upright posture approached with a smile, walking through the air. Qin Yudu, Feng Mangong greeted. On the way, he had briefly introduced Lin Feng. For someone of his rank entering and exiting the imperial capital, they would be subject to inspection by Yudu. After all, this was the imperial capital, where management was stricter. Qin Lai was one of the 4 Yudu. The rank of Yudu was equivalent to that of a guardian, but Yudu were stationed permanently in the imperial capital and rarely left. In the imperial capital, Yudu held significant authority. Feng Guardian, you haven't been here long. What's the occasion today? Although Qin Lai was smiling, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Feng Mangong didn't mind after all. It was Qin Lai's duty. This is Lin Feng, a new student at my school, and also my apprentice, Feng Mangong said. At 3:27 p.m. this afternoon, my apprentice killed a warlord-level cultist of the Beast God cult at the sub-branch in the Pulin district. It turned out that the opponent was actually a shape-shifting beast. This matter must be reported to Lord Shengwu Ho. Feng Mangong succinctly explained the situation. Qin Lai's expression immediately changed. He took out a communicator to verify the details, confirming that the time and location matched Feng Mangong's account. Then he said, "You came at the right time. Come, I'll take you to." Before he could finish speaking, the surrounding clouds were suddenly torn apart by a powerful force. A towering golden figure, tens of thousands of meters high, strode forward. It was a dazzling golden light, like a giant sun standing in the sky, radiating boundless majesty. Greetings, Shengwu Ho. Feng Mangong and Qin Lai quickly saluted. Shengwu Ho said nothing, and the golden light transformed into a massive palm. Step on. A voice, ethereal and majestic, seemed to come from the heavens. Lin Feng and Feng Mangong stood on the palm. In the next moment, the light flashed. Lin Feng found himself in a simple office. The office was not large, with only a desk and a chair, along with a neatly arranged military uniform. Feng Mangong pays respects to Shengwu Ho. Feng Mangong said respectfully. Lin Feng turned his head and met Yizun's gaze. Yizun was of medium height, with no wrinkles on his face. Although his stature was ordinary, standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of strength, as if even if the sky were to collapse, he would not retreat a single step. No need for formalities. Yizun waved his hand, a faint smile on his lips. Lin Feng. Yes, Lord Shengwu Ho. Lin Feng nodded. I already know about the matter you mentioned, Yizun said. It is indeed a bit troublesome. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. It seemed this Shengwu Ho was very well informed. Lord Shengwu Ho, should we start the investigation immediately? Feng Mangong asked. Yizun shook his head. The investigation is necessary, but it cannot be conducted on a large scale. He paused and continued. I have already communicated telepathically with Junwoo Ho. This matter will be handled by the Guardians. Guardians? With them involved, there shouldn't be any issues. Feng Mangong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The Guardians belong to the Tian Shield Bureau, a special department personally established and managed by the four great Wu Ho. Its members underwent rigorous screening and were absolutely trustworthy. The identities of Tian Shield Bureau members were highly confidential, known only to trusted individuals like Feng Mangong. Lin Feng curiously glanced at Yi Ziyuan. Yi Zun chuckled lightly and said, "The responsibility of the Sky Shield Bureau is to protect, specifically dealing with those tricky matters and people." After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Although he had never heard of this organization, it felt somewhat similar to the Avengers. Sure enough, no matter the world, there are always organizations of this type. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but say, since there are protectors, there should also be Avengers, right? Lin Feng said this casually. Unexpectedly, Yi Zun smiled. You're right. There must be a balance between offense and defense. Since there's the Sky Shield Bureau, naturally, there is also the Divine Sword Bureau. Yi Zun's words made Lin Feng raise an eyebrow. As expected, such an organization truly existed. Feng Mangong, you did well this time, Yi Zun said. Lin Feng, you also performed admirably. After a brief pause, Yi Zun continued. Feng Mangong, go and retrieve a Nirvana pill. Lin Feng, you can choose a top-tier ability combat technique that suits you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Feng Mangong immediately lit up with joy. Thank you, Lord Saint Martial Marquis, Lin Feng said. You know, I would feel guilty if I didn't reward you, Yi Zun said with a smile. I heard you've been gaining quite a reputation recently. Keep up the good work. If you can make it into the top 10 in the upcoming Tianwang Mountain campaign, I'll reserve a spot for you in the Divine Sword Bureau. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said nothing more. He had never been one to casually greet others, and he knew that these prominent figures didn't care about such formalities. By the way, there's one more thing, Lin Feng suddenly said. Before our operation, Su Hao overheard them mentioning a revival plan. Do you or the principal know anything about it? The revival plan? Feng Mangong frowned slightly. This plan has been brewing within the beast god cult for half a year, Yi Zun said. Based on the information I have, it seems to be related to exotic beasts. However, the specific details still require further investigation. Lin Feng nodded. As long as the higher-ups were aware and prepared, the specifics were not something he could manage. Lin Feng noticed that Saint Martial Marquis, Yi Zun had a rather approachable demeanor. The three of them chatted for half an hour before concluding. After leaving Yi Zun's room, a tall woman approached them. Please follow me, she said. Lin Feng glanced at Feng Mangong. Haha, time to claim our rewards, Feng Mangong said with a laugh. Before long, they arrived at a large exhibition hall. The hall resembled a museum from Lin Feng's previous life, but everything on display here was related to cultivation. According to Feng Mangong, these treasures were not easily taken out. Only when Yi Zun deemed the information you provided important and recognized your talent and potential would you be given the opportunity to select something special. Lin Feng, go ahead and choose, Feng Mangong said. Check out the innermost section of the hall. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The entire hall was about the size of a football field. Display cases made of specially crafted glass were filled with treasures. There were ancient spiritual herbs and woods, as well as some unique materials Lin Feng had never seen before. Among them, Lin Feng even spotted a 20-kilogram piece of skystone. As he continued walking deeper into the hall, the variety of treasures increased. Top-tier ability combat technique, 100 Battle King Fist. Top-tier ability movement technique, Divine Steps. Top-tier ability combat technique, Heavenly Fire devours the world. One ability combat technique after another came into view. As Lin Feng browsed, he unknowingly reached the innermost display case. Earth Grade ability combat technique. Upon seeing the description, Lin Feng's eyes turned red with excitement. Above the Supreme Grade is the Earth Grade, and above the Earth Grade is the Heaven Grade. Heaven Grade is already the highest level, and beyond that are self-created unique combat techniques. However, Heaven Grade techniques are extremely rare, only accessible to the core elite. Faced with so many Earth-grade techniques, Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. Earth-grade unique combat technique. Jade Void Divine Fist. Earth-grade unique combat technique. Shadow Wind Flash. Seeing these powerful techniques, Lin Feng calmed down instead. Since Saint Martial Marquis had given him a reward, he had to make good use of it and not just pick something impressive at random. After searching for a while, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Thunderfall Nebula Curse and Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer Technique each have 2 copies. Thunderfall Nebula Curse is a large-scale group attack, while Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer Technique targets a single opponent. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Forget it, I'll choose Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer Technique. After some thought, he made up his mind. The destructive Tribulation Thunder is immensely powerful, and relying solely on Thunder Tribulation can cause significant damage. Instead of that, it would be better to choose the Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer Technique, known as the most powerful offensive technique. Moreover, group attack techniques have limited use. Such skills are mostly effective against weaker enemies. What Lin Feng needed was a technique to defeat opponents far stronger than himself. The Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique can release 7 consecutive Thunder Tribulations, with each strike becoming more powerful. If all 7 strikes are successfully unleashed, the final blow is strong enough to sever a true dragon, which is the origin of its name. Have you made your choice? After a while, Lin Feng arrived at the exit. Feng Mangong smiled and said, "You seem quite satisfied." "Yes, very satisfied," Lin Feng replied. This was a single target attack and a Thunder Element combat technique, 2 levels higher than his previous 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. How could he not be satisfied? Not long after, Yizun's secretary copied the unique combat technique. "Lin Feng, the Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique you chose is for your personal cultivation only," Feng Mangong said seriously after leaving the treasure room. "Do not pass it on to others." Lin Feng nodded. This was a reward from Yizun, not something to be shared with others. Passing it on privately would cause major trouble. Moreover, the Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique was personally created by Yizun. Yizun allowing Lin Feng to choose it was a sign of trust. After all, Lin Feng could learn some of Yizun's cultivation insights from this technique. This was priceless. If leaked, it would cause great trouble. If it fell into the hands of someone with malicious intent, the consequences would be even worse. Feng Mangong's reminder was also to protect Yizun, the Martial Marquis, from any negative impact. After all, they were the backbone of the human race, the foundation of its survival. There were only 4 Martial Marquises in the country, and none of them could be lost. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Magic City University, a tall, slender young man wearing a black and white martial arts uniform strode forward. He carried 2 A-grade alloy battle swords on his back, his gaze sharp, his steps confident and resolute. He looked around and announced loudly, "Tang Xiao of Jiangnan University's unrivaled sword, here to visit." His voice spread swiftly like a sharp blade. Inside Magic City University. "What? The unrivaled sword is here. That guy has been heading north, winning battle after battle, and now he's finally here?" Senior Huangfu and Senior Li seem to have gone to the underground cave. Then who can stop him? Not only the students, but many teachers also heard the news. What is that kid Tang Xiao up to? Didn't they say the top 10 kings wouldn't fight each other? Principal Jiang Shan frowned deeply. "Let's go and take a look," Yao Qitian said. "He's been in the spotlight recently. If we shut the door on him, it would seem like Modi University doesn't take him seriously." Before long, over 100 people followed, including both teachers and students. At the entrance, Tang Xiao's lips curved slightly. He called out loudly, "Captain, Madman, Lotus Buddha, come out and fight." Hearing this, several teachers' expressions changed. As expected, this was what he came for. "Tang Xiao, the Battle of Tianhuang Mountain hasn't started yet. You should go back," Yao Qitian said. "You can spar with other students, but no private fights are allowed." After saying this, he prepared to leave. "Others? Are they even worthy?" Tang Xiao said disdainfully. "I've traveled north from Jiangnan, fought 27 matches, and won them all. Even Lin Hao from southern Xinjiang, who once defeated Angel, was beaten by me. Are you principals afraid? What do we have to be afraid of?" Jiang Shan said discontentedly. "Rules are rules. No private fights before the Battle of Tianwang Mountain begins. Rules are meant to be broken, Tang Xiao suddenly retorted. Outside Modi University, besides the teachers and students, there were many onlookers. Both Tang Xiao and Yao Qitian were well-known figures in the area. Especially Tang Xiao, whose recent fame was explosive. Practically everyone knew his name. Unparalleled Sword has won 27 consecutive matches recently. I heard his sword intent has reached perfection. Yes, his ability is the S-rank Supreme Sword Heart. This winning streak has greatly boosted his momentum and combat power. I wonder if the captain and the others dare to come out and face him. Are you kidding? The captain afraid of a fight? Then why hasn't he come out? What's so special about an unparalleled sword? Oomph. If he's so capable, let the captain come out and fight him. The surrounding crowd grew more and more excited, their discussions turning into arguments. The 10 kings were admired by all, and wherever they went, they were like celebrities, each with their own fan base. These heated discussions made Yao Qitian and the others frown deeply. If this fight happened and Huang Fuyu and the others won, it would be fine. But if they lost, it would spell trouble for Modi University. Principals, are you planning to hide and not fight? Tang Xiao asked directly. Tang Xiao, Huang Fuyu, and Li Fengxian have gone to the catacombs and might not return for a few days, Yao Qitian said. As for Lien Zhenhua, Tang Xiao. Before he could finish, Lien Zhenhua strode forward. Although he was from the East Sea War Zone, he frequently visited Modi University and had close ties with the school. Finally, you're here. Seeing Lien Zhenhua, a glint flashed in Tang Xiao's eyes. If you hadn't come to find me, I would have come to find you. Lien Zhenhua was tall and imposing, standing out like a crane among chickens. Coupled with his signature bald head and the lotus design on top, his presence was overwhelming. Even the children watching took a few steps back. Battle intent burned in Lien Zhenhua's eyes. Among the 10 kings, he ranked the lowest, but his strength was not inferior. After all, reaching the summit of Tianwang Mountain required a bit of luck as well. Tang Xiao, standing at only 1.7 meters tall, was a head shorter than Lien Zhenhua, but his aura was even fiercer. He was like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed, ready to pierce the heavens. In that case, let's head to the square, Yao Qitian suggested. Fighting on the road could easily harm bystanders. No need, Principal Yao, Tang Xiao said calmly. This spot is fine. I trust that with you principals here, you'll protect the spectators. Yao Qitian and Jiang Shan's expressions shifted slightly. Tang Xiao's words were clearly provocative, aiming to accumulate sword intent by defeating Lien Zhenhua. This way, he would be more qualified to claim the throne. Lien Zhenhua's pupils slightly contracted. This guy was incredibly confident, but he wasn't afraid at all. Then bring it on. Lien Zhenhua stepped forward. The students behind him were both excited and nervous. Go, Flower Buddha. Take him down. Show him how strong our Modi University is. Senior, you can do it. The students' morale was high. The unparalleled sword was formidable, but the Lotus Buddha was no weakling either. Heh. Tang Xiao chuckled. Just as I hoped. Only by defeating Lien Zhenhua in this way could he gain more sword intent. He had chosen to head north because the northern region had many good schools and strong opponents. With 27 consecutive victories along the way, his strength had risen to the level of a 5-star battle general, and his confidence had skyrocketed. Lien Zhenhua, I'll only use 3 moves. If you can withstand them, I lose. Tang Xiao drew his alloy battle swords and said loudly, If you can't, then I'll have to trouble the principals to intervene, or else, you're dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xiao's aura surged. Clang! 2 piercing sword cries tore through the air. Tang Xiao's entire body emitted a faint white glow. Arrogant enough? I like it. Lien Zhenhua laughed heartily and stepped forward. Golden light radiated from his body, and behind him appeared the phantom of a massive Buddha, dozens of meters tall. Yao Qitian and Jiang Shan exchanged a serious glance. Lien Zhenhua's aura was not weak. But no matter who lost this battle, it would be a significant blow. Moreover, this was no playful fight. A single misstep could even cost a life. The two of them kept their eyes fixed on the opponents, afraid of any mistakes. Whoosh! At this moment, Tang Xiao, wielding 2 alloy battle swords, moved at an incredible speed, charging toward Lien Zhenhua. Moo! Oh, Lien Jinfua's eyes gleamed sharply, and he threw a punch. Unparalleled sword slash. As Tang Xiao closed in, his twin swords crossed swiftly. True words, Buddha's gate. Lien Jinfua muttered in a low voice, and sacred, solemn Buddhist chants echoed around him. Boom! The illusory Buddha's gate clashed fiercely with the battle swords. In the next moment, Lien Jinfua's pupils contracted. Bang! To everyone's shock, Lien Jinfua staggered back 3 steps, while Tang Xiao stood firm, without retreating a single step. Tang Xiao raised his head. 2 moves left. As he spoke, the twin swords emitted a faint white glow. Humph! Lien Jinfua snorted coldly, raising his left fist abruptly toward the sky. Immediately, his figure grew taller. As the golden light around him converged into his left fist, his aura instantly reached its peak. Green Lotus Sword Dance. As soon as Tang Xiao's words fell, his figure blurred, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight at Lien Jinfua. Too fast. Yao Qitian's eyes narrowed. It seemed Tang Xiao's understanding of combat techniques had reached its peak. True words, Vajra Fury. Lien Jinfua caught a glimpse of a shadow and immediately swung his fist to counterattack. But at the moment of punching, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Not good. Lien Jinfua realized he had fallen into his opponent's trap. At the critical moment, he instinctively raised his right fist to shield his chest. Splurt! A green sword light pierced through Lien Jinfua's right fist, blood splattering everywhere. The sword light even penetrated into his chest. How is this possible? Yao Qitian and Jiang Shan's expressions changed instantly. Ugh! Lien Jinfua groaned, and the golden light around him dissipated in an instant. Lien Jinfua, you lost. The sword light vanished as Tang Xiao held his swords with both hands, his expression proud. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the surrounding teachers and students turned to shock. The unparalleled sword is too powerful. Defeated Hua Fo in just 2 moves. Could he possibly pose a threat to Senior Huangfu? The students were both in awe and shock. Lien Jinfua, one of the 10 heavenly kings, ranked just below Huangfu Yu and Li Fengxian, was one of the top experts at Moda University. Yet, he was defeated by Tang Xiao in just 2 moves, truly unbelievable. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many began to doubt whether Huangfu Yu could defeat Lien Jinfua in 2 moves. Judging by the situation, it seemed unlikely. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Is this unparalleled sword really about to rise? If Huangfu Yu and Li Fengxian don't step in, Moda University's prestige will be completely lost. Even if they do, they might not be able to defeat Tang Xiao, right? Listening to the crowd's discussions, Tang Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. His goal had been achieved. As for Huangfu Yu and Li Fengxian, it didn't matter whether they fought or not. His next target was Qinglong Ji Wuxiang. Unparalleled sword. Let's have another match. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Lin Feng appeared in front of everyone, red arcs of electricity flashing across his body. Lin Feng. Lin Feng is back. Brother Feng is back. In the crowd, Lu Yi, Qi Kong, and others' eyes lit up. Lin Feng. Lien Jinfua was stunned, wondering where he had been. It's you? Tang Xiao's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew who Lin Feng was, but didn't take him seriously. You want to fight me? Are you sure? Tang Xiao asked again. His momentum was at its peak, and his sword intent was solid. Even against Ji Wuxiang, he was confident of victory. Lin Feng nodded. Bring it on. In truth, Lin Feng and Feng Mangong had been flying at high altitude earlier. After witnessing the battle between Tang Xiao and Lien Jinfua, Lin Feng initially didn't want to intervene. But on one hand, Tang Xiao's momentum was overwhelming. Defeating him would allow Lin Feng to absorb that momentum, which he needed. On the other hand, as a student of Moda University, he couldn't stand by and watch the school lose face. There was also Feng Mangong's insistence. Before stepping into the arena, Feng Mangong had specifically urged him to take action. During their previous encounter, Lin Feng had already noticed that Tang Xiao had just entered the 5-star warlord level, and his strength was still unstable. Dealing with him wouldn't be too difficult. Lien Jinfua's throat moved as he swallowed. He didn't believe Lin Feng could win, but at this moment, Lin Feng stepping up was beneficial for Moda University. At the very least, it wouldn't give the impression of cowardice. Yao Qitian and Zhang Shan remained silent. Since Feng Mangong had given his tacit approval, they would cooperate. I won't necessarily hold back, Tang Xiao said, his gaze deep as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. Neither will I. In such a battle, holding back would only hinder oneself. Only by going all out could one unleash their full potential. Isn't that the Thunder God? I remember he was still at the warrior level. That's right, but Tang Xiao is a warlord. The gap is too big. Stop bringing up the past. Lin Feng is already at the battle spirit level. What? Thunder God advanced to battle spirit already? That's so fast. But it still won't help, he definitely can't win. Regardless, Thunder God is pretty brave. The surrounding crowd began to discuss heatedly. Louis listened, feeling a bit helpless. But it did seem to be the case. Oh well, whatever, just cheer him on. Lin Feng, go for it. Louis shouted loudly. Qi Kong and other new and old students followed suit. No matter what, as the hosts, they couldn't lose their momentum. Heh. Tang Xiao sneered. If cheering really worked, what was the point of training? With that thought, Tang Xiao drew an alloy battle sword. In his view, this sword alone was enough to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, watch out for his sword intent, Lian Jinhua suddenly reminded from behind. He had just been confused by the illusory and real sword intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Lin Feng nodded. Boom. The next moment, Tang Xiao moved. Like a flash of lightning, he charged at Lin Feng with incredible speed, his battle sword exuding a sharp aura. Whoosh! Tang Xiao was fast, but Lin Feng was even faster, so fast, it was unbelievable. What? Tang Xiao's expression changed slightly. This speed was terrifying. Clang! In the next moment, Lin Feng's left fist struck fiercely toward Tang Xiao's chest. Tang Xiao raised his battle sword horizontally to block in front of his chest. Sparks flew, and red electric light exploded before him. Damn! Lu Yi in the distance was dumbfounded. He couldn't even see how Lin Feng had approached. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already appeared in front of Tang Xiao. This speed was simply unbelievable. After closing in, Lin Feng had no intention of engaging in close combat. When Tang Xiao drew his sword to counterattack, Lin Feng used his lightning-fast speed to quickly retreat. Tang Xiao's expression grew serious. Forget everything else, just this speed alone was troublesome. Strength was one thing, but being unable to hit the opponent was another. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao dared not be careless and quickly drew another alloy battle sword. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding crowd. Some even took out their phones to start recording. After all, this was a duel between top experts, and uploading it online would surely go viral. Lin Feng, Lian Jinhua in the distance had mixed feelings. Although he still doubted Lin Feng could win, just this speed alone was worth being wary of. Tang Xiao took a deep breath and swung both swords fiercely. Unrivaled sword slash. Instantly, two sword beams slashed out. Tang Xiao didn't stop, continuing to swing his swords, not giving Lin Feng a chance to get close. He knew that against such speed, mere defense was useless. Only by achieving the ultimate in both offense and defense could he have a chance of winning. But Lin Feng had no intention of getting close. Whoosh! Just as the two sword beams approached, Lin Feng used his divine lightning step and instantly exited the combat zone. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. A nearly 200-meter-long crimson blade slashed toward Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected the speed of the ability-based combat technique to be so fast. Clang! When he blocked it with his dual swords, he breathed a sigh of relief. The power was strong, but not enough to harm him. He knew this must be Lin Feng's ultimate move. Such a big move couldn't be used continuously. Thinking this, Tang Xiao's confidence surged. But just then, 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. Swish! 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 Tang Xiao was shocked to see 3 200-meter-long crimson blades attacking simultaneously from different directions. Damn it! Tang Xiao almost couldn't help but curse. He quickly used his swords to block. Trying to end this quickly? Tang Xiao thought to himself. This was probably Lin Feng's strategy. But it's not enough. Tang Xiao suddenly let out a low shout. Just 3 blades weren't enough. Besides, he didn't believe Lin Feng could release more. After using such big moves, his spiritual energy would soon be depleted. Green Lotus Sword Dance. The next moment, Tang Zhao's figure began to blur. Green sword beams swept around. Lin Feng, with his lightning agility, skillfully dodged this wave of attacks. Whoosh! 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. Whoosh! 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. From above, this battle looked like a visual feast. Lin Feng moved at high speed, centering on Tang Zhao. Each time he reached a direction, he unleashed a 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash. At his supersonic speed, he instantly condensed 29 Netherwind Thunder Slashes. Previously, Lin Feng wouldn't have dared to consume so much, nor could he endure it. Whether it was the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash or the Divine Lightning Step, both consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. But now, he had the support of the Spirit Sea of Immortal Healing. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, it quickly recovered. With this, Lin Feng had no fear of spiritual energy consumption. When the 29 Netherwind Thunder Slashes appeared, Tang Zhao's face changed drastically. Not far away, even Lian Jinhua opened his mouth in terror. Yao Qitian and Jiang Shan, the two principals, also widened their eyes. Tang Zhao didn't even have the strength to complain. This was too much of a cheat. Where did all this spiritual energy come from? Could it be that these supernatural combat techniques didn't consume spiritual energy at all? This was just unfair. Sword Gang Formation. As the dense scarlet blades rapidly descended, Tang Zhao activated his only defensive combat technique. Boom! The explosion resounded. Not far away, Lian Jinhua's jaw almost dislocated. Could this even be considered a fight? Those who understood knew it was supernatural power. Those who didn't might think Lin Feng was a humanoid machine gun. The key was, even Lian Jinhua had never seen anyone release supernatural powers like this. Just how much spiritual energy did that guy have? Ding ding ding. One after another, scarlet blades struck the Sword Gang Formation. Tang Zhao's proud defensive combat technique was visibly cracking at an alarming rate. Then, the remaining 16 blades simultaneously descended. Bang! At the critical moment, Tang Zhao swiftly swung his dual swords. But immediately after, his entire body was blasted away. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The surrounding spectators were stunned. Some held their phones, frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. Lu Yi and the other students were also left speechless, their jaws dropping. Unbelievable. Incomprehensible. Unimaginable. Cough, cough. Tang Zhao's upper body clothing was blown to shreds, his body covered in blood and wounds. Even his hair was scorched black. Although he managed to block most of the attacks at the critical moment, the destructive power of the Calamity Thursday, unstoppable. Unstoppable. Lu Yi shouted excitedly. Although he didn't see it clearly, there was only one word to describe it: awesome. After Lu Yi finished speaking, a group of people rushed toward Lin Feng. Oh no, Lin Feng muttered as he saw so many people surrounding him, feeling overwhelmed. The next moment, he activated his Divine Lightning Step. Whoosh! A red lightning bolt streaked past everyone's eyes. Where is he? Damn, the Thunder God brother disappeared again. Cool, so cool. In the crowd, Louis was just about to use his dragon horse wings to chase after him, only to realize that Lin Feng had already vanished. Oh no, his once proud wings were now completely useless. After the battle, related videos were uploaded online. Lin Feng instantly went viral. Unparalleled sword defeated by 2 moves from Lotus Buddha. Shocking. The new Thunder God of Magic City crushes unparalleled sword throughout the match. 2 trending topics, one above the other, formed a stark contrast. Everyone was in an uproar. Did you see that? This newcomer is way too strong. Damn, I slowed it down 20 times and still couldn't see how he won. So fast, so strong, so cool. Thunder God Lin Feng is just a freshman? Are you kidding me? I'm a freshman too, but I'm only at the 3-star awakening realm. Are all freshmen this powerful now? A dark horse, an absolute dark horse. It's not that unparalleled sword isn't strong enough, it's that Lin Feng is too terrifying. Some were shocked, while others were skeptical. Heated discussions about how many abilities Lin Feng had used in the fight continued endlessly. Imperial Capital University. Ji Wuxiang watched the video on his phone, his eyes gleaming. Impressive, quite impressive, he chuckled. Beside him, a shirtless young man smirked wickedly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Tang Xiao broke his vow. Do you want to try too? Ji Wuxiang said calmly. Tang Xiao is just trash, unworthy of being called a king. The young man twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. He exuded a wild and sinister aura, like a beast. Is that so? Ji Wuxiang sneered. Don't underestimate anyone. Otherwise, you'll suffer greatly. The young man before him was none other than one of the 10 kings, the sinister tiger Yu Qingyan. He was also one of the 2 kings of Imperial Capital University. I'm getting more and more excited, Yu Qingyan said with a sly smile. This year is much more exciting than last year. In the West Sea, a young man in a red monk's robe, with a scruffy beard, gazed devoutly at the West Sea lake, murmuring something under his breath. At that moment, his phone vibrated gently. A news notification popped up on the screen. A new king emerges in Magic City. Thunder God easily defeats unparalleled sword. The young man was momentarily stunned before clicking on the video. After watching the footage, a faint glimmer of dim light flashed in his eyes. So many newcomers this year. Not bad. With that, he waved his hands lightly. The iron elements in the surrounding soil quickly gathered. In no time, a metallic disc took shape. The young man stood on the disc, hovering in mid-air, and swiftly departed. This was none other than one of the 10 kings, the magnetic King Mu He. In the far east, there was the boundless East Sea. On the East Sea, there was a small island. The island was lush with greenery and dense foliage. A girl in a leather jacket darted nimbly like a ghost, dodging left and right. Ahead of her, a chubby black cat was running for its life, occasionally glancing back. The next moment, the black cat's fur stood on end. The leather-clad girl appeared out of nowhere in front of it. Silly cat, you lost again. The girl scooped up the black cat. If you lose, you have to accept the punishment, okay? Meow. The black cat let out an unwilling cry. At that moment, the young girl suddenly looked toward the large screen at the edge of the forest. It was broadcasting the battle between Lin Feng and Tang Xiao. A strange black light flickered in the girl's eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly curved upward. She was none other than the renowned Eastern witch, Ulili. The Battle of Tianwang Mountain is about to begin. Ulili glanced at the time and realized there were only 10 days left. Silly cat, let's go back. Apart from these few heavenly kings, the reactions of the other heavenly kings varied. Some were shocked, some were disdainful, and others were excited. This battle added even more mystery and legend to the upcoming Battle of Tianwang Mountain. Just as the door to Chu Xianlan's and Chu Xiener's dormitory was opened. Guess who I am? Chu Xiener covered Lin Feng's eyes with her small hands. Ever since watching TV last time, Lin Feng had been practicing and sleeping here almost all the time. Doesn't matter who you are, Lin Feng turned around and picked her up, closing the door casually. Oh, 500,000 words omitted here. 2 hours later. Lin Feng, you're amazing. Chu Xiener lay on Lin Feng's chest, watching the explosive video, and said, if it were me, I would have begged for mercy long ago. Didn't you just beg for mercy earlier? Lin Feng stretched lazily. Chu Xiener's cheeks turned slightly red. At this moment, Chu Xianlan returned from outside. During this period, she had been training exceptionally hard and had made rapid progress. Not only had her realm broken through to the 4-star warrior level, but her mastery of abilities had also reached the beginner level, nearing minor success. Lin Feng knew that Chu Xianlan had been practicing a special combat technique with Chu Xiener. It was said to be taught by Chu Tianyang and could enhance their combined combat power. If mastered, it would significantly boost their strength. Lin Feng, I want a hug. Chu Xianlan put down her weapon and threw herself at Lin Feng. You guys carry on. I'll go get you something to eat. Chu Xiener dressed herself, pursing her lips with a smile. In the following days, Lin Feng devoted himself entirely to practicing the 7 Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique. This was a high-difficulty Earth-grade ability combat technique, created by Yi Zun when he became the Saint Martial Marquis. It was said that Yi Zun used this move to slay 2 beast rulers in the Great Cavern Battle, earning widespread fame. The 7 Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique required extremely high mastery of abilities. One must reach the Atwell realm to perform it. Although Lin Feng was at the half-step Atwell realm, he was still missing something to truly enter the realm. One day, what exactly am I missing? In the 6 times gravity room, Lin Feng wore loose combat attire, his brows furrowed. At will, as effortlessly as using a finger, he muttered while summoning the Destruction Tribulation Thunder. Under his control, the Destruction Tribulation Thunder sometimes danced like a dragon, sometimes split into needle-thin threads weaving through the air. No, this still isn't true at will. Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed. I'm overthinking it. True at will should be without intention. Lin Feng abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing with sharp light. He finally understood. All along, he had been striving to enter the at-will realm. At-will meant going with the flow, doing things without intention. Only by letting go of thoughts could one achieve true freedom. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a deep breath in excitement. He knew what he was missing. Let's try again. Half an hour later, the entire gravity room was enveloped in destruction, tribulation thunder, resembling an apocalyptic storm. Fortunately, it was a single-person room otherwise. Others would have been affected long ago. Lin Feng didn't bother to control the destructive tribulation lightning, letting it move freely. Even so, its power was astonishing. Black spots had already appeared on the silver alloy walls around him. The destructive tribulation lightning quickly condensed, and before long, it formed a phantom identical to Lin Feng. This phantom was entirely composed of destructive tribulation lightning. Though illusory, it began to move forward slowly. At first, it moved sluggishly, but its speed gradually increased. Eventually, its agility was no less than that of a normal human. Lin Feng continued practicing like this until late at night. Boom! The destructive tribulation lightning clone punched the wall. The wall, made of B-grade alloy, instantly collapsed. A trace of fervor flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. This is the realm of free will. The realm of free will allowed for an incredible level of control over abilities, even enabling the creation of ability clones. The clone Lin Feng had created was fully up to standard. Huh. Lin Feng looked at the sturdier clone and smiled. I'll call you Tribulation Lightning Clone, he said. This clone had no consciousness, but was entirely under Lin Feng's control. To form it, Lin Feng had expended half of his internal spiritual energy. Its power was immense. Once unleashed, its might even surpassed the 9 Netherwind Thunder Slash at the Grand Completion stage. It's time to cultivate the 7 Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique. Lin Feng clenched his fist and murmured. 2 days later, Lin Feng held the Spirit Recovery Blade, his eyes covered with crimson destructive tribulation lightning. His internal spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread around him. Like the calm before a storm, Lin Feng's momentum reached an unprecedented height. Boom! In an instant, a crimson thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended from the sky, striking the target in front of him with lightning speed. The target, made of B-grade alloy, instantly shattered into pieces. Not only that, but the powerful shockwave swept through the entire gravity chamber. Rumble! Crash! The surrounding equipment quickly broke down. The walls, as if struck by a fatal blow, all collapsed. What happened? In the hall, Zhu Qi, who was in charge of the gravity chamber, turned pale. Could something have gone wrong with the gravity chamber? He rushed over, only to see Lin Feng opening the door with the battle blade in hand. Red arcs of electricity flickered across Lin Feng's body, and even his hair seemed to have turned red. He looked intimidating. Zhu Qi's face changed drastically. How had this kid become so strong in just a few days? Even Zhu Qi himself felt an invisible pressure. Those crimson eyes were particularly chilling. When he turned to look inside, his face turned green. My gravity chamber. The room was in complete disarray. All the alloy targets had been blown to pieces. The once silver walls were now charred black. The entire gravity chamber looked like it had been through a disaster. Sorry, Lin Feng said somewhat sheepishly. Mr. Zhu, should I deduct the cost from my points? Zhu Qi rolled his eyes, not even considering it. You've been holed up in the gravity chamber for so long, could you even use up all your points? Forget it, Zhu Qi waved his hand. But, kid, you're about to be in trouble. What do you mean? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. You probably don't know yet, Zhu Qi said with a grin. The Battle of Tianwang Mountain is about to start. Last time, you defeated Peerless Sword, and now all those veteran kings have their eyes on you. You're about to become the target of everyone's attention." Although her tone carried a hint of schadenfreude, Zhu Qi was filled with envy. This was exactly how young people should be, full of vitality, with boundless futures and fighting spirit. "Really? Then bring it on." Lin Feng threw out the words and turned to leave. "This guy, he's exuding more and more of a strong presence," Zhu Qi muttered to herself. Just as Lin Feng stepped out of the gravity chamber, he saw Ling Wei hurrying over. "Lin Feng, you're finally out." Ling Wei's eyes lit up. "What's the matter, Teacher Ling?" Lin Feng asked. "We're heading to the imperial capital." Ling Wei rolled her eyes. 3 days left, so we're leaving early. If you hadn't come out soon, I was about to barge in myself. By rights, they should have departed 5 days in advance, but Lin Feng had been in seclusion, and Ling Wei didn't want to disturb him. Over the past 2 days, the other students had already left for the imperial capital with Yao Qitian and Chen Bufan. Tianwang Mountain was hidden in the underground caverns of the imperial capital. Indeed, the Battle of Tianwang Mountain would take place there, adding a layer of mystery and legend to the entire campaign. Early the next morning, Ling Wei and Lin Feng set off for the imperial capital. Accompanying them were the Chu sisters, Chu Xianlan and Chu Xiener. Lu Yi and Qi Kong had already arrived in the imperial capital ahead of them. As the train sped along, Chu Xianlan handed Lin Feng a freshly washed grape and gently placed it in his mouth. Beside her, Chu Xiener thoughtfully double-checked Lin Feng's documents. "This guy?" Ling Wei shook her head inwardly, thinking he was truly enjoying himself. However, with Chu Tianyang also present in the imperial capital this time, she hoped everything would go smoothly without any mishaps. 3 hours later, they arrived at the imperial capital. The last time Lin Feng had come, it was with Feng Mangong, and they had descended directly from the sky. This time, the method was different, and so was the feeling. "This place is almost identical to what I saw in my previous life," Lin Feng murmured softly. "Brother Feng, what are you talking about?" Chu Xianlan asked, blinking her big eyes as she clung to Lin Feng's arm. "Nothing." Lin Feng shook his head. "Hee. I've heard that meeting the father-in-law makes one nervous." "Brother Feng, you seem nervous too." Chu Xianlan giggled, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower, captivating anyone who saw it. "Don't worry, my sister and I will cheer you on along the way," Chu Xiener said with a smile. "Besides, we're all here." Exactly. There's a saying that daughters grow up and can't be kept at home," Chu Xianlan said, waving her fist. "If my dad gives you a hard time, I won't let him off." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Chu Tianyang. These two daughters were truly destined to give him headaches. As the four of them prepared to exit the station, a familiar voice called out from a distance, "Xiener, Lan." The next second, Chu Tianyang appeared, dressed in a deep blue Zhongshan suit, smiling as he approached. But in the very next moment, his mustache twitched, and he cursed inwardly. "What on earth am I seeing?" Although the Chu sisters had spoken boldly earlier, they now felt a bit shy. Seeing their father, they simultaneously let go of Lin Feng's arms. Ling Wei immediately felt a headache coming on. Great. It was just as the saying goes, what you fear will come true. "What is this?" Chu Tianyang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "What are you all doing?" "Oh, it's none of your business," Chu Xianlan pouted. "Dad, my sister and I are both dating Lin Feng." "Got a problem with that?" Chu Xianlan has always been bold and fearless, while Chu Xiener usually appears aloof, but actually listens to Chu Tianyang the most. For a moment, Chu Tianyang was at a loss for words. "What?" Chu Tianyang was completely dumbfounded. He had been full of joy, planning to surprise his daughters, but instead of a surprise, he ended up startling himself. Chu Tianyang's gaze toward Lin Feng immediately changed. Lin Feng's talent and potential were undeniable, but no matter how outstanding he was, he couldn't just take both of my daughters away at once. "Dad, let's go home." Chu Xiener stepped forward. "Ahem. Well, you all carry on. I still need to discuss pre-match preparations with them." Ling Wei lowered her head, ready to leave. "Teacher Ling." Chu Tianyang's mouth twitched. "I was wondering why Feng Mangong kept avoiding me. Turns out the problem lies here. He kept calling me his good brother and old friend, saying he'd definitely take care of my daughters. Puffed, as if he's worthy. If it weren't for the people around, Chu Tianyong would have almost cursed it out loud. Ling Wei shook her head helplessly. If you're angry, go find the principal. Why vent to me? Hee hee, Principal Chu, do you think this is a family matter or a public matter? Ling Wei smiled politely, with a hint of cleverness. Of course it's a public matter. Chu Tianyong was so angry his beard puffed up. Since it's a public matter, all three of them are students of our Moda University. Ling Wei blinked, appearing humble and low-key. The implication was clear. If it's a public matter, then don't interfere too much. After all, you're the vice principal of Daijing University. Chu Tianyong froze for a moment. My two daughters have been taken away, of course. It's a family matter. If it's a family matter, then it's not appropriate for an outsider like me to intervene. Ling Wei was waiting for this response. Principal Chu, you take care. I'll visit you another day. With that, Ling Wei dashed off. This little girl. Chu Tianyong finally reacted. She sure has a sharp tongue. Humph, it's all because of that old phone. Look at what he's turned these young teachers into. Dad, aren't you leaving yet? Chu Xianlon stomped her foot in frustration. Ahem, hello, Principal Chu. Lin Feng coughed lightly. It seemed this was indeed a tricky situation. All right, let's go home, Chu Tianyong said. Dad, Lin Feng greeted you. Chu Xianer said angrily as soon as the words left her mouth. Did you not hear him, or are you pretending not to? Xianer, Lin Feng frowned. You can't talk to Principal Chu like that. Chu Xianer nodded obediently and quickly said, Sorry, Dad. Chu Tianyong's eyes widened in shock, unable to speak. Is this still the little troublemaker Chu Xianer who ignored everyone? Is this still my eldest daughter? Why is she so obedient? No, why is she so obedient to Lin Feng? Suddenly, Chu Tianyong felt completely unsettled. Dad, look how great Lin Feng is, he even stands on your side, Chu Xianlon said, holding on to Chu Tianyong's arm. Let's go home. I'm starving. As she spoke, she patted her little stomach. Hee hee, let's go home. Chu Tianyong forced a smile, trying to stay composed. On the way home, Chu Tianyong sat in the passenger seat, motionless like a pillar, but his eyes occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror. He couldn't quite figure it out. Just half a month ago, his two daughters had agreed so readily. How had things changed so much in such a short time? In the back seat, the Chu sisters were both very well behaved, no small movements, and no crossing the line. This reassured Chu Tianyong quite a bit. He thought to himself that although his two daughters were in the wrong, they still knew their boundaries. It seemed things hadn't spiraled out of control. Not bad, not bad. Thinking this, Chu Tianyong felt a little better. Unfortunately, he didn't know that his two daughters and Lin Feng had already played countless online games together. If he knew, he'd probably collapse on the spot. Half an hour later, an ancient, elegant courtyard house appeared before them. Before they even got out of the car, two maids came to the door to greet them. Mississippi. Second Mississippi. Two women in their 40s smiled warmly. Although they were maids, their demeanor was impeccable. Welcome home, Mrs. Behind the maids stood an elderly man in a long gown, his hair white, with a kind smile on his face. Lin Feng, this is Aunt Zhang and Aunt Lu, Chu Xianlon introduced enthusiastically. And this is Uncle Yang. Lin Feng greeted them. Then the group walked through the courtyard and entered the ancient-style house. Hee hee, Lin Feng, make yourself at home, Chu Xianlon said with a smile. Beside her, Chu Xian took the water poured by Aunt Lu and thoughtfully handed it to Lin Feng. After the three servants left, Chu Tianyong finally couldn't hold back anymore. Shaolin, when did you three start? How did it begin? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Principal Chu, the three of us haven't been together for long, Lin Feng said. Hearing the word three, Chu Tianyong's mustache twitched. Although polygamy was common in this world, especially among the strong, Chu Tianyong still felt a bit uncomfortable. Oh, so how did it start? Chu Tianyong stroked his beard and asked. This question had been on his mind for a long time. It seemed like a casual inquiry, but in reality, he wanted to find some clues from Lin Feng's words. As soon as he finished speaking, the Chu sisters' faces turned red. Chu Xian bit her lip, her heart racing. Ahem, it just happened naturally while watching TV, Lin Feng said, his face calm and composed. Watching TV? Chu Tianyong was momentarily stunned. Seeing his two daughters' flushed faces, he felt relieved. Looks like my two daughters are still quite reserved, Chu Tianyong thought as he stroked his beard. Even watching TV makes them shy. Seems like my upbringing wasn't in vain. Thinking this, Chu Tianyong felt quite pleased with himself, his self-satisfaction soaring. Hee, there's a lot of educational content on TV these days. Watching more is definitely beneficial, Chu Tianyong said with a smile. In his mind, his daughters still had their limits, and he was instantly at ease. He had no idea what Lin Feng's watching TV actually meant. If he knew the truth, he'd probably lose his mind. Yes, it's quite good, Lin Feng nodded. But the two sisters were already dying of embarrassment inside. After chatting for a while, the two girls noticed that Chu Tianyong still wanted to ask more questions and couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Dad, are you done yet? We still need to grab our things and head to the hotel, Chu Xianlan said. Our teacher and classmates are waiting for us. Oh, I forgot, Chu Tianyong said, patting his head with a laugh. All right, you go ahead then. I happen to have a meeting to attend as well. With that, Chu Tianyong turned and left. After watching Chu Tianyong walk away, Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Then she glared at Lin Feng and playfully scolded. Was the TV that interesting? Sis, you're one to talk. You've watched TV with Lin Feng more times than I have. Chu Xianlan muttered softly. You little brat, Lon Lon. Chu Xianer blushed with embarrassment and reached out to tickle her. I can't take it anymore. Stop. Chu Xianlan giggled uncontrollably from being tickled. That's what you get for talking nonsense. Chu Xianer said with a flushed face. Since you think it's not enough, why don't you and Brother Feng make up for it? You can keep watching as much as you want. This time, Chu Xianlan was the one feeling shy. This guy was too much for her to handle at the moment. Lin Feng felt a twinge in his heart as he listened. You all seem to be having a good time chatting, so let's take a look then. Ugh. 2 hours later. Are the two young ladies ready? Sixth aunt stepped forward to ask. The two girls' cheeks were slightly red. Yes, there aren't many clothes. We've packed everything. Take care, young ladies, sixth aunt said. Come back often to visit the master. Got it, sixth aunt. Chu Xianlan and the other young lady linked arms with Lin Feng and left. After the three left, sixth aunt began tidying up the room. Suddenly, she froze. Why are the two young ladies so diligent, even washing the bed sheets? Imperial Capital Hotel. This 30-story 5-star hotel was now packed with people. The highly anticipated Tianwang Mountain Showdown was about to begin, making this the top choice for heroes from all over to stay. In the lobby, Lu Yi and Qi Kong, two friends, were sitting together drinking beverages. Move. Suddenly, a rough voice came from behind. Louis took off his sunglasses and saw a tall young man glaring at him with displeasure. I'm talking to you, move. The young man stepped forward aggressively. Are you kidding me? Is this hotel owned by your family? Louis raised an eyebrow. You're really dumb. After saying that, he continued drinking his beverage. Bang! Suddenly, the drink in his hand was knocked away. Damn it! Louis got angry and kicked out. The young man was not weak and reacted quickly, but he was still hit in the forehead and stumbled back. The young man was furious. It turned out that he and his classmates had planned to book this hotel, but it was fully booked. After learning that checkout was at 12, he decided to wait for a bit. However, as soon as he left his seat, this guy took it. He hadn't expected the guy to come back, and when he sat down earlier, he hadn't noticed anyone there. You're asking for it. The young man roared and charged at Louis. Damn it! Qi Kong couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward with a kick. The young man was sent flying again. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a man with a single shoulder bag blocked him. The man's face was dark. Zhou Ping, what are you doing? Senior, these two took our seats. Zhou Ping was furious. The man's expression turned cold as he swung his bag, ready to make a move. Qi Kong stepped forward to confront him. What do you think you're doing? Qi Kong stared at him warily. The man sneered, fighting. He threw a punch. Qi Kang's eyes narrowed. It was too fast. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Damn it! Lu Yi's face changed drastically. This guy was too strong. The man strode toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi, who was weaker than Qi Kong, quickly used his abilities to dodge. Think you can run? The man sneered disdainfully. At the critical moment, at the hotel entrance. Foolishly, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Seeing Lu Yi about to be hit, he rushed over instantly. Bang! The man's fist seemed to hit a rock. His expression changed, and he retreated 3 steps. Lin Feng withdrew his fist, his brows slightly furrowed. Lin Feng, you're just in time. Louis landed from midair. This guy just beat Qi Kong. Lin Feng was about to speak when the man's face suddenly changed. Your thunder god, Lin Feng? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, surprised at his own fame. Sorry, it's all our fault. The man quickly apologized, leaving Lu Yi dumbfounded. Behind Lin Feng, Qi Kong, who had just gotten up and was preparing to counterattack, widened his eyes. Zhou Ping, come here and apologize, the man ordered. Zhou Ping looked at Lin Feng with respect, bowing repeatedly. Sorry, please forgive us. It was all a misunderstanding, Qi Kong said softly. Lin Feng glanced at Qi Kong, then at Zhou Ping. They both only had superficial injuries. All right, it's fine now, Lin Feng said. The man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and introduced himself. I am Chao Shuping from Wanli Group. Lin Feng, I guess we got to know each other through a fight. This is for you. Wanli Group is a well-known domestic trading company. Unlike regular trade, they specialize in business related to underground caves. They have dedicated security teams that enter and exit the caves, collecting various materials to sell to others. This is our group's Supreme Gold card. There's an auction tonight, and you're welcome to attend, Chao Shuping said. The card has 1 million in it. Take it and have some fun. Qi Kong was dumbfounded upon hearing this. This guy really has guts, giving away 1 million just like that. An auction? Lin Feng had never heard of such a thing before. Haha. This auction is mainly prepared for top-tier individuals like you. Chao Shuping explained with a smile. You'll understand once you see it for yourself. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Chao Shuping. In that case, I won't hold back, he said, taking the gold card. Who wouldn't love free money? Seeing Lin Feng accept it, Chao Shuping was overjoyed. Lin Feng, see you tonight, he said before leaving. After the two left, Qi Kong was full of envy. Is this the difference in strength and status? Wanli Group is one of the top 10 enterprises in the country. Their Supreme Gold card is not something just anyone can get. Even celebrities might not be able to obtain one. But once Chao Shuping knew it was Lin Feng, he gave it away without hesitation. As for himself, he didn't even get a second glance. Lin Feng then went up to the 26th floor. This time, 166 people from Magic City University were participating in the Tianwang Mountain Battle. Quite a large number. So Lin Feng was staying in a double room. His roommate was none other than Li Fengxian. Meanwhile, the Chu Xianlan sisters happened to be staying next door. Lin Feng, Li Fengxian was in the room polishing his battle knife. When he saw Lin Feng, he smiled. Long time no see, not bad. I'm looking forward to this time, Lin Feng said as he put down his luggage. Looking forward to fighting me? Haha, of course, Li Fengxian said. You came late, otherwise those guys would have already challenged you. He was referring to the other Tianwang. After a pause, Li Fengxian asked, Are you planning to go to the Wanli auction? You know about it too? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. TCH, what doesn't your senior know? Li Fengxian put down his battle knife. Let's go together later. I'll cover you. Lin Feng chuckled, thinking to himself, cover me? You're overthinking it. At dusk, Wanli auction house. When Lin Feng and Li Fengxian arrived, the hall was already filled with people. Li Fengxian said that before every Tianwang mountain battle, the Wanli Group would hold an auction. The items up for auction included Tianwang mountain maps, various rare materials, and special combat techniques. In short, all treasures urgently needed by everyone. Generally, the top 100 ranked contestants would be invited. As soon as the two arrived, they immediately attracted attention. One was the infamous madman, and the other was the recently popular Lin Feng. Lin Feng. From the crowd, Tang Xiao stepped forward. This time at Tianwang Mountain, I will definitely defeat you. Since losing to Lin Feng last time, Tang Xiao had been working hard in secret. Lin Feng nodded. Then prepare for your second defeat. Tang Xiao, stop with the tough talk. See you at Tianwang Mountain. Li Fengxian rolled his eyes. Fortunately, Lin Feng helped out otherwise. Modi University would have been humiliated. So he was somewhat displeased with Tang Xiao. You're really nosy, not even letting me talk tough? As soon as Li Fengxian finished speaking, a sinister young man in a sleeveless shirt walked over. It was none other than the wicked tiger, Yu Qingyan. Li Fengxian's gaze turned cold. Last year, this guy ambushed him. If not for that incident, he would have definitely made it to the top 4, maybe even fought for first place. Yu Qingyan smiled and said, borrowing your junior's words, prepare for your second defeat. Oh, I'm so scared, Li Fengxian said exaggeratedly. I didn't expect your character to be so bad, just like your dad's words, exactly the same. As soon as he spoke, Yu Qingyan's face changed drastically. I wouldn't have such a son. Lin Feng shrugged. Oh, what a lively scene. At this moment, a young girl in a black tight outfit walked in from the door. Haha, all the familiar faces are here. Woolly scanned the room, and her gaze stopped on Lin Feng. Hey, this year you might be the only freshman participating, right? Woolly said enthusiastically. Indeed, this year in the Tianwang Mountain Battle, Lin Feng was the only freshman participant. Just this fact alone was intimidating. Most of the contestants present were juniors and seniors. Even the geniuses were mostly sophomores. Lin Feng was the exception. Woolly, long time no see. You're still so flamboyant. Yu Qingyan licked his lips. I recently created a dual cultivation technique. Want to give it a try? Others might get angry, but Woolly glanced at him and laughed. Big sister doesn't play with little kids. She deliberately emphasized the words little kids. Yu Qingyan's face darkened. Li Fengxian, enjoying the drama, said, Oh, 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 sounds like there's going to be a good show. Where are the reporters? There's news here. Li Fengxian, are you looking for death? Yu Qingyan stepped forward, his eyes full of undisguised killing intent. To be honest, I, Li Fengxian, don't think much of you. Li Fengxian put away his smile, a trace of icy coldness flashing in his eyes. Try me if you don't believe it. Enough. A voice stopped them from the front. Huang Fuyu and Ji Wuxiang walked in side by side. As soon as Yu Qingyan saw Ji Wuxiang, he immediately restrained his arrogance. If you want to fight, there will be plenty of opportunities in 3 days. Huang Fuyu frowned. Don't make a fool of yourselves here. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice came from afar. Who dares laugh at us, the 10 kings? As the voice fell, a lean young man suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Hidden General Wu Yao, Angel Qi Yuanxiu. Someone immediately recognized them. Some time ago, Wu Yao headed north to take on challenges, achieving consecutive victories. Although he avoided the strong opponents from Moda University and Dijin University, the ones he faced were still formidable. This northern journey proved the solid strength of Wu Yao. Meanwhile, Qi Yuanxiu, despite losing to the dark horse Lin Hao and Wu Shuangjian, still wore a smile on his face, as if he hadn't lost at all. Humph, here comes the joke. Yu Qingyan sneered coldly at Qi Yuanxiu. Qi Yuanxiu, you shouldn't be standing on our side now. Lin Hao is more qualified than you. Qi Yuanxiu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Wins and losses are common. It's no big deal. Li Fengxian whispered to Lin Feng. Don't underestimate him, he's pretending to be weak. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Pretending to be weak comes at a high cost. Losing 2 matches in a row if it's truly a show of weakness takes guts. This guy is a bit strange, even I can't see through him, Li Fengxian said. In any case, he's not simple. Lin Feng nodded. Where's Huafo? Wu Yao looked around and asked. He hasn't come out yet, Huang Fuyu replied. Losing to Tang Xiao last time was a heavy blow to Lien Jinhua. However, Huang Fuyu knew that when Lien Jinhua emerged, he would surely bring about a shift in the situation. What happens next, no one knows. As everyone was chatting, a young man in a red monk's robe approached from afar. Magnet King Muhi. Muhi's appearance drew more attention than Wu Yao and the others. He was the 4th most prominent among the 10 heavenly kings, with a high reputation. Yet Muhi was the most low-key of them all. He didn't belong to any school, nor did he have any faction or family. He was entirely alone, a wandering monk. Muhi, long time no see. How have you been? Ji Wuxiang asked. All is well, Muhi replied with his hands clasped together. Magnet King, you were lucky to beat me last time. This time, you won't be so fortunate, Yu Qingyan said, licking his lips. Winning or losing isn't that important to me, Muhi responded calmly. Here we go again, so annoying. Yu Qingyan cursed impatiently. Little tiger, being too arrogant isn't a good thing, Huang Fuyu said with some dissatisfaction. Everyone remained quiet, waiting for the event to begin, except for Yu Qingyan, who loved stirring up trouble. Huang Fu, don't meddle, Ji Wuxiang interjected. The affairs of Dijin aren't yours to manage. Oh, then why don't you manage them? Huang Fuyu stared at Ji Wuxiang. Huh. Ji Wuxiang chuckled without responding. It's been a while, and everyone's temper is still so fiery. Wu Yao squinted and said, looks like no one can wait any longer. Among the 10 heavenly kings, there were rivalries, grudges, superficial harmony masking complex feelings, and clashes between different factions. As the group engaged in open and covert struggles, a young woman in professional attire stepped forward at the front of the hall and spoke loudly. Good evening, everyone. I am tonight's host, Yao Wei. It's an honor to host today's auction. Now, let's take a look at the first item. As the host, Yao Wei was well aware of what everyone cared about, so she kept her words brief. The first item is the familiar Tianwang mountain map Yao Wei introduced. This map is more detailed than the one provided by the event organizers. Not only does it mark the areas where various exotic beasts appear, but it also traces the routes of the 10 heavenly kings during previous Tianwang mountain battles. Those who understand know the extraordinary value of this map. The starting price is 50,000, with a minimum increment of 1,000. The auction begins now. The 100 seed players in the venue immediately reacted. 100,000. 100,001. 100,003. For geniuses who have never participated in the Battle of Tianwang Mountain, this map is a treasure. Based on past experiences, those who obtained this map have greatly benefited. In the Battle of Tianwang Mountain, the various prodigies not only have to deal with humans, but also face exotic beasts and hunting beast generals. Danger is everywhere, and while a map is expensive, it could save lives. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and decided not to bid. He felt the map wasn't very useful. It was better to save the money and see what else would be auctioned later. 150,000, going twice. 150,000, going 3 times sold. Yao Wei announced loudly. Next is the second auction item, a spirit-nourishing pill crafted by our group's pharmaceutical company. The spirit-nourishing pill can enhance focus during cultivation, making it especially suitable for practicing supernatural combat techniques and control. The starting bid is 80,000, with a minimum increment of 2,000. Bidding starts now. The competition for the spirit-nourishing pill was even fiercer than before. This time, several of the top 10 kings actively placed bids. In the end, the spirit-nourishing pill was won by Wu Lily for 250,000. Time passed bit by bit. Unknowingly, 6 items had already been auctioned. Next is the 7th auction item. Please look at the big screen, Yao Wei continued. This item was discovered by our security team at the border of the underground cave, but its specific purpose is still unclear. It looks like a totem of an exotic beast. Since its use is unknown, the starting bid is 10,000, with a minimum increment of 500. Bidding starts now. As soon as Yao Wei finished speaking, none of the 100 people present moved. On the big screen, the auction item looked like an unearthed artifact. Its material resembled bronze, but also had a wooden texture. Overall, it appeared ancient and damaged. Since Yao Wei herself admitted that its purpose was unclear, no one was willing to spend money recklessly. But when Lin Feng saw that piece of metal, a strong light flashed in his eyes. This item was identical to the metal piece he had obtained from the bone-crushing crocodile last time. What surprised him even more was that the 2 pieces seemed to be able to fit together. That metal piece, what exactly is it? Lin Feng pondered the combined shape, but still couldn't figure it out. Was it a weapon? A token? Or some kind of precious material? Or perhaps the remains of an ancient exotic beast? 10,500. At that moment, someone raised a paddle to bid. Although no one knew its specific purpose, some were willing to collect it. The competition wasn't as intense as before, but 4 or 5 people followed up with bids. Before long, the price rose to 35,000. 35,000 once. 35,000 twice. 40,000. Lin Feng suddenly placed a bid. As soon as he spoke, many people looked at him in surprise. Lin Feng remained silent and offered no explanation. Saying too much at this moment would only arouse suspicion. Staying silent, on the other hand, made him seem mysterious. Sure enough, some people frowned, unable to understand why Lin Feng wanted to buy it. In the end, the mysterious metal piece was won by Lin Feng. Seeing the inconspicuous metal piece being bought by Lin Feng, Yu Qingyan couldn't help but mutter, clearly thinking Lin Feng had been duped. Items with no apparent value were abundant in the underground cave. No vision at all, Yu Qingyan muttered. Lin Feng glanced at him, thinking, "You're quite bold, aren't you?" The auction continued. For more items were sold. "Friends, next is the final item of this auction," Yao Wei said, scanning the room with a radiant expression. This one was also obtained from Tianwang Mountain. Everyone should know about the Battle King, right? As soon as Yao Wei mentioned this, many people's eyes lit up. The Battle King was the first to reach the summit during the Tianwang Mountain battle 2 years ago. Like Ji Wuxiang now, he was ranked first among the 10 heavenly kings. The Battle King's ability was very unique in S-level special combat stacking ability. The longer he fought, the stronger he became. It was precisely this ability that allowed the Battle King to dominate the Tianwang Mountain battle back then and win the championship with an overwhelming advantage. 2 years have passed, and the Battle King is now a master-level powerhouse. The Battle King's achievements back then were closely tied to the opportunities he encountered on Tianwang Mountain. Take a closer look. With the help of several staff members, a stone tablet about 2 meters high was carried onto the stage. The Enlightenment Tablet. As soon as everyone saw the item, their eyes lit up. I didn't expect them to actually find it. I heard the Battle King used the Enlightenment Tablet to comprehend a powerful combat technique. This Wanli group is truly impressive to have found this item. This is a valuable artifact. I wonder what the starting price will be. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Yao Wei smiled and said, "The Enlightenment Tablet has no starting price, but each bid increase must be no less than 10,000. Let the bidding begin." 800,000. As soon as Yao Wei finished speaking, Wu Yao immediately placed a bid. 1,200,000. As Wu Yao spoke, Tang Xiao followed with a bid. In no time, the price of the Enlightenment Tablet quickly soared to 5 million. Lin Feng was secretly surprised. He only had 1 million on him. After the auction, he would still need to pay 40,000 to the auction house. 6,200,000. At this moment, Ji Wuxiang also joined the bidding. He wasn't buying the Enlightenment Tablet to learn combat techniques, but to gain insight into the Battle King's cultivation experiences. 8,500,000. As soon as Ji Wuxiang spoke, Wu Yao immediately followed with a bid. Clearly, they both wanted this item. At this price point, many people had already withdrawn. After all, the Enlightenment Tablet wasn't guaranteed to provide enlightenment. Truly wealthy, Li Fengxian said with a smile, glancing at Yu Qingyan, clearly starting to pay attention to him. Yu Qingyan was indifferent. His purpose for coming this time was the Enlightenment Tablet. 8,500,000. Yu Qingyan suddenly raised the bid. Wu Yao frowned and gave up. 8,500,000 once. 8,500,000 twice. 8,500,000 3 times sold. After the auction ended, Lin Feng paid 40,000 and obtained the mysterious iron piece. As soon as he held it, a surge of heat immediately emanated from it. Sure enough, it's part of a set. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. At the same time, he noticed the iron piece shaking incessantly in his portable storage space, as if being drawn to something. This item is definitely extraordinary. Although he hadn't discovered its use yet, Lin Feng felt it was unusual. Back at the hotel, Li Fengxian had gone out drinking, leaving Lin Feng alone in the room. Lin Feng took out the 2 iron pieces and then joined them together. Buzz! The next moment, a miraculous change occurred. The 2 iron pieces adhered tightly together as if glued, forming a seamless connection. At the instant the iron pieces merged, a faint golden light flashed, followed by the appearance of a complex and mysterious rune. The rune was light red, emitting an energy that made one's scalp tingle. Lin Feng instinctively looked at the rune but felt dizzy and disoriented. This seems to be. Lin Feng pondered for a long time, but couldn't discern the specific nature of the rune. He only knew it resembled the shape of a cube. After fiddling with it for a while, Lin Feng placed the iron pieces back into the storage space. The next morning, at the plaza of Imperial Capital University. This year, a total of 1,105 people were participating in the Battle of Tianwang Mountain. Among them, half were from the Martial Arts University, while the rest were from the military, martial arts schools, and family forces. There was still 1 day left until the battle. Today was the official registration day. In addition to checking documents, everyone's genetic sequence also needed to be verified. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Genetic testing was a new addition this year, likely implemented by the higher-ups to prevent alien beasts from infiltrating humans. Students, after registration, I will take you to Tianwang Mountain to familiarize yourselves with the terrain in advance, Yao Qitian said in a deep voice. He and Chun Bufan were the team leaders for Moda University this year. Moda University was the first to register, while the host, Imperial Capital University, was last. Soon, it was Lin Feng's turn. He handed over his registration certificate and awakening certificate, then entered his genetic sequence number. The teacher in charge of registration looked at the results and said, "All set. Next." Half an hour later, all 166 students from Moda University had completed their registration. Imperial Capital University had 2 underground passageways. One was tightly guarded by the military, while the other was located within the university itself. When the group entered the Imperial Capital underground passage, Lin Feng noticed that the base was stationed with a full 100,000 troops. Surrounding the base stood a towering mountain that pierced the sky. This was Tianwang Mountain. Tianwang Mountain reached a height of 9,999 meters. If it were on Earth, it would undoubtedly be the tallest peak. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, this place was a dangerous zone filled with countless treasures. Later, it was occupied by humans and turned into a training ground. The most unique aspect of this mountain was its complex terrain. Within the mountain, there were rivers, lakes, forests, and mountains, almost everything one could imagine. Students, the area within a 50-kilometer radius of Tianwang Mountain is heavily guarded. But that doesn't mean they're 1TB beast tides, Yao Qitian explained at the foot of the mountain. In previous Tianwang Mountain battles, beast tides have erupted, so everyone must be mentally prepared. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. It was clearly the first time they had heard about this. "Teacher, is this the entrance?" Before long, the group arrived at a massive stone gate built from giant rocks. The stone gate was several hundred meters tall and nearly 100 meters wide, standing like a giant at the foot of Tianwang Mountain. Looking up, the mountain peak was covered in snow, with the sound of the wind howling. "That's right. The day after tomorrow, you will set off from here," Yao Qitian said. However, Tianwang Mountain itself contains spatial powers. Once you step into the Tongtian Gate, you will be directly transported to different locations at the foot of the mountain. You might end up in a beast's lair, or you might find yourself face to face with rare treasures. Anything is possible. Lin Feng looked toward the Tongtian Gate. Although it was still far away, he could feel the chaotic and violent spatial energy emanating from it. He knew that the Tongtian Gate was not just a decoration, it must have other significant functions. On the day of the competition, everyone will receive a Tianwang token, Yao Qitian continued. If you encounter danger, crushing the token will allow you to be transported out. But crushing the Tianwang token means you automatically forfeit your qualification to compete, Yao Qitian said sternly. Even so, every year, there are still many deaths during the Tianwang Mountain battle. Once the competition begins, you must remain vigilant at all times. Your enemies may not only be the alien beasts. After hearing Yao Qitian's words, everyone nodded one after another. Those who had never participated in the competition before looked even more serious. The mortality rate of the Battle of Tianwang Mountain was very high. On one hand, it was due to the ferocious beasts, and on the other, the intense clashes between contestants. The higher-ups adopted a laissez-faire attitude toward this. They believed that only by undergoing life and death trials could one truly grow into a pillar of the human race and stand out in this chaotic world. Each underground cave had different terrain and structure. The cave at Imperial Capital University did not have Beast Ancestor Mountain, but it was divided by a large river. After visiting Tianwang Mountain, Yao Qitian led everyone to the famous Matian River. With the strength of Yao Qitian and Chen Bufan, ordinary beasts dared not act recklessly. "Students, this is the Matian River," Yao Qitian said solemnly. "You can see the Matian River from halfway up the mountain. If the river water surges, be vigilant, it could mean a beast tide is coming." These life-saving tips were firmly remembered by everyone. At that moment, several more groups of contestants arrived at the foot of Tianwang Mountain. All right, that's the basic introduction. Head up, Yao Qitian said. Lin Feng, want to take a stroll together? Li Fengxian asked. That's exactly what I was thinking, Lin Feng replied. The Seven Tribulations dragon-slaying technique had just reached the beginner level, and Lin Feng wanted to practice it on beasts while also gaining experience. He had been in seclusion for training during this period, and his foundation was now as solid as the roots of an ancient tree. Although the Battle of Tianwang Mountain was set to begin in one day, many people were still training in the cave. They just couldn't approach Tianwang Mountain. However, I don't plan to team up with you, Lin Feng said. He wanted to test the Seven Tribulations dragon-slaying technique and the Tribulation Thunder clone, and Li Fengxian was clearly not suitable to accompany him. Li Fengxian chuckled. I didn't plan to team up with you either. Clearly, he had his own cards to play. Not only the two of them, but students like Huang Fuyu and Lian Jinhua also stayed in the cave. An hour later, boom, Lin Feng punched out, and the large tree opposite him instantly exploded, as if struck by lightning. Phew, still not skilled enough. This tree demon had the strength of a 5-star warlord. Lin Feng glanced at the Tribulation Thunder clone and shook his head inwardly. Although the power had increased, his control was still somewhat clumsy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. Continue, Lin Feng said, delving deeper. The biggest difference between the Imperial Capital Cave and the Magic City Cave was the number of beasts. The first front line of the Magic City Cave had few beasts, but here, they were almost everywhere. Every few steps, one would encounter powerful beasts. ZZZ. Eventually, Lin Feng grew impatient with these low-level beasts and simply transformed the Destruction Tribulation Thunder into a pair of wings. The illusory Tribulation Thunder wings flapped slowly. Although the speed was not as fast as Lin Feng running on the ground, it was much safer. Quite interesting. This was an idea Lin Feng came up with on the spot. After reaching the realm of mastery and controlling abilities, he could transform them into anything. Moreover, unlike the object transformation of the minor achievement stage, the object transformation in the mastery stage could also serve a functional purpose. For example, transforming wings allowed him to fly. Unknowingly, a day passed. That should be enough. On this day, Lin Feng had become very proficient in using the Seven Tribulations dragon-slaying technique, showing significant improvement from the beginner level. The Tribulation Thunder clone could also easily defeat 5-star warlord-level beasts. Returning to the base, Lin Feng saw Li Fengxian again. This guy had been somewhere unknown, returned with injuries, but had a beaming smile on his face, clearly having gained a lot. Just as he returned to the upper level, Lin Feng saw a group of people gathered together. Strange, why was Lu Zhi taken away? Did he commit some crime? Even his psionic powers were sealed, treated like a death row inmate. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Perhaps this Lu Zhi really was a transformed beast. Thinking of this, he recalled what Yi Zun had told him last time. We are being attacked on two fronts, and the situation for humanity is very dire. To Lin Feng, the scene before him might just be the whole truth of the matter. Lu Zhi's departure sparked quite a bit of discussion. Later, a principal from Imperial Capital University, responsible for management, personally came out to explain that Lu Zhi was a follower of the Beast God cult, which finally made everyone realize the situation. However, whether this was the truth or not, no one could say for sure. Lin Feng was about to return to the hotel when his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, you noticed too? Li Fengxian beside him said with a smile. Xiao Fengyan from the Divine Craft Weaponry Group. Xiao Fengyun's background is quite mysterious. He wandered outside for 18 years before it was discovered that he was the son of Xiao Tian, the president of the Divine Craft Weaponry Group. After that, he rose to prominence. Lin Feng nodded. He had seen this news before. It caused quite a stir at the time. Xiao Tian originally had a son, but that child died in battle in the underground caves. Afterward, he had no children, so Xiao Fengyun's appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. Xiao Fengyun logically became the heir to the Divine Craft Weaponry Group. The Divine Craft Weaponry Group is one of the 3 major weaponry groups in the country. With such a background, Xiao Fengyun's martial arts progress was incredibly fast. Coupled with his S-level ability, he had been in the spotlight for the past 2 years. This year, Xiao Fengyun was also one of the seeded contestants in the Tianwangshan battle. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Xiao Fengyun turned and nodded slightly. Don't be fooled by how little this guy talks. His strength is actually very impressive, Li Fengxian said with a smile. Of course, he's still a bit behind compared to you. As soon as he said this, Xiao Fengyun, not far away, looked a bit awkward. That was a bit harsh. Still, you all have a chance, Li Fengxian continued, including that guy Lin Hao. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and asked, a chance? Yes, a chance. Li Fengxian emphasized, don't underestimate the other Tianwang contestants. Last year, they managed to hold their ground against a group of veterans and secure their positions. This year, they are likely to do the same. Moreover, some won't be able to compete next year, so they won't give up easily. From Li Fengxian's words, Lin Feng understood a hidden implication. None of the Tianwang contestants had actually shown their full strength. Don't be fooled by how some people's reputations have taken a hit. Who knows how much effort they really put in? At the hotel. Ahem, you're not sleeping in your own room again? Li Fengxian asked. Since moving in, Lin Feng hadn't slept in his own room. Lin Feng nodded. I have a girlfriend, 2 of them. What the? Li Fengxian stared at Lin Feng's departing figure, utterly dumbfounded. This dog food was served way too suddenly. In the room. Lin Feng, make sure to stay safe during tomorrow's match, Chu Xianlan said with concern as she lay in Lin Feng's arms. There's no danger. Don't worry, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Feng, my sister and I have already secured the best seats, Chu Xianlan said obediently, nodding. The day after tomorrow, my sister and I will be cheering for you. Lin Feng held the little cutie in his arms, his heart fluttering slightly. Start cheering for me now. 5 million words omitted. The next day at noon, within the imperial capital's underground cavern at the foot of Tianwang Mountain. The audience seats, as large as a football field, were already packed. The front row was the leader's platform. On the platform sat Yudu Ran Hongyi, Jinsho Gong Qingyu, and the principals of the 4 major martial arts schools. The second row was occupied by representatives from other ordinary martial arts schools and various major forces. Yudu Ran Hongyi was the honorary leader of this competition. Jinsho Gong Qingyu was the guardian of the imperial capital battle zone. The presence of 2 half-step kings for a single competition showed the high-level officials' emphasis on this battle. In front of the leader's platform was a massive screen formed by spiritual energy. The mid-stage of the Tianwang Mountain battle would be broadcast live in its entirety, but the foot and mid-mountain stages would not be shown. The competition was about to begin, and 1,105 contestants entered the arena one by one. On the leader's platform, Ran Yudu, the 4th inspection of Tianwang Mountain is complete, a man in military uniform reported in a deep voice. Awaiting instructions. A stunning woman in red replied. Maintain vigilance at all times. Yes. Ran Hongyi was the only female among the 4 Yudu. Her strength had already surpassed the peak of a grandmaster, reaching the level of a half-step king. She was one of the most promising candidates in the country to become a martial marquis. Everyone get ready. Let's begin, Ran Hongyi said. All right. Understood. She nodded and extended her slender hand. The next second, the towering gate ahead rumbled open. Outside the gate, Lin Feng and the contestants held their breath, staring intently. Buzz! A golden light rapidly condensed within the gate. Before long, it transformed into a golden barrier embedded within the gate. The gate is open, and the Tianwang Mountain battle begins now. Ran Hongyi's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the venue. Boom! As the spatial passage appeared, the base erupted with deafening roars. Boom! The spiritual energy cannons fired 21 consecutive shots. The shells soared into the sky, instantly bursting into dazzling brilliance. The previously dim cavern became as bright as daylight. Strangely, these spiritual energy shells did not dissipate, but hovered in mid-air like incandescent lamps. The competition has started. Charge. Quick, this time I'll be the first to reach the summit. Go. We are the top 10 kings. Outside the gate, many contestants couldn't wait to rush into the spatial passage. Lin Feng, however, did not rush in immediately. He waited until most people had entered before preparing to move. Lin Feng, see you at Tianwang Mountain. Li Fengxian gave Lin Feng a deep look. Looking forward to our duel. With that, he stepped into the passage. It's starting, Lin Feng remarked, stepping into the passage as well. Buzz. Upon entering the space, a powerful spatial force immediately enveloped Lin Feng. The scenery before him changed rapidly. When Lin Feng steadied himself, he found himself by a lake. The lake was small, surrounded by lush shrubs. Looking up, he saw the towering Tianwang Mountain. Looking outward, there was only a vast expanse of white, with nothing visible. Lin Feng knew this was the effect of the spatial barrier. Those outside could see them, but they could only see the outside after climbing halfway up the mountain. It should be the southwest direction, Lin Feng confirmed. From here to the summit was still quite a distance. However, using the divine lightning step, he could reach the summit in at most 10 minutes. But Lin Feng had no intention of going up so quickly. The people rushing to the summit now are fools. They will undoubtedly become the target of everyone. This battle for the king of the mountain is not about who reaches the summit first, but who stands at the peak when the match ends. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to hunt a beast, gurgle, gurgle, the nearby lake began to churn like boiling water. The next moment, a water arrow shot toward Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng sidestepped to dodge it and casually unleashed a strike of destruction tribulation thunder toward the lake's surface. Instantly, a river beast about half a man's height was blasted out. Three-tailed fish. Lin Feng shook his head. It was just a low-level warrior-class beast, not worth much attention. Thus, Lin Feng continued to ascend the mountain at a steady pace, hunting beasts along the way. Unknowingly, he had already climbed 1,000 meters. As the altitude increased, Lin Feng began encountering other contestants. Boom! With a casual palm strike, he killed a warrior spirit-class beast. Huh! Intense battle cries came from a distance. Lin Feng walked over to take a look and saw that it was Cui Huming from his school. Opposite Cui Huming were two young men. The three were evenly matched, fighting fiercely. Ahem. Lin Feng originally had no intention of intervening, but since Cui Huming was from his school, he decided to lend a hand. The three were locked in an intense fight when they suddenly heard a cough. Cui Huming's expression changed. He was already struggling to handle two opponents if another joined in. He would have no choice but to abandon the king of the mountain token and flee. The next moment, Cui Huming's face lit up with joy. Lin Feng. Why is it him? The two young men saw Lin Feng and couldn't help but shrink back, their expressions turning to awe. Both were 7-star warrior spirits, and knowing Lin Feng could easily crush the unparalleled sword, they were well aware they were no match for him. Run quickly. Realizing this, the two turned and fled down the mountain without looking back. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Am I that famous now? Lin Feng. Thank you. Cui Huming said with a complicated expression. Although Lin Feng was his junior, his strength was far superior. I was just passing by. Lin Feng nodded, preparing to continue upward. Wait, Lin Feng. Cui Huming quickly caught up and said, you were too arrogant down the mountain earlier. This will easily make you enemies. Lin Feng frowned. When was I ever arrogant? Along the way, he had been focused on fighting beasts, trying to gain experience and practice his ability control. This was the first time he had encountered anyone. Cui Huming was also stunned. Weren't you the one who forced the people from Qiyun University to sing Conquer? Lin Feng was speechless. Do I have that much free time? Someone's impersonating me? Lin Feng suddenly realized. Cui Huming also caught on. Now that I see you, you don't seem like that guy. That person is much fatter than you and has a different hairstyle. Where is he? Lin Feng asked. Someone dared to impersonate me and ruin my reputation? I saw him earlier. He should have gone up by now. All right. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, his speed suddenly surged. Whoosh. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away from Lin Feng, Brother Feng, a short, chubby young man had a troubled expression. Opposite him, a man who looked strikingly similar to Lin Feng sneered. If you don't sing, don't blame me for being rude. You've seen what I can do. What can you do? Before the words were finished, Lin Feng arrived. Seeing him, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Although he could immediately spot several differences. Moreover, anyone who had seen Lin Feng in person would never mistake him for someone identical. However, there was indeed a slight resemblance. Even the other person was wearing the uniform of Moda University. The short, chubby young man froze for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, You're the real Lin Feng? He finally noticed the difference. The real Lin Feng had a far superior aura and appearance. The fake one couldn't compare at all. The fake Lin Feng's face changed drastically, and he turned to run. Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng took a swift step forward, blocking his path, his expression cold. Big brother, I was wrong. My name is Sun Hao. I didn't mean to impersonate you. Sun Hao stammered, his face pale with fear. He had only wanted to use Lin Feng's reputation to scare people for fun and to explore further up the mountain. Who would have thought he'd encounter the real deal so quickly? Lin Feng frowned. You impersonated me, you deserve punishment. He waved his hand. Ah! Sun Hao screamed as he was sent flying, severely injured. With only a 4-star battle spirit realm cultivation, that strike nearly cost him half his life. Break the king's order and leave, Lin Feng said coldly. Sun Hao didn't dare resist. He quickly took out the king's order. The moment it shattered, Sun Hao turned into specks of light and disappeared. Humph! Lin Feng snorted coldly and turned to leave. The short, chubby young man blinked. Was this the real Lin Feng? Truly terrifying. Lin Feng had no intention of attacking him. The other's strength was too weak to pose any threat. Clearly, he wouldn't make it to the mountain's summit. A whole day passed. That day, Lin Feng didn't climb much higher, focusing instead on gaining experience. Host: Lin Feng Realm. 5-star Battle Spirit Realm abilities. Destruction Tribulation Thunder X. Immortal Healing Spirit CX Combat Techniques. 9 Netherwind Thunder / Mastered. Divine Lightning Step Beginner. 7 Tribulations Dragon Slayer Art Entry. Ability Initiation Method at Will. Sky Splitting 5 / Mastered Cultivation. 2 years, 9 months, still not enough. As Lin Feng's words fell, he vanished in an instant, leaving only a crimson arc of lightning behind. While Lin Feng was grinding for experience, at the summit of King's Mountain about 900 meters from the peak, there was a spacious rocky platform. The platform was layered with steps. A tall, muscular young man excitedly stepped onto the platform. Ha ha ha, I'm the first. The young man was as thrilled as if he had won a championship. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking came from behind. Weaklings don't deserve to stand on the King's platform. A man wearing the uniform of Tianlong University struck with a large hand. Bang! Ah! The young man who had just stepped up screamed as he was knocked off the platform. His face turned pale, and he didn't dare climb back up. He could only sit below to recover. The Tianlong University student's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at the densely packed steps on the platform. He wanted to climb higher, but unfortunately, he didn't have the courage. As time passed, more and more contestants arrived at the King's platform. The battles grew increasingly intense. Boom! On the King's platform, people were frequently knocked off, their screams echoing. Some emerged victorious, shouting in celebration. In one corner of the King's platform, Lin Hao watched the crowd expressionlessly. At this moment, most of the fighting involved contestants at the peak of the battle spirit realm or those newly entering the battle general level. They were being filtered, leaving only those truly capable of staying. As for Lin Hao, no one dared to approach his position. He waited quietly, waiting for an opponent worthy of his attention to appear. After a while, the number of people on the King's platform reached 200. The crowd was packed and noisy. Just then a wild beast's roar echoed from the distance. The next second, Yu Qingyan charged forward like a fierce tiger from the wilderness, using both his arms and legs. Seeing Yu Qingyan, the faces of the 200 people on the stage slightly changed. Even before he got close, they could feel the immense pressure. Boom! Yu Qingyan stepped onto the Heavenly King platform, and everyone retreated 2 steps in awe. He scanned the crowd, his brows furrowed. Why is everyone here useless? Get out of my way, all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Qingyan made his move. At the foot of the mountain, Yu Qingyan is truly domineering, said Lu Tian, the principal of Jiangnan University. Ha! Strength is the ultimate truth, replied Yan Jitian, the principal of Imperial Capital University, with a smile. Little Yu is doing this to prepare for the upcoming battle. Humph! Lu Tian snorted coldly and said no more. Clearly, Yin Jitian's words held some truth. The Heavenly King platform is not a place anyone can stand on easily. Without strength, going up recklessly would only result in a crushing defeat. In the audience, the students of Imperial Capital University cheered excitedly, while the defeated members of other factions looked grim. However, there was nothing they could do. Strength speaks for itself. Yu Qingyan, don't go too far. On the Heavenly King platform, Li Mo from Zhongnan University said coldly. Li Mo was the second strongest in Zhongnan University, second only to the witch Wu Lily. Li Mo, I don't have time to deal with you right now, Yu Qingyan said with a slight smirk, carrying a hint of provocation. How about you join me in driving these ants off the platform? You can mess with anyone else, but don't even think about touching people from our school. Li Mo stepped forward, showing no signs of backing down. And what if I want to? Yu Qingyan stopped his attack and walked toward Li Mo, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What can you do to me? Try me. As soon as the words fell, the witch Wu Lily appeared silently on the Heavenly King platform like a ghost. Yu Qingyan's eyes lit up. Haha, finally something interesting. Wu Lily, how about we drive the others off together? Giggle, you'll have to drive your own school's people off first, Wu Lily said, covering her mouth with a laugh. No problem, Yu Qingyan replied, his gaze suddenly shifting to the students of Imperial Capital University. Instantly, their faces changed. Senior, someone exclaimed, you wouldn't even. Stop talking nonsense and get off the platform. Yu Qingyan frowned and said, you can mess around after we're done fighting. Hearing this, the students of Imperial Capital University looked helpless. But knowing Yu Qingyan's temper, they could only obediently retreat. Your turn, Wu Lily, Yu Qingyan said with a chuckle. Students of Zhongnan University, get off the platform yourselves, Wu Lily said with a playful smile. I'll treat you to a meal later. Haha, now that's more like it. Yu Qingyan laughed heartily. As for Li Mo and Lin Hao, he chose to ignore them, clearly acknowledging their strength. Below the Heavenly King platform, the crowd exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, Ding successfully killed Black Wind Beast, gained 20 days of cultivation. The system notification sounded. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had finally accumulated 4 years of cultivation. With this much cultivation, I should be able to advance to the 8-star battle spirit realm, right? Lin Feng licked his lips and muttered to himself. After a series of intense battles, his mastery of the 7 Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique had reached perfection. What made him even happier was that his Divine Lightning Step had finally reached completion. Let's test my ultimate move again. After speaking, he continued to fight. On the Heavenly King platform. Bang! The unparalleled swordsman Tang Xiao and Angel Qi Yuanxiu arrived together. Yu Qingyan saw the two, smiled faintly, but said nothing more. Xiao Fengyun, who had arrived earlier, frowned and glanced at them. He knew that when all 10 Heavenly Kings were present, the real battle would officially begin. Hee, everyone arrived quite early. At this moment, even Lien Zhenhua had arrived. Unlike before, Lien Zhenhua's aura was now steady, resembling the descent of a Buddha. Tang Xiao glanced at him, his brows furrowing. This guy seemed to have changed a lot. Tang Xiao, you and I will have the first battle later. Lien Zhenhua walked up to Tang Xiao, his fighting spirit intense. Tang Xiao was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, anytime. Lien Zhenhua nodded and found a place to sit. Wow, so many people are already here. Just as Lien Zhenhua warmed his seat, Li Fengxian and Mu He arrived one after another. Mu He was still wearing his signature red monk robe. Seeing everyone, he clasped his hands together. Amit Ba. Mu He, stop chanting, my head is about to explode, Li Fengxian said, covering his ears. Mu He smiled and said no more. Who else hasn't arrived? Qi Yuanxiu looked around. Where are Ji Wuxiang and Huang Fuyu? And Wu Yao, he's not here either. He's already here, Mu He said to Qi Yuanxiu. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared on the westernmost side of the Heavenly King platform. It was Wu Yao. Qi Yuanxiu's expression changed. He hadn't noticed that Wu Yao had been here all along. Wu Yao looked deeply at Mu He. Your observation is impressive. In fact, Wu Yao had arrived the earliest, even before Lin Hao. After arriving, he had been sitting quietly, unnoticed by anyone except Mu He. Ha ha ha. Wu Yao, is your butt sore from sitting? Want your sister to massage it for you? Wu Lily let out a crisp laugh, her eyes carrying a hint of teasing. Wu Yao's face flushed slightly, and he said nothing. He was most afraid of overly enthusiastic women like her. Wu Lily, I could hear your laughter from afar, someone shouted from the distance. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Huang Fuyu and Ji Wuxiang walking side by side. Huh, everyone's here. Yu Qingyin shouted sharply, standing up. We can begin. In the audience seats, as all 10 heavenly kings gathered, the scene instantly erupted in excitement. The Heavenly King Mountain battle had truly begun. On the main platform, Ran Hongyi and Palace Guardian Gong Qingyu exchanged glances. The show is about to start, Gong Qingyu said with a smile. The annual grand event. As an elder and a high-ranking figure, Gong Qingyu enjoyed watching the younger generation strive and compete. It was as if he saw his younger self. If only I could return to my youth, Feng Mangong lamented. Youth is wonderful. Even if you went back, you wouldn't make it into the top 4, said Lu Qing, the president of Zhongnan University, raising an eyebrow and speaking softly. Her words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Most of them were from the same era, except Gong Qingyu, who was slightly older. On the Heavenly King platform. Wait a bit longer, someone still hasn't arrived, Huang Fuyu said, looking around. Who else? Yu Qingyan raised an eyebrow and asked. Lin Feng, Li Fengxian said flatly. Him. Yu Qingyan laughed. Doesn't matter, he won't change the final outcome anyway. If you all don't start, I might as well ascend first. Saying this, Yu Qingyan made a move to step onto the stairs. You won't make it. As Yu Qingyan took a step forward, a voice came from behind. Lin Feng was already standing on the Heavenly King platform, though no one had noticed when he got there. Tang Zhao's pupils contracted, shocked by his speed. He hadn't sensed it at all. Ha ha ha, I can't get up there. Yu Qingyan laughed, as if hearing a joke. How ridiculous, saying I can't get up there. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated. Boom. His entire body shot toward the peak like an arrow leaving the bowstring, at an incredible speed. Come down. Lin Feng hadn't made a move yet when Wu Yao, the hidden general, waved his large hand. Instantly, an invisible force locked Yu Qingyan's feet. Get out of my way. Yu Qingyan roared angrily, breaking free from the restraint with great effort. He then continued toward the summit. Yu Qingyan, come back. At this moment, Ji Wuxiang was already blocking his path. Yu Qingyan frowned deeply. You need to wait your turn, Ji Wuxiang said calmly. Yu Qingyan chuckled. Boss Ji, let's settle this with our fists. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a tiger-like roar and swung his fist toward Ji Wuxiang. Bang! Ji Wuxiang remained composed, easily catching the blow. I said go back. In the next moment, a terrifying force erupted from Ji Wuxiang's body. Yu Qingyan's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to counterattack, he was flung into the air and landed heavily on the Heavenly King platform. Cluck, 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 Brother Qinglong is still so domineering. Wu Lily appeared behind Ji Wuxiang, as if teleporting. Brother will guard here, I'll go up first. As soon as she finished speaking, her speed surged. Ji Wuxiang snorted coldly. Everyone's in such a rush. Li Fengxian stretched lazily. There's still 18 hours left. Senior, I'll go up first, Lin Feng said with a slight smile. In the next moment, a lightning-like figure streaked past everyone. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Feng had reached the summit, leaving behind a long trail of red lightning that gradually dissipated. Li Fengxian raised an eyebrow and lay down to sleep. As Lin Feng reached the top, Chu Xianlan and the others cheered loudly. Brother Feng is amazing. Thunder God is invincible. Lu Yi, Qi Kong, and others shouted excitedly. What's the rush? It's just the beginning, someone reminded. My brother Feng is invincible. Now that he's up there, no one can bring him down. Lu Yi said disdainfully. His words left Qi Kong stunned. Where did this guy get such confidence? This kid is quite strategic. Feng Mangong's eyes lit up on the main platform. He was the first to ascend, consuming the least energy. Lin Feng's speed was so fast that if anyone tried to compete with him and failed, they would waste their spiritual energy for nothing. It's important to note that external forces are prohibited in the Heavenly King Mountain battle. No pills or potions are allowed. Spiritual energy is extremely precious, and conserving it is crucial. This is one reason why everyone refrained from acting hastily before the group was complete. Lin Feng's quick assent allowed him to stay longer at the summit. As Feng Mangong thought this through, Ji Wuxiang and the others also understood. After Lin Feng reached the summit, everyone paused for a moment but quickly shifted their focus elsewhere. Even those confident in defeating Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to him. The reason was simple: his speed was too fast. Wu Lily, it's not your turn yet. Ji Wuxiang quickly caught up to Wu Lily, his hand glowing with a green light. Oh my, how scary. Wu Lily pretended to be frightened. Brother Qinglong, you win. With that, she stepped aside and stopped advancing. Heh. Ji Wuxiang chuckled. This woman really knows how to play weak. Ji Wuxiang, let's spar for a couple of moves. At this moment, Tang Xiao, the peerless swordsman, stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Tang Xiao, you're not qualified. Before Ji Wuxiang could speak, Yu Qingyan sneered disdainfully. Get past me first, then we'll talk. Boss Ji, this one's mine. Heh. Tang Xiao let out a cold laugh and instantly drew his twin swords. In that case, let me trim the claws of this little tiger for you. With that, Tang Xiao's aura surged. Whoosh! He charged at Yu Qingyan like a whirlwind. Haha, as if I'd be afraid of you. Yu Qingyan growled, his hands instantly transforming into thick tiger claws. Bang! The tiger claws collided with the twin swords, sparks flying everywhere. Tang Xiao's expression shifted slightly. This guy had grown much stronger than last year. Tang Xiao, you're still the same, no progress at all. Yu Qingyan mocked with a smirk. Tang Xiao burned with rage. Last year, he had fought Yu Qingyan for 30 rounds before losing. This was the very reason Tang Xiao had chosen to challenge him first. Green Lotus Sword Dance. Tang Xiao growled, transforming into a green whirlwind. Faced with Yu Qingyan's taunts, Tang Xiao held nothing back. A whirlwind dozens of meters high, carrying immense sword energy, rushed toward Yu Qingyan at an astonishing speed. Ha ha ha, this move won't work on me. Yu Qingyan laughed arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged dramatically. Fiery mountain palm. Accompanied by a deafening tiger roar, Yu Qingyan struck out with his palm. A massive palm, dozens of meters wide, flew forward. The students in the audience from Jiangnan University were on edge. This move could very well decide the outcome. The kings on the Heavenly King platform watched intently, eager to see who would emerge victorious. Boom! The massive palm collided with the green whirlwind. A terrifying force erupted. Immediately after, the tiger palm burst into dazzling light. Not good. Tang Xiao's expression changed drastically as he prepared to defend himself. Boom! An even louder explosion resounded. Tang Xiao felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His face turned red in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Wu Yao and the others' expressions changed dramatically. How had Yu Qingyan suddenly become so powerful? Impossible, even Lian Jinhua exclaimed. He defeated him with just one move. Ha ha, Tang Xiao, you're done. Yu Qingyan laughed as he turned to Ji Wuxiang. Boss Ji, I've cleared the obstacle for you. Now it's our turn. I'll make everyone know that I, Yu Qingyan, am the #1 at Imperial Capital University. Ji Wuxiang looked at Yu Qingyan expressionlessly. If that's the case, then let's begin. Ji Wuxiang smiled faintly. However, if this is the extent of your strength, it won't be enough. Ha ha ha, I won't disappoint you, Boss Ji. Roar! Yu Qingyan let out a tiger's roar, his body rapidly expanding. His clothes tore apart, revealing skin covered in golden fur. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a being with the upper body of a tiger and the lower body of a human. This was his ability, the S-Class Beast Transformation Demon Golden Tiger. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed once again, especially Tang Xiao, whose emotions were extremely complicated. He had just been defeated by Yu Qingyan in one move, and yet that wasn't even Yu Qingyan's strongest form? Tang Xiao was severely shaken. On the Heavenly King platform, Qi Yuanqiu's eyes narrowed. His beast transformation has become more refined than before. He's made significant progress in just 1 year, Muhi remarked. This will be interesting, Woolly said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Huangfuyu shook his head. Still not enough. What do you mean? Lian Jinhua asked. This level of strength is far from enough for Ji Wuxiang. Before the words had even finished, Yu Qingyan charged at Ji Wuxiang like a fierce tiger. Heh. Ji Wuxiang chuckled, not using any special abilities. Boom. In the next moment, the burly Ji Wuxiang was sent flying by Yu Qingyan, crashing hard into a rock. The massive stone shattered into powder upon impact. Whoa! Yu Qingyan let out a loud tiger roar, like a true king of beasts. Boss Ji, get up. I know this little injury is nothing to you. Yu Qingyan's lips curled into a grin, revealing blood-red fangs. Ji Wuxiang patted the dust off his body. Shockingly, despite such a fierce collision, Ji Wuxiang was completely unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Yu Qingyan, stop talking and show me your real strength. Ji Wuxiang frowned slightly. He was a bit annoyed he gave him a chance, yet Yu Qingyan was just playing around, barely scratching him. Haha, Boss Ji is truly Boss Ji. Yu Qingyan laughed heartily, his aura suddenly surging. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy swept out like a tsunami. At this moment, Yu Qingyan's strength had reached its peak. Watch out, Boss Ji! Yu Qingyan shouted, his speed suddenly increasing. Tiger descends the mountain. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Qingyan charged like a primordial beast, exuding endless majesty. He was like a towering mountain, crashing fiercely into Ji Wuxiang. Bang! Ji Wuxiang seemed caught off guard and was sent flying again, this time smashing directly into the rocky terrain. Crack! With a slight exertion, Ji Wuxiang finally broke free. Not bad, Ji Wuxiang said calmly. Yu Qingyan's eyes narrowed. By all accounts, that strike should have injured him. Thinking this, Yu Qingyan took a deep breath. Creak, creak. Yu Qingyan's height suddenly grew to 5 meters. At the same time, his golden fur began to turn black, each strand sharp as a blade, sending chills down one's spine. On the main platform, this Yu Qingyan, even I didn't expect this, Yin Jitian said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiangnan University's principal, Lu Tian, frowned and said, You old fox, can't you see it? It was obvious he just wanted to show off. What a pretentious guy. Tang Xiao being defeated by Yu Qingyan in one move had caught Lu Tian off guard. Both were 5-star warriors, yet the gap in strength was so vast. This left Lu Tian feeling uneasy. Jiangnan University was relying on this one talent. Yet he lost so miserably, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Tang Xiao's confidence. Not enough, still not enough. Ji Wuxiang waved his hand casually. Facing Yu Qingyan's storm-like attacks, Ji Wuxiang handled them with ease. Yu Qingyan grew increasingly impatient. He knew he might not be a match for Ji Wuxiang. After all, Ji Wuxiang was the #1 among the 10 heavenly kings. But he hadn't expected the gap to be this wide. This was his limit state. In this state, he was confident he could rank in the top 3. Roar! Thinking this, Yu Qingyan let out an angry roar. Boss Ji, you've angered me. With that, his eyes suddenly turned black. Demonic Soul Sky Kill. Before the words had finished, Yu Qingyan leaped into the air. This jump reached nearly 100 meters. In the next second, his hands crossed and slammed down fiercely. Swish! Following that, 2 black tiger claw marks, filled with ferocious killing intent, shot toward Ji Wuxiang. Just what I wanted. Ji Wuxiang's eyes lit up. He clenched his fist, and a green light flickered. Boom! Green and black beams of light clashed instantly. Bang! Energy erupted like a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. What? Yu Qingyan's face changed dramatically. How could this be? The green light still swirled in the air, while his demon's soul heaven kill had completely vanished. This move is decent, Ji Wuxiang nodded. But that's all there is to it. Boss Ji. Yu Qingyan was on the verge of tears. The gap was just too big. Yu Qingyan, step back for now, Ji Wuxiang said. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yao suddenly appeared beside him. Ji Wuxiang, let's have some fun, Wu Yao said with a smile. Your opponent isn't me. Ji Wuxiang shook his head. Huh? Wu Yao froze for a moment and then turned around abruptly. Everyone says the stealth technique of the hidden general is unparalleled. Xiao Fengyun, let's see how you fare. Xiao Fengyun descended from the air, faint light radiating from beneath his feet. You? Wu Yao chuckled. Then let me warm up a bit. As he spoke, he vanished instantly. Whoosh! Xiao Fengyun waved his hand, and a wall of light appeared in front of him. Buzz! The wall of light trembled slightly. Xiao Fengyun's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to unleash his combat skill, "You've lost." Wu Yao shook his head. Too weak. Xiao Fengyun's face darkened instantly. He had prepared for the king of the mountain battle all year long. He thought he could make it into the top 10, maybe even the top 5. But who would have thought? Wu Yao turned his gaze back to Ji Wuxiang. "Ji Wuxiang, let's go." "Heh, all right." Ji Wuxiang nodded in agreement. In the audience, everyone was watching with excitement. Ji Wuxiang is incredible. That's right. If nothing goes wrong this year, he'll definitely be number 1 again. Don't rush. Huang Fuyu and Wu Lili haven't taken the stage yet. It's tough for newcomers to make a name for themselves. Xiao Fengyun lost too quickly. Lin Hao probably won't make it into the top 10 either. This year's 2 dark horses are basically out. It's all up to Lin Feng now. Lin Feng? No one has taken him seriously. If it comes down to a real fight, he won't hold up. Don't forget how Lin Feng crushed Tang Xiao before. True, at least Lin Feng and Yu Qingyan are on the same level. Who knows? There might still be surprises. The crowd debated heatedly. At that moment, the big screen showed Wu Yao and Ji Wuxiang charging at each other. Just as the two were about to collide, Wu Yao suddenly disappeared. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared behind Ji Wuxiang, holding a metallic alloy dagger. Many people nervously held their breath. He's using this ability incorrectly. Ji Wuxiang shook his head, not even glancing at Wu Yao, and turned to throw a punch. Wu Yao's expression changed, and he immediately went invisible. But the next moment, something even more shocking happened. Green light blossomed from Ji Wuxiang's fist, and the fierce wind from his punch forced Wu Yao to involuntarily reveal himself. Limitless Divine Fist. Wu Yao's face turned grim. You've mastered it? He was very familiar with this combat skill. It was of Earth grade level and extremely difficult to train. Ji Wuxiang nodded. Indeed. Wu Yao chuckled bitterly. He had thought he could gain the upper hand, but in the end, Ji Wuxiang won 2 matches in a row with ease, his reputation soaring to its peak. On the king of the mountain platform, Wu Lili, Mu He, and others smiled faintly. Just as Wu Lili was about to rise, Lian Jinfua appeared. Yu Qingyan saw Lian Jinfua and sneered that Ji Wuxiang defeated himself, crushed Tang Xiao, and Tang Xiao surpassed Lian Jinfua. Now Lian Jinfua actually wants to challenge Ji Wuxiang? Isn't this a joke? Flower Buddha, let's have a match first, Yu Qingyan said with a smile. Although he had always wanted to take the title of the number 1 at Imperial University from Ji Wuxiang, he wouldn't allow outsiders to challenge Ji Wuxiang casually. Lian Jinfua glanced at Yu Qingyan. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Jinfua's entire body radiated golden light. In the next second, a majestic and sacred Buddhist chant echoed throughout the venue. What? Yu Qingyan's face changed dramatically. Could it be that this flower Buddha had been holding back his strength all along? Feeling the overwhelming Buddhist chant, Yu Qingyan summoned his ability and instantly transformed into a fierce black tiger. Facing Lian Jinfua, he unleashed his strongest state. As the two began their battle, Huang Fuyu stretched his neck. I've been sitting for too long, it's time to move. With that, he walked toward the steps. Captain, everyone says you're the strongest in defense among the 10 kings. Lin Hao, who hadn't made a move yet, stood up. I want to test that. Huang Fuyu gave Lin Hao a deep look. To deal with you, defense isn't even necessary. Lin Hao froze for a moment, then burned with anger. Boom! Crimson flames erupted from his body. The scorching heat instantly spread across the entire King S platform, distorting the surrounding space. Lin Hao's ability was S-Class Infinite True Fire, with extremely high temperatures. As an elemental ability, its attack power was comparable to that of lightning elements. But Huang Fuyu glanced at it and shook his head inwardly. This flame might work against ordinary people, but it was far from enough for him. In Huang Fuyu's eyes, only Lin Feng's ability might pose a threat to him. You're not planning to use your ability? Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. When necessary, I will, Huang Fuyu said calmly. Come on. On the steps, Ji Wuxiang's lips curled slightly. Lin Hao, of all people, wants to force Huang Fuyu to show his true skills? Dream on. True Flame Slash. Lin Hao held nothing back, swiftly swinging his flaming battle blade. Just as the blade was about to strike, Huang Fuyu struck with a single palm. Whoosh! Shockingly, this palm carried a piercing sound of wind. The flaming battle blade instantly dissipated, as if extinguished. What? Lin Hao was completely stunned. Want to try again? Huang Fuyu squinted at him. This palm didn't use any ability, relying purely on physical strength. No wonder everyone says you're the only monster, Lin Hao muttered to himself. True Flame Slash wasn't his ultimate move, but he knew that even if he used his ultimate move, he wouldn't be a match for Huang Fuyu. This man was too strong. Since that's the case, he'd better save his ultimate move for the final moment. Bang! At that moment, not far away, Yu Qingyan and Lien Jinhua simultaneously retreated 3 steps. What? Many people's faces immediately changed. So annoying. Yu Qingyan was so angry, he almost spat blood. He had crushed Tang Xiao, yet he ended up in a draw with Lien Jinhua. Tang Xiao's face turned even darker. Clearly, I've gotten stronger too. So why does it seem like everyone else has improved even faster? Yu Qingyan, do you want to continue? Lien Jinhua asked calmly. No more. Yu Qingyan snorted coldly. Not because I fear you, but because I need to save my strength for the final moment. That final moment would be the most intense battle. By then, friendship, teammates, none of it would matter. Lien Jinhua nodded. He also gave up on fighting Ji Wuxiang. The entire Tianwang platform suddenly fell silent, with only Li Fengxian's snores breaking the stillness. This guy had really fallen asleep. At the mountaintop, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, overlooking the mountains. Since no one came to challenge him, he decided to enjoy the scenery. Qi Yuanxio's eyes flickered as she occasionally glanced at Lin Feng and then at the others, her thoughts unclear. Time passed, and over 100 more people arrived at Tianwang platform. Seeing that everyone else remained below the platform, they too dared not ascend. Unconsciously, the competition had entered its 3rd day, with only 1 hour left until it ended. That was a great nap. Li Fengxian stretched lazily. Everyone turned to look at him. Nothing's changed. Li Fengxian scanned the mountaintop. Lin Feng is still up there? 1 hour left, Huang Fuyu said, staring at Ji Wuxiang. Shall we begin? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Ji Wuxiang stood up. Huang Fuyu removed the Yutian shield from his right hand and gripped his alloy battle blade in his left. Wait a moment. Li Fengxian also stood up, lifting his massive battle blade. Before you two fight, let me settle a personal grudge first. Huang Fuyu and Ji Wuxiang froze simultaneously. Madman, you're talking about me, aren't you? Yu Qingyan raised his head, revealing a ferocious smile. Come on then. Let me make it clear I won't hold back. Li Fengxian yawned. Prepare your Tianwang token. Everyone was stunned by his words. So confident. Only Huang Fuyu wasn't surprised. He knew better than anyone how formidable Li Fengxian was. Ha ha ha. I beat you last year, and I can do it again this year. Yu Qingyan laughed. Although he had lost to Ji Wuxiang and tied with Lien Jinhua, it didn't mean he was weak. Everyone knew Yu Qingyan was strong, likely securing a spot in the top 5. Perhaps even higher. As Woolly and Mu, he had yet to make a move, and no one knew how powerful they were. Lin Feng, haven't you always been curious about my first ability? Li Fengxian looked toward Lin Feng at the mountaintop and smiled. Now, I'll let you see it for yourself. Li Fengxian had never used his first ability, and there was no information about it online. Lin Feng and many other Tianwangs were very curious. During the last Tianwang mountain battle, Li Fengxian hadn't used this move either. Madman, stop wasting time. Yu Qingyan roared, suddenly transforming into a pitch-black tiger. At the same time, a ferocious aura erupted from him. At this moment, Yu Qingyan's momentum reached its peak. Ji Wuxiang chuckled lightly. Now this is the true evil tiger. He knew Yu Qingyan had been holding back his strength. Not far away, Lien Jinhua's expression shifted slightly. This guy really had been hiding his cards. Li Fengxian's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Roar. Yu Qingyan let out a furious roar, and his massive tiger form unleashed terrifying black spiritual energy. Heavenly Demon Infinite Slash. As soon as the words fell, the black spiritual energy instantly transformed into blades, descending from the sky. Tang Xiao and the others' expressions changed slightly. So strong. Too weak. Li Fengxian's expression was cold. Before he finished speaking, His massive battle blade thrust forward fiercely. Boom! In an instant, his rage transformed into a blade light, piercing straight toward Yu Qingyan. Splurt! The black spiritual energy blades instantly dissipated, and the blade light pierced Yu Qingyan's abdomen. Blood spurted out. Yu Qingyan's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to speak, Li Fengxian smirked and swung his blade again. This strike was even more terrifying. Not good. Yu Qingyan's hair stood on end, and a sense of life and death crisis enveloped him. He had no doubt that this strike would take his life. Just as Yu Qingyan prepared to crush his Tianwang token, Ji Wuxiang intervened. After all, they were on the same side. Although Ji Wuxiang and Li Fengxian had a good personal relationship, even sharing life and death experiences, as one of the top experts of Imperial Capital University, Ji Wuxiang had to uphold the school's honor. Ji Wuxiang went all out as soon as he made his move. Fast. Incredibly fast. He appeared beside Yu Qingyan in an instant. But at that moment, Huang Fuyu also moved. All along, Huang Fuyu and Ji Wuxiang had mutual respect for each other. Yet now, they stood on opposing sides. Whoosh! The Yutian shield in Huang Fuyu's hand shot forward like a speeding train, slamming fiercely toward Ji Wuxiang. Ji Wuxiang's expression shifted slightly, and he pushed hard. Clang! The shield was deflected, but Li Fengxian's war blade had already swung down. Slash! Ah! Yu Qingyan let out a miserable scream. The left half of his body was severed by the blade. His transformed state was instantly undone, blood splattering everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Li Fengxian, Yu Qingyan, his breath weak to the extreme, suddenly let out an angry roar and crushed the Heavenly King token. I won't let you off. With that, he turned into specks of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Li Fengxian, who had been exuding a fierce aura, instantly returned to normal. At the moment Yu Qingyan appeared at the foot of the mountain, the principal of Imperial Capital University, Yin Jitian, appeared beside him as if teleporting. He immediately stuffed a fragrant pill into Yu Qingyan's mouth. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy flowed in, barely stabilizing Yu Qingyan's injuries. Although his life was saved, Yu Qingyan was gravely injured. The audience was deathly silent. The next moment, Li Fengxian is incredible. Strong, so strong. He's number one. This guy is definitely a top-tier expert. These heavenly kings are truly stronger one after another. The so-called dark horse is nothing compared to the veteran heavenly kings. Yu Qingyan is really unlucky otherwise. He might have made it to the top 5. Some were amazed, some envious. With Li Fengxian's stunning strike, the students of Magic City University were all thrilled. Each of them felt immense pride, shouting Li Fengxian's name. Only Qi Kong and the others looked deeply worried. Can Brother Feng hold on? Gan Ning asked nervously. I don't know. Previously, they were full of confidence. Lin Feng had crushed Tang Xiao, the unparalleled swordsman, but now, their confidence was shattered. Ji Wuxiang and Huang Fuyu were both strong, and Li Fengxian was even more formidable. He had just defeated the evil tiger, Yu Qingyan, in one move. If Yu Qingyan hadn't crushed the Heavenly King token in time, he might have died. Ranked 5th among the top 10 Heavenly Kings, Yu Qingyan was nearly killed in one strike. Such strength left everyone in shock and fear. Li Fengxian's power was a good thing, but he was destined to compete with Lin Feng for the championship. Although they were from the same school, Gan Ning and the others still wanted Lin Feng to win. Lin Feng is the strongest. Just as everyone was tense, Chu Xianlan suddenly spoke. That's right, our man is the strongest. Chu Xianna said coldly. As soon as she said this, Qi Kong and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. Our man. That statement is way too awkward for others. Indeed, love always catches people off guard, Gan Ning said helplessly. In the front row, Chu Tianyang heard the key phrase and was so angry his teeth itched. If you're going to date, just date. Why flaunt your love here? Where does that leave me, your old father? He looked at Lin Feng with an even worse expression. Humph, let's see how long you can last, Chu Tianyang muttered to himself. You all are still too young, Ling Wei said with a deep, thoughtful expression. The Magic City is too strong, which is actually not a good thing. These words made everyone pause for a moment. Ling Wei sighed and said no more. On the Heavenly King platform, there was silence, with only the sound of the wind howling. Cough, cough. This guy is really annoying. Couldn't help but make a move. Li Fengxian deactivated his ability, returned to normal, and felt extremely relieved. Tang Xiao and the others looked at Li Fengxian with solemn expressions. They felt suffocated. Wu Yao thought to himself, there was no way he could block that strike. Qi Yuanxiu repeatedly simulated scenarios in his mind, but still couldn't figure out how to respond. In fact, that strike was simply unavoidable. It was too fast. Even Wu Lily and Mu He had serious expressions. I didn't expect your ability to be rage. Mui's eyes sparkled. He had previously shown little enthusiasm. Li Fengxian's strength had piqued his interest. Rage? Lin Feng's heart stirred. He had heard of this ability before. The higher the anger, the stronger the combat power. It was somewhat similar to the ability of the Battle King. The difference was that after rage was activated, one would lose part of their rationality. This also explained why Li Fengxian had asked Yu Qingyan to prepare the Heavenly King token beforehand, because he couldn't control himself. Lin Feng suddenly froze. Just as Li Fengxian defeated Yu Qingyan with a thunderous strike, the atmosphere on the Heavenly King platform suddenly became tense, oppressive, and serious. Tang Xiao, Wu Yao, and Qi Yuanxiu stood up simultaneously. Lin Feng's pupils slightly contracted. He understood why now. At this moment, there were exactly 10 people on the Heavenly King platform, including Lin Feng. Among them, Magic City University occupied 4 spots. Originally, Magic City University had 3 people among the top 10 Heavenly Kings, and with Lin Feng added, the number of people from Magic City was too high. The Heavenly King Mountain Battle was not just about personal honor, it was also a competition for resources among different forces. The winning side's backing forces would receive more resources next year, while the losing side's resources would decrease. This was one of the reasons why the Heavenly King Mountain Battle was so important. Last year, 3 people from Magic City University reached the top and became Heavenly Kings, which displeased many forces. As a result, Magic City University received more resources than Imperial Capital University. It was precisely this advantage that allowed Ling Wei to offer far better conditions than other schools to attract Lin Feng to join. Later, Lin Feng rose to prominence, proving it all. Now, he was representing Magic City University in the final battle. All of this stemmed from Magic City University's excellent performance last year. Resources are limited. If Magic City University takes more, others naturally get less. No one is willing to accept this. On the main platform, Lu Tian, Lu Qingmei, and Yin Ji Tian had solemn expressions. This year, each of their 3 schools only had 1 person on the Heavenly King platform. If Magic City University could have 4 people crowned this year, within 5 years, Magic City University would become the #1 in the nation. By then, the so-called 4 major martial arts schools would be broken. This was immense pressure. Publicly, the 3 schools each had territories to defend, with countless teachers and students dying in battle every year. Privately, everyone wanted their prized disciples to win. The Heavenly King Mountain Battle was about both reputation and interests. Lin Feng had already understood everything that had happened before. Why did Ji Wuxiang and Huang Fuyu, who had a good relationship, suddenly make a move during Li Fengxian and Yu Qingyan's battle? Because behind them were countless teachers and students pinning their hopes on them. It was the future of their schools. After a brief silence, everyone moved. Ji Wuxiang was just about to ascend the platform when Huang Fuyu blocked him. Hee, Brother Fengxian, let's have a duel. Woolly stood up, twisting her figure with a beaming smile. As the top student of Central South University, Woolly would never allow 4 people from Modu to reach the summit. Li Fengxian's expression was extremely grim. He had just severely injured Yu Qingyan with 1 strike, intending to intimidate the others. Unexpectedly, he had underestimated their perseverance and determination. Li Fengxian knew the real battle was just beginning, a life and death struggle. Lianjin Buddha's eyes flickered slightly as he prepared to make a move. Ba. Muhi also stood up. Muhi, are you going to stop me? Lianjin Buddha frowned deeply. Cause and effect, equal opportunities, Muhi said with a smile. Give others a chance. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian's expressions changed drastically. Huang Fuyu suddenly accelerated. Huang Fu, you won't make it up there. Ji Wuxiang waved his hand, directly grabbing at Huang Fuyu as he passed by. Huang Fuyu kicked out, his brows furrowed. Facing the witch woolily, Li Fengxian was under immense pressure. Lianjin Buddha was also blocked by Mu He, who had yet to make a move. In Huang Fuyu's view, Lianjin Buddha was strong, capable of holding Yu Qingyan to a draw. But compared to Mu He was still far behind. These four heavenly kings knew each other very well. Despite Mu He's usual quiet demeanor, he was actually terrifying. Even Huang Fuyu had no confidence in defeating Mu He, let alone Lianjin Buddha. And Huang Fuyu himself still had to deal with the first heavenly king, Ji Wuxiang. He had to focus entirely, without any distractions. As a result, only Lin Feng was left to stop 3 people. But the question was, could Lin Feng handle it? The combined strength of 3 people wasn't a simple addition. Their coordination was seamless. Not even Huang Fuyu and Ji Wuxiang could simultaneously take on 3 people, let alone Lin Feng. Whether it was a successive assault or a simultaneous siege, no single person could withstand it. The situation instantly became tense. The pressure on Modi University surged dramatically. Tang Xiao and the other 2 saw the situation clearly. They exchanged glances, and Tang Xiao said in a deep voice, "Modi University must withdraw 1 person." "Impossible," Huang Fuyu, Li Fengxian, and Lianjin Buddha said in unison. As students of Modi University, they would naturally fight with all their might to secure resources for the school next year. Retreating was out of the question. In that case, let's see who gives in first, Wu Yao said coldly. The competition among the 4 major martial arts schools in the country had already displeased their families. If one school became overwhelmingly dominant, it would be even more disadvantageous for them. Hee, if you don't retreat, you might not be able to keep even 1 person. Woolly covered her mouth, laughing. Last year, you were too prominent. This year, it's our turn. As long as Modi University didn't grow stronger, the others wouldn't let their guard down. If Li Fengxian were still at last year's level, or if Lianjin Buddha couldn't hold Yu Qingyan to a draw, no one would be this agitated. But over the past year, with the support of so many resources from Modu, both had grown significantly stronger. There was even Lin Feng now. Woolly wouldn't allow it, Tang Xiao wouldn't agree, and Ji Wuxiang certainly wouldn't permit it. Now, it wasn't just about reputation, but also about the interests of their respective schools. Lin Feng, hold on. Huang Fuyu took out the Yutian shield, his expression serious. As he said this, Ji Wuxiang laughed. Huang Fu, do you think you can beat me and then go help him? Why don't we find out? At this point, there was nothing more to say. War begins. In the next moment, Huang Fuyu's aura suddenly intensified. Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. Whoosh! The powerful spiritual energy storm swept around like a hurricane. The faces of the hundreds of contestants below the Heavenly King platform changed drastically. The weaker ones even turned pale and quickly retreated. 7-star Battle General. When everyone felt Huang Fuyu's power, they were all shocked. Lu Tian and Lu Qingmei abruptly stood up from the leader's platform. Impossible. Their pupils contracted sharply. Feng Mangong smiled faintly. Huang Fuyu was the pillar of Modi University. Was Ji Wuxiang strong? Indeed, he was. But this year's strongest was undoubtedly Huang Fuyu. Even Yan Jitian's eyes narrowed. This Feng Mangong had hidden his strength well. On the Heavenly King platform, Tang Xiao and the others felt their hearts tighten. A 7-star battle general, the only one present. Even Ji Wuxiang was only a 6-star battle general. Ji Wuxiang, you got lucky last year when you beat me. This year, you have no chance. Huang Fuyu, holding the Yutian shield and gripping an alloy battle blade, exuded an overwhelming aura. The moment he stepped forward, he resembled a war god, instilling fear in others. So this is your trump card. Ji Wuxiang's eyes narrowed slightly. I had planned to conserve my strength, but since that's the case... Roar! Ji Wuxiang suddenly let out a loud dragon's roar. A phantom of a green dragon burst out from within him. In the next moment, the phantom transformed into an endless stream of spiritual energy, surging into his body. Boom! A wave of spiritual energy, no weaker than Huang Fuyu's, instantly spread out. Below the Heavenly King platform, The surrounding contestants' expressions changed one after another. These two had finally revealed their true strength. Good, very impressive. On the leader's platform, Lu Tian's face darkened. One was Huang Fuyu, the other Ji Wuxiang. These two sharp swords hung over the heads of all the contestants. Old Yin is quite cunning, Feng Mangong said with narrowed eyes. Same to you, Yin Jiqian replied calmly. Want to take first place? You'll have to get past Ji Wuxiang first. On the Heavenly King platform, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Huang Fuyu and Ji Wuxiang locked eyes, their expressions grave. They both felt the pressure from the other. Both knew that this battle was not just about winning or losing, it was a life and death struggle. Neither Huang Fuyu nor Ji Wuxiang was confident they could defeat the other unscathed. Even if they won, it would only be a narrow victory. This would be disadvantageous for the final sprint. But there was no choice, they had to fight with everything they had. Cluck, 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 such an imposing stance, Woolly said with a laugh. Li Fengxian, you'd better bring out your strongest state, or I'm afraid you won't hold up. The corners of Li Fengxian's mouth lifted slightly. Don't worry, I can handle it. Really? As soon as Woolly finished speaking, her aura changed dramatically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Her body instantly turned pitch black, and shadowy doppelgangers burst out from within her. In the blink of an eye, 10 doppelgangers had gathered. Are you still so confident now? The 10 Walilis were expressionless, their eyes cold. The terrifying aura they emitted seemed as if it could tear the sky apart. The contestants below the Heavenly King platform looked even more distressed. In the audience, students from Zhongnan University cheered excitedly. The witch Woolly was not someone to be trifled with. Li Fengxian felt his scalp tingle. These 10 doppelgangers each possessed the strength of a 6-star spirit warrior. Woolly herself was an agility-type contestant, and with so many doppelgangers, she could both attack and block damage. They could also be used to confuse her opponent. Li Fengxian, on the other hand, was a strong attack type. Facing agile opponents is quite disadvantageous. Although he can grow stronger through rage, he might be defeated before reaching his limit. Huang Fuyu realized this. Lin Feng also realized it. The situation doesn't look good, Lin Feng said softly. As for Lien Jinhua, Lin Feng didn't look down on him, but he truly wasn't Mu He's match. In Lin Feng's mind, Mu He was undoubtedly one of the strongest on the field. Initially, Lin Feng planned to exert his strength at the last moment. But now, it seemed he had to act earlier. If Huang Fuyu and the other 3 lost, all the pressure would fall on him alone, which would be too much. You guys, one by one. Lin Feng shook his head. Forget it. I've been sitting for too long, it's time to move. Saying this, he stood up. At the very moment Lin Feng stood up, everyone simultaneously turned their gaze toward him. Lin Feng was the first to reach the summit, and the only one who hadn't made a move after arriving at the Heavenly King platform. Seeing him stand up this time, Ji Wuxiang and the others were curious about what he intended to do. Would he ally with one of Wu Yao's group? Or pretend to be weak, saving his strength for the final sprint? Or perhaps run down the mountain to buy time? All 3 possibilities were plausible. For the Demon City, all 3 scenarios were advantageous. Lin Feng, Huang Fuyu glanced down the mountain, his expression revealing everything. He was hinting for Lin Feng to run down the mountain. But Lin Feng seemed not to hear. His gaze locked on Wu Yao and the other 2, and he spoke calmly. Are you 3 coming at me together, or one by one? As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's expressions changed. That's way too arrogant. Lin Feng is strong, no doubt, but Wu Yao isn't weak either. And Qi Yuanxiu hasn't even made a move yet. With the 3 of them combined, forget Lin Feng, even Ji Wuxiang and Huang Fuyu together might not win. Newcomers are impulsive, too reckless. Haha, Lin Feng's in trouble now, offending 3 veteran Heavenly Kings. Some were disdainful, some were angry. More people shook their heads in secret, thinking Lin Feng was being unwise. Even Feng Mangong furrowed his brows, wondering what this kid was up to. Offending 3 people at once, could he handle it? If he wasn't going to ally, at least he shouldn't make enemies. Humph. Lu Tian snorted coldly without saying a word. In his view, having the strength to act this way would earn everyone's respect. But the problem was, Lin Feng didn't have that strength. This would only make people look down on him. Haha, bold enough. I like it. Li Fengxian laughed heartily. Lin Feng, go take them on. Losing doesn't matter. Heh. Wu Yao's face turned cold. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Lin Feng, you're not qualified yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yao's aura surged. Boom. Instantly reaching the peak of the 6-star battle spirit realm. Lin Feng, I admit you're strong, but facing the three of us, you're far from enough. Tang Xiao drew his alloy battle sword, his expression stern. Prepare your Heavenly King token. Lin Feng, a Heavenly King should not be underestimated. Qi Yuanxiu twisted his neck, his voice calm. You'll understand soon enough. Roar. Before Lin Feng could make a move, Lien Zhenhua acted first. He could see the anger in Qi Yuanxiu and the other two's hearts. He wanted to help Lin Feng. Buzz. At that moment, Muhi suddenly extended his drooping right hand. Boom. Within Heavenly King Mountain, iron elements rapidly condensed. A.S. True Buddha took a step forward. A 10-meter-high iron cage appeared above his head. Muhi remained calm, lightly gripping his right hand. The iron cage instantly descended, trapping True Buddha inside. The surface of the iron cage shimmered, crystal clear like a diamond. Vajra Wrath. True Buddha roared, throwing out both fists. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. But to True Buddha's astonishment, his strongest move had no effect. The iron cage was as unyielding as a mountain, completely immovable no matter how he struck it. Amitba. Muhi remained calm. He merely trapped True Buddha without making another move. This scene caused the crowd's eyes to tighten. Though Muhi was low-key, he was by no means weak. What? Yu Qingyan's expression changed slightly. He knew Vajra Wrath was powerful, yet he hadn't expected that even the cage Muhi casually created couldn't be broken. This was terrifying. All right, you three can fight freely now. Ji Wuxiang walked up to Huang Fuyu. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands transformed into azure dragon claws. This time, the claws were covered in dense scales, glowing with flowing light, completely different from the last time at the Shihe tomb. Whoosh! Behind Qi Yuanxiu, a pair of 10-meter-long wings unfolded. He hovered in mid-air, swiftly charging toward the mountaintop. Tang Zhao's body emitted a phantom of a green lotus, his speed equally fast. Wu Yao instantly vanished, his whereabouts unknown. Huang Fuyu remained still, staring intently at Ji Wuxiang. Li Fengxian was also locked in place by Wu Lili. Any movement would result in a thunderous strike. Lin Feng. In the audience, Chu Xianlan covered her face with her hands. Though she had great confidence in Lin Feng, she was still very nervous at this moment. Chu Xianer bit her red lips, extremely tense. This battle was destined to be fought with full force. There was no room for mercy. Any hesitation would mean defeat. Life and death hung by a thread. Watching the three charge forward, Lin Feng smiled faintly. In the next moment, red light erupted. Boom! Thunder roared atop Tianwang Mountain. Immediately after, Lin Feng's entire body was enveloped in scarlet destruction tribulation lightning. The lightning completely encased him. Qi Yuanxiu sneered. That's all. Angel's judgment. In the next moment, Qi Yuanxiu's entire body radiated milky, white holy light. As soon as he spoke, a giant sword descended from the sky. Green lotus bind. Tang Xiao pointed his dual swords, and a 10-meter-tall green lotus suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. Instantly, thick stems wrapped around Lin Feng at an astonishing speed. Buzz! Wu Yao, like a ghost, silently appeared at Lin Feng's rear left. This was precisely a blind spot. The dagger in his hand emitted a chilling green glow, clearly coated with deadly poison. Not good. Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian's expressions changed. The three had unleashed their strongest killing moves right from the start, clearly intending to leave Lin Feng no chance to escape. In fact, Lin Feng couldn't utilize his speed at all now. Above, below, front, back, left, right, every escape route was completely blocked. It's over, Lin Feng is going to be eliminated, Huang Fuyu said in a low voice. While the two were tense, Lin Feng seemed frozen in place, as if scared stiff, not moving at all. Humph, Wu Yao sneered. He talks big, but that's all there is to him. Of course, he didn't underestimate Lin Feng. With the three of them joining forces, they were nearly invincible. But at that moment, Wu Yao's expression suddenly changed. Amid the flickering scarlet arcs of lightning, a gap appeared. Inside, it was empty. Not good, Wu Yao shouted, while simultaneously channeling a large amount of spiritual energy to evade. But it was already too late. Boom. The tribulation lightning clone suddenly exploded. A mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high rose into the sky. The fragile green lotus shattered instantly like paper. The golden giant sword above was also struck heavily and exploded directly. Wu Yao suffered the worst, though the strongest. He was the closest. His clothes were instantly burned to ashes, followed by his skin. Ah! 3 screams rang out simultaneously. When the tribulation lightning clone exploded, the entire mountaintop was engulfed in scarlet destructive lightning. Qi Yuanxiu's pristine, white wings lost one. Tang Zhao's dual swords in his hands snapped with a crack, and the ferocious destructive lightning surrounded him. Boom! The second explosion sounded, and the 3 were blasted away like kites with broken strings. Sizzle! A lightning bolt streaked across the distance, and Lin Feng stood on the mountaintop again, his expression calm. Thud! Bang! Boom! Wu Yao crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Qi Yuanxiu was shaken into the soil by the shockwave of the explosion. Tang Xiao was blasted away, landing in front of Huang Fuyu and the others. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the Heavenly King platform, the audience seats, or the leader's platform, everything was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. So strong, someone whispered. The next moment, the entire venue erupted. He really won. That wasn't a win, it was a crushing victory. One move to severely injure 3 veteran Heavenly Kings. Terrifying. How did he do it? Will Wu Yao and the others die? Monster. Lin Feng is the real monster. No, he's the king of monsters. The audience stood up in shock, staring intently at the big screen. Yes, 3 veteran Heavenly Kings. Together, they were nearly invincible. Yet such powerful opponents were severely injured by Lin Feng in one move. Feng Mangong, Yan Jitian, Lu Tian, and Lu Qingmei's voices trembled. You're so devious. Lu Qingmei said coldly. Principal Feng clearly wants all 3 of our schools to suffer together. Old Feng, I even lent you pants to wear back then, and now this. Yan Jitian and the other 2 were both shocked and furious. In their eyes, Feng Mangong clearly knew how strong Lin Feng was, but never mentioned it, obviously intending to make their 3 schools suffer. Feng Mangong was utterly confused by the scolding. I have no idea either. I was just worried about Lin Feng earlier. Who would have thought this kid was so abnormal? This is not something a human could do. Even I was kept in the dark. Feng Mangong stared blankly at the big screen as the 3 principals continued to berate him. Ran Hongyi and Gong Qingyu exchanged glances. Gong Qingyu said in shock, This must be the first time in the history of the Heavenly King Mountain battle that someone has effortlessly crushed 3 veteran Heavenly Kings, right? Ran Hongyi quietly watched Lin Feng on the big screen without speaking. Yes, the first. An unprecedented miracle. Even the one hailed as the greatest genius of the human race couldn't achieve this. On the Heavenly King platform, the atmosphere was unusually still. Ji Wuxiang was stunned. Huang Fuyu was dumbfounded. Li Fengxian was petrified. Wu Lili was utterly shocked. Even the always composed Mu, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Buzz! At that moment, Wu Yao tightly gripped the Heavenly King token and crushed it with great force. Immediately after, Qi Yuanxiu and Tang Xiao also crushed their own Heavenly King tokens. The Tribulation Lightning clone had gathered half of Lin Feng's spiritual power, and its power was astonishing. The 3 were very close. This strike left all 3 severely injured and on the brink of death. Especially Wu Yao, who relied almost entirely on sheer willpower to crush the Heavenly King token. He even failed the first time and had to try twice to succeed. Too terrifying. It was simply unbelievable. The contestants below the stage were all dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. This kind of attack, was it really something achievable at their level? Those who didn't understand might even think it was the work of a true master. Lin Feng's face showed no expression. In fact, the moment Wu Yao and the other 2 rushed toward him, Lin Feng instantly condensed a Thunder Tribulation clone. Then, standing behind the clone, he used Divine Lightning Step to move down the mountain. So no one realized that it was no longer his real body. Otherwise, Even if they killed Wu Yao and the others, they wouldn't dare approach him. Achieving this was no surprise to Lin Feng. He even deliberately held back. Otherwise, with Wu Yao and the other two's strength, they wouldn't have lasted and would have died for sure. Lin Feng had no enmity with them, so there was no need to cause the human race to lose three geniuses all at once. Severely injuring them was already enough. Moreover, if he truly killed them, Jiangnan University and Zhongnan University would definitely become his enemies. That would be very disadvantageous for Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care, but others were shaken to their core. 7-star general level control, speed so fast, it's unbelievable. Wu Lily's previously serious face suddenly lit up with excitement. Lin Feng, you're really strong. Ha ha ha, you're giving me goosebumps. Lin Feng, you're mine. As soon as she finished speaking, 10 shadow clones suddenly radiated light. In the next moment, the number of clones doubled. 26-star general level clones appeared. But it didn't stop there. Wu Lily suddenly let out a sharp screech. Intense demonic energy poured down like a galaxy. Immediately after, her aura surged rapidly, instantly reaching 7-star general level. What? Seeing this, Ji Wuxiang and the others' faces changed drastically. This Huangfu Yu's pupils contracted. This woman was still holding back her strength. On the main stage, the three principals had been fiercely arguing with Feng Mangong. Suddenly, they froze. Their gazes simultaneously turned to Lu Qingmei. Lu Qingmei had stopped arguing, sitting upright and staring intently at the big screen, as if she were focused on watching the match. Feng Mangong gritted his teeth in anger. Just now, you were the one arguing the most fiercely, and now you're still holding back your strength. Yan Jitian couldn't help but say, Lu Qingmei, I really can't stand it anymore. Feng Mangong angrily said, if you weren't a woman, I would cursed you already. After speaking, he snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and sat down, his eyes fixed on the big screen. Only Lu Tian looked dumbfounded. Haha, well then, turns out I'm the fool here? These people, they're really driving me mad. Wu Lily, get past me first. Li Fengxian's expression was stern. Wu Lily was far stronger than he had imagined. An absolute formidable opponent. But Li Fengxian didn't back down. He wanted to weaken Wu Lily's strength. Now he could see clearly that Wu Lily had the ability to challenge the champion. This smiling demoness was dangerously difficult to deal with. Lin Feng's speed might not be enough. Senior, you should rest. Lin Feng gestured with his hand. Perhaps Li Fengxian still had a trump card, but against Wu Lily, he absolutely couldn't win. If he lost, at best he'd be seriously injured, at worst, he'd lose his life. There was no way, there were just too many clones to handle. Hee, then I won't hold back. Wu Lily finished speaking and, like a black meteor, rushed toward the mountaintop at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the 20 shadow clones followed closely behind. But while Wu Lily was fast, Lin Feng was even faster. At the moment when Wu Lily charged up the mountain, Lin Feng suddenly disappeared from his original spot. Boom! Because of his incredible speed, by the time the thunderous sound fell, Lin Feng had already vanished. Li Fengxian's pupils contracted. This speed, it's far faster than before. Zzz. Scarlet arcs of electricity flickered around Lin Feng, and in an instant, another clone formed from tribulation lightning appeared. Senior, watch how I break her clones. Lin Feng said casually to Li Fengxian. Li Fengxian inwardly complained. Can you focus a bit? Losing would be embarrassing. Wu Lily sneered coldly. Do you really think I'm like those three useless fools, Wu Yao and his group? Although Lin Feng's clone, condensed with half of his spiritual energy, was strong, its attacks were something she couldn't withstand. But she had 20 shadow demon clones. Each one was at the level of a 6-star battle general, none weaker than Qi Yuanxiu and his group. In Wu Lily's eyes, 20 clones were more than enough to deal with Lin Feng's single clone. The remaining clones, along with herself, could easily take down Lin Feng. She could tell at a glance that the clone had consumed half of Lin Feng's spiritual energy. After consuming half of his energy, how much combat power could he possibly have left? By then, wouldn't he be at her mercy? Wu Lily's calculations were precise, but things didn't go as she expected. Whoosh! Just when everyone thought Lin Feng's speed had reached its limit, it surged again. A flash of lightning streaked across Wu Lily's vision, so fast she couldn't even react. Boom! Lin Feng's fist, imbued with destructive tribulation lightning, slammed directly into her abdomen. Wu Lily's body instantly curled up like a shrimp. The next moment, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and she crashed heavily onto the Heavenly King platform like a kite with a broken string. With one move, Wu Lily was severely injured. As Wu Lily fell, the crowd's expressions changed drastically. At the mountain peak, Lin Feng transformed into a streak of red light, moving so fast that even Ji Wuxiang and Huang Fu could only see a blurred shadow. At this moment, the 20 Shadow Demon clones had just reached the summit. Then, a hair-raising scene unfolded. Bang! 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 Lin Feng approached one Shadow Demon clone at an unbelievable speed and shattered it with a single punch. Then, he repeated the same action. Although the Shadow Demon clones were much faster than ordinary 6-star battle generals, they were like crawling turtles compared to Lin Feng's lightning-fast speed. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Shadow Demon clones seemed to move 10 times slower. Each punch effortlessly destroyed a clone. With the divine lightning step perfected, his speed was more than 5 times faster than when it was at the minor stage. At Lin Feng's current speed, even a 1-star master might not be able to match him. Although this consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, his immortal regeneration allowed him to recover quickly. As a result, Lin Feng's spiritual energy remained abundant. Boom! When the last Shadow Demon clone was shattered, the crowd finally saw Lin Feng clearly. He was still standing at the mountain peak, his expression calm, as if he hadn't made a move at all. 5 seconds. Below, Mu He's pupils contracted, and his eyes gleamed brightly. From Wu Lily's attack to now, it only took 5 seconds. This included killing 20 Shadow Demon clones. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Li Fengxian's skin crawled. He had always believed Lin Feng had limitless potential and might surpass them in the future. He never expected that day to come so soon. The trio of Wu Yao, who had left him helpless, was defeated by Lin Feng in one move. Wu Lily, who had given him headaches, was also swiftly crushed by Lin Feng. What shocked him the most was when did Lin Feng's speed become this fast. This level of speed had already surpassed the limits of the battle general realm. Even an ordinary early-stage grandmaster cannot compare to him. With this speed, Lin Feng is already in an invincible position. You have another ability. At this moment, Ji Wuxiang suddenly spoke. Everyone's expressions changed again. Lin Feng smiled. As expected of Ji Wuxiang, he actually figured it out. In fact, Lin Feng hadn't planned to keep it hidden forever. Since Feng Mangong discovered he had dual abilities, Lin Feng knew the secret would eventually be revealed. As his strength improved and he faced stronger enemies, the exposure of his second ability was only a matter of time. That's right. Lin Feng spoke, but he did not reveal what the second ability was. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Huang Fuyu's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. No wonder your spiritual energy recovers so quickly. He immediately understood. Every punch Lin Feng threw was a killing move, especially that clone, which was terrifyingly strong. If it were them, their combat power would definitely decline after consuming half of their spiritual energy. The flow of spiritual energy would also slow down, and the subsequent battle would inevitably be affected. Therefore, battle techniques that consumed half of one's spiritual energy were definitely considered trump cards. However, for Lin Feng, such trump cards had become his ordinary moves. With such strength, how could he not be powerful? How could he not be shocking? Lin Feng glanced at Ji Wuxiang and said with a smile, Ji Wuxiang, at this point, do you still intend to keep hiding? As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian suddenly looked at Ji Wuxiang. Ji Wuxiang was momentarily stunned, then smiled bitterly. I have already seen through your secret, but I didn't expect. You also saw through mine. Still, we have to fight anyway. As his words fell, the contestants below the Heavenly King platform were left in a daze. What kind of monsters are these? You watch me. I watch you. It doesn't seem human at all. These people were originally geniuses, but today they were dealt a heavy blow. Sorry, brother Huangfu. Ji Wuxiang glanced at Huang Fuyu. The mission is too important. I must be extra cautious. Saying this, he turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are very strong, so I will show my strongest state. As he spoke, Ji Wuxiang walked slowly toward the mountain. On the summit platform, Ji Wuxiang has been holding back for so long. He can finally fight freely. Yin Jitian remarked with emotion. It's truly not easy. Feng Mangong and the others listened, their expressions tightening. Feng Mangong suddenly asked, could it be that Ji Wuxiang has already? That's right. He has already broken through the free will realm and reached the profound meaning realm. Yin Jitian said proudly. Boom. As Yin Jitian's words fell, Feng Mangong's face changed dramatically. Lu Qingmei and Lu Tian also widened their eyes in shock. Above the free will realm is the profound meaning realm. This realm requires at least the peak of Grandmaster level to achieve. The profound meaning realm not only involves controlling abilities, but becoming the master of those abilities, unleashing their maximum potential. Reaching the profound meaning realm allows one to release profound meaning attacks. These attacks are several times more powerful than ordinary ability-based battle techniques. Because they are self-created, they are most suited to the awakened individual. Moreover, Ji Wuxiang is not yet a 7-star general, Yin Jitian added. Feng Mangong suddenly stood up, his face dark and terrifying. He stared at the big screen, watching Ji Wuxiang walk step by step toward the mountain summit like a war god. Lin Feng is about to lose. Feng Mangong's heart sank to the bottom. The profound meaning realm. 8-star general, this was already beyond what Lin Feng could handle. Taikyo University has been established for 864 years, and for 864 years, it has always been number one. Even if other schools later caught up, Taikyo remains number one. This number one position was fought for by countless predecessors and heroes. Generation after generation of Taikyo people have built it with blood and sweat. This number one is engraved into the marrow of each of us. It is both an honor and a pressure. Yin Jitian said solemnly. I don't know how long this number one can be maintained, but at least it cannot be lost under my watch. This, I know, Ji Wuxiang knows, and all the teachers and students of Taikyo know. For this honor, for our predecessors, this number one cannot be lost no matter what. So, sorry, old friend, this year Taikyo must take first place. Yin Jitian's words echoed across the entire summit platform. Even the audience in the back rows heard it clearly. The faces of Chu Xianlan's sisters changed drastically. Ling Wei's expression also shifted. All the students of Modi University had their faces changed as well. 8-star warlord, combined with the legendary realm of profound mastery. These two combined created a terrifying monster. Ji Wuxiang. Lu Yi clenched his fists tightly, feeling as though he could hardly breathe. Facing the legendary King Ji Wuxiang, Lin Feng should be fine, right? Go Taikyo. Invincible Qinglong. At this moment, Yu Qingyan suddenly stood up, his face flushed red. Immediately afterward, all the Taikyo students shouted loudly in unison. Defeat Modu, achieve legend. Invincible Taikyo, legendary Taikyo. One slogan after another was shouted. Every Taikyo student was both excited and proud. Even the teachers felt the same. Modu is strong, but we have Ji Wuxiang. As long as Ji Wuxiang is here, the honor of Taikyo being number one is as solid as a rock. It was true last year, and it remains true this year. On the other hand, Modu's side was silent. Lin Feng is very strong, crushing 3 great kings and severely injuring Woolly. Such strength is invincible, and his talent is unparalleled. But he started too late. While Ji Wuxiang was discovered by Taikyo University's teachers when he was just a month old and brought into the school, he received the most advanced education and enjoyed the best resources from a young age. Perhaps if Lin Feng were given more time, he could surpass Ji Wuxiang. Moreover, everyone knows that in next year's King Mountain battle, Lin Feng will undoubtedly be the number one. He will create a new legend. But now is not the time. On the King Mountain platform, Huang Fuyu looked as if he had lost his soul. When he saw Ji Wuxiang's aura continuously rising, all the way to the 8-star warlord level, he was completely stunned. Li Fengxian was equally dumbfounded. Even with Li Fengxian's confidence, he was completely suppressed by Ji Wuxiang. Ji Wuxiang was like a towering mountain, standing before all geniuses. He made all geniuses and monsters hesitate to approach, their hearts filled with awe. Boom! Ji Wuxiang took a step forward, appearing in front of Lin Feng. At the top of King Mountain, the two finally stood together. Lin Feng looked at Ji Wuxiang, and Ji Wuxiang stared at Lin Feng. The two exchanged smiles. In the next moment, Lin Feng clasped his hands in a martial artist salute. Moda University, Lin Feng. Ji Wuxiang was slightly taken aback, then clasped his hands as well, his expression serious. Takyo University, Ji Wuxiang. As soon as the words fell, the two struck simultaneously. Boom! Lin Feng moved faster, throwing a punch at Ji Wuxiang's abdomen. This punch used a full 20% of his spiritual energy. However, bang! Ji Wuxiang didn't even take the punch seriously. His upper body was covered in azure dragon scales, shimmering with a blue light, blocking the destructive tribulation lightning attack. Essence. Lin Feng's pupils slightly contracted. He had heard Feng Man Gong mention this realm, called Essence. Upon reaching Essence, an awakener becomes the master of their ability, or rather, the awakener themselves is the ability. The two merge into one. At this stage, the potential of the ability can be maximized. Ji Wuxiang's ability was the S-level Azure Dragon, whose scales were inherently extremely defensive. Coupled with the Essence realm, blocking Lin Feng's punch was no challenge at all. Boom! At the moment Lin Feng's fist struck Ji Wuxiang also made his move. A dragon claw, brimming with immense momentum, stabbed toward Lin Feng's abdomen. In the next second, a flash of lightning streaked by, and Lin Feng easily dodged. Ji Wuxiang took a deep breath. Lin Feng's speed was truly troublesome. This battle would not be easy. Again, Ji Wuxiang initiated the attack first. The two exchanged blows back and forth, evenly matched, leaving the spectators dumbfounded. These two monsters, Wu Lily said with a complex expression. Although she was seriously injured, she could still hold on thanks to her ability. Seeing the invincible state of the two, she couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. At this rate, Lin Feng is going to lose, Li Fengxian frowned. Lin Feng's attacks were fierce, but he couldn't injure Ji Wuxiang. After all, the opponent was in the Essence realm, which was a force of overwhelming killing intent. Moreover, Ji Wuxiang's attacks were even more ferocious. Although his hit rate wasn't high, he kept entangling Lin Feng, not giving him the chance to condense his tribulation lightning clone. If Lin Feng got distracted, he would be struck by thunder, so he dared not be careless. But as time went on, Ji Wuxiang gradually adapted to Lin Feng's speed, putting Lin Feng in danger. Ji Wuxiang's Azure Dragon ability was an extremely rare beast transformation ability, possessing strong perception and adaptability. This comprehensive strength was fully utilized in Ji Wuxiang's hands. You're wrong. Li Fengxian had just finished speaking when Huang Fuyu shook his head. I think Lin Feng is comprehending Ji Wuxiang's essence. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Fengxian's expression changed drastically. Lin Feng has only recently entered the free will realm, and Ji Wuxiang's use of his ability has given him great inspiration. Li Fengxian suddenly understood. Huang Fuyu nodded but then sighed. Unfortunately, Lin Feng will still lose. Ji Wuxiang might also know that Lin Feng is comprehending. By giving Lin Feng the opportunity, he is also giving himself a chance. Just as you said, as long as Ji Wuxiang adapts to Lin Feng's speed, Lin Feng is finished. Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian both understood, and Feng Man Gong and other strong individuals were even clearer. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. Yin Jitian breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Lin Feng had put quite a bit of pressure on him. Now, seeing the fierce battle between the two, Yin Jitian was completely at ease. At this moment, it's about time. Lin Feng's mind was crystal clear. As expected of the Essence realm, Ji Wuxiang's control over his ability was simply extraordinary. In this regard, Lin Feng felt inferior. Of course, he didn't underestimate himself either, as his cultivation time spoke for itself. Ji Wuxiang, this is boring. Lin Feng stepped back and said, show me some real skill. Ji Wuxiang was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, all right, the last minute. Let us decide the winner. As his words fell, Ji Wuxiang's aura changed dramatically. Roar! A piercing dragon roar echoed across Tianwang Mountain. In the next moment, a 100-meter-long azure dragon appeared out of thin air. The Azure Dragon's aura was invincible, as if it could tear the sky apart at the same time. The dragon scales on Ji Wuxiang's upper body radiated a dazzling light. Boom! In an instant, half of the spiritual energy in Ji Wuxiang's body was drained. Azure Dragon Annihilation Slash. Yu Qingyan clenched his fists excitedly. Boss Ji is truly incredible, mastering two Earth-grade supernatural combat techniques simultaneously, and both have reached the entry level. That's right, this was the second Earth-grade ability Ji Wuxiang had mastered. For other geniuses, even comprehending one Earth-grade combat technique was a challenge. Yet Ji Wuxiang had mastered two at the same time. The Wuxiang Divine Fist was primarily for defense and breaking through opponents' defenses, while the Azure Dragon Annihilation Slash was an ultimate offensive move. This perfectly complemented Lin Feng's Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique. These two combat techniques were a testament to the profound heritage of Imperial Capital University. At the moment Ji Wuxiang unleashed the Azure Dragon Annihilation Slash, the giant dragon in the sky dove down like a sharp battle blade. At that moment, Ji Wuxiang's aura reached its peak. The Azure Dragon Annihilation Slash was meant to destroy everything. Whether you were a genius or a monster, you had to vanish under this strike. Everyone stood up. Yu Qingyan and the faculty and students of Imperial Capital University were even more excited, ready to cheer for victory. On the Heavenly King platform, Mu He's expression was extremely grave. He couldn't withstand this move at all. What would Lin Feng do next? Would he confront it head-on or dodge? Lin Feng dodge. Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian shouted in unison. Dodge. Lin Feng smiled. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within him instantly halved. Following that, a thunderclap louder than a dragon's roar erupted. Boom! The thunder roared, and the crimson destruction tribulation lightning condensed into a scarlet blade hundreds of meters long. Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer Technique. Lin Feng muttered, slashing out with the blade. Azure Dragon. I'm here to slay dragons. Boom! The scarlet blade collided with the Azure Dragon midair. A mushroom cloud nearly 1,000 meters high rose from the peak of Heavenly King Mountain. The destructive force intertwined with the domineering energy of the Azure Dragon. In the next moment, another explosion resounded. This time, it felt as if the entire Heavenly King Mountain was shaking. Thunderclouds churned, and the momentum was like a natural disaster descending. Who won? Everyone stared nervously at the big screen. Even Yu Qingyan and the others were sweating in their palms. The outcome was decided with this strike. The Azure Dragon will win. Yu Qingyan shouted. Imperial Capital will win. The Azure Dragon will win. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the dust-filled sky, looking somewhat disheveled. It was Ji Wuxiang. Although his clothes were tattered, he seemed to be in decent condition. Yes. Yu Qingyan jumped up excitedly, completely unaware that his wound had reopened. We won. We won. All the faculty and students stood up in excitement, hugging and cheering. Imperial Capital is always number one. Yan Jitian's voice trembled with emotion. This number one spot was finally secured. Old friend, hug. Yan Jitian was about to apologize to Feng Mangong when his expression suddenly changed. Another figure emerged from the dust. It was none other than Lin Feng. At the peak of Heavenly King Mountain, Lin Feng's aura was steady. What? Huang Fuyu and the other Heavenly King's expressions changed drastically. Ji Wuxiang glanced at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng looked back at him. Poof! In the next moment, Ji Wuxiang's skin seemed to explode like it was filled with countless bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Blood spurted out, and in the blink of an eye, Ji Wuxiang was covered in wounds. Gravely injured, his aura plummeted instantly. He knelt on one knee, coughing up blood, his entire body trembling. He was desperately holding on. Seeing this scene, Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian's pupils contracted tightly. Such a powerful Ji Wuxiang actually lost. An 8-star warrior at the realm of profound meaning, defeated? The students from Imperial Capital in the audience went from excitement to silence. Yu Qingyan widened his eyes, staring at the big screen. Looking at Ji Wuxiang coughing up blood, his face was instantly covered in tears. Boss Ji. He knew Ji Wuxiang had given it his all. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but Lin Feng was too strong. Lost. Imperial Capital lost. The previously excited students of Imperial Capital turned pale, some even unable to hold back their tears. Yan Jitian, the Grandmaster, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Lost, we lost. At the peak of Tianwang Mountain, Lin Feng stood proudly, his aura invincible. Beneath him was Ji Wuxiang, kneeling on one knee. This contrast between standing and kneeling was stark. Lin Feng won. We won. We won. We won. Ha ha ha. Lu Yi was so excited he was incoherent, punching the air wildly. Qi Kong, Gan Ning, and others were on the verge of exploding with excitement. Lin Feng did it. He started a new legend. Magic City did it. The Chu Xianlan sisters exchanged glances, tears welling up in their eyes. Chu Xianlan threw herself into Chu Xian'er's arms, sobbing loudly. Wu, sister, Lin Feng is finally okay. He's okay. Our man is amazing. A teardrop slid down Chu Xian'er's cheek, but her eyes sparkled with immense pride. Hu Feng Mangong took a deep breath, looking up at the gloomy sky, trying hard to hold back his tears. Yes, the road for Imperial Capital was not easy. But for Magic City, was it any easier? Hundreds of years of war, countless teachers and students buried here. What were they fighting for? For humanity, for the country, and even more for the school. In the face of righteousness, everyone was willing to die. But for their own small world, everyone wanted to fight, to strive. Bang! On Tianwang platform, Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian hugged each other tightly in excitement. The joy on their faces was unmistakable. Although it wasn't their victory this time, it didn't matter. Magic City won. Lin Feng, Li Fengxian hugged Huang Fuyu tightly, shouting excitedly. From today on, my goal is you. Just wait, I'll catch up to you. I'll wait for you. Lin Feng's lips curved slightly. This battle, though not fought with full strength, was exhilarating. The gains were immense. The next moment, Lin Feng suddenly shouted. 5 seconds left, everyone charge. As soon as the words fell, everyone froze for a moment. Then, they all rushed to the mountain peak. Huang Fuyu was even more excited, grabbing Li Fengxian and leading the charge. Mu He, with a complex expression, walked toward the peak after releasing his restraints. As the cage opened, even Jinfuo laughed like a fool, striding forward. One figure after another sprinted toward the summit of Tianwang Mountain. Bang! 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 Suddenly, golden light appeared above the peak of Tianwang Mountain. In the next second, boundless golden light converged, forming a massive golden monument. On the monument, it was clearly written, First place, Lin Feng. The Tianwang rankings are out. 3 days passed so quickly. Looking at the energetic contestants, Ran Hongyi and Gong Qingyu exchanged glances. Gong Qingyu sighed. Youth is wonderful. I wish I could go back to being young, fighting alongside these kids, cheering freely. Now isn't bad either. Ran Hongyi smiled and said, We are the pioneers, the cornerstone. They create legends and forge the future. Legends, huh? Gong Qingyu gazed toward the peak of Tianwang Mountain. Though it was far away, she could still see Lin Feng being lifted high by the crowd. Yes, a legend was born. This world ultimately belonged to him. At the mountaintop, the contestants from Moda University, including Huang Fuyu, lifted Lin Feng high and tossed him into the air repeatedly. Everyone shouted excitedly, tears streaming down their faces. Lin Feng basked in the cheers and the sensation of flying. Suddenly, hey, Li Mingming, if you're going to throw me, just throw me. Stop groping me. Zhang Shui, why do you keep kissing my hand? And you, that senior whose name I can't remember, where are your hands going? Hiss. Lin Feng suddenly became alert. The tingling sensation. The male students were relatively normal, but the girls were increasingly unruly. If it weren't for the crowd, he might have suspected these seniors would deal with him on the spot. Ah, Lin Feng, we love you to death. Junior, you're amazing, so incredible. Chinyaya, I can't believe you. A good sister refusing to share? I want some too. Anything can be shared except Lin Feng. Ah, what are you doing, pushing me? Take this. I can't take it anymore. I'm too injured. I need Lin Feng to kiss me to recover. These senior girls, who had seemed so delicate during the competition, were now as fierce as warriors. Even Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian were pushed aside. The two exchanged glances, standing awkwardly in the wind. Good heavens! These women had gone mad, crazier than Li Fengxian, the lunatic. They hadn't been this fierce during the fight. But when it came to fangirling, they were completely transformed. Women, truly strange creatures. Ah, I'm so jealous. Even Lien Jinfuo was pushed back, stumbling. Whoa, your thick-skinned face got scratched. Li Fengxian and Huang Fuyu's eyes nearly popped out. A defensive expert like Lien Jinfuo, with his face scratched? Could you believe it? Ahem, I don't know who kept pushing me. Lien Jinfuo touched his face. I didn't notice at first, but someone kept scratching my scalp and face, so I got pushed out. Huang Fuyu. Li Fengxian. Looking at these frenzied girls, the two broke out in cold sweat. Damn, good thing we ran fast. This was more intense than the battle on Tianwang Mountain. In the audience, Chu Xianlan, who had been crying tears of joy, was now stomping her feet in anger. People only care about looks, not the heart. I can't believe Senior Yaya, who's usually so quiet, would do such things to Lin Feng. And that Senior Zhang Shui, who's always so cold and hates men, ended up grabbing Lin Feng's hand and licking it nonstop. Ah, they're all liars. Chu Xianlan was on the verge of losing her mind. That's my man, not yours. Let go of him. On the main stage, the four principals watched with deep expressions. This guy, his luck is enviable to the point of jealousy, Yin Jitian sighed, his tone unclear whether it was admiration or bitterness. Umph. Young people these days have no sense of shame, Lu Qingmei said disapprovingly. It seems that as the principal is, so are the students. Truly, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is slanted. Lu Qingmei swallowed the rest of her words. Around the mountaintop, the girls from other schools were already watching with shining eyes. Unable to resist, they squealed and rushed forward. Among them, the girls from Zhongnan University ran the fastest. Haha, Principal Lu is absolutely right, Feng Mangong said with a smile. It's heartbreaking when such things happen. Lu Tian glanced at Feng Mangong, almost exploding with anger. That expression of yours is called heartbreak? Bah, at the peak of Tianwang Mountain. Ah, why are students from other schools here too? Get lost. Lin Feng belongs to our school. Lin Feng belongs to everyone. Don't be so petty. Make your move. I'll fight. Sisters, charge. We can't let those little demons from Modu monopolize Lin Feng. A chaotic battle among women broke out. Lin Feng whooshed and instantly teleported away. It was madness. If it weren't for the live broadcast, he would have acted directly long ago. Now, he could only retreat obediently. On Tianwang platform, Ji Wuxiang was helped down by his teammates from the imperial capital, collapsing onto the ground. Boss Ji, are you okay? His teammate was in tears, full of sorrow. Ji Wuxiang had never felt so powerless as he did today. Born in the imperial capital, educated in the imperial capital, all his emotions were tied to this place. Every drop of sweat, every effort he made, was for the imperial capital. But he lost. He let down his teachers and students, let down the honor of his predecessors. He lost completely. Others might not understand, but Ji Wuxiang knew deep down that Lin Feng hadn't even used his full strength. Perhaps he didn't want to hurt him, or maybe he had other plans. Facing Lin Feng, Ji Wuxiang felt a deep sense of defeat. His abilities were overwhelmingly strong, his speed dazzlingly fast, and his combat experience was rich. Ji Wuxiang had no idea how to defeat him, how to surpass him. Ji Wuxiang. At that moment, Lin Feng walked down from the platform. Winning and losing are temporary, but the spirit of never giving up must not be lost. You lost, but humanity has not admitted defeat. Humanity needs people who can withstand setbacks, not those who give up easily. Lin Feng's words exploded like thunder in Ji Wuxiang's ears. Ji Wuxiang struggled to stand up, looking at Lin Feng. You're right. He took a deep breath. Thank you, Lin Feng. This year's Tianwang Mountain battle is over. At this moment, Huang Fuyu and Li Fengxian also walked over. But our competition has just begun. Ji Wuxiang, I will surpass you. Ji Wuxiang forced a smile. Lin Feng, I will surpass you too. Haha, I'll be waiting. I hope you won't be too disappointed then, Lin Feng said. He meant it in the future, he would only grow stronger. The gap between Ji Wuxiang and the others and him would only widen, until they could only look up to him. Amitba. Mu He clasped his hands together and smiled. Lin Feng, throughout history, in all the battles of Tianwang Mountain, you are the most convincing one. As soon as these words were spoken, even Ji Wuxiang nodded. Indeed, Lin Feng had crushed Wu Yao and 3 other veteran Tianwangs. With one move, he severely injured one of the four heavenly kings, the witch Olili, and still retained his strength to defeat Ji Wuxiang. With such achievements, who could not be convinced? Who could achieve this? Lin Feng was the first, and perhaps the last. It's not that we're not strong enough, it's that Lin Feng is too abnormal. Li Fengxian pretended to be helpless. With Lin Feng around, what am I, Li Fengxian? His words made everyone smile bitterly. This truly was an era of shining stars. And Lin Feng, like the Tianwang mountain before them, stood firmly in front of everyone, unshakable. Indeed, unshakable. However, I will definitely surpass you. Li Fengxian's tone shifted. Definitely. Lin Feng nodded. Having ambition is a good thing. Half an hour later, all the contestants were transported out. At the foot of Tianwang Mountain, in front of the main platform, Ran Hongyi surveyed the 10 people on the stage and nodded with satisfaction. The new top 10 kings were born. In order, they were Lin Feng, Huang Fuyu, Mu He, Li Fengxian, Lian Zhenhua, Lin Hao, Xiao Fengyun, Ji Wuxiang, Wu Lili, and Shen Tong. Compared to last year, there were significant changes. For newcomers made the list, Lin Hao and Xiao Fengyun were uninjured and managed to overtake Ji Wuxiang at the critical moment. Ji Wuxiang, on the other hand, was carried up by his teammate from the imperial capital. The last spot, Shen Tong, was the second strongest from Jiangnan University, only behind Tang Xiao. This result allowed the other 3 universities to breathe a slight sigh of relief. After all, their numbers were preserved. As for rankings, there was nothing they could do. Everyone had done their best. Ran Hongyi's gaze turned to Lin Feng, carefully examining him. Then she smiled and asked, "Are you happy?" "Not bad," Lin Feng replied. "In the upcoming primal secret realm, if you can lead them to secure a spot, I guarantee you'll be even happier," Ran Hongyi joked. "By then, you can do whatever you want." What the heck? Feng Man Gong, Gong Qingyu, and others were stunned. Was this still the usually cold and silent Ran Hongyi? She was actually joking? It was simply unbelievable. According to tradition, the top 10 kings not only qualify to enter the primal secret realm, but the first to reach the summit also gets 1 entry into the spirit source pool, Ran Hongyi said, looking at Lin Feng. "You can choose the time yourself." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. The spirit source pool was a treasure created by the combined efforts of the 4 martial lords. A single baptism in the pool could greatly enhance one's ability control. Ji Wuxiang's breakthrough to the profound meaning realm owed much to the spirit source pool. Moreover, the pool contained pure spiritual energy, and staying there for a day could significantly boost one's strength. The other kings cast envious glances at Lin Feng. "Gong Overseer, do you have anything to add?" Ran Hongyi turned to Gong Qingyu. Her voice, though soft, carried a mysterious sense of power that was hard to ignore. "Young ones, rest well," Gong Qingyu smiled. "Ahead lies a brighter, yet more dangerous path waiting for you." The Tianwang Mountain battle officially concluded under the watchful eyes of all. After the event, contestants and spectators headed back to the base under military protection. Lin Feng, as soon as it ended, Chu Xianlan excitedly ran over and hugged Lin Feng tightly. "Give me a kiss." She then planted a sweet kiss on him. "You scare me to death." "Thank goodness you're okay." Lin Feng held Chu Xianlan in his arms as she couldn't help but cry. Not far away, Chu Xianer had a smile on her face, but her eyes were red. Everyone had witnessed Lin Feng's brilliance. They saw his invincible dominance. But only they knew how hard Lin Feng worked in his daily life. Only they were the most nervous during Lin Feng's duel with Ji Wuxiang. "Silly girl, don't cry. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Lin Feng said, smiling as he looked at Chu Xianlan's tearful face. "Your dad is watching from behind. I don't care. Let him watch if he wants to," Chu Xianlan said as she hugged him even tighter. "Lin Feng." Chu Xianer stepped forward, about to speak, but Lin Feng pulled her into a hug. "It's okay," Lin Feng comforted. Chu Xianer leaned against Lin Feng, her face slightly red, and whispered, We can watch TV together tonight, for as long as you want. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. As expected, Xian'er understood him best. And me too. Chu Xinlan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Can you teach me those moves? I. I can definitely learn them. Lin Feng felt a warm sensation in his heart. These two sisters truly loved learning, which was wonderful. Not far away, watching his two daughters clinging tightly to Lin Feng, Chu Tianyang looked speechless. These two daughters, it seemed, were raised for nothing. Before long, everyone returned to the base. The soldiers in the base cast respectful and awed glances. They had witnessed the entire battle. Lin Feng's strength and invincibility deeply impressed these elite soldiers. At Imperial Capital University, a group of people gathered, chatting. Hao Ji, your luck is incredible. Yeah, I haven't even spoken to Feng Xin yet. I haven't even had the chance to see him up close. I really want to shake his hand. Everyone chimed in, full of envy. In the center of the group, Sun Hao said smugly, don't even think about it. I was so scared at the time. I should have asked Feng Shun for an autograph. It's okay. When he comes out later, I'll be the first to take a photo with him. Wow. Hao Ji, take us with you then. Yeah, you're the only one who has any connection with Feng Shin. Help us out. Sun Hao curled his lips. Feng Shin might not even bother with me. How about this? Once I get the autograph and photo, I'll send them to you guys immediately. Send to who? Lin Feng asked with a smile as he walked over. Of course to you. Sun Hao hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly shuddered. Turning around, he saw the very Feng Shun he had just been talking about. Holy crap! Sun Hao instinctively trembled. The scene of being taught a lesson by Lin Feng resurfaced in his mind. If Lin Feng hadn't spared his life back then and let him crush the Heavenly King token, he might have been done for. Feng Shun, Sun Hao stammered, almost kneeling in fear. Hearing Sun Hao's words, everyone immediately turned around. Wow, it's Lin Feng. Alive. Oh my god, finally seeing the living Feng Shun. A group of people rushed over instantly. Lin Feng glanced at Ran Hongyi in the distance, his brows slightly furrowed. He said, time is limited, we can only take one photo. Feng Shun is so kind. Not at all as fierce as when he fights. I love him so much. Feng Shin, you're my idol. Everyone was so excited they could barely speak. After taking the photo, many people still kept asking questions and clinging to Lin Feng, unwilling to let him go. Lin Feng actually didn't want to be the center of attention, but Ran Hongyi had privately said something to him. If you fulfill their fan dreams, I'll let you stay in the spirit source pool for an extra day. That was tempting enough. Lin Feng immediately agreed. He also understood Ran Hongyi's intention. As the number one of the year, he would naturally be idolized by the nation's youth. Fulfilling their fan dreams was also a form of encouragement. In this world full of crises, a little hope and motivation could inspire more people to grow stronger. 3 days later, Imperial Capital Central Mansion. This was the core of the Imperial Capital, home to the 4 great martial marquises and several Imperial dukes. The entrance to the second underground passage in the Imperial Capital was also located here. The spirit source pool was within the central mansion. Lin Feng, remember, you only have 2 days, Ran Hongyi said, still dressed in her signature red attire, this time a red long dress. Her tall figure and ink-like long hair made her especially captivating. Lin Feng nodded. Feng Mangong had specifically told him before that the spirit source pool was one of the 4 great treasures in the country. Apart from people like Lin Feng, who achieved first place in the Tianwang Mountain battle, only masters and above were qualified to use it, and it required a significant amount of merit points. Under Ran Hongyi's guidance, Lin Feng passed through multiple checks and finally arrived at a spacious room. At the center was a large pool constructed from jade stones, roughly the size of a basketball court, shrouded in a dreamy mist. Ran Yudu. Outside the spirit source pool, an elderly man with a head full of white hair nodded at Ran Hongyi. Ran Hongyi said, Old Chun, you may leave now. Yes. The old man slowly departed. Lin Feng watched him leave. Old Chen's full name was Chen Pingkong, one of the top 10 kings 60 years ago. 30 years ago, during a beast tide, despite being severely injured, he managed to slay 2 beast kings. However, his vitality was greatly damaged, and his strength significantly declined, yet he remained a hero admired by all. 10 years ago, Chun Pingkong retired and was assigned by the St. Martial Marquis to guard the spirit source pool, enjoying his twilight years in peace. Buzz, Ran Hongi walked to the spirit source pool and gently waved her jade-like hand. A series of genetic sequences were input into the pool. Rumble. The massive spirit source pool began to rise rapidly. The jade stones surrounding the pool emitted a faint blue glow, which gradually became dazzling and brilliant. "All right, go in," Ran Hongi said. Lin Feng's eyes burned with excitement as he began to undress. Initially, Ran Hongi didn't pay much attention. When Lin Feng was down to his underwear, she exclaimed, "You, what are you doing? I told you to go in, not to take a bath." Lin Feng froze as well. "Principal Feng told me yesterday not to wear clothes," he explained. "He said it would allow the energy to enter the body faster." Awkward. Ran Hongi blushed and said, "Actually, it doesn't make much of a difference." After speaking, she turned and left. Once the door closed, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a moment, he jumped into the pool. After all, the principal's advice was reliable. Boom! As soon as Lin Feng stepped into the spirit source pool, a powerful energy swept through the surroundings. Then, the faint blue crystalline energy quickly enveloped him. Lin Feng closed his eyes, focusing his mind and calming his spirit. ZZZ. Under the guidance of the energy, Lin Feng's destruction tribulation lightning automatically emerged from his body. The crimson arcs of electricity intertwined with the faint blue essence, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. For 3 days, Lin Feng had been reflecting on his battle with Ji Wuxiang. The mastery of the profound meaning was extremely mysterious. If Ji Wuxiang hadn't reached that realm, Lin Feng would have been instantly defeated by the 7 Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique. The so-called profound meaning is the initial form of the laws. Feng Mangong had mentioned that the free will realm is perfection, but that's not the main point. In the cultivation of awakeners, there is one particularly challenging hurdle. Profound meaning is the most difficult stage. Many masters, even those at the peak of mastery, are stuck at this point. Profound meaning is unfathomable. Some people achieve enlightenment as soon as they enter the master realm, while others, no matter how hard they try, cannot find the path. Lin Feng's battle with Ji Wuxiang gave him a deeper understanding of profound meaning. Coupled with Feng Mangong's continuous use of abilities to train him over the past few days, Lin Feng's comprehension of profound meaning grew increasingly clear. However, understanding is one thing, reaching that realm personally is far from simple. The essence energy in the pool rapidly flowed into Lin Feng's body. With the emergence of the destruction tribulation lightning, the originally faint blue pool turned blood red. At first glance, it resembled a sea of blood. In this state, Lin Feng seemed to enter a realm of unity between heaven and man in his mind. Scenes of utilizing supernatural abilities flashed by like a slideshow. The previous flaws and immature aspects gradually became clearer. It was a process of peeling away the fog bit by bit. It required 100% focus and a certain amount of opportunity. While Lin Feng was soaking in the spirit source pool in the central mansion. "How is that kid doing?" Yi Zun asked with a smile, crossing his legs. Opposite Yi Zun sat a refined middle-aged man in a Tang suit. The man had a high nose bridge and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the universe and stars. He was one of the 4 great martial marquises in the country, Tianwu Marquis Dongfang Qi. "He might become the 5th martial marquis in about 5 years, Dongfang Qi said. "You have quite a high opinion of him," Yi Zun said, somewhat surprised. "I thought you'd say 10 years. If outsiders heard their conversation, they would surely be shocked. An 18-year-old freshman who had just entered university, becoming a martial marquis in 5 years? It was simply unbelievable. After all, Lin Feng was currently only at the battle spirit realm. There were countless hurdles to overcome and countless trials to endure ahead. "Perhaps he will bring surprises," Tianwu Marquis said, his gaze distant as if piercing through layers of obstacles to look at Lin Feng. However, after the Tianwang mountain battle, more and more people will be watching him. After speaking, a trace of cold light flashed in Yi Zun's eyes. "What he can handle, let him deal with himself. For what he truly can't bear, there will be people to help him," Yi Zun said. Stars shining brightly, legends being born, The rise of humanity is just around the corner, Dongfeng Qi said softly. This kid is extraordinary. 2 days passed quickly. In the spirit source pool, Lin Feng still had his eyes closed, and the scarlet arcs of electricity around him had disappeared. The originally light blue source energy had also been completely absorbed by Lin Feng, turning transparent. In these 2 days, Lin Feng's realm had risen from 8-star battle spirit to the peak of battle spirit, just one step away from the battle general level. The speed was astonishing. But what truly surprised and delighted Lin Feng was his mastery of supernatural abilities. With the help of the source of spiritual energy, he had completely entered the state of following his heart. Moreover, he had taken an important step in this state. At that moment, the light of the spirit source pool suddenly dimmed. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Time us up? He still felt a bit reluctant. After speaking, Lin Feng focused his mind. Zzz. In the next moment, a pair of 5-meter-long scarlet wings suddenly unfolded from his back. Compared to before, the wings were much thicker, and one could even faintly see feathers formed by destructive tribulation lightning. When he had just entered the following his heart state, Lin Feng could only condense 1-meter-long wings. Now, not only had the size increased, but the speed had also improved significantly. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng instantly flew to the door. It should be 10 times faster than before, Lin Feng calculated in his mind. Although this speed couldn't compare to the divine lightning step, it was much faster than opponents of the same level. After all, he hadn't awakened a flight-type supernatural ability, so achieving this was already remarkable. Next, I still need to keep practicing, Lin Feng said softly. Mastering supernatural abilities was a massive undertaking. Beyond the profound meaning, there were laws. Supernatural combat techniques couldn't be ignored either. Lin Feng had managed to severely injure the monstrous Ji Wuxiang while preserving his strength, all thanks to the 7 Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique. This Earth-grade combat technique was something he had just begun to learn, and there was still a long way to go before reaching minor mastery. Once he achieved minor mastery, its power would increase significantly. Creak. At this moment, the door opened. Lin Feng, it seems you've gained quite a bit these past few days, Ran Hongyi walked in. Lin Feng nodded. I suppose I've made some progress. Then it's time to head back. A few days ago, Chu Xianlan and the other senior brothers had already left. Only Feng Mangong remained, staying to prevent another attack on Lin Feng by the beast god cult. The Battle of Tianwang Mountain had drawn worldwide attention. Countless eyes were on Lin Feng. Not only did he win the championship, but he also secured it with an overwhelming advantage, creating an unprecedented legend. He consecutively defeated multiple Tianwang-level opponents. Such a prodigy would naturally not be overlooked by the beast god cult, who would undoubtedly seize any opportunity, at all costs, to eliminate Lin Feng. As they were about to leave the central mansion, Ran Hongyi said, Lin Feng, there's 1 week left until the opening of the primal secret realm. During this week, you must not relax. Hearing Ran Hongyi's words, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Ran Yudu, are the beastmen in the primal secret realm very strong? Beastmen were the collective term for all shape-shifting beasts. Previously, Ling Wei had mentioned to Lin Feng that there were many beastmen in the primal secret realm. However, Lin Feng hadn't asked much about their specific strength, and Ling Wei hadn't elaborated either, as the Battle of Tianwang Mountain was still far off at that time. Very strong. Ran Hongyi began to explain the general situation of the primal secret realm. The primal secret realm was located at the second front line of the Demon City Catacombs, a super-secret realm. After hundreds of years of struggle between humans and the catacombs, both sides finally reached an agreement. Each year, the catacombs would send 200 participants, while the human side would send 15. These 15 included the top 10 Tianwang and 5 alternate geniuses whose strength rivaled the Tianwang. The 200 participants sent by the catacombs were not ordinary, they were selected from among the elite. The disparity in numbers was enormous, making it extremely difficult for human geniuses to compete. Moreover, there was a clear gap in the level of strength. Human spiritual energy had only been revived for a few hundred years. Although humanity had managed to contend with the catacombs within this time, there was still a long way to go in terms of the number of strong individuals and the quality of geniuses. 15 against 200, that is such a huge gap. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. If they entered, wouldn't they be wiped out? What would be the point of going then? Although Lin Feng was confident, as Ran Hongyi mentioned, the top tier among those 200 participants was far stronger than Ji Wuxiang and the others. Wouldn't he going there just be courting death? The catacombs have the numbers, but their factions are complex and internal conflicts run deep. Most of the time, they're busy fighting among themselves and don't have time to bother with you. This is your opportunity. Of course, you still need to be cautious. Some races harbor deep hostility toward humans, and one welcome your presence, Ran Hongyi said as she tidied her hair. Once inside, you must act as a group and focus on treasure hunting. Even if you encounter those hostile races, you'll have the ability to handle them. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. If it were too dangerous, there wouldn't have been many survivors in previous years. Last year, all 10 of Ji Wuxiang's group returned safely, didn't they? Ran Hongyi gave a meaningful smile. All right, let us head back. Principal Feng is still waiting for you. After leaving the central mansion, disciple, not bad at all, Feng Mangong said with a smile. It seems you've made quite a bit of progress again. He had stayed in the imperial capital for the past 3 days. Because of Lin Feng, Feng Mangong felt a great sense of pride and had boasted to his old friends more than once. Not too bad, Lin Feng replied. Principal, are we heading back now? We're leaving right now. Feng Mangong said. I suspect the beast god cult has set their sights on you. Even though I'm here, you still need to be careful. Even you need to be careful? Lin Feng was surprised. Feng Mangong was a guardian, a true peak grandmaster level powerhouse. Haha, don't underestimate the beast god cult, Feng Mangong said meaningfully. This cult is harder to deal with than cockroaches. Some hidden experts we may not even fully understand. All right, let us not talk about this anymore. Feng Mangong didn't want Lin Feng to worry too much. After speaking, a flash of green light surrounded him. In the next moment, he took Lin Feng and ascended into the sky. In the distance, Qin Lai of Yudu nodded at them in greeting. Let us go. Feng Mangong finished speaking, and his speed suddenly increased. In an instant, he turned into a streak of light, speeding southward. At this moment, on the outskirts of Qingyang City, 2 elderly men with white hair sat cross-legged, their eyes glinting coldly. In front of them sat a middle-aged man dressed in blood-red clothing. You want us to take action? One of the dark-skinned elders said coldly. The Elder Council is really taking a risk for someone like Lin Feng. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. 2 deacons, this is a decision the Elder Council has deliberated on for a long time. Lin Feng may not be a major threat now, but if he grows to the Grandmaster level, he will pose a great danger to us. It's not so easy to reach the Grandmaster level, the other elder said lightly, stroking his beard. If it were that easy, Grandmasters would be as common as cabbages. However, since the Elder Council has decided, Old Yin and I will naturally take action. Excellent. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. You only need to hold off Feng Mangong. At that time, I will find an opportunity to kill Lin Feng. It seems you've learned your lesson after making 2 mistakes, the dark-skinned elder said. With your 1-star Grandmaster level strength, Lin Feng will die a worthy death. Indeed, but for the next few days, I asked the 2 deacons to rest well. They were determined to find an opportunity to eliminate Lin Feng at all costs. As they were about to leave the central prefecture, Ran Hongyi said, Lin Feng, there's 1 week left until the opening of the primal secret realm. You must not slack off during this week. Hearing Ran Hongyi's words, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Ran Yudu, are the beastmen in the primal secret realm very powerful? Beastmen were the collective term for all beasts capable of transforming into human form. Previously, Lingwei had mentioned that there were many beastmen in the primal secret realm. However, Lin Feng hadn't asked much about their specific strength, and Lingwei hadn't elaborated, as the Tianwang Mountain battle was still far off at the time. Very powerful. Ran Hongyi began to explain the situation of the primal secret realm in detail. The primal secret realm is a super-secret realm located on the second front line of the Demon City catacombs. After hundreds of years of struggle between humans and the catacombs, both sides finally reached an agreement. Every year, the catacombs would send 200 people, while humanity would send 15. These 15 included not only the 10 heavenly kings, but also 5 alternate prodigies whose strength was no less than that of the heavenly kings. It's important to note that the 200 people sent by the catacombs were not of ordinary strength, but were elites among elites, just as top tier as Lin Feng and his peers. The vast numerical disparity meant that humanity's prodigies had little room to stand. Not to mention the qualitative gap. Humanity's spiritual energy revival has only been a few hundred years. Although in just a few hundred years, humans have managed to contend with the catacombs, in terms of the number of top-tier powerhouses, as well as the quality and quantity of talents, humanity still has a long way to go. 15 people against 200, isn't that too tragic? Lin Feng said in surprise. If they went in, wouldn't they be completely wiped out? Then what's the point of going? Although Lin Feng was confident, as Ran Hongyi had said, the top-tier individuals among the 200 in the cavern were far stronger than Ji Wuxiang and his group. Entering would be tantamount to courting death. The cavern has many people, but their forces are complex, with heavy internal conflicts. Most of the time, they're busy fighting among themselves and don't have time to bother with you, or simply don't care to. This is your opportunity. Of course, you must be cautious. Some races harbor deep prejudices against humans and cannot tolerate humans entering. Ran Hongyi tidied her hair and said, once inside, you must act as a group, focusing mainly on treasure hunting. By then, even if you encounter those races hostile to humans, you won't need to worry. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. True, if the danger was too great, there probably wouldn't have been many heavenly kings returning alive from previous attempts. Last year, Ji Wuxiang and his group of 10 all came back unscathed, didn't they? Ran Hongyi revealed a mysterious smile. All right, head back now. Principal Feng is still waiting for you. After leaving the central mansion. Disciple, not bad at all. Feng Mangong said with a smile. I see you've made quite a bit of progress these past few days. Feng Mangong had stayed in the imperial capital for the past 3 days. Because of Lin Feng, he felt a great sense of pride and had boasted quite a bit to his old friends. Not too bad, Lin Feng replied. Principal, are we heading back now? We're leaving now, Feng Mangong said. I suspect the beast god cult has already set their sights on you. Even though I'm here, you still need to be careful. Even you need to be cautious? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Feng Mangong was a peak grandmaster guarding one region. Don't underestimate the beast god cult, Feng Mangong said meaningfully. This cult's resilience is stronger than cockroaches. There are some hidden experts we don't fully understand. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Feng Mangong didn't want Lin Feng to worry too much. After speaking, a green light surrounded him. In the next moment, he took Lin Feng and soared into the sky. In the distance, Yu Du Qinlai nodded and greeted them. Let's go, Feng Mangong said, and his speed suddenly increased, transforming into a streak of light heading south. At that moment, outside Qingyang City, 2 white-haired elders sat cross-legged, their eyes gleaming coldly. In front of them sat a middle-aged man in blood-stained clothes. Should we act? One of the dark-skinned elders said coldly. The Elder Council is really taking a risk for Lin Feng. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. 2 stewards, this decision was made after much deliberation by the Elder Council. Lin Feng isn't a major threat now, but if he grows to the Grandmaster level, he will pose a significant danger to us. Becoming a Grandmaster isn't that easy, the other elder stroked his beard lightly and said indifferently. If it were that easy, anyone could do it. But since the Elder Council has made up its mind, Elder Yin and I will naturally act. That's great. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. The 2 of you just need to hold off Feng Mangong. At that time, I'll find an opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Looks like you've learned from your mistakes after 2 failures, the dark-skinned elder said. With your 1-star Grandmaster strength, Lin Feng's death will be well-deserved. Yes, but please take a good rest these days, the man said. Once our people find the opportunity, we'll set off together for the Magic City. All right. 6 minutes later, Feng Mangong drove swiftly, and they soon arrived at the Magic City. As they reached the skies above Magic City University, the scene before them left Lin Feng utterly shocked. The entrance of Magic City University was packed with a sea of people. Many held support signs, and banners were hung at the entrance. They read phrases like, "We love you," and welcome home, hero. Even more exaggerated were slogans like Feng God Harem Group, which stirred excitement. Haha, this era truly needs heroes, Feng Mangong said with a smile. Disciple, don't underestimate these people. Your influence will inspire them. They, in turn, will influence even more people. By the way, aren't you going down to say a few words? Better not, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head helplessly. Back at the dormitory, the Chu Xianlan sisters immediately rushed over to hug him. Lin Feng didn't hold back either, closing the door and responding passionately. The next day, inside the gravity room, after finishing a day of training, Lin Feng took out the phantom mask from his personal space. This was a reward from the system for completing the mission to eliminate the Beast God Cult's branch. Previously, he had been busy preparing for the Battle of Tianwang Mountain and hadn't had time to study it. Now that he took it out, it felt particularly extraordinary. The phantom mask had a unique texture, with a surface that shimmered and flowed like liquid. How do you use this thing? Just wear it on your face. Lin Feng muttered to himself. This was a special reward obtained after slaying the phantom beast. Since it was called Phantom, it should be related to transformation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng put on the mask. Instantly, a strange wave surged through him. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He felt as though he could freely change his appearance. With a thought, Lin Feng indeed transformed. Taking out his phone to use as a mirror, he was stunned. What the? The reflection in the mirror was none other than Chu Xian'er. The phantom mask not only changed his face, but also perfectly replicated her figure and aura. Even though he spent every day with Chu Xian'er, Lin Feng couldn't spot any differences. Amazing! Lin Feng excitedly continued experimenting. He transformed into Feng Mangong, Yi Zun, and Ji Wuxiang. He discovered that their voices and heights were almost identical. However, he also noticed a difference. Their aura couldn't be imitated. Figures like Feng Mangong and the others carried an intimidating presence in their every move. When Lin Feng transformed into them, he lacked that aura. Still, it was already incredibly powerful. I wonder if I can transform into a beast, Lin Feng thought again. The phantom mask was simple to operate, just wear it, and you could transform into anyone you wanted. With a flash of light, Lin Feng transformed into Niu Wu, the beast that had attacked them in the Shihe tomb. Looking at the pair of pitch-black horns on his forehead, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. This phantom mask was simply invincible. No, it truly was invincible. Lin Feng immediately thought of countless clever uses for it. This thing will be incredibly helpful for my upcoming journey into the primal secret realm, he said excitedly. When Lin Feng, disguised as Chu Xian'er, left the gravity room, the teacher on duty, Zhu Qi, was momentarily stunned. Wasn't Lin Feng the one who just went in? His expression suddenly turned peculiar. It seemed Chu Xian'er had already gone in, and the two of them were inside together. Lin Feng glanced at Zhu Qi and noticed his lewd expression, instantly understanding what he was thinking. But this also made Lin Feng secretly pleased. Zhu Qi hadn't realized it was him. I don't know the limits of this mask. Maybe someone at Feng Mangong's level could see through it at a glance. Back at the dormitory. Sister, didn't you just go out? Chu Xianlan, wearing a pink nightgown, asked, Did you forget your student ID? Lin Feng felt like teasing her and said, No, I didn't go out. Not going out. Chu Xianlan scratched her head, not thinking much of it. She sat on the sofa and turned on the remote control. Recently, she had been training particularly hard and watched less TV. Of course, she still watched that kind of TV often. Lin Feng also sat beside her. At this moment, Chu Xianlan's face turned slightly red. Sister, how did you do it last night? Do what? Lin Feng asked. Oh, you know that thing. Chu Xianlan opened her mouth wide, making a circular shape. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He understood. Indeed, last night Xian'er had managed to do it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Sister, what are you laughing at? Chu Xianlan said shyly. You seem really happy, but how did you fit it in? I've been eating mangoes these past few days, trying to train my mouth to open wider, but it doesn't seem to work. Do you want to learn? Lin Feng finally couldn't hold back, canceled his invisibility state, and said with a playful smile, I'll teach you. Ah. Chu Xianlan was startled. What's going on? She was completely stunned. Isn't this my sister? How did she suddenly turn into this? Could it be a ghost? Don't be afraid. Watch closely. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and the invisible illusion mask slowly revealed itself. What is this thing? It looks so magical. Chu Xianlan asked excitedly. This is the illusion mask. It will greatly assist my subsequent actions, Lin Feng explained. Haha, it looks so fun. Chu Xianlan laughed and said, Lin Feng, let me play with it. All right, but let me teach you how to use it first. Ugh, a large section is omitted here. In the following days, Lin Feng focused on honing his abilities and combat skills. The realm of profound meaning is not something that can be easily broken through, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, the Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique could significantly enhance his combat power in a short time. For this, Lin Feng specifically went to the underground cave for 2 days of training. 2 days later, his originally peak-level combat spirit realm strength completely broke through the bottleneck. The Seven Tribulations Dragon Slayer technique also improved significantly. Lin Feng estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, he would likely reach the minor achievement stage. In Ling Wei's room, "You're about to break through again?" Ling Wei suddenly stood up and asked incredulously, "Have you really reached the peak of the combat spirit realm?" "Let me see." Facing Ling Wei, Lin Feng held nothing back. Boom! He released a powerful aura, and Ling Wei was instantly shocked. "You're truly a monster," she said, her gaze suddenly sharpening. "Wait, this guy has already reached the peak of the combat spirit realm? That means his ultimate combat power has already reached the peak of the combat general level?" She gasped. "Damn it. I've worked so hard for years, and he caught up in an instant." "Teacher Ling." Lin Feng waved his hand. "What are you thinking about?" Ling Wei gave him a cold look, but kept telling herself internally that this guy is a monster, and she shouldn't compare herself to him. Otherwise, she'd really be crushed. "Let's go. I'll take you to get the breakthrough pill." Ling Wei rolled her eyes. "But don't tell anyone you're about to break through again, or the teachers will all be crushed by you." "Huh, weren't you the one who got discouraged first? You still dare to say that?" Ling Wei's face turned red as she lightly punched Lin Feng. If it were before, she might have scolded him a bit. But now? Ahem, she probably couldn't even beat him anymore. "Forget it, don't go. Keep your strength a secret for now. Wait for me." Ling Wei left with a fragrant breeze, her graceful figure disappearing. Not long after, "Here's your breakthrough pill." Ling Wei opened the door and casually tossed it over. Lin Feng caught it and said, "Thank you, Teacher Ling." Ling Wei rolled her eyes. "Teacher? I probably don't qualify for that anymore." Suddenly, she thought of something. "Lin Feng, are you interested in becoming a teacher at our school?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "I'm not even 19 yet. Not to mention the qualifications. Even if he met the requirements, he had no interest in being a teacher. Being a teacher was too troublesome, with so many things to worry about. It was better to focus on cultivation." "Just saying." Ling Wei waved her hand dismissively. After Lin Feng left, Ling Wei couldn't help but laugh. Teacher and student becoming colleagues? The thought was quite amusing. Back in the gravity room, Lin Feng took out the breakthrough pill. The breakthrough pill was a specialized medicine for advancing from the battle spirit stage to the battle general stage. Its value was 3 times higher than the earth spirit pill. One earth spirit pill cost 2 million, while a breakthrough pill cost 6 million. More importantly, the breakthrough pill contained a trace of extremely precious spiritual energy essence. Even a tiny amount could significantly increase the success rate of a breakthrough. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began absorbing the pill. When he advanced from the warrior stage to the battle spirit stage, it only took 1 night. This time, it took much longer, 24 hours in total. When he opened his eyes, 2 sharp beams of light shot out as if they were tangible. Lin Feng stood up and casually threw a punch. Boom! Crimson Destruction Tribulation lightning struck the alloy wall. After advancing, "It feels like my ability control has improved significantly," Lin Feng murmured. Having officially entered the battle general stage, Lin Feng was extremely excited. In this world, most people were at the warrior or battle spirit stages. Battle generals were akin to generals in the army, capable of commanding a force of 2,000 soldiers in battle. At schools like Modi University, he could become a respected teacher. Outside, battle generals could open martial arts schools, and most entrepreneurs and CEOs started at the battle general level. It could be said that battle generals were already mid to high-level powerhouses. Above battle generals were masters, who were the true powerhouses and the backbone of humanity. They could often determine the outcome of a battle. Masters like Qin Jinshan were incredibly rare and valuable. Lin Feng estimated that his maximum combat power had likely reached the level of a junior master. His exact strength would need to be tested to confirm. Coincidentally, the primal secret realm was about to open. There were 3 days left until its opening. Today, many people had already begun arriving in Modu. Inside Modu University, Ji Wuxiang, Huang Fuyu, and Li Fengxian walked side by side. Although Ji Wuxiang had suffered serious injuries last time, after a few days of recovery, he was now fully healed. His face remained calm, showing no signs of being affected. What has Lin Feng been busy with these past few days? Ji Wuxiang asked as he walked. Training, of course. Li Fengxian stretched lazily. You guys are all training maniacs. Yeah, I've had some new insights these past few days, Ji Wuxiang smiled. If I were to face Lin Feng again, I might still lose, but it definitely wouldn't be as miserable as last time. Huang Fuyu glanced at him. Although he didn't know that Lin Feng had already broken through to a one-star warlord, he was certain that Lin Feng had held back at the time, and likely held back quite a lot. Ji Wuxiang, you should put away the idea of competing with Lin Feng. At this moment, Wu Lily walked over from a distance. Like Ji Wuxiang, she had also recovered well. Don't forget, we're teammates in the primal secret realm. Yeah, you don't need to remind me of that, Ji Wuxiang said with a smile. I bet those guys in the primal secret realm can't hold back anymore. And don't forget the Titan Demon Bull clan, Li Fengxian reminded in a deep voice. Last time, they had killed Niu Wu of the Titan Demon Bull clan at the Shiha tomb, triggering the life bond. The strong members of the Titan Demon Bull clan were even prepared to break the restrictions of Beast Ancestor Mountain to cause trouble for them. It had worried them for a long time. Another enemy added, Huang Fuyu sighed. It seems this time the primal secret realm won't be easy to deal with. Everyone felt a headache upon hearing this. Last year, they were lucky, but this year might not be the same. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the challenges seemed even more severe. Amitba, you all arrived quite early. From a distance, Muhi walked over, drenched in sweat. You didn't walk all the way from the imperial capital, did you? Huang Fuyu's eyes narrowed. Huh, this journey was both a trip and training, Muhi said. He was alone, without a school, family, or martial arts hall background, always wandering and living a carefree life. Sometimes, I really envy you, Ji Wuxiang said with emotion. A life without attachments is truly enviable. Unlike him, who carried too many responsibilities on his shoulders. Just as Ji Wuxiang and the others were chatting, outside Moda University, a 1,000-strong team arrived with an imposing aura. This team came from the EC War Zone and was here today to rotate with the garrison inside the base. Every underground base frequently faced beast tides. Therefore, every few days, new troops would join or replace part of the garrison. This was done to maintain the soldiers' vitality and ensure the overall combat strength remained stable. When this team entered the hero tower within the university, 3 people in the crowd glanced up, their eyes flashing with cold light. These 3 were the Beast God Cult trio who had previously appeared in Qingyang City. After days of waiting, they had used the secret channels of the Beast God Cult to infiltrate this 1,000-strong team. After the team entered the underground cave, the middle-aged man Wu Qingmu let out a sigh of relief. Elder Yin, Elder Wei, the plan is going smoothly. Yin Kong nodded. Let me make it clear, Wei Ying and I are only responsible for holding off Feng Mangong. Once the time is up, whether or not you've killed Lin Feng, we will retreat immediately. Exactly, Wei Ying said coldly. With the strength of the 2 of us, we can only barely hold him off for a while. If we drag it out too long, our lives will be in danger. Don't worry, Deacon, Wu Qingmu said disdainfully. No matter how strong Lin Feng is, he hasn't reached the level of a grandmaster. Killing him will only take one move. Wei Ying and Yin Kong nodded and said no more. The fact was, although Lin Feng could defeat the 8-star warlord Ji Wuxiang, he was just a slightly stronger minor character when facing grandmaster-level experts. What they didn't know was that Lin Feng's strength had already broken through to a one-star warlord, with his ultimate combat power even reaching the level of a junior grandmaster. If they had known this, they would have been scared out of their wits and fled for their lives. The next day, boom, a sudden surge of powerful psionic energy swept through the academy. Immediately after, a sharp whistling sound echoed, and Ling Wei's entire body radiated a milky white glow. It was the manifestation of psionic energy reaching its peak. Surrounded by this energy, Ling Wei soared into the sky like a goddess of war. At the same time, the vast and mighty psionic energy, as boundless as the sky, almost enveloped half the school. What is happening? Holy crap, could it be Teacher Ling? Has she broken through? Wasn't Teacher Ling already at the peak of the warlord level? Could this breakthrough mean, Master Ling, our school has gained another master? Congratulations to Master Ling. Congratulations to Magic City University. Master Ling is awe-inspiring. Oh my god, just thinking about it is terrifying. A Master's strength is practically at the pinnacle of power. All the teachers and students rushed outside, their faces full of envy, excitement, and genuine joy. Among the crowd, Huang Fuyu and the others gazed at Ling Wei as she walked through the air, unable to suppress their longing. I really wonder when we'll reach the master level, Wu Lily said softly, her eyes fixed on the sky. Soon, within a year at most, Li Fengxian replied. At most a year. Haha, among us, perhaps Lin Feng will be the fastest, Ji Wuxiang said. Maybe in half a year, his combat power will reach the master level. Half a year. Everyone felt a bit embarrassed. To be honest, it was entirely possible. His rate of progress was so fast, it was almost unimaginable. Moments later, Ling Wei descended from the sky. Her expression was calm. She had been stuck at the peak of the warlord level for 2 months. This breakthrough was partly due to accumulating enough psionic energy. But more importantly, someone had ignited her fighting spirit. Thinking of that person, she couldn't help but feel invigorated. Teacher Ling, congratulations. Lin Feng said cheerfully, adjusting his belt. Ling Wei froze for a moment, her face instantly darkening. You weren't just, ahem, Teacher Ling. You've broken through to master level with such a commotion. How could I not come out to congratulate you? Lin Feng blushed. Hearing this, Ling Wei almost wanted to punch him. But you're a one-star warlord now, right? Ling Wei asked quietly. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Teacher, you're not thinking of not fighting. Ling Wei shook her head decisively. Who doesn't know you're a freak? I honestly don't have the confidence to beat you. Although Ling Wei was a one-star master with extremely strong abilities, as long as she had enough time to absorb psionic energy, she could unleash terrifying combat power. But the problem was, would Lin Feng give her that time? Ling Wei knew the answer and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself that there was still a long way to go. Fortunately, she hadn't been completely left behind by this guy. Teacher Ling, congratulations. At this moment, Bai Fan and other teachers approached, sincerely offering their congratulations. Ling Wei smiled slightly. Teacher Bai, you're almost there too, aren't you? Sigh. Hard to say. Bai Fan shook his head. Everyone knows that breaking through from the peak of warlord to master is the hardest. It's not uncommon for someone to be stuck for 10 years. But Teacher Ling's promotion to master is truly a great event for the school. Indeed, the other teachers chimed in. Teacher Ling is our school's 35th master. Congratulations. Breaking through to the master level means becoming a department head level instructor. Congratulations, Director Ling. So young and promising. We old folks can retire now, huh? Ling Wei greeted the teachers one by one. As for Lin Feng, he had disappeared without a trace again. This guy, Ling Wei cursed inwardly, always obsessed with beauty, not even afraid of being left behind by me. Wait, why did I use the word surpassed? Thinking of this, Ling Wei suddenly felt that being a master wasn't such a big deal. By evening, the new top 10 kings gathered at the training ground of Magic City University. Besides them, a few old acquaintances also arrived. They were Wu Yao, Tang Xiao, and Qi Yuanxiu. These were the 5 backup candidates mentioned by Ran Hongyi, who would join Lin Feng's group of 10 to enter the primal secret realm. Apart from Wu Yao and the other 2, the remaining 2 were young elites selected from various garrison troops. Their aura and strength were no less than Wu Yao's group. Everyone, let's start with introductions, Feng Mangong said with a smile. This time, Feng Mangong would serve as the team leader for the expedition into the Primal Secret Realm. Additionally, there were the Elemental Department Principal Yao Qitian and the Special Department Principal Chen Bufan. The 15 people were mostly familiar with each other, except for the two from the military, whom Lin Feng was not acquainted with yet. Hello everyone, my name is Tanyu. My ability is S-level Elemental Ceiling Mountain Peak, 7-star Battle General Peak. Tanyu is a genius from the West Mountain Garrison troops, selected through rigorous trials to be here, Feng Mangong added. Hello everyone, my name is Chunhee. My ability is S-level Beast Transformation Purple Crystal Heavenly Crane, 7-star Battle General Mid-stage. Tanyu was burly, similar in build to Ji Wuxiang. Chunhee, on the other hand, was agile, with abilities focused on speed. Alright, everyone has introduced themselves, Feng Mangong said. Next, we need to select a team leader from among you 15. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 14 people turned their eyes to Lin Feng. Clearly, Lin Feng was the one with the most authority and influence. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking that being a team leader would be troublesome. Ahem, since that's the case, disciple, you take the role, Feng Mangong cleared his throat. The team leader will have full decision-making authority in the Primal Secret Realm. Once inside, you all must follow Team Leader Lin's instructions. Everyone nodded in agreement. Many of you have never been to the Primal Secret Realm. Feng Mangong's expression turned serious. Next, I will give you a detailed introduction to the Primal Secret Realm. Also, this year's information on the talented powerhouses from various races will be shared with you. Everyone immediately focused their attention, listening intently. According to past conventions, the 4 major races from the Abyss will send their geniuses. They are the Void Dragon Crocodile clan represented by the Void Sovereign, the Three-Eyed Demon Wolf clan represented by the Demon Wolf Sovereign, the Blood River Dragon Tree clan represented by the Blood River Sovereign, and the Golden Feather Rock clan represented by the Golden Feather Sovereign. These 4 races are the strongest among the many races in the Abyss, all ranked in the top 10. Every year, they send their most formidable elites, Feng Mangong explained. Among them, the Void Dragon Crocodile clan is extremely hostile to humans. We are mortal enemies with them, and encounters usually lead to deadly battles. The other 3 clans are relatively easier to deal with. Their primary enemies are each other rather than humans. Next, I'll talk about the second-tier races, Feng Mangong continued to explain. According to his introduction, among the 200 participants from the Abyss, the 4 major clans contributed 50 elites. The remaining 150 were distributed among 30 other races. Principal, what is the strength of the elites from the 4 major clans? Asked Xiao Fengyun from the Divine Craft Weapon Group. Feng Mangong glanced at everyone. According to the intelligence, the strongest members of the 4 major clans are all 2-star masters. What? Xiao Fengyun and Lin Hao's expressions changed drastically. 2-star masters. How can we fight this? A single 2-star master could easily wipe out our entire team. This is way too strong. Xiao Fengyun and Shun Tong's faces turned pale. In contrast, Ji Wuxiang and the others remained calm, as the 4 major clans were like this every year. Principal, what are the names of the elites from the 4 major clans? What do they look like? Lin Feng asked. He had already planned to wear the illusion mask and mimic one of them after entering the secret realm. If the other side behaved, he would let it go. But if they caused trouble, he would directly provoke internal conflicts among them. Feng Mangong glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had previously told him about the illusion mask, which had shocked Feng Mangong for a long time. If the illusion mask could be used by anyone other than Lin Feng, he would have wanted to seize it and hand it over to his superiors. Just imagine, if Saint Wu Ho and the others could mimic a dominator and infiltrate the lair of the Abyss, how thrilling that would be. The strongest member sent by the Void Dragon Crocodile clan this time is named Yi Jia Duo. The Three-Eyed Demon Wolf is Mo Tamli, the Blood River Dragon Tree clan is Sun Long, and the Golden Feather Rock clan is Tilagon, Feng Mangong said. You only need to focus on guarding against the Void Dragon Crocodile clan. The other 3 clans will generally avoid you and won't bother you. Heh. Lin Feng was unimpressed. If they only guarded against the Void Dragon Crocodile clan, they might not even know how they died. Lin Feng firmly disagreed with this. Afterward, Feng Mangong emphasized some key points and precautions again. After finishing his explanation, he asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" Everyone shook their heads. "All right, let's set off and enter the abyss." Feng Mangong waved his hand. From the abyss base to the primitive secret realm, they had to cross Beast Ancestor Mountain and traverse the first front line. This journey spanned over 2,000 kilometers. After entering the abyss, Lin Feng and his group did not stop and headed straight for the primitive secret realm. After leaving the base, Yao Qitian and Chun Bufan went ahead first. This was the usual practice. The aura of the two Grandmaster-level experts could deter most exotic beasts. When they reached Beast Ancestor Mountain, the task of breaking the restrictions also fell to them. This allowed Feng Mangong and Lin Feng's group of 16 to pass smoothly and travel as quickly as possible. Not long after, at the base camp. "What? 3 people are missing." Zhou Gang, who was in charge of logistics, turned pale. "Bring me the roster. I'll check." The camp leader handed over the roster. Zhou Gang flipped through it and frowned. "They haven't left the base in the past few days." "General Zhou, could they have deserted?" the camp leader asked. "Oomph. We must find out where these 3 went. If caught, they'll be handed over to military law," Zhou Gang said angrily. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers outside Beast Ancestor Mountain, Yin Kong and Wei Ying stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing ahead. Wu Qingmu hid in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, 2 powerful auras approached. "It's Yao Qitian and Chun Bufan," Wei Ying reminded in a low voice. "Keep your aura restrained." Although Yao Qitian and Chun Bufan's strength was inferior to theirs, they still needed to be cautious. In fact, both Wei Ying and Yin Kong were dissatisfied with this mission. Sending 2 top experts for a mere war general was a waste. But this was the decision of the Elder Council. Despite their formidable strength, Wei Ying and Yin Kong could only obey orders. With Wei Ying's help, Wu Qingmu's aura was reduced to an extremely low level, like a lifeless piece of wood, quietly, without attracting the attention of Yao Qitian and the others. In the high sky, Beast Ancestor Mountain is almost here. As they approached Beast Ancestor Mountain, Chun Bufan said in a deep voice, "I hope everything goes smoothly." Although Beast Ancestor Mountain was ordinary, Beast Kings and even Dominators often patrolled nearby. During the primitive secret realm period, the high levels of both sides had agreed to a ceasefire, but there were exceptions. Yao Qitian and Chun Bufan's main task was to protect the others in case Feng Mangong was trapped. "It should be fine," Yao Qitian said indifferently. "If they dare to make a move, the Marquises are all watching." "True." Chun Bufan glanced backward. "The principal and the others should be arriving soon. Let's begin." All right. The 2 began to break the restriction. Whoosh. In the high sky, Feng Mangong led Lin Feng and the group in rapid flight. Suddenly, Feng Mangong's expression changed. Boom! With a slap of his hand, 2,000-meter-high whirlwinds descended from the sky. Below, Yin Kong and Wei Ying appeared like ghosts. "Damn it, it's the beast god cult." Feng Mangong's face darkened. "Hee hee, Principal Feng, long time no see. How have you been?" Wei Ying said with a smile. Feng Mangong recognized him and exclaimed in shock, "It's you." "That's right, it's me." Wei Ying laughed. He had been lurking in Linzhou province, posing as the vice principal of Linzhou University. Feng Mangong had crossed paths with him before. Shockingly, this guy turned out to be from the beast god cult. Ji Wuxiang and the others' expressions slightly changed. 2 grandmasters from the beast god cult had infiltrated the underground. Could Principal Feng handle this? "Principal Feng, you can't escape," Yin Kong said as he flew into the air, just as Feng Mangong was about to lead the group away. "Hee hee, impressive." Feng Mangong's killing intent surged. "You hid yourselves well." These 2 were key figures, yet they revealed themselves today. Their purpose was obvious. Feng Mangong shielded Lin Feng and the others. "Stay behind me. I'll deal with these 2. Yin Kong and Wei Ying's expressions were mocking. Although they couldn't defeat Feng Mangong together, as long as he was distracted, it would be fatal. The 3 simultaneously attacked. Boom! In the fierce battle, Lin Feng frowned deeply. "Lin Feng, they might be targeting you," Huang Fuyushan said seriously. Although they were all geniuses in battles of this level, they couldn't help. Lin Feng nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a terrifying wave surged from afar. Jia jia jia. Countless ghostly shadows rushed toward Lin Feng like a storm. Courting death. Feng Mangong was furious, his heart slightly panicked. After Yin Kong and Wei Ying appeared, he had deliberately sensed the surroundings but found no trace of a third person. Clearly, this third person had used some treasure to hide their presence. Principal Feng, you better focus, Wei Ying said with a smile. Although they had been exposed, this mission was almost guaranteed to succeed. As long as Wu Qingmu could kill Lin Feng in one move, the mission would be complete. If Feng Mangong got distracted, he might even fall. That would be a huge achievement. Thinking of this, Wei Ying attacked even more fiercely. Feng Mangong wanted to rescue Lin Feng, but was tightly entangled by Wei Ying. A moment of distraction would lead to injury, making it even more dangerous. The ghostly shadows, carrying an oppressive aura, instantly enveloped Lin Feng and the group. Ji Wuxiang and the others felt immense pressure. Grandmaster, Mu, he said solemnly, hurriedly using his strongest defensive technique to block. Gaga, you're not my target. Wu Qingmu sneered, flicking his finger. A black beam of light shot toward Lin Feng at an astonishing speed. Lin Feng. Li Fengxian's face changed drastically as he desperately rushed toward Lin Feng. Not only Li Fengxian, but everyone instinctively tried to shield Lin Feng. Ji Wuxiang even let out a low shout, exhausting his spiritual energy to stand in front of Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng must not die. They could sacrifice themselves, but Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng had greater potential. Just as everyone was fighting desperately, Lin Feng's aura surged. Boom! Terrifying spiritual energy and destructive tribulation lightning erupted with the strongest momentum. Crimson tribulation lightning transformed into a pillar of light, shooting straight into the sky. In the next moment, a shocking aura burst forth like a ferocious beast. The black beam of light was obliterated by the thunderous lightning. Immediately after, a crimson blade hundreds of meters long condensed in the air. Today, I will slay a grandmaster. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. As soon as Wu Qingmu appeared, Lin Feng instantly discerned his strength. He was merely a one-star grandmaster. Not worth worrying about at all. Things developed too quickly. Just as Wu Qingmu thought Lin Feng was doomed, Lin Feng suddenly erupted. The Seven Tribulations dragon-slaying technique carried an invincible force, slashing down at an unbelievable speed. Wu Qingmu was terrified out of his wits. This strike absolutely reached the level of a two-star grandmaster. Grandmaster, Li Fengxian and the others behind Lin Feng were all so shocked their scalps tingled. Boom! At that moment, the Seven Tribulations dragon-slaying technique descended with unmatched momentum. No! Wu Qingmu let out a piercing scream, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. What? Feng Mangong's face changed drastically. Yin Kong and Wei Ying were instantly dumbfounded. Lin Feng's long-prepared strike directly destroyed half of Wu Qingmu's body. His aura weakened to the extreme in an instant. It was too terrifying. Simply unbelievable. Wu Qingmu never expected Lin Feng to have the power to kill him. So, despite attacking with full force, he was completely unprepared. This strike left Wu Qingmu hanging by a thread. Whoosh! With indescribable fear and shock, Wu Qingmu suddenly crushed the jade pendant in his hand. Immediately, his speed skyrocketed. Can you escape? In terms of speed, Lin Feng had never lost. A red lightning bolt tore through the dim sky. In the next moment, Lin Feng instantly crossed 1,000 meters, appearing in front of Wu Qingmu. No! Wu Qingmu's eyes widened in terror, almost splitting apart. Just as he was about to turn and flee, Lin Feng coldly waved his hand. Crack! A massive arc of electricity struck toward Wu Qingmu. Boom! Under the endless power of the destructive tribulation lightning, Wu Qingmu didn't even have time to cry out before being blasted into pieces. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Li Fengxian's jaw dropped in shock. Wu Yao remained frozen in a defensive stance, completely still. Lin Feng is already a grandmaster. Even Jinfua's voice trembled slightly. Tang Xiao swallowed hard, thinking this couldn't possibly be a dream. Ji Wuxiang's mind went blank. When did this guy become a grandmaster? Back at Tianwang Mountain, He clearly wasn't a grandmaster yet. It had only been a few days. My heavens! Huang Fuyu's eyes widened to the extreme. Lin Feng had become a grandmaster. Was this person still human? Was he even letting others live? Wu Lily's body trembled, suddenly feeling immense gratitude. Fortunately, Lin Feng had spared her back then, otherwise. Damn it! Not far away, Yin Kong and Wei Ying's faces turned as dark as could be. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qingmu was gone. They hadn't even managed to make a move. Ha ha! Feng Mangong burst into laughter. In the next moment, his killing intent surged. Today, none of you will escape. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud boom, and a massive cyan hand lunged straight at the two. Feng Mangong remained focused, fully confident in entangling and killing them. The death of two grandmasters would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the beast god cult. Not good. Wei Ying's face changed drastically, and he fled desperately without looking back. Can you escape? Feng Mangong's expression was cold and stern. Once he was enraged, no one could stop him. Divine windbreak. Feng Mangong muttered, and the cyan hand rapidly expanded at an astonishing speed. Like the hand of Buddha, no matter how fast Wei Ying ran, he could never escape. Wei Ying was drenched in cold sweat, preparing to fight back desperately. Bang! The massive hand suddenly descended. The terrifying explosion of spiritual energy was like a nuclear bomb. Boom! A mushroom cloud thousands of meters high rose into the sky. On the other side, Yin Kong mobilized most of his spiritual energy, pushing his speed to the limit. However, Feng Mangong appeared in front of him as if teleporting. Die! Yin Kong's heart trembled, knowing he couldn't escape, and he hurriedly struck. Humph! Feng Mangong snorted coldly and flicked his finger. Wind God's finger. A whirlwind condensed into an index finger, and a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. Yin Kong couldn't control his fear and almost lost his ability to resist. Splurt! The cyan fingertip pierced through Yin Kong's heart. He fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, instantly turning into a pile of mush, completely dead. Ji Wuxiang and the others paid no attention to Feng Mangong's battle. They stared at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng, how exactly did you cultivate? Huang Fuyu couldn't help but ask. Normal cultivation, Lin Feng replied, looking at the remains left by Wu Qingmu with a hint of dissatisfaction. This guy was too weak. If only he were a two-star grandmaster. In Lin Feng's view, he certainly couldn't instantly defeat a two-star grandmaster. But precisely because of this, he could accumulate valuable experience from fighting grandmasters. After all, in the primitive secret realm, those major clans all had two-star grandmasters. Too weak. Even the true Buddha felt dizzy. A dignified grandmaster-level powerhouse was so weak in front of you? Then what are we? Ants? No, not even ants. Ji Wuxiang and the others fell silent. Those words were too piercing. Heh. Tang Xiao forced a smile, which looked worse than crying. Sneaking glances at others, then at himself? Lin Hao, Xiao Fengyun, and the others looked at Lin Feng with admiration, even with fanatic expressions. A true powerhouse. This was the real invincible powerhouse. In their eyes, Lin Feng had practically become a god-like existence. Disciple, are you all right? At this moment, Feng Mangong stepped forward and asked with concern. Not a scratch, Lin Feng replied. The beast god cult truly refuses to give up. Feng Mangong sighed in relief, but his face was as cold as frost. After this primitive secret realm, it's finally time to settle accounts. But losing two grandmasters at once must be a painful blow for them, right? Lin Feng said with a smile. Yeah, that's for sure, Feng Mangong chuckled. The last time the beast god cult lost a grandmaster was 5 years ago. This time, it's definitely a major loss, a deep wound. But it's still far from enough. Clearly, Feng Mangong was genuinely furious. The demon city had finally gained Lin Feng. Humanity had finally gained Lin Feng. Yet the beast god cult was doing everything it could to eliminate him. How could Feng Mangong not be angry? Lin Feng, I suddenly feel very grateful that you didn't kill them back then, Qi Yuanxiu said with a bitter smile. Years ago, the three of them joined forces but were easily defeated by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had killed a grandmaster with a single move. In that case, killing the three of them would have been no different from slaughtering dogs. We're all on the same side, how could I really go all out? Lin Feng said. Back then, they had fought desperately to protect themselves. Although Lin Feng didn't need it, he was still touched. During the Battle of Tianwang Mountain, everyone had their own factions and interests. But when facing foreign enemies, they were comrades who fought life and death together. Just like Feng Mangong and Yin Jitian. Internally, they could argue fiercely and turn red-faced, but externally, they could trust each other to guard their backs. This was the unity of the human race. After arriving at Beast Ancestor Mountain, Principal, did you encounter any exotic beasts earlier? Although the distance was a bit far, the two of them still sensed some disturbances. Feng Mangong nodded and recounted the Beast God Cult's attack. That damned Beast God cult, Yao Qitian's killing intent surged. Do they really think the Demon City is an easy target? These guys are becoming more and more reckless, Qin Bufan said coldly. Fortunately, this kid Lin Feng killed that Grandmaster, otherwise, we'd be doomed this time, Li Fengxian said with lingering fear. The human race's leadership placed great importance on geniuses and did their best to protect them. In Li Fengxian's view, if Lin Feng were to fall, it would be a devastating blow. Hearing Li Fengxian's words, the two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing that Grandmaster was killed. Qin Bufan suddenly froze. What? Lin Feng, you can kill a Grandmaster? Yao Qitian's pupils contracted slightly. That's right, killed in one move. Feng Mangong said. If Lin Feng hadn't acted, even I would have been fooled. This guy made me worry for nothing. Hiss. Yao Qitian and Qin Bufan both gasped. Especially Yao Qitian, who exclaimed in surprise. That's truly remarkable. Young people these days are really more impressive one after another, Qin Bufan said, looking at Lin Feng in astonishment. A freshman killing a Grandmaster? If this news got out, who knows how many people would be shocked to death. However, this matter must be kept confidential, Feng Mangong said solemnly. Don't let the outside world know Lin Feng's true strength. Everyone nodded seriously. This way, the Beast God cult would have incorrect information about Lin Feng. Even if they sent more people, Lin Feng might not necessarily be in danger. As the group crossed Beast Ancestor Mountain, they officially entered the legendary Second Front Line. The Second Front Line spans hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Feng Mangong said. Deep within the Second Front Line is where the major beast kings and dominators gather. What about the Third Front Line? Lin Feng asked. No one except a few lords of martial marquee has truly ventured deep into the Third Front Line, Feng Mangong said with narrowed eyes. So we don't know the specifics either. However, there should be a nation of their own. A nation? Everyone's eye sharpened. That's right, a nation formed by exotic beasts, Feng Mangong said casually. I hope that one day, we can have a casual conversation on the Third Front Line. Let us go. Meanwhile, for 100 kilometers away from the group, there was a massive valley stretching beyond the horizon. From a bird's eye view, the valley resembled a giant crater on the moon, struck by an immense force. The primordial secret realm was hidden within this valley. There is still half a day left until the secret realm opens. However, the valley is already surrounded by numerous beastmen. On the southwest side of the valley, 11 young men with long tails are sitting cross-legged. Each of them is muscular and robust. The one in the center, with a long braid, has primitive and wild gray markings covering his face. They belong to the Void Dragon Crocodile clan. The one with the tattoos on his face is a renowned super genius among the beastmen Crocodile Jatter. Even after transforming into human form, the Void Dragon Crocodile clan retains their tails, which is their distinctive feature. At this moment, Crocodile Jatter is staring coldly at the vast valley. He has undergone rigorous selection within his clan and arrived here as the top candidate. His mission is to fight for his clan, seize more resources, and kill more humans. Crocodile Jatter, what are you thinking about? Asked an elderly man with wrinkles on his face. Elder, Crocodile Jatter's lips curled slightly. I'm thinking about how many humans I can devour this time. Ha ha ha, ambitious. The elder let out a piercing laugh and continued. But don't underestimate humans, the ones they send are all elites. Elites? Crocodile Jatter sneered dismissively. In his eyes, so-called elites were nothing more than insignificant figures. Crocodile Jatter, I know your father was killed by their guards, the elder said in a low voice. This is your best chance for revenge. Crocodile Jatter nodded. Just as he was about to speak, several sounds of wind breaking came from the southeast direction. Crocodile Jatter squinted his eyes and extended his blood-red tongue. The delicacies have arrived. Gaga. The other young men laughed strangely upon hearing this. While other beastmen focused on treasure hunting, they were here for the hunt. Southeast side. Is that the Void Dragon Crocodile clan? Lin Feng calmly looked into the distance. As expected, this clan harbored deep hatred. Most other clans were indifferent to humans, but the Void Dragon Crocodile's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Crocodile Jatter even made a throat-slitting gesture toward the group. This is trouble. They brought 3 one-star masters this time, Shen Bufan said with some concern. 1-star masters aren't much to fear, Feng Mangong said. As long as you stick close to Lin Feng and act as a group. Whoosh. At that moment, a strong wind swept through. In the next instant, golden light filled the sky, and the cries of eagles echoed throughout the valley. 15 figures flew in at an incredible speed. It's the Golden Feather Rock clan, Yao Qitian said. It seems the leader is that Timon. Feng Mangong nodded. 3 years ago, he was already a 7-star grandmaster. I wonder if he made a breakthrough in the past 3 years. As the Golden Feather Rock clan appeared, other beastmen cast them looks of reverence. Although all were descendants of dominators, there were differences in strength among the dominators. The Golden Feather Dominator was one of the strongest. Time passed bit by bit, and 5 hours slipped by quietly. Just as the primordial secret realm was about to open, Crocodile Jatter and his group suddenly approached from afar. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Feng Mangong stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed on the elder of the opposing group. Yao Qitian and Chen Bufan stood on either side of Lin Feng, guarding him. Elder, are you planning to break the agreement? Feng Mangong asked calmly, his spiritual energy beginning to gather. Gaga, don't be so tense, the elder said, his thin figure exuding a sinister aura. Feng Mangong, we want to make a move outside. But inside, I can't make any promises. Crocodile Jatter swept his gaze over Lin Feng's group. Finally, his gaze fixed on Ji Wuxiang. I know you. Looks like your strength this year is average. Ji Wuxiang was last year's captain, and Yijia Duo had already looked into the information beforehand. Ji Wuxiang responded indifferently. We'll see how strong we are in the competition. If I remember correctly, your name is Ji Wuxiang, right? Yijia Duo raised his head, his face dark. Don't worry, I'll make sure you die slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the other prodigies all revealed bloodthirsty expressions. This year's humans don't seem as strong as last year's. Pathetically weak. I could crush them all by myself. Gaga. Yijiaoan, don't forget to leave us some meat. You eat the meat. We'll gnaw on the bones. That's fine too, huh? The group stared at Ji Wuxiang and his team without any restraint, their words full of mockery and disdain. It was a fact that in previous years, humans would avoid them whenever possible. If they could avoid a fight, they would. Damn it! Li Fengxian raised his middle finger. Yijia Duo and his group froze for a moment. Then their anger flared. They understood that gesture. You're Li Fengxian, right? Yijia Duo chuckled darkly. Don't worry, you'll definitely be the last to die. Lin Feng looked at Yijia Duo and his group, outwardly calm, but inside, waves of shock surged. Just now, when Yijia Duo and his group approached, those 2 iron pieces actually moved. To be precise, 1 iron piece moved. The 2 pieces had long since fused into one. This guy, Lin Feng was shocked. Could the iron piece be related to the Void Dragon Crocodile clan? No matter what, Lin Feng felt he was on the verge of uncovering some secrets. Watching Yijia Duo and his group continue their mocking and taunting, Lin Feng's expression remained calm. He had to stay low-key. Absolutely low-key. Once inside, haha. Lin Feng remembered that last time, after killing that shape-shifting sea dragon beast, he obtained a rare berserk pill. Perhaps, because these shape-shifting prodigies had purer bloodlines, the rewards would be even greater. If that were the case, haha. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Feng Mangong was startled. Kid, don't you dare act recklessly. After mocking for a while and seeing no reaction from the group, Yijia Duo and his team cursed and left. As soon as they left, Shintong roared. That was too much. Don't get worked up, Huangfu, you said. That's their tactic, trying to provoke you. If you get angry and make a move, they'll seize the opportunity. Exactly, Feng Mangong said calmly. You have to endure when it's time to endure. Remember that. Shintong nodded, but his eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to start a fight right away. And you, Lin Feng, don't act recklessly. Feng Mangong glared at him. We're outnumbered. If you really cause trouble, I won't be able to help. Feng Mangong was right. The Void Dragon Crocodile's leader, Zhu Lao, was a peak grandmaster. This place was full of beastmen, many of whom harbored grudges against humans. If Lin Feng killed too many, Feng Mangong would have a massive headache. Don't worry, no one will find out, Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Hao, Xiao Fengyun, and the others had mixed feelings. They were both impressed and in awe. Honestly, they had been somewhat intimidated by Yi Jia Duo and his group's aura earlier. While they weren't panicked, they were definitely uncomfortable. But Lin Feng, he was already calculating how to kill them. To be honest, you might actually be able to take a few of them down, Li Fengxian said after some thought. I have an idea. Want to hear it? Li Fengxian. Feng Mangong shook his head in exasperation. Why are these people so troublesome? They have 4 grandmasters, and the others are either peak warlords or 8-star warlords. He paused and said, Lin Feng, you can kill 2 or 3 without a problem. At most 3 or 4, but don't touch those 1-star grandmasters. Otherwise, there will really be trouble. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Principal, don't worry. Worry my ass, Feng Mangong said irritably. Looking at you, can I really feel at ease? Li Fengxian, Lin Feng has the strength. He can kill as many as he wants. Don't act impulsively. Don't repeat last year's mistake of rushing in head first without restraint. Feng Mangong warned. Once inside, don't use your first ability, understand? Li Fengxian's anger isn't constant. His strength increases with his rage. Once his anger explodes, he loses his rationality and can't distinguish between friend and foe. That's why Feng Mangong always tells him to avoid using his first ability as much as possible. Haha, don't worry, Li Fengxian said. Feng Mangong was almost stunned. These people want me to feel at ease? Can I really relax? Forget it, whatever. Feng Mangong muttered. Anyway, Li Fengxian can't kill anyone. Lin Feng killing a few isn't a big problem. Besides, this time he brought a secret weapon. After all, Lin Feng is different from the others, and Feng Mangong is somewhat biased toward him. So the preparations were more thorough. It shouldn't be necessary, right? Feng Mangong was confident before coming, but now, it's hard to say. His head ached as if it had been rammed by a bull. Nearby, Tang Xiao and several veteran kings were dumbfounded. It seems Lin Feng is really going to stir things up. Come on, can't you keep a low profile? After waiting for a while, boom. The entire valley began to tremble. Then, the earth shook as if the end of the world had arrived. The entrance to the primal secret realm is about to appear, Mui said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of white light shot into the sky. The diameter of the light column was at least 100 meters, like a white pillar piercing the clouds. A shocking scene unfolded. The sky suddenly split open, revealing a crack. Immediately, countless spiritual energy poured down like a torrential rain. Damn, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This energy is so pure. Before he could finish speaking, everyone, including the beastmen, sat cross-legged. Lin Feng wasn't foolish, he immediately followed suit, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. This spiritual energy will last for an hour, Feng Mangong reminded. Everyone, make the most of it. Absorb as much as you can, every bit of improvement counts. This was actually a special benefit of the primal secret realm. Absorbing spiritual energy here for an hour was equivalent to months of hard cultivation outside. Some even broke through their realms during this time, greatly enhancing their strength. The previously noisy valley instantly quieted down. However, this silence wouldn't last long. An hour later, the spiritual energy suddenly disappeared. Then, a massive vortex appeared in the center of the valley. That was the entrance to the primal secret realm. Everyone, pay attention. The primal secret realm is about to open. Feng Mangong stood up, his tone steady. Remember, don't act impulsively. Once inside, explore those caves more. Apart from the few races I mentioned earlier, try to keep a low profile when encountering other groups. Don't cause trouble. After saying this, he led everyone toward the primal secret realm. Feng Mangong moved quickly, afraid of being overtaken by others. In truth, his urgency was unavoidable if other major clans enter first and ambush human geniuses inside. The consequences would be severe. Therefore, every time the primal secret realm opens, humans are always the first to enter. When the group arrived at the entrance, haha, these humans are still the same, running so fast. They run even faster when fleeing for their lives. Chasing them is the real fun. The surrounding crowd of alien beasts began mocking them. Most of them were elites from ordinary clans and the Void Dragon Crocodile clan. The strong ones from the other three clans remained indifferent, as humans were not their main enemies, and they didn't bother to say much. Only the three-eyed demon wolf genius Motanli glanced at Lin Feng and his group and murmured, "Interesting." Feng Mangong ignored the taunts and reminded them again. Remember, impulsiveness is the most dangerous thing. Your task is to collect heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. Apart from the items on the task list, anything else you obtain belongs to you. Now hurry inside. After speaking, everyone stepped into the vortex one by one. Every time they entered the primal secret realm, aside from the items they obtained for themselves, certain designated items had to be handed over. Of course, the higher-ups wouldn't take them for free. These items were either unusable for individuals or completely unusable. As long as the items on the list were handed over, they could be exchanged for corresponding heavenly treasures, earthly treasures, or points. This is one of the reasons why, despite the dangers, the primal secret realm still attracts countless people to compete for entry. Buzz. As Lin Feng stepped into the passage, a powerful spatial force surged. In the next moment, light flickered, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Before long, Lin Feng and his 15 companions appeared in a gray forest. Looking around, the entire world seemed shrouded in gray. Even the trees were gray. Lin Feng. This place is filled with primal energy, very violent. Don't absorb too much, Huang Fuyu reminded. Primal energy is similar to spiritual energy. Absorbing it can enhance strength. However, if absorbed excessively, the violent primal energy would corrode the body, eventually turning one into a puppet that only knows how to kill. Lin Feng nodded. Feng Mangong had also warned him earlier. Captain Lin, what is our next move? Chen He asked. He, Tan Yu, and Lien Jinfuo were all from military backgrounds and accustomed to following orders. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings. Since we're in the gray mist forest, let us head to the gray cloudstone forest first. Based on past experiences, Feng Mangong and his team had marked several treasure hunting spots. The primal secret realm refreshes every year, so even places explored before are still rich in treasures the following year. The Gray Cloudstone Forest was one of the 10 key treasure hunting spots they had marked. All right, everyone agreed without objection and carefully moved toward the target after confirming the direction. Shortly after Lin Feng's group left, bang. Yijia Duo and his elites were also teleported inside. Gray Mist Forest? Yijia Duo looked around. Let us go. Head to the stone forest. Captain, aren't we going to deal with those humans over there? Asked the fierce-looking Yijian. Heh, can they escape? Yijia Duo laughed. This year, Motanli and Sun Long have locked onto the central treasure. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. According to the rules of the primal secret realm, only by obtaining the core treasures of 4 treasure lands can one qualify to enter the central area to compete for the ultimate treasure. Last year, the Void Dragon Crocodile clan succeeded. This year, they were even more determined not to give up. All right then, Yijia said reluctantly. Previously, they would kill directly upon arrival, but this time, following the rules felt a bit unusual. However, Yijia Duo was the captain and the strongest among them. Yijia could only comply. Just as Yijia Duo's group was about to set off, a flash of light appeared, and another team was teleported in. Yijia Duo saw the newcomers, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Heh, Yijia Duo, it seems your luck isn't great this time, said the leader of the newcomers, Sun Long, who led the elite Blood River Dragon Tree clan. The Blood River Dragon Tree clan belonged to the plant-type beasts and had no fondness for creatures like the Void Dragon crocodiles. Although the two clans appeared peaceful on the surface, they secretly kept a close watch on each other, harboring deep-seated hatred. Sun Long, do you want to make a move now? I'll fight you to the end. EGA Duo sneered coldly. Just afraid you won't have enough people for me to kill. Then let's try. As soon as Sun Long finished speaking, his aura surged dramatically. Both sides instantly erupted into a fierce battle. Each side had 11 members, evenly matched in strength, fighting intensely without a clear winner. After a while, both sides stopped. With their strengths evenly matched, continuing the fight seemed pointless. Moreover, if they fought for too long, nearby treasure spots might be snatched by others. Everyone had vented enough anyway. The Beast People style was straightforward and brutal. Subsequently, both sides retreated in different directions. Gray Cloudstone Forest. Boom. Led by Lin Feng, a team charged forward like a breaking wave. The peak-level beast warriors had no resistance and were slain with a single strike. The beasts in the primal secret realm lacked intelligence. Though they were more ferocious, Lin Feng found them easier to deal with than the hunting beast warriors outside. Ding successfully killed Wind Flame Tiger, rewarded with one true universe Starstone. As the Wind Flame Tiger fell, a special notification sounded. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was indeed the primal secret realm. On their way to Gray Cloudstone Forest, they had encountered multiple waves of beasts, totaling over 20. The beasts here had been cultivating for about 30 days, and the probability of special rewards had significantly increased. The primal secret realm only lasts for half a month. We must make the most of this time to kill as much as possible. Lin Feng licked his lips. Besides the beasts in the primal secret realm, those beast people were also beasts. He suddenly realized the immense value of the primal secret realm. Quickly collect all the fire cloud grass. Lin Feng waved his hand, storing the Wind Flame Tiger's corpse into his personal space. His personal space had a capacity of 100,000 cubic meters, large enough to store everything from beast remains to precious natural treasures. Soon, the group collected every last stalk of fire cloud grass nearby. Lin Feng, we've reached the stone forest. Mu, he said as a gray-white stone forest came into view. Each stone was rectangular, some as short as 2 or 3 meters, others towering over 10 meters or even exceeding 100 meters. The stones stood tall and upright, creating a peculiar sight. The ground was littered with white bones. Although the primal secret realm refreshed treasure points annually, the corpses remained. As a result, the ground was grayish-red, reeking of blood and sending chills down one's spine. Act according to the plan. Lin Feng ordered in a low voice. Ji Wuxiang and Huang Fuyu, each take 5 people to retrieve the items. Woolly and Mu, he will provide support and respond to any emergencies. After giving the orders, the group dispersed in all directions. Lin Feng had already devised a strategy before arriving. 2 teams were responsible for treasure hunting, while Woolly and Mu, he provided support. Lin Feng himself acted as backup for the support team, the fastest, able to reach any squad in trouble immediately. Moreover, Lin Feng was the strongest, with the sharpest perception. These treasure points were filled with countless rare treasures. As soon as the 2 teams entered, Lin Feng spotted a fist-sized heavenly crystal stone and casually pocketed it. The heavenly crystal stone is a crucial material for manufacturing A-grade alloys, worth millions per piece. Ji Wuxiang and Huang Fuyu led their teams at an incredible pace. Before long, both teams returned fully loaded. Everyone's storage rings were bulging, and their tactical backpacks were packed to the brim. The harvest was extremely abundant. Couldn't find it, Ji Wuxiang frowned. It seems this won't be easy. Couldn't find it? Lin Feng's expression tightened. They not only needed to collect rare treasures, but also had to obtain the core item from each treasure point. Only by gathering all 4 core items could they enter the central area. The core item of the Ash Cloudstone Forest was a palm-sized gray stone. Scatter and hide. I'll go look, Lin Feng said, his figure flashing and disappearing instantly. The Ash Cloudstone Forest was vast, twice the size of Magic City University. However, Lin Feng's speed was astonishing, and he quickly circled the area. Not here. Lin Feng was stunned. This seemed unlikely. Could the core item have been taken by someone else already? Just as he was doubting, a strange noise came from afar. Lin Feng vanished in an instant. The next moment, he saw a horned man emerging from the ground. Haha, found it. The man excitedly held up a glowing white stone. Ash Cloud Stone. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. The man was an elite of the Earth Spirit tribe, adept at underground activities and burrowing. However, he was only a 7-star warlord, not particularly strong. With this in mind, Lin Feng charged forward swiftly. The Earth Spirit tribe elite, still immersed in his excitement, failed to notice the danger. Just as he was thinking about how to report his success to his captain, a red flash streaked by. Slash. Before the man could react, Lin Feng's blade pierced his abdomen, and he simultaneously grabbed the ash cloud stone. Thud! Lin Feng teleported a kilometer away, and the man collapsed heavily to the ground. Killing beastmen posed no psychological burden for Lin Feng. Ding! Successfully killed an earth spirit beast, obtained a piece of thunder spirit gold. A kilometer away, Lin Feng's body trembled, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Thunder spirit gold, he had heard of it. It was a type of energy crystal containing thunder elements. Absorbing it would not only rapidly enhance his energy, but also imbue his energy with a trace of thunder element. For an elemental ability user like Lin Feng, such elemental-infused special crystals were treasures. With elemental energy, not only would his ability control become easier, but its power would also increase. The strength of his energy would directly improve as well. Worth it, Lin Feng murmured softly, his speed increasing instantly. Seeing him return, everyone gathered from all directions. How did it go, Lin Feng? Huang Fuyu asked. Got it, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Let's move to the next location. According to the plan, they would first gather all 4 core items as quickly as possible to qualify for entry into the central area. During the few days when the central area was open, they could. Amazing. After hearing Lin Feng's report, Tan Yu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, deeply impressed. Just as they were about to set off, several powerful auras approached from afar. It's the Void Dragon Crocodile clan, Lin Feng said just as the opposing side sensed his presence. Humans. The Void Dragon Crocodile clan had split into 4 groups to search for treasures. The strongest in this group is Crocodile Gang. Upon hearing this, he became excited. Treasure hunting? That nothing hunting humans is the real focus. Lin Feng, what should we do? Li Fengxian asked, drawing his battle blade. There are 3 of them in total. The strongest is a 1-star master, while the other 2 are a peak warlord and a 7-star warlord, Lin Feng said, licking his lips. Their aura is intense, they seem full of killing intent. Let us wipe them out. Void dragon crocodiles and humans are mortal enemies, each wanting the other to suffer more losses. Stick to the plan, Lin Feng said, as he noticed Crocodile Gain and his 2 companions sneering at them. Each of their faces was filled with mockery and malice. Haha, humans, you're really unlucky. You didn't even split up, are you overconfident? Crocodile Gain, I can handle these guys all by myself. The 3 of them exchanged words, completely disregarding Lin Feng and his group. After all, in Crocodile Gain's eyes, only Ji Wuxiang and Huang Fuyu had slightly stronger abilities. But even they were merely 8-star warlords. Ji Wuxiang and the others immediately grew tense. Li Fengxian's face was the most exaggerated, turning pale. Crocodile Gain and his companions clearly enjoyed seeing humans scared. Crocodile Gain, I heard from the prince that the more frightened humans are, the tastier they are. Haha, let me have a taste first. With that, Crocodile Gain lunged forward quickly. He laughed, attack together, but don't kill them all, leave one to play with slowly. He roared and charged fiercely at Ji Wuxiang. Crocodile Gain didn't use his full strength, he was afraid of killing these humans in one go. For them, this was the hunting phase. Hunting, of course, should be done slowly. It was precisely this mindset that made Crocodile Gain experience the terror of a life and death moment. Whoosh! Lin Feng had been preparing for this moment. As Crocodile Gain charged forward, Lin Feng's speed surged. 7 Tribulations Dragon Slayer Technique. A blade light hundreds of meters long descended from the sky with terrifying momentum. Lin Feng moved extremely fast, while Crocodile Gain hadn't even activated his spiritual energy. Slash! Lin Feng's blade instantly split Crocodile Gain in 2. His body exploded immediately. Ding! Successfully killed Void Dragon Crocodile, rewarded with 30 days of cultivation. As Crocodile Gain died, the system notification sounded. This is bad. Only then did his two companions react. But death had already arrived. They had no resistance. One was instantly killed by Lin Feng, while the other 7-star warlord was decapitated by Li Fengxian with a single strike. Lin Feng casually took the storage rings from the three of them, didn't he even glance at them, and directly tossed them into his personal space. Captain Lin, what do we do now? Chen He asked. I have a plan, Lin Feng said, looking at the group. It depends on whether you're willing to cooperate. I plan to act alone. You all head to Dark Mountain and Ladder River, while I'll go to other treasure sites. Only this way can we gather the 4 items as quickly as possible. In fact, most of the alien beast tribes operated this way. They would set out simultaneously, racing against time to secure the qualification to enter the central region. Humans, being slightly weaker in strength, usually chose to act in teams. While this was safer, it was far less efficient. Over the years, unless someone had exceptionally good luck, it was rare for anyone to obtain the qualification to enter the central region. Last year, Ji Wuxiang and the others had only stayed on the outskirts, collecting some resources before returning. If Lin Feng hadn't come, it wouldn't have mattered. But since he was here, he wouldn't settle for just wandering around the outskirts. He not only wanted to enter the central region, but also to obtain that item, Lin Feng said. But all 14 of you together. Lin Feng, I support your plan, Ji Wuxiang said with a smile. Although we're a bit weaker than you, we're not that weak. That's right, Lin Feng. Your worries about us are unnecessary. Wu Lily said confidently. Don't forget, we all made it out safely last year. Lin Feng nodded. In that case, you can discuss and decide among yourselves. He glanced at Yi Jian's corpse, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If you find the 2 core items, notify me immediately, and I'll join you. No problem, Ji Wuxiang said. We'll use the spirit lock to contact you then. The spirit lock was a special piece of equipment prepared by Feng Mangong. By infusing spiritual energy, it could identify and simply locate a target. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of wind breaking came from afar. It seems more people have been teleported here, Lin Feng said. You should go first. All right, everyone be careful. Ji Wuxiang and the others didn't say much and quickly left. Lin Feng put away Yi Jian's corpse and took out the illusion mask. With a thought, he immediately transformed into Yi Jian's appearance. Not bad, Lin Feng said, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This appearance was enough for him to accomplish many things. Yi Jian. A voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng turned to see 2 members of the Golden Feather Rock clan. One was a 1-star master, and the other a 7-star warlord. Yi Jian, your group is in trouble this time. 2 of you died as soon as you entered, the 1-star master youth said mockingly. It seems the Void Dragon Crocodile clan isn't that capable after all. Teo, everyone knows what the Void Dragon Crocodiles rely on to rise, the 7-star warlord sneered. They only dare to challenge humans. Lin Feng's eyes shifted, and inspiration struck. In the next moment, he suddenly erupted. Boom! Lin Feng moved swiftly, charging at the 7-star warlord and grabbing his neck fiercely. Powerful spiritual energy poured out instantly. The 7-star warlord's face quickly turned red. Everything happened too fast. By the time Teo reacted, the 7-star warlord was already on the verge of being choked to death. Yi Jian, you're courting death. Teo roared in anger. And you have the nerve to talk. Lin Feng pretended to be furious. If it weren't for Tiligon, how would my clansmen have died? Teo, since you want to fight, let's fight. With that, he twisted the warlord's neck abruptly. The poor 7-star warlord didn't even have time to speak before dying. Teo was stunned. Were those 2 killed by Tiligon? Impossible, right? Although there were conflicts between them, it was mostly verbal mockery, rarely escalating to physical fights. But when he saw Tiligon's corpse, his anger exploded. With killing intent surging, he said no more and charged directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was secretly pleased. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Since Feng Mangong had said to avoid large-scale killing, Lin Feng wouldn't kill directly under his own identity. Using the illusion mask to create conflict and incite them to tear each other apart was much more effective. Boom! After exchanging a few moves with Teo, Lin Feng pretended to be overwhelmed. Humph, Teo, just wait. If Yi Jiaduo finds out about this, you won't have a good ending. With that, he turned and left. In truth, Lin Feng really couldn't beat Teo. Without using special abilities, his strength was limited, unless he launched a sudden sneak attack. Trying to run, Teo immediately chased after him. The Golden Feather Rock tribe was incredibly fast. Teo spread his wings and swiftly approached Lin Feng. Golden Feather Ray. The two tribes were never allies, and with the conflict escalating, Teo didn't hesitate to strike first. Whoosh! A golden ray shot into Lin Feng's back. The powerful energy pierced straight through Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Humph! Teo sneered, looking at the gravely injured and near-death Lin Feng, mocking. Yijian, just wait here to die. He added with a cruel laugh. Savoring the taste of death slowly is a kind of pleasure too, huh? With that, he spread his wings and flew away. As soon as Teo left, Lin Feng quickly used the immortal healing to treat his wounds. Instantly, the excruciating pain disappeared. After confirming Teo had gone far, Lin Feng stood up. Buzz! In the next moment, light flickered, and Lin Feng transformed into the appearance of Teo, whom he had killed. He then threw Yi Jian's corpse onto the ground. This will definitely throw everything into chaos, haha. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. When 200 alien beasts were panicked and killing each other, it would be the perfect opportunity for Ji Wuxiang and the others to strike. Lin Feng's mission was simple: slaughter and search for the core item along the way. Afterward, Lin Feng returned to collect Teo's body. The area of the primal secret realm was vast. After walking out of the gray cloudstone forest, a lifeless forest came into view. The forest was devoid of vitality, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. This should be the forest of death, Lin Feng said, then quickly rushed in. Meanwhile, in the southwest of the forest of death, boom, a group of alien beasts lay on the ground, panting heavily. Their strength ranged from 5-star warriors to peak warriors, but they were not elites of the 4 major tribes. In front of them lay a primitive alien beast covered in spikes. Although it was also an alien beast, primitive alien beasts had no intelligence and only killed blindly, like puppets. Therefore, they showed no mercy in dealing with it. Who's there? Suddenly, an alien beast at the peak warrior level stood up warily. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng was already walking toward them. Lord Teo, the alien beasts immediately stood up, their expressions filled with reverence. Although Teo's strength was average, only a 7-star warrior, he was still a member of the Golden Feather Rock tribe, a truly powerful clan. Their Golden Feather sovereign was an invincible existence, renowned even across the great nations. Lin Feng coldly scanned them. There were 12 in total. These ordinary alien beasts held no real value. Their only use was to be killed to create panic. With that thought, Lin Feng made his move. Boom! Lin Feng suddenly erupted, leaving the alien beasts no time to react. With one strike, 6 heads flew off. Teo, the leading alien beast, roared in fury. You're courting death. Though they were in awe of him, they wouldn't allow themselves to be slaughtered so easily. Alien beasts were naturally fierce, and this one was no exception. He immediately lunged at Lin Feng. The other alien beasts were both terrified and enraged. While a few hesitated, most of them scattered and fled. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Letting a few escape to spread the news was far more efficient than hunting them down one by one. Moments later, apart from the 3 who had fled, all the other alien beasts were dead. Ding! Successfully killed a flame demon bat. Obtained 1 true universe starstone. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, the system notification sounded. Lin Feng was ecstatic. He had already obtained 2. This original secret realm is indeed a treasure trove. Without hesitation, he absorbed the starstone. Host. Lin Feng Realm. 1-star Battle General Peak Abilities. Destruction Tribulation Thunder X level. Immortal Healing Spirit C X level Combat Techniques. 9 Netherwind Thunder / Mastery. Divine Lightning Step Mastery. 7 Tribulation Dragon Slayer Technique Beginner. Ability Introduction Method Flexible. Sky Splitting 5 Slashes Mastery Evolution. Destruction Tribulation Thunder 50%. Ah, just 2 more. Lin Feng stood up, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was very curious about what realm the X-level Destruction Tribulation Thunder would reach after completing its evolution. Although he had only stayed in the original secret realm for a few hours this time, the gains far exceeded those of the past. Just as Lin Feng continued advancing toward other treasure spots in search of core items outside the entrance of the original secret realm, the leaders of various clans occupied their respective areas, not interfering with one another. Feng Mangong was cultivating while glancing toward the entrance. Suddenly, he sharply turned his gaze westward. Moments later, a massive flying ship resembling a fortress rapidly approached. The flying ship was 1,000 meters long and about 300 meters high, entirely crafted from mysterious materials, exuding a cold brilliance. On the ship stood several young individuals with powerful auras. Prince Yizhen. Not far away, Elder Zhu quickly stood up. Yizhen is here too. Upon seeing the colossal flying ship, the experts of the Three-Eyed Demon Wolf, Blood River Dragon Tree, and Golden Feather Rock clans tensed up. The descendants of these dominators each possessed unique bloodlines. The purer the bloodline, the higher the status. A prince like Yizhen was highly likely to become a dominator, making his status extremely noble, second only to one, above thousands. Even the experts of the other 3 clans had to show him respect. As everyone wondered, the flying ship slowly descended. Their prince is here too. Feng Mangong frowned deeply. This was unexpected. According to his knowledge, the princes of these 4 major clans were all exceptionally strong and highly talented, rarely sent out for training. Principal, the situation has taken a turn for the worse, Yao Qitian said solemnly. Feng Mangong nodded. Although Yizhen was formidable, he was only a 3-star grandmaster, still manageable in such a vast original secret realm. The real trouble lay with the 2 experts accompanying Yizhen. Feng Mangong sensed them and discovered that both were half-step kings. This was serious. It should be noted that Feng Mangong himself was only at the peak of grandmaster level. His biggest concern was that Lin Feng might kill too many in the secret realm, leading to retaliation from these alien beasts once outside the realm. That would be a major problem. At that point, even Feng Mangong might not be able to take Lin Feng away. What a headache. Feng Mangong shook his head, silently praying that Lin Feng would keep a low profile. Prince, we have been awaiting your arrival. As the flying ship landed steadily, 3 young men descended with a cold and imposing demeanor. Elder Zhu quickly stepped forward to greet them respectfully. Leading the group was the tall and elegantly dressed Yizhen. Have they all gone in? Yizhen asked indifferently. Yes, Prince, Yijiadhua and the others entered several hours ago. Elder Zhu replied respectfully. Yizhen nodded, saying no more. The 2 elders behind him glanced in Feng Mangong's direction, revealing meaningful smiles. You all wait here. I will return immediately after my hunt, Yizhen said coldly. The surrounding experts from various clans breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Yizhen's hunt clearly referred to humans. Timon of the Golden Feather Rock clan narrowed his eyes. Although Tiragon and his group were unlikely to take the initiative against Crocodile Zhen, if they encountered rare treasures of heaven and earth, it was hard to say what might happen in a struggle. Timon hesitated about whether to inform the clan. After all, while he had strength, his bloodline was not as pure as Crocodile Zhen and the other princes. His status was lower, and his voice carried less weight. Ancestor Elder, you've already crossed the line, Feng Mangong said coldly. Originally, just Crocodile Jiado was enough to cause headaches, and now a prince had come, which already exceeded the agreement between the high levels of both sides. Feng Mangong, our prince is only here to hunt those primitive exotic beasts, the elder accompanying Crocodile Zhen said mockingly. We didn't say we act against your humans. Humph, if the death rate of my human geniuses is higher than in previous years, then you'll have to prepare to face Lord Wuho's wrath. Feng Mangong's voice was icy. Heh. The elder didn't respond, only thinking to himself, if people die, what use is it to say I didn't kill them? Just as Crocodile Zhen and his 2 guards entered the secret realm. Inside the demon armor nest, Lin Feng's expression was calm as he withdrew his left hand. The genius of the Blood River Dragon Tree clan before him had fallen to the ground, no longer breathing. The fifth one, right? Along the way, Lin Feng had already killed 5 geniuses from the 4 major clans. Adding the ordinary races like the Flame Bat, the news was sure to spread. Lin Feng retrieved a stone resembling a tortoise shell from the corpse and couldn't help but laugh. The second token, easily obtained. As for whether killing so many people would anger the strong outside, Lin Feng wasn't worried at all. After all, it wasn't him who killed them, it was the internal strife among the 4 major clans. Though there was some unease before death, dead was dead. Not long after leaving the demon armor nest, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. The next moment, he transformed from Teo's appearance into Crocodile Jian. Just after completing the transformation, he saw Crocodile Jiado and people from 2 clans heading this way. Crocodile Jian. Crocodile Jiado's eyes tightened, and he said in a low voice, "Where are Crocodile Gu and the others?" "Captain." Lin Feng looked pitiful. "Captain, I finally found you." Croco Gu and the others were all killed by Teo, Lin Feng said while crying. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Crocodile Jiado's face instantly turned grim. "What exactly happened?" Lin Feng said, "I saw Teo and his group just after they teleported to the Gray Cloudstone Forest. That guy didn't say anything and directly attacked us. If I hadn't run fast, I might have died too." Lin Feng finished speaking and wiped his tears, even admiring his own acting skills. "Captain, Teo is so hateful. He said our Void Dragon Crocodile clan is all trash. If it weren't for his help, we wouldn't even reach the level of a major clan. He also said that the Golden Feather Sovereign slaughtering our Void Sovereign was like slaughtering pigs." Lin Feng exaggerated further. Boom. Crocodile Jiado was initially calm, but upon hearing the last part, his face was filled with murderous intent. His entire being exuded a strong sense of anger. "What a Teo! What a golden feather rock!" Crocodile Jiado gritted his teeth. "To dare insult our sovereign like this? Unforgivable. Unforgivable." The 2 clansmen beside him were also furious. The Void Sovereign was their deity. Throughout the Void Dragon Crocodile clan, no one did not revere the Void Sovereign. The millions of members of their clan owed their current status entirely to the Void Sovereign. Hearing such insults, Crocodile Jiado was so enraged he nearly lost his sanity. The relationships among the 4 major clans were already tense, as each was backed by different forces. Now, Jiadwa could no longer endure it. "Zhu, Long, go find our clansmen. Once you've gathered, if you see anyone from the Golden Feather Rock clan, take them out. Leave no one alive," Jiadwa ordered through gritted teeth. "Understood." The 2 nodded and stormed off with determination. "Captain, what should we do next?" Lin Feng asked. "Find Theo. I want to deal with him personally," Jiadwa responded coldly. From entering the secret realm until now, he had already obtained 2 core items. But at this moment, Jiadwa only wanted revenge. Insults could not be tolerated. Moreover, killing Theo and his group would surely lead to finding more precious items, achieving 2 goals at once. Lin Feng followed Jiadwa, silently contemplating. The purpose of causing chaos had already been achieved. With Jiadwa's words, the threat to Li Fengxian's group was greatly reduced. As long as Li Fengxian and his group didn't seek trouble themselves, their safety wouldn't be an issue. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Jiadwa's back, feeling a slight urge to test him. But this guy's strength was formidable, reaching the late stage of a 2-star master level. Moreover, someone of his rank as a captain would surely have trump cards or ultimate moves. Lin Feng wasn't confident he could kill him in one strike. If he injured him and then fled, and ended up exposing himself, the trouble would be even greater. At that point, not only he but also Li Fengxian's group would suffer. Unfortunately, the outer area of the secret realm was too vast, and after searching for a long time, they found nothing. "Damn it!" Jiadwa suddenly roared in anger. Along the way, they had encountered many alien races but hadn't come across a single person from the Golden Feather Rock clan. "Don't worry, Captain. We'll keep going deeper, we'll run into them eventually," Lin Feng comforted. "Unless they've already been. Then we'll go to war." Jiadwa gritted his teeth. "I'll report directly to Prince Zhen and have him launch a clan war. The ancestors' strength is invincible. That old guy from the Golden Feather Rock clan is no match at all." Anger drove Jiadwa to disregard everything. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Now that's a real man. I like it. Looks like the chess game I've set up hasn't been in vain. Lin Feng gazed at Yi Jiao's back, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Just as the two were about to continue forward, Lin Feng froze for a moment. Several figures suddenly emerged from the bushes. It was none other than Li Fengxian, Mu He, and Qi Yuanxiu. The three looked somewhat disheveled, with Qi Yuanxiu even bearing injuries. As soon as they appeared, they spotted Yi Jiao and Lin Feng. The three froze instantly. Qi Yuanxiu's expression changed slightly, his eyes filled with deep wariness. Earlier, they had entered a treasure site and encountered a group of primitive alien beasts. After a fierce battle, they managed to obtain a core item. But then, more primitive alien beasts swarmed in. Their 14-member team was scattered. The four of them had fled all the way here. Wu Yao, hidden in the shadows, also looked grim. What bad luck, what you fear always comes true. Two elite void dragon crocodiles, one being Yi Jiao and the other a one-star master, Yi Jian. Li Fengxian hesitated for a moment, pretending not to see them, and prepared to bypass them. Stop! Yi Jiao suddenly stepped forward, his voice icy. Li Fengxian and the others immediately became alert. Lin Feng was about to make a move when Yi Jiao asked, "Have you seen anyone from the Golden Feather Rock clan?" At these words, Li Fengxian and the others froze. Since when did mortal enemies ask questions so politely? The three didn't rush to answer. Seeing this, Lin Feng grew anxious and quickly said they had seen them. He stepped forward, staring at Li Fengxian. Li Fengxian initially didn't react, but then his peripheral vision caught something. He saw Lin Feng blinking repeatedly. Li Fengxian raised an eyebrow. This action seemed familiar. Did you see them or not? Yi Jiao's patience had run out. If it weren't for wanting to kill the golden feathered rock, he would have swallowed these people whole long ago. Li Fengxian sneaked a glance at Lin Feng, then said, "I saw them. They seemed to be besieging your people." Li Fengxian was clever. Although he wasn't clear about Lin Feng's plan, he had already guessed the general idea from Yi Jiao's words and Lin Feng's current identity. Sure enough, after hearing Li Fengxian's words, Yi Jiao's fury completely erupted. "Where are they?" "Over." Li Fengxian's eyes darted around. "Over by the black swamp." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Jiao's speed suddenly increased, rushing toward the direction of the black swamp. Lin Feng followed closely behind. As he passed by Li Fengxian and the others, Lin Feng quietly gave a thumbs up before turning and leaving. What the heck? Li Fengxian was stunned. So it really was this guy? What exactly is he planning? That was so dangerous. Luckily, they didn't notice us. Qi Yuanxiu let out a sigh of relief, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Something feels off, Mu He said, looking around. These two clans almost never fight, but judging by Yi Jiao's reaction just now, it seemed like there was some deep-seated hatred. Haha, the show is about to begin. Li Fengxian laughed somewhat sinisterly. Just wait and see. Li Fengxian, what happened? Wu Yao deactivated his invisibility and asked,